Dedication. To my mother, sorry I made your life hell. I hope you can forgive me. Prologue. 1917 was a harsh year for America. We had just entered the Great War, and I was only 10. The war consumed everything, every conversation, every headline. Newsreels flickered with images of blood-soaked trenches, telegrams bore the names of the fallen, and the air hung heavy with anxious anticipation. Even the very atmosphere seemed to vibrate with the tremors of conflict. It was exhausting. In a nation pulled taut by uncertainty, I longed, achingly, to hear something good, some small hope beyond the endless stories of mud, blood, and sacrifice. But the nation was in turmoil, and there was simply no room for good news. My brother enlisted with a smile that radiated pride, a smile that belonged to someone who believed himself invincible. He was young and certain, blind to the brutal reality that awaited him overseas. His enthusiasm was infectious, a bright spark against the creeping grey of war. He told me stories of heroism and glory, of flags waving and crowds cheering, and though I nodded along, part of me felt a knot tightening deep inside my chest. None of us really understood what lay ahead, not then. I watched him march away in his uniform, the brass buttons gleaming beneath the early spring sun, feeling a mixture of admiration and dread twist into something indescribable. The spectacle of war was a story told in newsprint and rallies, but the truth was something no child should bear. My name is Jeremiah South, and this is the chronicle of my life, its moments of beauty and pain, betrayals and loyal friendships, triumphs and failures. While I am no saint, I ask that you withhold judgment. I have walked through fire and stumbled through shadow. Prepare yourself for both heaven and hell, light and darkness, hope and despair. This is my story, a story of survival, of witnessing a world torn apart and, sometimes, stitched back together again by hands trembling with grief and determination. That year marked the reckless optimism of a nation suddenly thrust into a conflict that reshaped everything. The streets filled with parades and fervor, brass bands marching, flags whipping in the wind, boys tossing their caps in imitation of the soldiers they longed to become. But behind closed doors, families grappled silently with fear. Mothers stitched flags while clutching photographs of sons, fathers returned from factories weary but steadfast. Children whispered prayers at night, imagining brothers trapped in faraway trenches. The war had not yet seeped fully into every corner of everyday life, but its shadow loomed large, stretching over dinner tables and bedtime stories alike. At school, we learned about heroes and battles, of liberty and sacrifice. Teachers spoke of duty and honor, trying to instill pride even as they fought to hide their own worry. Some had husbands overseas, others had brothers. When they paused too long between sentences, their eyes seemed to drift somewhere distant, as though listening for news that hadn't arrived. Outside, I watched friends' families fractured as brothers and fathers were called away. Letters arrived less often, each one worn at the edges from trembling hands. Some delivered small comforts: "I'm safe. I'm alive. I'm thinking of home." Others bore grim news in short, clipped phrases. I remember tracing the creases of a letter from my brother, his handwriting rushed and uneven. He wrote of trenches choked with mud up to his ankles, of nights spent shivering beneath foreign skies, of cannon fire that shook the earth itself. His words were threaded with an urgency I didn't yet understand. When I showed the letter to my parents, my mother pressed it to her lips, eyes squeezed shut, while my father folded his arms to hide how much his hands trembled. The reality soon set in. Food shortages became commonplace, sugar and flour disappeared from store shelves, rationing cards filled kitchen drawers. The language of war entered the everyday: gas masks, shell shock, mustard gas, offensives, no man's land. Even children grew fluent in these grim terms. The relentless hum of trains carried soldiers and supplies through our small town, intertwining our quiet rhythms with the vast machinery of global strife. Their whistles echoed at dawn and dusk, as familiar as the tolling of church bells. War changed more than just lives, it altered time itself. Days blurred into weeks, seasons passed under the weight of absence. My brother's letters grew scarcer, and when they came, his tone shifted from excitement to exhaustion. His stories no longer held adventure, they carried warning. I watched my parents' faces grow more drawn, shadows deepening beneath their eyes. The laughter that once filled our home became brittle, cautious, like glass that could shatter with the slightest pressure. Yet amid the darkness, there were moments of human light. The local community rallied with fairs and fundraisers, neighbors knitting socks for soldiers they'd never meet, children planting victory gardens in every available patch of soil. Women gathered in church basements, rolling bandages and sharing what little they had. Sometimes a letter from the front would arrive unexpectedly, lifting spirits like a warm gust of wind in winter. Even a single line, "Tell Jeremiah I'm thinking of him," was enough to set my heart alight. When the war finally ended, the cost was staggering. Entire generations were marked by loss and trauma. The men who returned bore scars both visible and buried deep beneath the surface. Some limped home missing limbs, others carried quiet ghosts in their eyes. My brother came back changed, his bright smile tempered, his youthful certainty gone. He rarely spoke of the war. When he did, his voice softened, and his gaze drifted somewhere far beyond the walls of our modest home. His hands sometimes trembled at night, though he insisted it was nothing. The family that had once snapped together like a perfect puzzle now held fragile pieces, mended through love and resilience. We tried to rebuild, to find rhythm again, but the world had shifted. We had shifted. And yet, in those first fragile months of peace, I saw flickers of hope, children laughing in the streets again, church bells ringing not for funerals but for weddings, neighbors lingering longer at fences just to talk. This chronicle does not shy from the hard truths, the betrayals, the heartbreaks, the losses that cut deep. But it also bears witness to loyalty, to courage both personal and collective, and to the stubborn flame of hope that refuses to be extinguished. It is my invitation to stand with me in the light and the shadow, as we journey through a life shaped by war, trauma, and the enduring human spirit. Welcome to my story. The 18th of September, 1917. My father sat at the dining table, his brows furrowed as he examined the newspaper with an intensity that could have cut glass. "You need a damn magnifying glass to read this nonsense," he roared, his voice echoing through the room like the growl of an enraged lion. "Let me read it," I said, a knot forming in my stomach. I instinctively knew it would contain something disheartening. The news, after all, had a peculiar tendency to prioritize the negative over the positive, an assertion I firmly believed. "Go ahead," he replied, setting the newspaper down gently as if it were a fragile artifact. I leaned closer to the paper, and my heart sank as I read about Lenin. Confusion swirled in my mind like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. "Father," I ventured softly, not wanting to disturb the charged atmosphere. He replied, his voice still tense. "Who's Lenin?" I asked, my curiosity overshadowed by the unease I sensed in his demeanor. His face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and for a moment, he was silent, searching for the right words. "Some nutcase who thinks we should overthrow the government," he finally answered, visibly shaken by my question. "But that's treason," I exclaimed, incredulous. "Sure is, son," he confirmed, his voice laced with concern. "What if he succeeds in overthrowing the government?" I asked, a chill running down my spine at the thought. "Never going to happen," he chuckled dismissively, though I noticed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as he called for Roy, our loyal German shepherd, to come comfort us. He was the sweetest dog in the world. "Where's Mother?" I inquired, puzzled by her absence. "She's picking berries in the forest," he replied, folding the paper with meticulous care. "Does she know what she's doing?" I asked, the worry creeping into my voice. "I'd sure hope so. I can't imagine a life without your mother," he sighed, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to carry the weight of his affection. Feeling the pressing need to focus on something other than my mounting anxiety, I retreated to the study table in the other room. I sat down, staring at my school assignment that required a hefty amount of writing. The question loomed before me, uninviting: do you support the President's decision to join the war? Why or why not? I grimaced at the challenge, recalling the history lessons that framed my understanding of our nation's foreign policy. I wrote, "Before 1917, the United States had maintained a tradition of neutrality, especially regarding entanglement in European conflicts. This stance was upheld by several past presidents, most notably George Washington, who warned against foreign alliances that could drag the US into unnecessary wars. By entering World War I, Wilson broke with this long-standing principle of avoiding involvement in the volatile politics of Europe." "Papa!" I called out from the study, my voice laced with trepidation. "Yes," he replied, clearly irritated by the newspaper. "Do you support Wilson's decision to enter the war?" I asked, anxiety gnawing at me, fearing his ire. "Hell no. We should stay out of foreign wars, period," he retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. "That's exactly what I said in my assignment," I exclaimed, a rush of pride mingling with my apprehension. "That's nice," he replied, his tone distracted and bored. Just then, my mother returned from berry picking, her presence a burst of sunshine in the otherwise tense atmosphere. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she chimed cheerfully, her tone playful, as though we were strangers rather than family. Life had a way of taking people away, leaving empty spaces where love once flourished. I had lost both my cousins to tuberculosis when I was young. Life had never been kind, nor did it care for my feelings. That was the sad truth. "Look what I found." She proudly presented a handful of freshly picked raspberries. "Delicious," my father and I said in unison, momentarily distracted from the weight of the world. "How are your school assignments coming along, Jeremiah?" she asked, leaning down to meet my gaze, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. "Not well. We had to write an essay about whether it was a good idea for Woodrow Wilson to join the war," I confessed. "And what did you write?" she asked, her interest piqued. "I wrote that it was a horrible idea to join the fray," I admitted, my honesty mixed with a hint of trepidation. "Oh, sweetie. This is the war to end all wars. There will never be such a war again," she reassured me with a smile that hinted at her unwavering optimism. If only she could see 30 years into the future. If only. "I believe that, Ma," I said, smiling and wrapping my arms around her leg, drawing comfort from her presence. "Good, now it's time for you to go to bed," she said, gesturing toward my room with a gentle wave. It was an ordinary room, unremarkable in nearly every aspect, save for a canvas map of the world on the wall. I had circled places I wished to visit, dreaming of adventures beyond my hometown. I had only traveled outside the United States once, to Mexico with my parents. My father had protested vehemently, saying, "I don't want to see spics," but we went nonetheless. That vacation had turned into an embarrassment. My father getting drunk on tequila and trying to befriend everyone around him was cringe-worthy to witness. I lay in bed, pulling the covers over me as I prepared to drift into sleep. All that remained was for my mother to kiss me goodnight, a ritual I cherished. I waited in the dim light for a minute before she finally appeared at my doorway. "I hope you have wonderful dreams, sweetheart," she said, her voice smooth and soothing like silk brushing against my skin. "I hope you do too, Mama," I replied, grinning up at her. "I love you," she said, leaning down to kiss my cheek, her warmth lingering. "I love you too," I murmured, reaching out to turn off my lamp, plunging the room into comforting darkness. Another day had come to an end, but as I closed my eyes, I felt a flicker of hope for the dawn to come, ready to embrace whatever it might bring. The 25th of September, 1917. We received the worst news imaginable from the sergeant who visited us in Montgomery, Alabama. Carson had died in a mustard gas attack. The thought of what he must have endured in his final moments was unbearable, and the idea of that kind of suffering was too much for me to even comprehend. I didn't know what to say. Instead, I broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. The grief hit me like a relentless wave, stabbing at my heart over and over. It was a pain deeper than anything I had ever known, the kind of sorrow that leaves you feeling hollow. When they brought his body back to the state, the reality of it all struck even harder. I saw the burns on his face, disfigured by the poison gas. His once handsome features, admired by everyone, were reduced to a grotesque reminder of the war's cruelty. He had been a true Casanova, and now his face resembled something monstrous. I couldn't hold back my anger. "I hate Woodrow Wilson," I screamed, punching the ground until my fists ached. "I understand, son, but it's not his fault," my father said, his voice trembling, though he wasn't trying to convince me, or even himself. "How is it not? Look at him." I pointed at Carson's face, now barely recognizable. "He didn't deserve this. He chose to join the war," my father said, his voice cracking like broken glass. "I wish he hadn't gone." I roared in frustration. "Blame that Gavrilo kid, not Wilson," my father reminded me. "Gavrilo, as in Gavrilo Princip? The man who killed Franz Ferdinand?" I asked, unsure. "Yes, that's the one," he replied quietly. "Then I hope he dies too," I shouted, my voice breaking, full of the helpless fury only a 10-year-old could express. "I'm sure he will, son," my father said, trying to calm me down. "When?" I asked, sounding foolish even to myself. "How the hell should I know?" he snapped, his patience thinning. "Sorry," I mumbled, sinking under the weight of it all. The sergeant, emotionless as ever, cleared his throat. "His last battle was at Menin Road Ridge," he informed us as if delivering just another fact. "Damn," my mother whispered, her eyes welling with tears she tried to hold back. "What does that mean?" I asked, fear creeping into my voice. "A lot of soldiers died there," my father said, his frustration barely masked. "I read about it in the paper." "How many?" I asked, probably too bluntly. "Around 250,000, the sergeant replied, grimly. "That's insane." I gasped, unable to grasp the scale of it. "That's war, Jeremiah," my father said softly, sadness weighing down his words. "War never changes," I muttered, my voice full of frustration. "And neither do the people who start them," my mother added bitterly. The sergeant, though, threw in a darker note. "If you ask me, it's all the Jews' fault." "You don't know that," I shot back, irritated by his hatred. "Oh, but I do," he said, his tone unapologetic. I didn't argue further. "Okay," I replied, my annoyance clear. After a moment of silence, my mother's voice broke through the tension, heavy with sorrow. "We need to start planning Carson's funeral," she said quietly, as if the weight of her words could somehow lessen the grief we all carried. "We should invite Jeremiah's grandparents," my father added with a deep sigh. The reluctance in his voice was unmistakable, he never cared much for them. For me, though, it was the opposite. My grandfather had been a steady presence, taking me fishing whenever he could. I never really cared if we caught anything, it was the time we spent together that mattered. Looking back, I wish I'd appreciated him more when I was younger. But the past is unchangeable, isn't it? Carson was awarded the Purple Heart posthumously, and we gently placed it on his chest, where it rested quietly, almost humbly. There was no question, he had earned that honor, and everyone knew it. We bid the sergeant farewell and went inside the house to call my grandparents. I dreaded making that call but knew that it had to be done. I picked up the phone, my hand trembling, and dialed their number. There was a ringing sound for about 10 seconds before my grandmother picked the telephone up. "Well, hello, Jeremiah. And to what do I owe this pleasure?" she asked, clearly not aware of Carson's sudden death. "Never mind that. Carson is dead," I shouted into the receiver. My grandmother went silent for about 5 seconds, no doubt trying to comprehend the loss of his life. "I know it's hard, Grandma," I replied, my voice thick with emotion. "We all need time. I just wanted you to know what happened, that you weren't left in the dark." She took a shaky breath, her sorrow still palpable but now laced with a hint of gratitude. "You did the right thing, Jeremiah. Carson would have wanted us to be honest about it. He always valued truth, even when it hurt." Her words hung in the air, echoing the lessons Carson had imparted to us throughout his life. He had always been the kind of person who believed in facing challenges head-on, never shying away from difficult conversations. I felt a pang of loss, realizing how much I would miss hearing his voice, his laughter, and his wisdom. "Do you remember the time he tried to build that treehouse in the backyard?" I asked, hoping to shift the mood toward a more cherished memory. "He convinced me it would be the best fort ever, and then we both ended up stuck in the tree because we forgot how to get down." My grandmother chuckled softly, a bittersweet sound. "Oh, yes. I can still see him up there, determined and unyielding. It's those moments that will keep his spirit alive, Jeremiah. We must hold on to them." I nodded, feeling a flicker of warmth amidst the cold weight of our grief. "I'll make sure to remember all of it, the laughter, the adventures. We can share stories, Grandma. Keep his memory alive in our hearts." "Yes, we must," she agreed, her voice steadier now. "We will remember him fondly, just like he deserves. He brought so much joy into our lives." As we talked, I felt a small glimmer of hope amid the sorrow. Yes, Carson was gone, but the love he shared, the memories we created, and the lessons he taught us would forever linger in our hearts. "Let's take it one day at a time, all right?" I said gently. "Yes, dear," she replied. "And don't hesitate to call me whenever you need to talk. We can lean on each other through this." "Thank you, Grandma. I really appreciate that." I felt a surge of gratitude for her strength, even in the face of such loss. After our conversation, I hung up the phone, a mix of emotions swirling within me. I felt a deeper connection to my family, knowing we would navigate this difficult time together. As I glanced out the window, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, I resolved to honor Carson's memory by cherishing each moment and each person I loved. As we sat around the dinner table, the atmosphere was heavy with a silence that none of us dared to break. The clink of silverware against plates was the only sound in the room, each bite a reminder of the gaping absence where Carson should have been. His empty chair felt like a black hole, drawing all the joy from the room, leaving only grief in its place. I glanced at my parents, their faces drawn and pale. My mother's eyes were red from crying, though she tried to mask it with a strained smile. My father, ever the stoic one, stared down at his plate, his appetite clearly gone. We were all just going through the motions, trying to pretend that everything was normal when it was anything but funeral potatoes. The irony wasn't lost on any of us. It was the kind of meal we'd had 100 times before, something easy, comforting even, but tonight it felt like a cruel joke. There was no comfort to be found in food tonight. The loss of Carson overshadowed everything. I picked at my plate, unable to focus on the taste, my mind consumed with thoughts of my brother. He was only 18. 18, with his whole life ahead of him. I had always thought we had time for him to grow, to find his place in the world, to laugh with us at family dinners like these. Time to see him marry, maybe have kids. Instead, his life was cut short, wasted in a war that felt so far removed from anything we knew or understood. He died fighting in a place none of us had ever been, for reasons none of us could fully comprehend. And now, all we had left were memories, too few, too fleeting. I couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at my insides. I hadn't valued him enough while he was alive. Sure, I loved him, he was my brother, but I hadn't told him often enough. I hadn't spent enough time with him before he left. It was always easy to assume there would be more time, more opportunities to show how much he mattered to me. Now, all those opportunities were gone, vanished along with his future. He was a hero, my mother whispered as if to reassure herself. He died for something important. But did he? The thought flashed through my mind before I could stop it. Carson fought bravely, no doubt about that. He was always the strong one, always determined to do what he believed was right. But was this fight worth it? What was the purpose of it all, in the end? He didn't die protecting his home, his family, or anything tangible. He died because of politics, because of decisions made far above us, by people who would never know him. It felt so pointless. I looked at his empty chair again, feeling a lump rise in my throat. I would never get to argue with him over stupid things, never hear him joke or see him roll his eyes at our dad's bad puns. He would never get to live the life we all envisioned for him, a good one, filled with love, laughter, and adventure. Instead, he was gone, just like that. I'll remember him, I murmured to myself, though no one else seemed to hear. I'll remember him every day. We all would. Carson's memory would live on with us, though it didn't ease the pain of losing him. The rest of us would keep going, but there would always be this hole, this emptiness that nothing could fill. He was gone far too soon, and all we could do now was honor his memory in the best way we knew how, even as we questioned why it had to happen at all. After dinner, I retreated to my room, eager to escape into the world of one of my favorite genres. I pulled The Time Machine by H.G. Wells from my desk, the pages slightly worn from years of reading. It was assigned for my English class, but unlike many of my classmates who groaned at the thought of mandatory reading, I was genuinely thrilled. Science fiction had always been my genre of choice, offering limitless possibilities and ideas that stretched the imagination. As I opened to the first page, I felt a surge of excitement. It was a welcome break from the usual dreary classics that seemed designed to drag me into a literary coma. Books like War and Peace were far too tedious for my liking. Lev Tolstoy, in my opinion, could win an award for writing the most mind-numbing novel ever. I mean it, every page was a battle to stay awake. If he had wanted to write a cure for insomnia, he certainly succeeded. Jeremiah, it's time for bed, my father's voice echoed from the hallway, stern yet familiar. Just one more page. I whined, not ready to surrender to sleep just yet. The words on the page were pulling me in, and I was far too captivated to stop. There was a pause, and I could sense his hesitation before he finally gave in. Well, okay, he said, his voice softer now, though still reluctant. I smiled to myself, feeling victorious. One more page? I knew it would be more like 5. I read a few more pages before finally shutting the book, my mind lingering on the story. Despite the ache of losing Carson, I found solace in knowing he died a hero, a man who risked everything for his family and his country. Carson was the embodiment of what America seemed to lack, a man who stood firm on his principles, unwavering even in the face of unimaginable danger. That's rare these days. You know that, right? With those thoughts swirling, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the embrace of Morpheus, ready to face whatever tomorrow had in store. The 26th of September, 1917. Carson's funeral took place about a week after his death, on a cold Wednesday afternoon. The chill in the air seemed to match the heaviness in my heart. The gathering was modest, yet intimate. My maternal uncle and aunt stood quietly, their 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl, huddled together, unsure how to process the solemnity of the moment. My neighbors offered brief condolences, their faces etched with sympathy. My father's friends, men of few words, showed up in their pressed suits, nodding quietly, while the few friends I had stayed close by, their presence offering silent comfort. And of course, my grandparents, how could I forget them? They stood at the front, their faces filled with both sorrow and pride, a reflection of the complexity of saying goodbye to someone who had given so much. "Let us begin," my father announced, his voice cutting through the murmur of the gathering. The solemnity in his tone made it clear that this moment was not one to be taken lightly. Everyone shuffled into their seats, even the children, who, just moments before, had been giggling and goofing around, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of Carson's death. Now, under the weight of my father's words, they fell silent, their earlier disrespect giving way to a subdued stillness. The air grew heavy, filled with an unspoken reverence as my father took his place at the front, ready to lead us through this painful yet necessary farewell. "Carson was my beloved child, and I miss him so badly already," he spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. The strength of his words cut through the air, bringing a palpable weight to the gathering. Though my father was known for his stern demeanor, even the strongest men can be brought to tears by grief. My mother stepped forward, her heart heavy with sorrow, and wrapped her arms around him in a comforting embrace. The raw vulnerability of that moment seemed to ripple through the crowd, and soon, she, too, succumbed to tears. It was a powerful reminder of how deeply loss can affect even those who appear resilient. Around us, the atmosphere shifted as half the people in attendance wiped their eyes and turned away to conceal their pain. I caught glimpses of my 4 living cousins, their faces streaked with tears, mirroring the profound sadness that enveloped our family. The sound of muffled sobs filled the air, each sob echoing the heartache shared among us all. This wasn't just a funeral, it was a collective moment of mourning, a testament to the love we all held for Carson. Each tear shed was a tribute to the boy who had brought laughter and light into our lives, now replaced with an emptiness that felt unbearable. In that sorrowful assembly, we were reminded that love, too, can be a source of pain, a burden we must carry as we remember our beloved Carson. My uncle stepped up to the podium, his presence commanding attention. As he cleared his throat, the air grew still, heavy with anticipation. "My brave nephew fought for all of you," he declared, his voice strong yet tinged with emotion. "Never forget that he died for this beautiful country and that he was the very definition of a hero." His words hung in the air, resonating with the gathered crowd, many of whom nodded in solemn agreement. I could see the pride mixed with sorrow on his face, a tapestry of emotions that encapsulated the essence of our loss. With a trembling hand, my uncle wiped away a tear that had escaped his stoic facade. His vulnerability broke through the barriers of grief, reminding us all that even the strongest among us feel the weight of such heartache. "That is all," he concluded, stepping back from the podium, the depth of his love for Carson evident in his pained expression. As he returned to his seat, a hush fell over the crowd, each of us grappling with the enormity of the sacrifice made by Carson. It was a moment that solidified the bond between us, a collective understanding of loss and the profound impact of Carson's bravery. At that moment, we were reminded not only of our grief but also of our shared duty to honor his memory by cherishing the values he fought for: courage, sacrifice, and love for our country. My cousin David walked up to the podium, and I braced myself for what was sure to be an awkward moment. Known for his mischievous sense of humor, David had a knack for finding laughter in the most inappropriate situations. I couldn't help but think back to the countless times he had cracked jokes about flatulence, treating it as if it were comedy gold. As he adjusted the microphone, a sheepish grin spread across his face, and I felt a rush of anxiety wash over me. I wasn't sure if this was the right time for his usual antics, but I knew David could never resist the temptation to lighten the mood. Well, he began, his voice surprisingly serious. I know Carson would have wanted us to celebrate his life, not just mourn his passing. The sincerity in his tone caught me off guard. He always had this way of making even the dullest days fun. Like that time we had a picnic, and he started a food fight. Let's just say, we had more mustard on our faces than in our sandwiches. A few chuckles rippled through the crowd, and I felt a mix of relief and trepidation. David was threading a delicate needle between humor and respect, and it seemed to be working, at least for now. He taught us that life is too short to take everything seriously, David continued, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Carson believed in laughter even in the toughest times, and I think he'd want us to carry that spirit forward. As he finished his speech, the initial laughter faded into a poignant reflection. David had managed to evoke memories of Carson's joy and light-heartedness, reminding us that even amid sorrow, we could celebrate the life he lived. I realized that sometimes, laughter and grief could coexist, each amplifying the meaning of the other. In that moment, David reminded us all of the legacy Carson left behind, a call to live fully and to find joy, no matter the circumstances. The funeral concluded soon after David's speech, and as we gently lowered Carson's coffin into the pre-dug grave, a profound weight settled in my chest. Watching it descend into the earth felt like a physical manifestation of my grief, an unbearable reminder that he was truly gone. It killed me to think that he would never again crack a joke to soften the grim atmosphere, never again light up a room with his laughter. At that moment, I was struck by how much he resembled the pivotal characters in the stories I had read, those vital figures whose absence left an irrevocable void. Carson had always been the hero of my narrative, the one who showed up with a smile and a witty quip, even on the darkest days. He was my confidant, my mentor, and above all, my brother. Losing him felt like losing my entire world, a vibrant tapestry suddenly unraveled, leaving only frayed edges of memory behind. As the dirt began to cover the coffin, I could almost hear Carson's voice echoing in my mind, filled with encouragement and humor. I wanted to shout for him to come back, to remind me of all the moments we shared, the late-night conversations, the silly pranks, the times he taught me how to ride a bike. Each memory hit me like a wave, crashing into the shore of my mind, leaving me breathless and disoriented. I looked around at the somber faces of family and friends, all of us united in our shared loss. There was something profoundly heartbreaking yet comforting in the communal grief. We were all here because Carson had touched our lives in ways that would never fade. As the final shovelful of dirt fell onto the coffin, I realized that while he was physically gone, the essence of who he was would remain forever etched in my heart. I silently vowed to honor his memory by carrying his spirit with me, by finding moments of joy even in the depths of sorrow. With that resolve, I stood tall, pushing back the tears, and whispered a silent farewell to the most important character in my life, knowing that his legacy would live on in the laughter we would continue to share. "Come, sweetheart, the funeral's over," my mother gently reminded me, her voice tinged with a soft sadness. I lingered, caught in a moment I desperately wished could stretch into eternity. The weight of loss was heavy on my heart, and the thought of leaving felt like abandoning a piece of myself. Yet, I knew I couldn't stay forever. It wasn't as though I could revive him now, could I? Reluctantly, I turned away from the grave, taking one last, lingering glance at the fresh earth that now rested over Carson. It felt like a betrayal to leave him there, a finality I wasn't ready to accept. My mother's hand on my shoulder was both a comfort and a reminder that life, relentless and unyielding, continued, even in the face of such profound sorrow. As we walked back toward the gathering, the sounds of quiet conversations and muffled sobs surrounded us like a heavy blanket. Family members exchanged sympathetic glances, their expressions reflecting the shared grief we all felt. I looked up at my mother, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and felt a pang of guilt for my sadness. She had lost a son, and I had lost a brother. Our grief, while intertwined, was also painfully individual. "Let's go home," she said softly, her voice breaking the silence that had enveloped us. I nodded, allowing her to guide me away from the grave and back into the world beyond this moment. Each step felt weighted, as if the very ground beneath my feet was pulling me back, reluctant to let me leave the memories of Carson behind. As we approached the car, I couldn't help but glance back one last time, wishing with all my heart that I could hear his laughter echoing through the trees or see his infectious grin lighting up the summer day. But there was only silence now, a void that would never be filled. Once inside the car, I sat in silence, staring out the window at the passing landscape, my mind swirling with memories of Carson, the adventures we had, the secrets we shared, the way he could turn any dull moment into something extraordinary. I realized that even though he was gone, the lessons he taught me and the love he shared would remain with me, a constant presence in my life. As we drove away from the cemetery, I felt a flicker of resolve igniting within me. I wouldn't let Carson's memory fade. I would honor him by living fully, laughing freely, and cherishing the moments we had shared. In that way, he would never truly leave me. At dinner, we gathered around the table, the rich aroma of ravioli wafting through the air, a comforting embrace that reminded me of simpler times. It was a cherished family favorite, and on nights like these, it felt like a warm hug from the past. Nothing could compare to the joy of a steaming plate of ravioli, filled with savory goodness and topped with a hearty marinara sauce. The clinking of forks and the cheerful chatter of my younger cousins filled the room. "Ravioli night," they exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with anticipation. I couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. The sight of their eager faces brought a sense of normalcy to an otherwise heavy day. The kids would all agree with me on that. There was something uniquely special about this meal that transcended the mundane. As I took my first bite, the familiar flavors danced on my palate, transporting me back to countless family dinners shared around this very table. My mother would often tell stories about how she and her siblings would race to finish their plates, vying for the last of the ravioli, and I could see that same spirit reflected in my cousin's playful competition tonight. "Who can eat the most ravioli?" my cousin David challenged, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Laughter erupted around the table, momentarily lifting the weight of our recent sorrow. I joined in the laughter, even as a small part of me felt guilty for enjoying this moment amidst the lingering grief. As we continued to eat, I noticed my father watching us, his expression a blend of nostalgia and pride. He may have been a stern man, but moments like these revealed a softer side. The laughter of the children reminded him of his childhood, perhaps even of Carson, who would have loved this playful banter. "All right, let's not turn this into a ravioli eating contest," he interjected with mock seriousness, a twinkle in his eye. "We still have dessert to get to." His words elicited more giggles, and I felt a surge of warmth at the realization that even in our grief, joy could still find its way into our hearts. Dinner progressed, filled with jokes and stories, the sound of forks scraping against plates mingling with laughter. Each bite of ravioli seemed to weave us closer together, reminding us that despite our recent loss, family and food held the power to comfort and heal. As we finished our meal, I felt a sense of gratitude wash over me. At this moment, surrounded by loved ones and comforted by a shared favorite dish, I realized that while Carson was no longer with us, the bonds we shared, through laughter, love, and even the simplest of meals, would carry us forward. It was time for bed, and unlike other nights, I chose not to read a book or sift through my biology textbook. Instead, I simply lay there, closing my eyes and waiting patiently for the Sandman to arrive. And arrive he did. The 28th of October, 1917. Son, you know how I said Lenin wouldn't succeed in overthrowing the Russian government, my father called out from the kitchen, his voice carrying a weight that made me pause. I was in the study, trying to focus on my assignments, but my mind wandered to the time Uncle Jack taught me how to ride a stallion. That memory was a bright spot, a rush of freedom and joy. Uncle Jack owned a farm in Georgia with cattle, horses, and sheep. He had what I imagined was the perfect life. Yes, so. I responded, not fully paying attention. Well, the Bolsheviks started a new government, the bastards, my father roared, his voice full of anger. I scoffed, trying to brush it off. That's just yellow journalism, Dad. I would have thought the same, he replied, his tone more serious now. But it's being reported everywhere, from the New York Times to the Daily Herald. I froze, the weight of the situation settling in. Oh, Father. What do we do? I asked, my voice rising with anxiety, my heart now pounding in my chest like a racehorse at full speed. There's nothing we can do, I'm afraid, my father sighed, his voice carrying the weight of resignation. There's always something we can do. I countered, unwilling to accept his defeatist attitude. Great, he replied, sarcasm dripping from his words. Why don't you go have a chat with Ulyanov Lenin, then? You know I can't do that, I mumbled, my confidence faltering as I trailed off. Then keep your mouth zipped, he snapped, his patience thinning. Yes, sir, I muttered under my breath, scowling. I was careful not to let him see my face. If he had, the consequences would have been harsh. My father didn't tolerate disrespect, not even a hint of it. How's work? I asked, hoping to steer the conversation towards something that might lighten his mood. The coal mines are struggling. The pay is horrific, he barked, his frustration palpable. My attempt to calm him down had failed miserably. Instead of easing the tension, it felt like I had poured gasoline on a fire. How bad is it? I pressed, though I knew it would only annoy him further. He hated talking about money, a topic that seemed to set him off more than anything. I make $1,000 a month, he muttered, bitterness lacing every word. What? That's awful. Is that even legal? I blurted out, my anger rising in disbelief. Sure is, he replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Every job screws you over, son. Except for being the president. They get to do whatever they want. I'm sure that's not true, Father, I tried to reason, though I wasn't convinced myself. Sure feels like it is, he grumbled, his frustration seeping into the silence that followed. What about Teddy Roosevelt? He fought for the workers, I reminded him, trying to make my point. He's the exception, he replied with a smirk, not backing down. Still counts, I shot back, unwilling to give in. I guess. Just do your assignment, kid, he dismissed me, waving his hand like he had more important things to deal with. My assignment was on Charles Darwin and his finches, and it posed the question, why do you think the finches were all different? Was there a purpose to them having different beaks? I sat there, thinking about Darwin's observations on those tiny birds scattered across the Galapagos Islands. I wrote. Yes, the finches had adapted to the environment of the Galapagos Islands. Their beaks varied in shape and size depending on what food sources were available on each island. Some had strong, thick beaks for cracking tough nuts, while others had slender, sharp beaks for catching insects. These differences allowed them to thrive in different ecological niches, ensuring their survival. Evolution had given each species what it needed. The next question was almost too simple: what was the name of Charles Darwin's boat? I jotted down HMS Beagle without hesitation. It seemed too easy, but I wasn't complaining. With my assignment nearly done, I tossed my notebook aside and slumped onto the couch, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me. I blamed it on staying up late the night before, utterly absorbed in Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That book had me hooked from the start: the adventure, the mysteries of the ocean, the enigmatic Captain Nemo. It was terrific, but it had taken its toll on my energy. I closed my eyes, promising myself I'd only nap for a few minutes. I woke up to find the sun already setting. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. I rubbed my eyes, disoriented, and wondered why no one had woken me up. Normally, my father would have been the first to snap at me for napping. To him, naps were a waste of time, and he never missed a chance to remind me of that. But today, no one said a word. I sighed, knowing I probably wouldn't hear the end of it later. Despite my best efforts, my eyelids had been heavy as stones, impossible to keep open. No matter how much my father hated naps, my body had its own plans. My father walked into the room, yawning heavily, causing me to yawn also. "Get some sleep, Papa," I spoke in a hushed tone. "I will, Junior," he replied almost unintelligibly. "Let me lead you to your room," I offered. "Okay," he simply said. I led him by the hand to his bedroom, watching as he collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. He must have been exhausted to give in so easily. "Good night, Dad," I whispered, careful not to disturb him further. His response was a garbled "good night," a mix of words that didn't quite land, too tired to even form a proper sentence. Satisfied, I quietly closed his door and made my way to my mother, who was only lightly dozing. "Mother, I wish for my good-night kiss," I grumbled with a hint of playfulness. She stirred, smiling sleepily. "Don't stay up reading too late," she teased, half joking. "I won't," I lied, already planning on diving headfirst into Jane Eyre. I knew I wouldn't finish it in one night. It was an ambitious goal, but I had to try. At least, that's what I told myself as I prepared for a long, sleepless adventure with the Bronte classic. She followed me into my room and softly told me to lie down. I obeyed, sinking into the blankets and sheets that felt as though they were hugging me back. The warmth wrapped around me, a perfect cocoon of comfort. It was a feeling unlike any other, so soothing, so perfect, I dare to call it bliss. "Good night, Jeremiah," she whispered, her voice gentle as she leaned over me. "Good night, Mama," I replied softly, already feeling the pull of sleep. She turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness, and with it went my plans of staying up to read Jane Eyre. Bummer. The 29th of October, 1917. The 29th of October, 1917. My birthday just had to fall during one of the most tumultuous times for the United States. It was frustrating, feeling powerless in the face of all the chaos. I hated being unable to do anything meaningful to change the world. If I could, I'd give world leaders a lecture on why wars are such a dreadful, senseless thing. I doubted they'd listen to me, though. After all, I was just a pipsqueak, a nobody in the grand scheme of things. My voice wouldn't carry in a world run by people who seemed to have forgotten the value of peace. Regardless, I asked for a bicycle for my birthday and, to my surprise, received exactly that. It had a large, gleaming cerulean frame, the kind that looked like it had cost a small fortune. "How much was this?" I asked, my voice full of shock. "About $10, my mother replied calmly as if it were no big deal. "What? I shouted, my dismay impossible to hide. $10 felt like a king's ransom to me. Easy, Jeremy, my mother said with a soft smile. You've behaved well, and your grades are impressive. You might even get a scholarship someday, she half-kidded, always filled with high hopes for me. Hopes I sometimes felt I could never quite live up to. My father encouraged me to take the bike for a spin, so I gave it a shot. Within 5 seconds, I found myself flat on my tush. Disappointed that I couldn't even steer it properly, I reminded myself that it was just one of those things you had to learn through trial and error. Thank you, I exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain my excitement. Of course, my mother replied gently, her smile warm and reassuring. I hugged her legs, then looked up and asked, is anyone going to show up for my birthday party? The thought of celebrating alone seemed unbearably lonesome. Oh, sure. David's coming for sure, she reminded me, referring to my wild cousin who couldn't stop laughing at fart jokes. What about my friends? I grumbled, my worry creeping in. They are coming too, I'm sure, she reassured me. Even Peggy? I asked nervously, my heart racing. She was the girl I had been crushing on since 4th grade, and I hoped she liked me just as much. Even Peggy, my father chuckled, a knowing grin spreading across his face. He was well aware of my crush on her, always teasing me about how she'd end up being my wife someday. I could feel my cheeks heat up at the thought, yeah, right. That seemed like a far-fetched dream, especially since I could barely manage to talk to her without stumbling over my words. Eventually, the guests began to arrive. My Uncle Jack strolled in first, followed by David, still riding high off his flatulence joke. Peggy came soon after, and I could feel my heart race when she walked through the door. Then there was Carter, one of my only other friends. Like I said, my circle was small back then, I was way too damn shy to talk to anyone. That shyness had always bitten me in the ass, keeping me on the sidelines while everyone else seemed to make friends with ease. Have a seat, everyone, my mother gestured toward the large table set up in the pavilion. As everyone gathered, David, predictably, couldn't resist cracking a joke. What do cars run on? He asked, his grin mischievous. Before anyone could answer, he unleashed a thunderous fart, the kind that made the air tremble. Chaos followed as everyone scrambled to cover their noses, expressions ranging from shock to amusement. David's farts, notoriously awful, could send even the bravest souls running. If a bear had been nearby, it might have gagged on the spot. David? Uncle Jack bellowed, his voice cutting through the chatter. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist it, David lied with a grin, his mischievous eyes giving him away. I know you couldn't, Uncle Jack muttered, shaking his head. Whatever, Dad, David fired back with a shrug. It's Father, thank you very much. Uncle Jack shot back, raising an eyebrow, clearly not amused. I have a birthday party, remember? I interjected, reminding everyone that the day was supposed to be about me, not another one of their father-son showdowns. That's right. What did you wish for, son? My father asked, his usual cheerfulness lighting up the moment. For the war to be over, I said grimly, my voice heavy with the weight of the world, and just like that, the room went still. Everyone froze in place, their smiles fading. Damn, that's quite a wish. Uncle Jack exclaimed, breaking the silence, but his tone carried more surprise than amusement. Unfortunately, this war is far from over, my mother reminded me softly, her words sinking into my chest, causing me to second-guess my wish. Maybe it was too much to hope for, but I couldn't help it, it was all I truly wanted. Jeremy, I have faith in you, Peggy unexpectedly said, her words catching me completely off guard. My cheeks flushed crimson, the sudden attention making me feel both warm and awkward. I don't, I mumbled, trying to downplay the moment, my usual shyness getting the better of me. You should have faith, son, my father chimed in, his voice steady and reassuring. It's the strongest thing in the world, he reminded me, his gaze full of encouragement. His words hung in the air, but I wasn't sure I could believe them just yet. I'll keep that in mind, I muttered, though my thoughts were elsewhere. The cake sat in front of me, nothing extravagant, just a simple strawberry cake with 11 neatly written in icing. Yet, there was something about it that made it feel special, almost too special to cut into. I hesitated, but my father's glance said it all, you better eat it. Peggy, sitting beside me, unexpectedly reached for my hand. Startled, I jerked away slightly, caught off guard by the sudden contact. Your hands are sweaty, she pointed out, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She was right, my hands were slick with nerves, probably sweatier than a boxer's after a long match. I tried to laugh it off, but inside, I was burning up, more from her presence than from embarrassment. Let's eat the cake already, David blurted out, his 9-year-old impatience shining through. He was always the first to speak up when it came to food or anything remotely fun. Hold on a second, my father shot him a stern look that could freeze fire. David instantly quieted down, sinking back into his chair like a snowflake gently falling to the ground. Even at his young age, he knew better than to push back when Dad gave that look. My father sliced the cake into 8 pieces, even though there were only 6 of us. He gave a nod and said, dig in. You should have seen David. The moment he grabbed his slice, he stuffed the entire thing into his mouth in one go. Of course, he couldn't swallow it all, so he sat there, cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. My mother sighed and handed him a glass of water, shaking her head. It took him a few gulps, but he finally managed to choke it down, looking more pleased with himself than anyone else. Jack shot David a disappointed look, raising an eyebrow as if to say, really? It was the kind of look only an uncle could give, half scolding, half amused. David, however, was completely oblivious, wiping cake crumbs off his face with a grin as if nothing had happened. Can I make another wish, Papa? I asked, curious. Of course, but don't tell us what it is this time, he joked around. I wish to marry Peggy. Done? I exclaimed. Just like that? My mother asked. Yes, just like that, I confirmed. Let's hope it'll come true one day. Father exclaimed as well. And one day, it did. The 29th of October, 1917. My birthday just had to fall during one of the most tumultuous times for the United States. It was frustrating, feeling powerless in the face of all the chaos. I hated being unable to do anything meaningful to change the world. If I could, I'd give world leaders a lecture on why wars are such a dreadful, senseless thing. I doubted they'd listen to me, though. After all, I was just a pipsqueak, a nobody in the grand scheme of things. My voice wouldn't carry in a world run by people who seemed to have forgotten the value of peace. Regardless, I asked for a bicycle for my birthday and, to my surprise, received exactly that. It had a large, gleaming cerulean frame, the kind that looked like it had cost a small fortune. How much was this? I asked, my voice full of shock. About $10, my mother replied calmly as if it were no big deal. What? I shouted, my dismay impossible to hide. $10 felt like a king's ransom to me. Easy, Jeremy, my mother said with a soft smile. You've behaved well, and your grades are impressive. You might even get a scholarship someday, she half-kidded, always filled with high hopes for me. Hopes I sometimes felt I could never quite live up to. My father encouraged me to take the bike for a spin, so I gave it a shot. Within 5 seconds, I found myself flat on my tush. Disappointed that I couldn't even steer it properly, I reminded myself that it was just one of those things you had to learn through trial and error. "Thank you," I exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain my excitement. "Of course," my mother replied gently, her smile warm and reassuring. I hugged her legs, then looked up and asked, "Is anyone going to show up for my birthday party?" The thought of celebrating alone seemed unbearably lonesome. "Oh, sure. David's coming for sure," she reminded me, referring to my wild cousin who couldn't stop laughing at fart jokes. "What about my friends?" I grumbled, my worry creeping in. "They are coming too, I'm sure," she reassured me. "Even Peggy?" I asked nervously, my heart racing. She was the girl I had been crushing on since 4th grade, and I hoped she liked me just as much. "Even Peggy," my father chuckled, a knowing grin spreading across his face. He was well aware of my crush on her, always teasing me about how she'd end up being my wife someday. I could feel my cheeks heat up at the thought. Yeah, right. That seemed like a far-fetched dream, especially since I could barely manage to talk to her without stumbling over my words. Eventually, the guests began to arrive. My Uncle Jack strolled in first, followed by David, still riding high off his flatulence joke. Peggy came soon after, and I could feel my heart race when she walked through the door. Then there was Carter, one of my only other friends. Like I said, my circle was small back then. I was way too damn shy to talk to anyone. That shyness had always bitten me in the ass, keeping me on the sidelines while everyone else seemed to make friends with ease. "Have a seat, everyone," my mother gestured toward the large table set up in the pavilion. As everyone gathered, David, predictably, couldn't resist cracking a joke. "What do cars run on?" he asked, his grin mischievous. Before anyone could answer, he unleashed a thunderous fart, the kind that made the air tremble. Chaos followed as everyone scrambled to cover their noses, expressions ranging from shock to amusement. David's farts, notoriously awful, could send even the bravest souls running. If a bear had been nearby, it might have gagged on the spot. "David!" Uncle Jack bellowed, his voice cutting through the chatter. "I'm sorry." I couldn't resist it, David lied with a grin, his mischievous eyes giving him away. "I know you couldn't," Uncle Jack muttered, shaking his head. "Whatever, Dad," David fired back with a shrug. "It's Father, thank you very much." Uncle Jack shot back, raising an eyebrow, clearly not amused. I have a birthday party, remember?" I interjected, reminding everyone that the day was supposed to be about me, not another one of their father-son showdowns. "That's right. What did you wish for, son?" my father asked, his usual cheerfulness lighting up the moment. "For the war to be over," I said grimly, my voice heavy with the weight of the world, and just like that, the room went still. Everyone froze in place, their smiles fading. "Damn, that's quite a wish," Uncle Jack exclaimed, breaking the silence, but his tone carried more surprise than amusement. "Unfortunately, this war is far from over," my mother reminded me softly, her words sinking into my chest, causing me to second-guess my wish. Maybe it was too much to hope for, but I couldn't help it, it was all I truly wanted. "Jeremy, I have faith in you," Peggy unexpectedly said, her words catching me completely off guard. My cheeks flushed crimson, the sudden attention making me feel both warm and awkward. "I don't," I mumbled, trying to downplay the moment, my usual shyness getting the better of me. "You should have faith, son," my father chimed in, his voice steady and reassuring. "It's the strongest thing in the world," he reminded me, his gaze full of encouragement. His words hung in the air, but I wasn't sure I could believe them just yet. "I'll keep that in mind," I muttered, though my thoughts were elsewhere. The cake sat in front of me, nothing extravagant, just a simple strawberry cake with 11 neatly written in icing. Yet, there was something about it that made it feel special, almost too special to cut into. I hesitated, but my father's glance said it all, "You better eat it." Peggy, sitting beside me, unexpectedly reached for my hand. Startled, I jerked away slightly, caught off guard by the sudden contact. "Your hands are sweaty," she pointed out, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She was right, my hands were slick with nerves, probably sweatier than a boxer's after a long match. I tried to laugh it off, but inside, I was burning up, more from her presence than from embarrassment. "Let's eat the cake already," David blurted out, his 9-year-old impatience shining through. He was always the first to speak up when it came to food or anything remotely fun. "Hold on a second," my father shot him a stern look that could freeze fire. David instantly quieted down, sinking back into his chair like a snowflake gently falling to the ground. Even at his young age, he knew better than to push back when Dad gave that look. My father sliced the cake into 8 pieces, even though there were only 6 of us. He gave a nod and said, "Dig in." You should have seen David. The moment he grabbed his slice, he stuffed the entire thing into his mouth in one go. Of course, he couldn't swallow it all, so he sat there, cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. My mother sighed and handed him a glass of water, shaking her head. It took him a few gulps, but he finally managed to choke it down, looking more pleased with himself than anyone else. Jack shot David a disappointed look, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Really?" It was the kind of look only an uncle could give, half scolding, half amused. David, however, was completely oblivious, wiping cake crumbs off his face with a grin as if nothing had happened. "Can I make another wish, Papa?" I asked, curious. "Of course, but don't tell us what it is this time," he joked around. "I wish to marry Peggy." "Done?" I exclaimed. "Just like that?" my mother asked. "Yes, just like that," I confirmed. "Let's hope it'll come true one day," Father exclaimed as well. And one day, it did. The 3rd of December, 1917. Across the world, the Battle of Cambrai raged on. It initially erupted in November, 1917, stretching its grim shadows into December. The sheer devastation was heartbreaking, an endless cycle of sacrifice that seemed to have no end in sight. It was nearly impossible to fathom the suffering the soldiers endured amidst the chaos of war. The lack of medical supplies and vaccines only deepened my sorrow. In a time when hope should have prevailed, the absence of adequate care and treatment left countless men vulnerable to wounds and illness. Their cries for help echoed through the trenches, drowning in the relentless sound of gunfire and despair. Each life lost felt like a weight on my heart, reminding me of the brutal realities of a world consumed by conflict. It was a stark reminder that, beyond the battlefield, compassion and care were overshadowed by the harshness of war, and the human cost was far greater than any victory claimed. Unfortunately, I had a history class that day. The irony wasn't lost on me. While the world was engulfed in chaos, I was sitting in a classroom, trying to wrap my mind around the events of the past. Our teacher droned on about battles and treaties, oblivious to the real suffering happening in the present. As I listened, I couldn't help but think about Cambrai and the soldiers fighting for survival. The history we studied felt so distant, yet so intertwined with the pain of the present. Each lesson was a reminder of the sacrifices made, but in that moment, it felt trivial against the backdrop of such human suffering. I glanced around the room, seeing my classmates lost in their own thoughts, unaware of the weight of the world outside our walls. It made me wonder if they felt the same heaviness I did, if they were thinking about the lives at stake while we discussed dates and events long past. All I wanted was for the lessons of history to bring about change, to ensure that such tragedies would never repeat themselves. "Does anyone have family in the war?" Mrs. Pinkton asked the class, her voice breaking through the haze of my thoughts. I hesitated for a moment, but then raised my hand. Carson had enlisted in the military, and though the reality of his situation weighed heavily on my heart, I felt compelled to acknowledge it. "Yes, Jeremiah," she prompted, looking directly at me. "My brother Carson was fighting overseas," I replied, my voice steady but laced with emotion. I could feel the eyes of my classmates on me, some filled with sympathy, others with a vague sense of curiosity. Mrs. Pinton nodded, her expression softening. "That's brave of him. How do you feel about it?" The question hung in the air, heavy with expectation. "They brought only his body back," I admitted before bursting into tears. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Mrs. Pinton exclaimed, her voice laced with empathy. "Don't be," I shot back, a wave of bitterness surging through me. It was his moronic decision to join the stupid war. He screwed himself over. My anger bubbled to the surface, and I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks. How could he be so reckless? Only 18, yet he'd traded his future for a rifle and a uniform. He could have gotten married, settled down, lived a normal life, but instead, he'd opted to throw himself into the chaos of war. The thought of it twisted my gut. It felt like he was stepping into a meat grinder, a mindless sacrifice for a cause that felt increasingly pointless. I struggled to find the right words, but all I could think about was the image of him out there, lost, alone, and facing unimaginable horrors. It was a reality I couldn't bear to fully accept. "I don't know why I expected him to come home," I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. "But I did." Mrs. Pinton nodded, her gaze understanding. "It's natural to hope for the best, even in the worst circumstances," she said gently. "But it's also okay to feel angry and scared. Those feelings matter." I appreciated her attempt to comfort me, but the anger still coursed through me. How could they send kids to fight their wars while the rest of us sat in classrooms, oblivious to the devastation? I clenched my fists, a mixture of frustration and sadness swirling within me. The world outside felt so distant and brutal, and all I wanted was for things to be different. Michael Weinstock leaned back in his chair, smirking as if he was already prepared to show off. "The Battle of the Somme," he started with a cocky tone, "was one of the bloodiest battles in World War I, fought in 1916. Over 1 million casualties. It was, like, a total disaster for both sides. A lot of men died for almost nothing." I rolled my eyes at his tone, but I couldn't deny the weight of what he was saying. The Somme had been a nightmare, soldiers thrown into the jaws of death, with hardly any ground gained in the end. I hated how he said it, like it was some trivia fact he memoized for a quiz and not one of the most brutal losses of human life in modern history. Mrs. Pinton nodded, though her expression showed a hint of disapproval at Michael's lack of sensitivity. "That's correct, Michael. The Battle of the Somme was indeed one of the deadliest battles in history. But what makes it particularly tragic is the scale of loss and the lessons it left behind about the futility of some military strategies." She turned back to the rest of us. "Does anyone want to add to that?" I wanted to speak up, to mend how the Somme was a prime example of how generals were stuck in old strategies, sending wave after wave of men into no man's land, just to be gunned down by machine guns and artillery. But I didn't. Michael shot a smug glance in my direction like he knew I wouldn't speak. The anger I had earlier, thinking about Carson, simmered beneath the surface. The assignment felt almost ridiculous. How could any of us, sitting comfortably in our classroom, even begin to imagine what it was like to be a British soldier in World War I? The mud, the fear, the constant shelling. How could I, someone who struggled just to get through an awkward conversation with Peggy, understand the terror of facing death every day? I stared at the prompt, wondering where to even start. It asked us to write a letter home as if we were one of those soldiers. I could already hear Mrs. Pington's voice in my head saying something about historical empathy and understanding the human experience, but I had no idea how to relate to those men who marched off to war, just like Carson had. I thought about what I would even say if I were in their position. Dear Mum and Dad, today I watched my best friend die in the trenches. The stench of death is everywhere, and the sound of artillery never stops. How could anyone write that? The assignment was a reminder of the distance between us and those soldiers. A distance I wasn't sure we could ever cross. I sighed and started to write, feeling more disconnected from history with each word. Dear Mum and Dad, I hope this letter finds you well, though I can't say the same for myself. The front is unlike anything I've ever imagined, mud and blood are everywhere. The trenches feel more like a graveyard than a battlefield. Some days, the only thing that keeps me going is the thought of coming home to you. The constant shelling is deafening, and I've seen things no one should ever see. Friends I made here have fallen, their lives cut short by bullets and bombs. It's hard to describe the fear that grips you when you hear the whistle of artillery overhead. We're just boys, Mum. But the war has turned us into men far too quickly. I dream of home every night. I dream of sitting by the fire with you and Dad, laughing, eating a proper meal. It's strange to think that such small things mean the world to me now. Keep praying for me, and for this madness to end. I want to come home more than anything. But if I don't, just know I love you. Your loving son, William. I stared at the letter after I finished it. It was as if I had stepped out of my own world for a moment, into that of a soldier long gone. Writing it made me realize just how impossible it was to truly understand what they went through. Still, it felt like I had given it my best, even if the reality was something I could never fully grasp. Exhausted from pouring all my energy into the assignment, I collapsed onto my bed. The class weighed heavily on me, but not as much as the bully who made it unbearable. He was a total jerk, and I couldn't help but fantasize about knocking him flat on his back, giving him a taste of his own medicine. My mother came into the room and suggested I sit in a chair to finish up my other assignments. There was only one left, and it was for biology. We had to write about Gregor Mendel and his discoveries with Punnett squares. I almost drifted off while working on it, but in a moment of desperation, I slapped myself awake. To my surprise, it actually worked. Next, I had to describe who Mendel was, and here is what I wrote. Gregor Mendel was an Austrian monk and scientist who is often referred to as the father of genetics in the mid-1800s. Mendel conducted groundbreaking experiments with pea plants in the garden of his monastery. Through his work, he discovered the fundamental principles of heredity, which laid the foundation for the field of genetics. Mendel's most important findings involved how traits are passed from parents to offspring. By studying pea plants' different traits, such as flower color, seed shape, and pod color, he discovered that inheritance follows specific patterns. He proposed the existence of dominant and recessive traits and formulated the laws of inheritance, the law of segregation and the law of independent assortment. He also developed what we now know as Punnett squares, a tool used to predict the probability of inheriting specific traits. Mendel's work was largely ignored during his lifetime, but it became hugely influential in the early 20th century, shaping our modern understanding of genetics. That's more like it, she smiled after giving me a quick peck on the cheek. I headed off to bed, crawling under the covers and staring at the ceiling. My thoughts drifted back to the day, the homework, and the nagging feeling that I wasn't doing enough. But then I remembered what Mother always said, small steps lead to big things. I closed my eyes, imagining myself at 17, towering over everyone, confident and sure. For now, though, I was still the small kid in class, the one trying to make sense of history assignments and bullies like Michael Weinstock. I let my mind wander before sleep took over. The 31st of December, 1917. New Year's was meant to be festive, filled with cheers and resolutions, but this year, we weren't celebrating much at all. The air felt heavy, like there was something missing. I had gotten a toy plane for my birthday, a wind-up model that could take flight on its own. It was a small joy in a world that felt increasingly uncertain. The plane was neat, a simple escape that didn't ask much of me. It was also a reminder of the quiet times, the ones where I wasn't worrying about wars or homework. At half the price of my bike, it seemed like a small thing, but I cherished it just the same. My bike was my main companion, used almost daily to explore the neighborhood, but this plane, it gave me a moment of simple, carefree distraction. I named it the MacDougall. I don't know where that idea came from, but it just felt right. It looked just like a MacDougall. "Watch this, Papa," I exclaimed as I wound up the little plane and sent it soaring through the air. It flew straight and true for a few seconds, but then, bam, it hit my father square on the nose. His hand flew to his face, and I could already see the trickle of blood. "Ow," he yelped, though more surprised than hurt. A nosebleed, what my old pediatrician liked to call epistaxis, had started. "I'm so sorry, Papa," I rushed over, feeling a surge of guilt. I hadn't meant to hurt him, of course. I just wanted to show him my neat little toy, but now my plain demonstration had turned into a medical situation. "Don't worry about it," my father said, waving me off as he pinched his nose to stop the bleeding. "Cassandra, could you give me a handkerchief?" he called out to my mother. Her full name was Cassandra Leanne South, but I'd never dream of calling her that. To me, she was always Mom, anything else, and I'd be in for it. If I'd ever dared to call her Cassandra, I knew she'd have whooped my ass without a second thought. She hurried over with a handkerchief, pressing it gently into my father's hand. "What happened?" she asked, glancing from me to the plane still lying on the ground. "Just a little misfire," he chuckled, downplaying the nosebleed. "I see that," my mother scowled, her gaze sharp enough to cut through my already thick layer of shame. It wasn't just a drop of guilt I felt, it was an entire river of it, flowing right through me. "I'm truly sorry, Mama," I blurted out, hoping to ease the tension. She sighed, softening her tone. "I know you are, sweetie. I'm not angry at you, just a bit concerned." "Concerned for me?" That didn't make much sense. "I'll be okay, I promise," I said, giving her a thumbs up, trying to reassure her, even though I still felt like a clumsy kid. "I know you will be," she chuckled lightly, her scowl melting away. Feeling a little more at ease, I changed the subject. "Aren't our neighbors coming?" I asked, growing anxious about their absence. "Garfield has appendicitis, they can't come," my father explained matter-of-factly. "Damn," I sighed, disappointed. Before I could react, I felt my mother's warning glare. "Don't say that word, Jeremiah," she cautioned. When she warned you, she meant business, and I knew better than to argue. "Sorry," I muttered, realizing this would be one of those days where I had to watch my words, too. "Now, let's celebrate," Father exclaimed boldly. "Let's do it," Mother said significantly less boldly. My father's watch, a polished timepiece that had seen better days, began to inch toward the 60 mark, each tick resonating in the heavy silence of the room. The atmosphere was thick with an indescribable tension, as if the air itself were charged with anticipation. Every passing second felt like a heartbeat, a rhythmic occurrence that underscored the weight of the moment. It was a reminder of the fragility of time, each tick a poignant reminder of what was at stake. I could almost hear the collective breath of my family, held tight in our chests, waiting for something, anything, to break the oppressive stillness that had settled over us. "Happy New Year," my father exclaimed, his voice echoing with a mix of joy and relief as the clock struck midnight. Welcome to 1918, I replied dryly, a hint of sarcasm slipping through my otherwise subdued demeanor. Let's make the best of this year, shall we? He asked, looking between my mother and me, his eyes sparkling with a hopeful glimmer. Let's make the best of it, we both echoed in unison, our voices mingling in the air, a shared commitment to embrace whatever the year ahead might hold. The air was charged with a newfound optimism, a collective resolve to face the uncertainties of the coming months together. Despite the shadows cast by the past year, there was a flicker of hope in our hearts, a belief that perhaps this year could bring change, healing, and brighter days. I drifted off to sleep at midnight, grateful that my parents had indulged me long enough to witness the new year unfold. The excitement of the evening had worn me down, and despite my initial intention to dive into White Fang by Jack London, the weight of my eyelids proved too heavy to resist. As I lay in bed, the gentle hum of the world outside faded into a comforting lullaby. I closed my eyes, letting the events of the night wash over me, though I felt a subtle absence. There was no goodnight kiss to tuck me in this time. The warmth and familiarity of my mother's embrace were missing, leaving an unspoken void. In the stillness, I let out a soft sigh, surrendering to the quiet darkness that enveloped me. Sleep came swiftly, welcoming me into its embrace, where dreams danced on the edges of my consciousness. The 7th of January, 1918. The beginning of the year was chaotic. Michael's uncle had passed away from a heart attack, or myocardial infarction, as my doctor had so clinically explained it. But to be honest, I didn't care. Michael was nothing more than a sorry, pathetic coprolite of a person. He bullied everyone in his path, including me. He even picked on Peggy, and that was just pathetic. That day, I had biology class. Our assignment was to dissect a frog with a scalpel and detail its organs. A repulsive task, no doubt, but there was no getting around it. "Hey, Jeremiah!" Michael called out. I hesitated but turned to face him, an instant wave of regret washing over me. He stood there, holding a scalpel just inches from my throat, his smirk unshakable. He only lowered the blade when the teacher re-entered the room. "Better watch your back," he muttered. "I will," I replied, my voice betraying my nerves. "You know you're such a queer person, right?" he whispered, leaning in. "Shut up," I said, louder this time, my voice cutting through the tension. "Is there a problem, Jeremiah?" Mr. Cassio asked, approaching the lab bench. "Yeah, he called me a queer person," I shouted, frustration spilling over. Mr. Cassio sighed, clearly irritated. "Grow up, Michael." "Yes, sir," Michael mumbled, his bravado fading as he backed down. We resumed our frog dissection, and I carefully made an incision along its body. As I peered inside, I spotted what I believed to be the heart. Feeling a flicker of pride, I called Mr. Cassio over to confirm. To my surprise, he excitedly announced, "Jeremiah has found the glottis." It wasn't the heart, but I had uncovered something important, and that was what mattered. Michael shot me a glare, and I responded with a smug grin. "Who's the loser now, Michael?" I jeered, my voice low but sharp. The words stung more than I expected, but I couldn't stop myself. Mr. Cassio stepped in quickly, cutting through the tension before it boiled over. I could sense, though, that he was subtly on my side. Suddenly, the room felt too quiet. Everyone's eyes were on me. My chest tightened, and for a second, I froze, feeling as if I had turned into one of those stone gargoyles perched on old cathedrals, cold, immobile, trapped in an uncomfortable spotlight. My natural shyness made the moment feel unbearable. "Enough!" Mr. Cassio's voice thundered, filling the room. "Both of you, stop this nonsense, or I'll send you both straight to the principal's office. Is that what you want?" His voice carried, and I swear even the physics class next door heard it. It was a humiliating moment for both me and Michael. "No," I mumbled. "No, what?" he pressed, clearly irritated. "No, sir," I corrected myself, meeting his stern gaze. His expression softened slightly. "Do not disrespect my classroom." Am I understood? "Yes, Mr. Cassio," we both responded in unison, though Michael muttered under his breath, "asshole." Thankfully, Mr. Cassio didn't hear it. The rest of the class dragged on as usual. We finished writing up our notes on the frog's anatomy and turned them in. As I handed in my work, Mr. Cassio offered a rare compliment. "Stellar job, you two," he said, patting us both on the back. "Thank you, sir," I replied, trying to stay polite. And then, out of nowhere, he added, "I'm sorry about your uncle, Michael," loud enough for the entire class to hear. Michael stiffened. His face darkened with anger and grief. I could see the tears threatening to spill over, and despite the venom he'd thrown my way, I understood that pain. I knew what loss felt like. "Thank you," Michael muttered, fighting to hold back tears. After class, I caught up with him. I don't know why I did it, but I asked, how old was he? His eyes narrowed, instantly on the defensive. "What the hell do you care?" he snapped. "Because I lost my brother," I blurted, my voice rising before I could stop it. It didn't help. If anything, it only made things worse. "He was 47, he said, the sharpness fading from his voice as his face softened into grief. "My dad's 40, I replied, the words slipping out, almost pointless. "That's a good age," he said, forcing a small chuckle through the pain. "About halfway through life." For a second, the hostility between us dissolved, leaving just two kids navigating loss in the only way we knew how, awkwardly, painfully, and with a lot still unsaid. "Indeed. I hope to live to be 100, I said, with a hint of defiance, fully believing it at that moment. Michael smirked, though it lacked his usual malice. "I doubt you'd live that long," he muttered, trying to sound realistic but without the usual bite. It was more like a simple observation, a fact of life. "Well, you never know," I replied, my voice softening. "A lot can happen between now and then." He nodded, not saying anything more. There was a moment of silence, the air around us thick with an awkward but oddly comforting understanding. For once, the animosity between us had faded, replaced by something different, two kids standing on common ground, not as rivals but as boys trying to figure out life, maybe even hoping for more than what we'd been given. "What was he like?" I asked, genuinely curious now. Michael paused, staring off for a moment as if the memory was just out of reach. "When he wasn't drinking, he was a magnificent father. He'd bring me toy trains from Herbo's. I still have some of those trains in my room somewhere," he said, a small, fleeting smile breaking through his usual grim expression. "You like trains, huh?" I teased gently, trying to lighten the mood. Michael chuckled, the seriousness lifting just a little. "Dinosaurs too. Especially the Spinosaurus. They discovered it recently, like less than 10 years ago." "That's amazing." "I've always loved the Allosaurus," I replied, recalling dinosaur facts I had read in Dinos for Kids, one of my favorite non-fiction books back in the day. Michael looked at me differently then, not as the annoying classmate or the kid who got under his skin, but maybe as a friend. And for the first time, he wasn't the bully I had always despised. He was just a kid, navigating something heavy, something real. And honestly, I liked his honesty. "Come on, let's grab some lunch," I said, leading the way toward the cafeteria. Michael followed without a word, and for the first time, it didn't feel forced or awkward. We joined the line, the usual noise of the cafeteria filling the air around us. Lunch today was hash browns, not exactly my favorite, but they were decent enough. I grabbed a tray and nudged Michael. You a fan of these? I asked, half smiling. He shrugged. Could be worse. We loaded our trays and found a spot to sit, a quieter corner where we wouldn't be bothered. The silence felt different now, not uncomfortable, but easy. I took a bite of the hash browns. Not bad, I muttered. Michael chuckled lightly, which caught me off guard. It wasn't forced, it was real. The rest of the day went surprisingly well. Michael and I had found some common ground, and for once, things felt normal. That is, until I got hit with what might have been the worst assignment of my life. The task, write about Franz Ferdinand and what he accomplished before his assassination. Oh, boy. The 8th of January, 1918. The essay was due the following day, and I'll admit I procrastinated until around 8 o'clock in the evening before finally starting it. My mind felt clouded, and I could barely focus, no doubt a result of the sleepless night before. Still, I managed to finish Jane Eyre in an impressive 7 hours, a personal record. I felt oddly proud, not many people could read that fast. School was as dull as ever. I handed in my assignment, and the teacher stared at me like I'd been caught doing something criminal. Did you write this? She asked, leaning in so close our faces were practically touching. The moment was painfully awkward. Yes, I muttered. This is brilliant. Read it to the class, if you don't mind, she said, already moving to the blackboard. The accomplishments of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, whose assassination in 1914 is often credited as the immediate spark for World War I, led a life of complex political and military engagement. Though his legacy is often overshadowed by the cataclysmic events that followed his death, Franz Ferdinand's accomplishments during his lifetime were significant and shed light on his role as a reformist within the Austro-Hungarian Empire. His contributions to military modernization, his vision for political reform, and his attempts to navigate the challenges of nationalism are key aspects of his legacy. Military modernization. One of Franz Ferdinand's notable accomplishments was his role in modernizing the Austro-Hungarian military. As Inspector General of the Army, he oversaw the empire's armed forces and advocated strongly for reform. Under his guidance, efforts were made to improve efficiency and capability, crucial changes for an empire falling behind its European rivals. His dedication to strengthening defences through updated tactics and equipment reflected his awareness of rising tensions across Europe. Though his reforms didn't have time to fully take root before World War I, they demonstrated a proactive stance toward the volatile geopolitical landscape. Political reform and the Federalist vision. Franz Ferdinand's most significant political accomplishment was his advocacy for reorganizing the empire's structure. Recognizing growing ethnic dissatisfaction and the dangers of nationalism, he developed a federalist vision known as trialism. This plan proposed transforming the dual monarchy into a tripartite government, incorporating a South Slav kingdom alongside Austria and Hungary. This vision aimed to integrate the empire's diverse ethnic groups and offer greater autonomy to regions like Bosnia and Herzegovina. Although his assassination prevented these reforms from taking shape, the ideas demonstrated a forward-thinking approach to governance. Had trialism been realized, it might have mitigated some nationalist tensions that later contributed to the empire's collapse. Navigation of nationalism and diplomacy. Franz Ferdinand's diplomatic efforts were another key part of his legacy. A staunch advocate of preserving the empire, he often opposed aggressive foreign policy, particularly proposals for war with Serbia. He believed such a conflict would worsen internal divisions. His attempts to pursue peaceful resolutions, though unsuccessful, showed a nuanced understanding of early 20th century politics. His marriage to Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, considered beneath his rank, also showed his willingness to defy tradition. The controversy it caused within the imperial court highlighted his independence and desire for modernization. Legacy and historical impact. Although Franz Ferdinand's life was cut short before many of his ambitions could be realized, his legacy as a reformist remains significant. His efforts to modernize the military, address ethnic tensions, and maintain stability reflected a deep engagement with the challenges of his time. Ironically, despite his attempts to prevent war, his assassination triggered the chain of events that led to World War I. She read the entire thing aloud to the class, and I shrank back in my seat, hiding from their stares. Brilliant work, Jeremiah. No wonder I made you the teacher's pet, she added, sending a rush of embarrassment through me. Thank you, Mrs. Harrison, I muttered, scurrying back to my desk as anxiety washed over me like a suffocating shroud. Peace, Michael whispered. What? I gotta show you the best book ever, he whispered a bit too loudly. Mrs. Harrison shot us a glare. Stop talking. Sorry, I mumbled. Yeah, sorry, Michael echoed. Chemistry class. The bell rang. Chemistry, my worst class, came next. It was my only B-, a smudge on an otherwise clean record. We were assigned to dissolve an egg in vinegar, a process that would take 3 days. I scowled. Mr. Bailey didn't notice. He turned to Michael. How was your weekend? You mean when my father wasn't drinking? It went well, Michael said quietly. Oh, Michael, I'm so sorry, Bailey replied, dripping with exaggerated sympathy. No, you're not, Michael shot back. I had an alcoholic uncle who passed away, he explained. That must suck, Michael murmured. It does, Bailey said, trying for a somber tone. We have a project to do, I reminded them. Right, he said quickly. The class was restless, so Bailey switched projects. We were making caramel instead. He handed out sugar cubes and salt. This is where the fun begins, Michael said, grinning with mischief. I melted my sugar cube until it glowed a rich orange. It looked delicious, but I kept my composure and showed Bailey the result. He patted my back approvingly. Michael burned his cube until it was completely black. What in God's name are you doing, Michael? Bailey thundered. Making caramel, Michael answered calmly. Coals aren't edible, Bailey shot back. The bell rang, and we were assigned to read about the laws of thermodynamics for tomorrow. Oh, Father, please know this stuff. English class. Mrs. Walter taught this one. Sadly, Michael wasn't in it. Instead, Abel Simmons, a menace, sat behind me. He jabbed my back with a pencil. What the hell, Abel? I hissed. Oops, he said innocently. Mrs. Walter asked for the definitions of assonance and consonance. I raised my hand. I gave both definitions clearly, and she beamed. Abel muttered nerd, probably out of jealousy. When the final bell rang, I bolted from the school. Home. I ran home and found my father writing a complaint to his mining company. His letter was stern and painfully justified. Papa? I asked. Can't you see I'm busy? He snapped. I pushed through. I need help with an assignment. He sighed. Go on, then. When I told him I needed the laws of thermodynamics, his eyes widened. He explained all 3 laws patiently: entropy, conservation of energy, absolute zero, each one blowing my mind a little more. When we finished, I sighed with relief. Finally. He rubbed his eyes. Good, because I don't have the energy for more questions. I decided to rest, too. That night, my mother didn't come to give me her usual goodnight kiss, but strangely, it didn't bother me. I slept like a rock. The 18th of February, 1918. The events of that Saturday afternoon marked a pivotal moment in exposing Abel Simmons for the conniving individual he truly was. My father and I, driven by equal measures of frustration and determination, devised a calculated plan to reveal Judge Pinkerton's corruption in real time. This operation required precision, secrecy, and resources, a high-priced attorney who would pose as a potential briber. His role was to offer a deal under the guise of securing a favorable outcome for Abel Simmons in our slander case. The goal was to catch Pinkerton red-handed, ensuring there was no escape from accountability. What stood out most was that Abel wasn't merely engaging in idle threats or petty provocations. By actively pursuing the slander suit and aligning himself with the corrupt Pinkerton, Abel revealed himself to be more than just a blow-lord. He was a man willing to wield dishonesty and deceit as weapons, painting himself not just as an adversary but as a profoundly reprehensible figure. That Saturday would become more than a battle of wits and schemes, it would be the day Abel Simmons' true colours shone for all to see, and we would stop at nothing to ensure justice prevailed. As the courtroom buzzed quietly with anticipation, James Parsley, our lawyer, entered confidently and approached the judge. Their conversation was hushed, almost conspiratorial, before Parsley discreetly slipped him a thick stack of cash, $1,000, to be exact. The moment felt charged, the tension palpable. My father and I exchanged a knowing glance. This was no mere transaction, this was corruption in plain sight. Fueled by righteous anger, I stepped forward and raised my voice. What do we have here? Is someone taking bribes? My words cut through the room like a blade. The judge froze, his composure shattering in an instant. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and neck, betraying his guilt. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, but there was none. No, he stammered, his voice cracking. I was just, collecting evidence. Evidence. My father's voice was calm but unyielding as he stepped beside me. Like the evidence you conveniently ignored during the trial. The judge's face turned a deep shade of crimson. I'll have you know that I did not ignore any evidence, he spat back, his tone laced with desperation, anger barely masking his guilt. But the room had already turned against him. His sweat, his stammering, his darting eyes, everything about him screamed culpability. The truth had been exposed, and there was no hiding now. I demand your financial records, I said, my voice steady and deliberate, cutting through the room's charged atmosphere. The judge flinched, visibly rattled. That is useless. It will not prove anything, he stammered, his facade of authority crumbling before our eyes. I demand you hand them over, my father echoed with calm resolve, his tone firm. Pinkerton's defiance faltered, and with a huff of frustration, he gave in. All right, fine. I took a bribe, a couple $100, but nothing's going to happen to me. I'm untouchable. His words, dripping with smugness, echoed too loudly, bouncing off the courthouse walls. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then, a collective gasp swept through the room like a ripple in a still pond. The weight of his confession settled heavily in the air. All eyes turned to him, their gazes sharp as daggers. Pinkerton shifted uncomfortably, his usual arrogance melting into unease. He tried to avoid their stares, but there was no escape. He was cornered, cooked, as the saying goes, and everyone knew it. Amid the uproar, a young woman who worked alongside the judge quietly slipped away. Her movements were precise and purposeful as she entered the nearby office and picked up the phone. She began dialing the police department with an air of determination, sealing Pinkerton's fate. He was beyond screwed, and for the first time, it seemed he realized it. His smug confidence dissolved into a pale, sweat-soaked mask of regret. The walls of his power were closing in, and there was no way out. As we stepped out of the courthouse, a sense of triumph washed over us, deep and resolute. What we had achieved was no ordinary victory, it was justice forged from intellect and resolve. This was revenge in its purest form, not a battle waged with fists or fury, but a meticulously crafted retaliation rooted in strategy and wit. Every argument, every piece of evidence presented, had been a blow struck not in anger but in clarity. It was a testament to the power of the mind to prevail where brute force could never succeed. The police officers moved swiftly, clamping cuffs on Pinkerton as he erupted into a tirade of protest, his voice echoing down the courthouse steps. "This is a miscarriage of justice," he bellowed, his words laced with indignation. The irony was almost too rich to bear. Here was a man who had thrived on manipulation and corruption, now invoking the very ideals he had long trampled underfoot. His outrage was a performance, a desperate attempt to cling to the moral high ground he had never truly occupied. For once, the scales of justice had tipped against him, and his howls only underscored the poetic symmetry of his downfall. "Could I make a request, officer?" I ventured cautiously, my voice trembling slightly as I approached one of the officers who had arrested Pinkerton. "As long as it's not money, then sure thing," he replied with a chuckle, crouching down to meet me at eye level. His towering frame seemed to shrink at that moment, but I felt smaller than ever, acutely aware of the weight of my words. Could you hire a judge that isn't corrupt?" "Pinkerton is just one of many," I said, my voice quivering as I tried to suppress a shiver. The thought of facing yet another compromised figure in court was almost too much to bear. The officer's expression softened, his voice warm and calm, reminiscent of my mother's when she sought to comfort me. "Sure thing, young man," he said, a quiet assurance in his tone that made me feel, for once, truly heard. The prospect of a fair judge, a real arbiter of justice, lit a small but steadfast spark of hope within me. It was the first glimmer of possibility that someone might truly listen, might truly care. I carried that fragile hope with me as I lay down that night, cradling it like a treasure. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the day our voices would finally matter. The 21st of January, 1918. The events of that Saturday afternoon marked a pivotal moment in exposing Abel Simmons for the conniving individual he truly was. My father and I, driven by equal measures of frustration and determination, devised a calculated plan to reveal Judge Pinkerton's corruption in real time. This operation required precision, secrecy, and resources, a high-priced attorney who would pose as a potential briber. His role was to offer a deal under the guise of securing a favorable outcome for Abel Simmons in our slander case. The goal was to catch Pinkerton red-handed, ensuring there was no escape from accountability. What stood out most was that Abel wasn't merely engaging in idle threats or petty provocations. By actively pursuing the slander suit and aligning himself with the corrupt Pinkerton, Abel revealed himself to be more than just a blow-lord. He was a man willing to wield dishonesty and deceit as weapons, painting himself not just as an adversary but as a profoundly reprehensible figure. That Saturday would become more than a battle of wits and schemes, it would be the day Abel Simmons' true colours shone for all to see, and we would stop at nothing to ensure justice prevailed. As the courtroom buzzed quietly with anticipation, James Parsley, our lawyer, entered confidently and approached the judge. Their conversation was hushed, almost conspiratorial, before Parsley discreetly slipped him a thick stack of cash, $1,000, to be exact. The moment felt charged, the tension palpable. My father and I exchanged a knowing glance. This was no mere transaction, this was corruption in plain sight. Fueled by righteous anger, I stepped forward and raised my voice. "What do we have here? Is someone taking bribes?" My words cut through the room like a blade. The judge froze, his composure shattering in an instant. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and neck, betraying his guilt. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, but there was none. No, no, he stammered, his voice cracking. I was just, collecting evidence. Evidence. My father's voice was calm but unyielding as he stepped beside me. Like the evidence you conveniently ignored during the trial. The judge's face turned a deep shade of crimson. I'll have you know that I did not ignore any evidence, he spat back, his tone laced with desperation, anger barely masking his guilt. But the room had already turned against him. His sweat, his stammering, his darting eyes, everything about him screamed culpability. The truth had been exposed, and there was no hiding now. I demand your financial records, I said, my voice steady and deliberate, cutting through the room's charged atmosphere. The judge flinched, visibly rattled. That is useless. It will not prove anything, he stammered, his facade of authority crumbling. I demand you hand them over, my father echoed with calm resolve. Pinkerton's defiance faltered, and with a huff of frustration, he gave in. All right, fine. I took a bribe, a couple $100, but nothing's going to happen to me. I'm untouchable. His words, dripping with smugness, echoed too loudly, bouncing off the courthouse walls. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then, a collective gasp swept through the room like a ripple in a still pond. The weight of his confession settled heavily in the air. All eyes turned to him, their gazes sharp as daggers. Pinkerton shifted uncomfortably, his usual arrogance melting into unease. He tried to avoid their stares, but there was no escape. He was cornered, cooked, and everyone knew it. Amid the uproar, a young woman who worked alongside the judge quietly slipped away. Her movements were precise and purposeful as she entered the nearby office and picked up the phone. She began dialing the police department with an air of determination, sealing Pinkerton's fate. He was beyond screwed, and for the first time, it seemed he realized it. His smug confidence dissolved into a pale, sweat-soaked mask of regret. The walls of his power were closing in, and there was no way out. As we stepped out of the courthouse, a sense of triumph washed over us, deep and resolute. What we had achieved was no ordinary victory, it was justice forged from intellect and resolve. This was revenge in its purest form, not a battle waged with fists or fury, but a meticulously crafted retaliation rooted in strategy and wit. Every argument, every piece of evidence presented, had been a blow struck not in anger but in clarity. It was a testament to the power of the mind to prevail where brute force could never succeed. The police officers moved swiftly, clamping cuffs on Pinkerton as he erupted into a tirade of protest, his voice echoing down the courthouse steps. This is a miscarriage of justice, he bellowed, his words laced with indignation. The irony was almost too rich to bear. Here was a man who had thrived on manipulation and corruption, now invoking the very ideals he had long trampled underfoot. His outrage was a performance, a desperate attempt to cling to the moral high ground he had never truly occupied. For once, the scales of justice had tipped against him, and his howls only underscored the poetic symmetry of his downfall. "Could I make a request, officer?" I ventured cautiously, my voice trembling slightly as I approached one of the officers who had arrested Pinkerton. "As long as it's not money, then sure thing," he replied with a chuckle, crouching down to meet me at eye level. His towering frame seemed to shrink at that moment, but I felt smaller than ever, acutely aware of the weight of my words. Could you hire a judge that isn't corrupt?" "Pinkerton is just one of many," I said, my voice quivering as I tried to suppress a shiver. The officer's expression softened, his voice warm and calm, reminiscent of my mother's when she sought to comfort me. "Sure thing, young man," he said, a quiet assurance in his tone that made me feel, for once, truly heard. The prospect of a fair judge, a real arbiter of justice, lit a small but steadfast spark of hope within me. It was the first glimmer of possibility that someone might truly listen, might truly care. I carried that fragile hope with me as I lay down that night, cradling it like a treasure. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the day our voices would finally matter. The 27th of February, 1918. The arrival of Judge Weber on the 27th of February marked a turning point, bringing an air of long-awaited professionalism to the proceedings. Unlike his predecessor, whose ineptitude had left tensions simmering, Weber exuded an aura of competence. His demeanor was calm but assured, his movements deliberate, and his presence carried a weight that immediately commanded respect. As we entered the courtroom, he approached us, a warm, genuine smile gracing his face. It wasn't the calculated, almost serpentine grin we had come to associate with Pinkerton. This smile felt authentic, disarming in its sincerity and oddly comforting amid the chaos that had plagued the case. His eyes, sharp but kind, seemed to take in every detail, assessing without judgment. For the first time, it felt as if fairness might finally take its place at the heart of the proceedings. Weber's introduction was a stark contrast to the turmoil that had come before, and with it, a cautious hope began to stir among us. The tension in the courtroom flared like a live wire the moment Judge Weber took his seat. He wasted no time, his booming voice cutting through the murmurs. "Let's get that rascal in," he demanded, his eyes narrowing on the entrance. He meant Abel, of course, the very embodiment of privilege gone unchecked. When Abel Simmons finally entered, his face was a storm of indignation. "You had no right to get Pinkerton arrested," he fumed, his tone sharp and his posture bristling, as though trying to intimidate everyone present. I leaned back in my chair, smirking. "Oh? Sucks to not have Daddy's money to bail you out this time, Abel." The words stung, and I could see it in his clenched fists. He'd been slapped with a no-bail notice, ensuring he couldn't slip away from the reckoning he'd earned. "Why, you little bye," he began, his face reddening with anger. "Mr. Simmons," Judge Weber interjected sharply, leaning forward with a wry smile, "Jeremiah is not a bitch. That honor, I'm afraid, belongs to you." The courtroom erupted in a mixture of muffled laughter and gasps, and for once, Abel looked stunned into silence. But only for a moment. He tried to claw back his composure, his voice dropping into a pathetic mumble. "I'm sorry, Judge. I didn't mean to burn the forest down," he muttered, his gaze darting to the floor. "Bullcrap!" I shouted, unable to hold back. The lie was so blatant it was laughable. His guilt was as obvious as the thick smoke that had once filled the skies. "I demand a recess," Abel blurted out, his tone desperate and his demand as laughable as his defense. Judge Weber chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Mr. Simmons, you can demand all you like, but you're not escaping this trial. Not today, not ever." Abel slumped into his chair, his bravado crumbling like ash. The walls were closing in on him, and no amount of bluster or entitlement could save him now. "So, no recess," Abel grumbled, slouching in his seat like the weight of the world, or at least his ego, was too much to bear. "Afraid not," the judge replied bluntly, not even glancing up from his notes. Abel groaned, his muttering barely audible but still obnoxious enough to fill the room. "Damn, that's not fair." "What do you know about fair, Abel?" I asked, unable to hold back my irritation. "More than you, dumbass," he scoffed, flashing that trademark smug grin that made my blood boil. I clenched my fists under the table. "Can we begin the damn case already?" I begged, desperate to get this over with. "Sure thing, Jeremiah," Judge Weber said, his tone almost sympathetic as he shuffled his papers. He cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on Abel, who immediately stiffened. "Abel Simmons, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" I do, Abel muttered through gritted teeth, glaring daggers at me. Very well. You have been accused of the crime of arson. How do you plead? Not guilty, Your Honor, Abel replied, his voice calm, but the faint twitch in his jaw betrayed him. Jeremiah, the judge said, gesturing toward me. Show him the evidence. I stood, holding up a piece of charred bark for the courtroom to see. The blackened edges were unmistakable, a damning remnant of the fire that had torn through the forest. Abel's confidence evaporated in an instant. Where did you get that? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The forest, I said with a grin that matched the satisfaction bubbling inside me. His face paled, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Oh, hell no. Don't listen to him, Your Honor, Abel stammered, his bravado cracking like thin ice. Judge Weber chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. I see no reason to doubt him, Mr. Simmons. The evidence speaks for itself. But Abel stuttered, his composure unraveling as he glanced around the courtroom, searching for a lifeline that wasn't there. No buts, Mr. Simmons, Judge Weber said sternly, his tone sharp enough to cut through Abel's panicked protests. That is not how justice works. Abel's face twisted with frustration, and he shot to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. Then screw justice, he shouted, his voice echoing through the room like a gavel strike. Mr. Simmons, please sit down, the judge ordered, his voice icy now. For a moment, Abel hesitated, his chest heaving as if he were about to argue further. But under the weight of Judge Weber's steely gaze, and the damning piece of evidence still clutched in my hand, he sank back into his chair. The room remained silent except for the heavy breaths of Abel, his bravado stripped away as Judge Weber's words rang out like thunder. Justice was catching up to him, and no amount of swagger or underhand tricks could stop it now. Judge Weber, may I have a pair of scissors? I asked, my voice steady. I had a plan to expose Abel's guilt once and for all. The judge raised an eyebrow but nodded, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Certainly, Jeremiah. Be careful with Mr. Simmons, though, he's like an eggshell pretending to be macho. Yes, Your Honor, I replied, approaching the desk to grab the scissors. Abel stiffened immediately. Don't you even dare, he growled, his voice low and threatening. Sorry, I said with a mocking grin. No, you're not, he shot back, exhaling a deep, frustrated sigh. Ignoring his protests, I walked over and grabbed the hem of his shirt. With one quick motion, I cut off a piece of the fabric. The sharp scent of gasoline hit the air as soon as I held it up. Abel's face twisted in horror as he sniffed the fragment and recoiled. His reaction told everyone in the courtroom what they needed to know. Mr. Simmons, Judge Weber said with deliberate calm, his voice slicing through the tension, the court has found you guilty of arson in the first degree. You will be prosecuted at Falstaff Prison. Abel's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with defiance. Go to hell, he snarled, slamming his fists on the table. That's where I'll see you. Yeah, Judge Weber said, unfazed by the outburst. He waved a hand toward the courtroom doors. Officer Roseland, please lead this child to Falstaff Prison. Officer Roseland stepped forward, gripping Abel by the arm, but Abel turned to the judge, his voice trembling now. So, what is my sentence? He asked, the first cracks of fear slipping through his angry mask. Judge Weber leaned forward, his expression stern. 3 years minimum, he said, his voice firm but not unkind. I'd have made it 20, but you're too young to be prosecuted as an adult. Abel's face went pale, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. For the first time that day, he had no retort, no smug comeback. He was just a scared kid, cornered by the truth and the consequences of his actions. As Officer Roseland escorted him out of the courtroom, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions. Satisfaction, yes, but also a sense of sadness. Abel had brought this on himself, but it didn't change the fact that lives, his included, had been burned by his choices. Justice had been served, but the scars would linger long after the sentence was over. I bolted through the front door, barely able to contain my excitement. "Papa!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the house. "We won the case." My father came rushing out of the kitchen, his hands still damp from washing dishes. His brows furrowed at first, but when my words registered, his expression shifted to one of shock. "You beat that bastard?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "Yes, Papa," I said, beaming as I ran to hug him. The words spilled out of me as I wrapped my arms around him. "We showed Abel for who he is." The evidence was undeniable. He hugged me tightly, his hand resting on the back of my head like it had when I was a child. "I am so very proud of you," he said, his voice cracking just enough to reveal how much it meant to him. He sniffed a little, brushing at his eyes, though he tried to hide it. "Thank you," I replied, my voice catching as emotion welled up in my chest. "I am too." For a moment, we stood there, father and child, wrapped in an unspoken understanding. It wasn't just about the victory, it was about justice, about standing up for what was right even when the odds were against us. As we broke the hug, my father placed a hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eye. "You didn't just win for yourself. You showed that truth and determination can triumph over lies and corruption. That's something to be proud of." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I couldn't have done it without you, Papa," I said softly. His face broke into a proud smile, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the weight of the past few weeks seemed to lift. Together, we celebrated not just a court case but a small, hard-fought victory for justice, and ourselves. That night, I lay down in bed, a wave of satisfaction washing over me. The impossible had been conquered, and for once, pride filled every corner of my heart. As I stared at the ceiling, a smile played on my lips. "Thank you, God," I whispered into the darkness, my voice barely audible. Deep down, I knew He was the one who had given me the strength, the clarity, and the courage to prevail. My victory wasn't just mine, it was His, too. I closed my eyes, letting the excitement of the day lull me to sleep. Almost immediately, a dream unfolded before me, vivid and warm. There he was, Carson. His familiar smile lit up the dream like the sun breaking through storm clouds. "Congratulations," he said, his voice steady and proud. "I love you, Carson," I replied, my words thick with emotion. I had missed him so much, and in this moment, it felt like he was truly with me again. "I know," he said with a playful wink, the same way he always had. There was no sadness in him, no trace of the cruel hand that life had dealt him. He radiated a joy that seemed untouchable, an excitement for life that hadn't been dimmed, even by death. I felt tears prick my eyes in the dream, but they weren't from sorrow. Thinking of Carson in heaven, free from the pain and injustices of this world, filled me with unshakable peace. It was as if all my worries, all the lingering bitterness and frustration, melted away in that moment. What was there to be upset about? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Carson's presence, his light, reminded me that there was more to life than its trials, that even in the darkest times, there was love, hope, and a future to hold on to. The 3rd of March, 1918. The silence in English class was almost oppressive without Abel's presence. His absence left a void that felt strange and unfamiliar. Gone were his sharp, snarky remarks that once punctuated the teacher's lectures or his habit of mockingly mimicking my responses in a way that was both irritating and oddly endearing. Without him, the room seemed devoid of its usual edge, the lively undercurrent of mischief replaced by an unsettling stillness. For the first time, I realized how much his presence had shaped the atmosphere, and though I'd never admit it aloud, I missed his infuriating humor. The classroom buzzed faintly with whispers as Mrs. Watson addressed me directly, her brow furrowed with concern. "Where is Abel Simmons?" she asked, her tone heavy with expectation. She knew I had the answer, and there was no avoiding it. "He's in prison on arson charges." "Arson in the first degree, to be specific," I replied, my voice steady and devoid of sympathy. Her face fell, and she blinked back at hair. "Oh, Abel, how could he?" she murmured, her sorrow spilling into the room. I couldn't help myself. "Not like we lost anything of worth," I said with a dry chuckle, my words sharp and unkind. The moment they left my lips, I noticed her expression harden. "How could you say such a thing?" she asked, disappointment clear in her voice. I met her gaze without flinching. "Abel was a bully," I explained, unrepentant. "He made life miserable for anyone who crossed his path. He got what he deserved." Mrs. Watson sighed deeply, her voice soft but firm. "I still feel sorry for him." Before I could respond, Jackson Miller, who rarely spoke, interjected from the back of the room. "I don't," he said, his tone laced with certainty. "Abel was a garbage human being." His words hung in the air, as harsh as they were truthful, leaving no room for argument. "Anyway, our lesson is on similes and metaphors," she said, getting back on topic. I knew many of both, being an avid reader and all. "Do you know any similes, Jackson?" she asked him way in the back of the class. "Sure do." "Her kindness is bright like the sun," he answered. "Very good," she said, turning to me. "Jeremiah, do you know any?" She leaned over to me. "His wrath is like a tiger," I answered. "Brilliant job," she exclaimed. "Can we do metaphors now?" Peggy asked, her voice carrying a curious eagerness. Man, she had never looked so beautiful. She was wearing a forest green dress that made her green eyes stand out like a prism, catching and refracting the light in a way that seemed almost magical. "Yes, we can," Peggy Mrs. Watson replied with a kind smile, her tone as warm and encouraging as ever. Peggy didn't hesitate. "Her love is a fire," she said confidently, glancing in my direction. The words hit me like a freight train. My face flushed so hot it felt like I'd stepped too close to an actual blaze. I quickly buried my face in my arms, trying to avoid the inevitable stares of my classmates. Predictably, a chorus of oohs erupted around the room. The sound rippled through the class, fueling my embarrassment. I could feel their eyes boring into me, their teasing smirks practically audible. Of course, they acted immaturely. A few of us were officially teenagers by then, and as we all know, teenagers are the absolute worst. Mrs. Watson clapped her hands lightly to bring order back to the room. "All right, that's enough," she said, her voice calm but firm. "We're here to learn, not to distract each other." She turned back to Peggy with a smile that didn't waver. "That's a wonderful metaphor, Peggy. It's simple, yet evocative." "Great work." Peggy beamed, clearly unfazed by the reaction her words had caused. Meanwhile, I kept my head down, willing myself to vanish. This was exactly the kind of moment that made school feel like a battlefield. Mrs. Watson scanned the room, her sharp eyes settling on me despite my best efforts to become invisible. "Jeremiah, how about you try a metaphor next?" I groaned internally but knew I couldn't avoid her request. Slowly, I sat up, forcing myself to speak. "The storm is an angry beast," I mumbled, keeping my voice low. Mrs. Watson's face lit up. "Beautifully done, Jeremiah. That's an excellent example of using a metaphor to personify nature. It creates a vivid image in the listener's mind. Her praise softened the sting of my earlier embarrassment, but I still avoided looking at anyone else. My classmates, particularly Peggy, were the last people I wanted to face right now. Peggy, however, didn't seem to notice my awkwardness. She was back to doodling in her notebook, completely at ease. For a moment, I envied her confidence. And then, once again, I cursed the fickle nature of teenagers. Biology was the absolute worst. Today's topic: the human reproductive system. The thought alone made my stomach churn. Why we had to sit through this and learn about such a gross subject was beyond me. Mr. Cassio, ever the enthusiastic teacher, stood at the front of the room, his hands raised like a preacher commanding silence. No laughing. This is serious, he said, though the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed a certain resignation. He must have known what he was up against. Puberty affects everyone. I went through it, and so will you. I raised my hand, a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. What can we expect? I asked, my voice steady despite the heat creeping up my neck. I already knew but wanted to ask anyway. He launched into his explanation with clinical precision. A deeper voice, physical growth, pubic hair, and a desire to engage in sexual intercourse. He said it as though he were listing ingredients for a recipe, completely unbothered. Michael, sitting 2 rows ahead of me, threw his hands in the air. I don't want half of those things. His outburst drew a few snickers, but most of us were silently in agreement. Mr. Cassio sighed and clasped his hands together, his expression one of tired patience. Sorry, Mike. I can't prevent the natural processes of life. You're just going to have to deal with it. Michael slumped back into his chair, muttering, fair enough, though his face betrayed his lingering anxiety. I couldn't blame him. I glanced at Michael, recognizing the nervous energy he radiated. It was the same feeling I'd had since my dad gave me the talk when I was 10. He'd laid it all out, no sugarcoating, no skipping the awkward parts. I knew what was coming, and I hated that it was rapidly approaching, like a storm cloud I couldn't outrun. I will give you all an illustration of the reproductive system, Mr. Cassio announced, flipping through the pages of our textbooks with deliberate precision. His tone carried the unmistakable weight of inevitability, as though this moment had been waiting to pounce on us since the beginning of the semester. When the page came into view, my stomach turned. The diagram was a detailed, color-coded monstrosity, part science, part nightmare. Every organ, every artery, every biological inevitability stared back at me in high definition. It was horrid, like some grotesque prophecy of what I'd soon have to endure. A clinical but unrelenting reminder that my body was about to betray me. Around me, the class shifted uncomfortably. A few muffled giggles came from the back, quickly silenced by Mr. Cassio's withering glare. This is important, he said, though his tone suggested he was bracing himself for the chaos he knew was coming. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the page. There it was, in all its unwanted glory, a map of what lay ahead, growth spurts, awkwardness, and all the messy, humiliating changes I was trying to pretend weren't real. My classmates seemed equally horrified, their expressions ranging from wide-eyed dread to barely suppressed laughter. It was one thing to hear about puberty, but to see it laid out so starkly in ink and paper felt like a betrayal of our childhood innocence. There was no going back now, the future was printed in vivid color, and we were all hurtling toward it whether we liked it or not. Chemistry was tolerable, I suppose. It wasn't the subject itself that was the issue, balancing equations and learning about atoms wasn't half bad. The real problem was Mr. Bailey. Today, he decided to veer wildly off topic, as he often did, and launch into one of his infamous long-winded stories. This time, it was about his wife's first pregnancy, a difficult one, as he called it. The details came tumbling out of his mouth like an unstoppable avalanche. He described everything from morning sickness to labor complications, painting a picture so vivid that I felt more like I was in a health class than a chemistry lesson. Nobody wanted to hear it, but what could we do? We sat there in silent resignation, exchanging occasional side glances that spoke volumes. Even the usual class clowns were uncharacteristically subdued, either out of politeness or sheer disbelief at the level of oversharing. Mr. Bailey, oblivious to our collective discomfort, pressed on, gesturing animatedly as though reliving the experience. And then he said, his voice rising for dramatic effect, "The doctor said we'd need an emergency cesarean." The words hung in the air like an awkward cloud. Someone coughed, perhaps hoping to signal an end to the monologue. It didn't work. He plowed ahead, diving into more medical terminology than I thought a chemistry teacher would know. By the time he finally wrapped it up, we'd all aged at least 10 years and learned nothing about chemistry. I stared at my empty notebook, wondering how he managed to turn an already mundane class into something even more excruciating. I ran home after that painfully boring class, eager to shake off the monotony of the day. But any relief I felt vanished as soon as I remembered the homework we'd been assigned. The task was outrageous, pretending to be a slave during the Civil War. My stomach churned at the thought. How could anyone think this was appropriate? It was undoubtedly a racist assignment, forcing us to imagine a life of unimaginable pain and injustice as if it were a creative exercise. The idea of reducing centuries of suffering into a few lines of make-believe felt not only disrespectful but deeply unsettling. I didn't wish to do it, every fiber of my being rebelled against it, but it wasn't like I had a choice. Refusing to complete the assignment would only bring down the wrath of the teacher and potentially my parents, who were sticklers for getting things done no matter how ridiculous. Still, I sat at my desk, staring at the blank page, struggling to figure out how to even start without feeling like I was part of the problem. Despite my frustration, I begrudgingly sat down to tackle the assignment, deciding to give it my best effort despite how wrong it felt. With a heavy sigh, I began writing, trying to summon the voice of someone caught in the unimaginable. My pen moved across the page, and the words felt like they carried a weight far beyond my own understanding. "Dear Father and Mother," I wrote, "today the white man bought me at a slave sale. I am to cook meals and pick cotton in the scorching Alabama fields." The words came haltingly, each one feeling like a stab in the chest. How could I even begin to imagine the anguish, the fear, and the hopelessness of a life stripped of freedom? My attempt felt inadequate, hollow, like I was trivializing something too profound and horrific to put into words. But I pressed on, knowing that I had no choice but to complete the task. I tried to balance the details, drawing on what little we'd been taught in class, but the whole exercise felt wrong, like I was walking a tightrope between oversimplifying and overstepping. The story took shape, but it wasn't a story I wanted to tell. It wasn't my story to tell at all. Nonetheless, I finished the assignment an hour later and then promptly went to my bedroom where Mother was standing. Odd, I thought. She explained to me that it had been a while since she gave me goodnight kisses, and I got excited even in my sleepy state. "I love you, Mother," I smiled. "I love you too, Jeremy." "Great job beating Abel," she said emotionally. "It was the right thing to do," I explained. "I know, honey," she leaned in and kissed my forehead. Had I not been so sleepy I might have thanked her, but the urge to sleep was just too strong. I fell asleep to her humming "What Child Is This?" that night. The 15th of March, 1918. It took an agonizing 3 days for the relentless headaches and searing fever to finally subside. Each passing hour felt like a miniature eternity, stretching the ordeal into what seemed more like 3 years. The weight of the sickness lingered in my mind, etched as a memory I'd rather forget but knew I never could. Oh, and the coughing. During my delirium, it was as if my lungs had turned against me, expelling every breath with violent force. Each fit left me gasping, drained, and dreading the next inevitable wave. It clawed at my chest, relentless and unforgiving, a constant reminder of how fragile I had become. To put it bluntly, it was not something I ever wanted to experience again. The whole ordeal had stripped me clean, draining every ounce of strength, both physical and emotional, until I felt hollow and battered. Yet as I lay in the stillness of recovery, I clung to the faint relief of having made it through. For now, at least, I had survived. As I regained my strength, the thought of visiting Michael crept into my mind. He had been worried sick about me, I could tell even before I fell ill, and it felt wrong not to let him know I was finally on the mend. The thought of his concern tugged at me, and I decided to act on it. Michael lived on 1814 Cranberry Road, not too far from my own home here in Montgomery, Alabama. The route was familiar, lined with quiet houses and old oak trees whose branches arched over the street like a natural canopy. I knew it well enough to navigate without a second thought, yet somehow, this walk felt different. With a renewed sense of purpose, I set off for his house. The crisp air filled my lungs, a welcome contrast to the stale confines of my sick room. Each step seemed to pull me further from the fevered haze that had held me captive for days. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt human again. I rang the doorbell, expecting to see Michael's familiar face, or at least hear his voice calling me inside. Instead, the door creaked open to reveal his grandmother, her face streaked with tears. She looked at me with a grief so raw it was almost unbearable. "What's the problem, m?" I asked, my voice hesitant, though a gnawing fear had already begun to claw at my insides. She sobbed, clutching the doorframe as though it were the only thing keeping her upright. "Michael is dead," she managed between choked cries, the words hitting me like a punch to the gut. The world tilted. The air thickened. Everything inside me froze as the meaning behind her words pierced straight through me. Life, it seemed, was determined to screw me over again, tearing away another piece of my heart when I had so little left to spare. "Impossible!" I shouted, my voice echoing down the quiet street. The sheer force of my denial startled even me, but I didn't care. There was no way Michael could just die like that. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right. Tears streamed down my face in relentless waves, hot and unforgiving. Each one felt like a dagger carving into my chest. My mind swirled with anger, sorrow, and disbelief, all of it directed at the cruel hand fate had dealt. I cursed the world with every ounce of venom left in me, and then my fury turned upward. "God, you evil bastard!" I screamed into the sky, my grief boiling over into raw blasphemy. The moment the words left my mouth, regret slammed into me. The weight of what I'd said crushed my chest. God wasn't evil, I realized. Michael's death wasn't some divine punishment, it was simply his time. The understanding didn't make the pain any easier, but it softened the edges of my rage, leaving behind only aching emptiness. "Come inside and have some crumpets and tea, dearie," she said softly, her voice trembling yet still kind. Despite her grief, she extended a fragile gesture of comfort. I couldn't refuse. "Yes, I will," I whispered, wiping my cheeks. I took a deep breath, steadying myself as best I could. She stepped aside, opening the door. The house's warmth enveloped me as I entered, a stark contrast to the cold hollowness inside my chest. It was a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. "I have heard a lot about you, Jeremiah," she said once we were settled, her voice carrying a quiet warmth. My stomach dropped. I didn't know what she'd been told, but I feared it might be the wrong things. "Like what?" I asked, my voice wavering. She smiled faintly. Like the fact that you like to read books about adventures, she said, and that you have an interest in dinosaurs. Her words blindsided me. Relief unfurled slowly in my chest as she gestured for me to sit. The chairs in the kitchen looked almost regal, upholstered in rich leather that seemed far too expensive for the modest home. But I shoved the thought aside. I sat down, caught between gratitude and grief. If she knew these things, it meant Michael had told her. That realization alone nearly broke me. Where is everyone? I asked, glancing around. Father is at work, and Mother is working as a nanny, she replied. Her answer tugged at a distant memory, my own childhood nanny, Susan. I used to tell her we'd be married someday, despite being 8 and her 29. The memory almost made me laugh. Almost. Eventually, it was time for me to go. I thanked her for her kindness and made my way to the door. But just as I stepped outside, Michael's father arrived, reeking of alcohol, his steps uneven. Without warning, he shoved me aside with such force that I stumbled and fell unceremoniously onto my tush. What an asshole! The thought exploded through me, my cheeks burning with humiliation and rage. I pushed myself up, brushing dirt from my clothes, fists clenched so tightly they trembled. For a moment, I considered shouting at him, demanding to know how he could treat anyone, let alone a child mourning his friend, so cruelly. But I bit my tongue. Escalating things wouldn't help his grieving mother. Still, as I walked away, one thought gnawed at me. How could Michael have loved someone so despicable? The question followed me all the way home. The 28th of April, 1918. The news of Gavrilo Princip's death reached us 2 days after it happened, echoing through the house like the final note of a mournful dirge. He had succumbed to tuberculosis in the grim confines of Terezin Fortress Prison, a death as harsh as the actions he was condemned for. Yet, instead of relief or satisfaction, I felt a pang of empathy. Tuberculosis had already stolen 2 of my cousins, and now it had claimed another life. For all that Gavrilo had done, he had been a teenager, a boy, not much older than me. My father, however, took the news with a celebratory zeal that was as unsettling as it was loud. Damn, Gavrilo is dead, he bellowed, his voice ringing out like a toast at a grotesque feast. He laughed, clapping his hands together as though the death of this young man were a cause for joy. I sat silently, unable to share in his enthusiasm. My father, noticing my downcast expression, frowned and leaned closer. Cheer up, Jeremiah. Isn't this what you wanted? He asked, incredulity dripping from his tone. But I couldn't find the energy to smile, let alone agree. I glanced at the floor, the weight of my thoughts too heavy to bear. I just feel sorry for the manner that he died in, I trailed off, my words fragile and uncertain. My father's smile vanished as if wiped away by a sudden gust of wind. His face hardened. F him. He deserved it. His fists tightened, his whole demeanor radiating a disturbing satisfaction. The enthusiasm in his voice sent a shiver down my spine. Here was a grown man, celebrating the death of a teenager, no matter how infamous. Gavrilo was gone, and for all his faults, he had suffered a slow, agonizing death. There was no denying that fact, no matter how much my father wanted to paint it as a victory. Don't you feel anything for his family? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, pleading with a wall, hoping for a crack in his armor of indifference. He shrugged, his lack of compassion cutting through me like a blade. He got what he deserved. That's all there is to it. I looked away, my stomach churning with unease. I couldn't bring myself to hate Gavrilo, not like my father did. Instead, I pitied him, pitied the circumstances that had shaped him, the sickness that had claimed him, and the family that would mourn him. In that moment, I realized something about my father that I hadn't fully understood before. His world was stark and unforgiving, with no room for empathy, only judgment. And I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of it. My mother stepped in, her voice laced with anger and exasperation. "How can you be so heartless?" she scolded, arms crossed tightly over her chest. Her sharp tone sliced through the tension in the room like a blade. "What if he was our child?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. My father, unyielding as ever, barely flinched. "Then I'd personally execute him," he replied coldly, without hesitation. His callousness was unnerving, and my chest tightened with a mix of anger and disbelief. I couldn't stay silent. "Think about what you're saying," I shouted, my voice trembling with outrage. "Why the hell should I?" he retorted bluntly, eyes narrowing in defiance. "Because you're my goddamn father. Doesn't that mean anything to you?" I cried out, horror spilling into every word. I felt like I was pleading with a stranger, not the man who was supposed to guide and protect me. "First of all, watch your language," he snapped, sharp enough to make me flinch. "And second of all, this is simply hypothetical. Don't get your trousers in a twist now." The dismissiveness in his tone only fueled my frustration. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to lash out further. "I'm sorry, Father," I mumbled reluctantly. "What was that?" "Sorry, I couldn't hear you," he mocked, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He could hear me perfectly, but he delighted in making me squirm. He was playing a game, and I was the unwilling participant, trapped in the emotional chess match of his design. I wanted to storm out, escape the suffocating weight of his indifference, but I felt rooted, paralyzed by the stark realization of how different we were. I settled into the corner of the room, eager to lose myself in anything other than the tension. Flipping open my biology textbook, I came across a section on axolotls. These creatures truly were something out of the ordinary, almost magical in their oddity. I read with fascination about their ability to regrow not only limbs but parts of their head, including brain tissue, if injured. How incredible was that? Their diet intrigued me, too. Axolotls fed on small, squirming creatures, insects, worms, even tiny fish. I imagined their gills fluttering underwater as they went about their silent, aquatic lives. What stood out most, though, was their appearance. Axolotls, with their frilly gills and wide eyes, seemed to perpetually wear a charming, innocent smile. Of course, it wasn't real, just the shape of their faces, but the effect was undeniably endearing. For a moment, I wished I had one as a pet, a small companion in a house filled with arguments and unease. Their bizarre qualities and perpetual smiles made me wonder if they ever felt stress like humans did. Probably not, they just existed, floating serenely in their watery worlds. What a life! The house had grown unbearably quiet after my father stormed out, the echo of his harsh words hanging in the air like an unwelcome ghost. My mother stood in the hallway, shoulders trembling as sobs racked her body. Her flushed, tear-streaked face was exposed to anyone who might look. I hesitated, unsure how to approach her in such a vulnerable state. Anger toward my father surged within me, a burning desire to confront him, but the cold reality of his stature and strength quickly snuffed it out. What could I do against him? I clenched my fists at my sides, frustration bubbling just below the surface. Instead, I walked over to my mother, placing a tentative hand on her shoulder. She turned to me, her red, swollen eyes meeting mine. "Are you okay, Mama?" I asked softly, though I already knew the answer. She tried to smile but failed, lips trembling. "I'll be fine, Jeremiah," she whispered, fragile as porcelain. I don't know how much more of this I can take." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. It wasn't often I saw her this vulnerable. I wanted to comfort her, to say everything would be okay, but words caught in my throat. Instead, I hugged her tightly, letting the action speak for me. For a moment, she rested her head against mine, her sobs softening to quiet sniffles. We stood together in the dim hallway, a mother and son holding each other against the storm raging in our home. The night stretched endlessly, heavy with the weight of unanswered questions and lingering emotions. As I whispered my prayer into the darkness, my voice trembled with hope and desperation. I sought solace, clarity, a resolution, a divine intervention to soften my father's heart. After placing A Tale of Two Cities gently on my nightstand, its pages still warm from my fingertips, I curled into my blanket, the fabric cocooning me from the outside world. The steady rhythm of wind against the windows and faint creaks of the old house became a lullaby. Slowly, my breathing deepened, and sleep embraced me. That night, my dreams were vivid, unsettlingly so. I found myself standing in an open field, the sky painted in swirling gold and crimson. In the distance, a shadowy figure approached, undefined but radiating undeniable authority. Jeremiah, the figure called, voice a mixture of strength and sorrow, echoing inside me and around me. You prayed for peace, but peace comes at a cost. I wanted to respond, but my voice was gone. The figure raised a hand, and instantly I was transported elsewhere. My father stood before me, different, fragile, shoulders slumped, eyes clouded with regret and pain. The image faded as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by flashes of other faces, my mother's tear-streaked expression, Michael's lifeless form, and even Gavrilo Princip, gaunt and pale. It was as if I were being shown the fragility of life, the weight of choices, and the relentless march of time. When I awoke, dawn's first light crept through the curtains. My heart raced, my mind swirling with fragments of the dream. I sat up, the previous night's prayer fresh in my memory. Somehow, something had shifted, God had heard me, but the answer would not come without a price. The 2nd of May, 1918. The scene of David's 12th birthday was, in every sense, a spectacle. Despite the inevitable march of time that often refines a child's sense of humor, David remained steadfastly loyal to his particular brand of crude comedy. In fact, he doubled down on it, transforming his juvenile fondness for fart jokes into an art form, or perhaps a grotesque parody of one. His pièce de résistance was his insistence that the entire world was merely one colossal fart waiting to be set free. It was a baffling proclamation, one whose logic defied even the wildest imagination, but his sheer commitment to the absurdity rendered it oddly entertaining. I laughed along, of course, joining the chorus of his friends whose intellectual depth hovered somewhere between perplexing and pitiable. My use of the word retarded here is not intended as an insult, rather, it is a blunt description of their collective mental state. They seemed incapable of grasping even the simplest nuances of conversation, but they adored David's antics with a sincerity that was, in its way, endearing. Watching their over-the-top reactions to his ridiculous quips made the chaos of the party almost bearable. "What did you bring for me?" David asked, his voice brimming with an almost theatrical expectation, as if he were the king of some absurd court. His grin stretched wide, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and greed, the kind that only a 12-year-old could muster without irony. He leaned forward slightly, hands clasped together as if to punctuate his demand with a veneer of politeness that was entirely insincere. It was David's birthday, after all, and he had made it clear that no one would walk through his front door without bearing tribute. His tone, however, carried the implicit understanding that he wasn't above mocking the gift if it didn't meet his high standards, standards that likely revolved around how loud, gross, or ridiculous the item could be. "I got you a baseball cap, you weirdo," I sighed, handing him the gift with little ceremony, bracing for whatever half-witted remark he'd unleash next. You'd think the approach of puberty might smooth out the rough edges of a personality like David's, maybe add a touch of maturity or self-awareness. Instead, it seemed to amplify every insufferable trait he possessed, as though the universe had decided he needed to become even more of a walking embodiment of chaos. He grabbed the cap, holding it up like some ancient relic, inspecting it with exaggerated reverence. I could already see the gears turning in his head, ready to churn out another ridiculous comment. I rolled my eyes, regretting the effort I'd put into finding something halfway decent for him. David, why do you put Jeremiah through your stupid jokes? Uncle Jack asked, his tone unusually stern. His question cut through the birthday chaos, silencing the room for a moment. Because he loves them. David exclaimed, gesturing at me like I was some kind of court jester. He wore a triumphant smirk, making me out to be the patron saint of low standards or some other nonsense. I sighed, tired of being his perpetual excuse. You know, David, at one point I did find them amusing. But you're 12 now. I want you to at least grow up a little. My words hung in the air, a challenge I hoped would resonate. Instead, he fired back without missing a beat. What, and be like you, he mocked, tone dripping with disdain. His grin widened, as though the insult were some kind of brilliant checkmate. I felt my jaw tighten. Yeah, maybe. Being a little less obnoxious wouldn't kill you, I shot back, but the room had already begun to buzz with awkward laughter from his dim-witted entourage. David, as usual, was the king of his ridiculous little world, and he wasn't stepping off the throne anytime soon. David, grow the hell up, my father practically demanded, voice cutting through the room like a knife. He didn't bother masking his irritation, the annoyance in his tone a stark reminder that even he had limits when it came to David's antics. David froze for a moment, his grin faltering as the words landed. It wasn't often that my dad intervened, but when he did, it was like a thunderclap. Still, David, being David, couldn't let it go without some kind of rebuttal. Oh, come on, Uncle Jack, he said, attempting to diffuse the tension with a crooked smile. I'm just trying to keep things fun. You don't want me to turn into a boring adult, do you? My dad crossed his arms, unimpressed. There's a difference between having fun and acting like a brat. You're 12 now. It's about time you started figuring that out. The room fell uncomfortably silent, begging for someone to crack a joke or change the subject. But for once, David didn't have a comeback ready, and I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Where's your girlfriend, Peggy? David mocked, his tone sharp and infuriating. You little. I started, voice rising, but stopped short before finishing the sentence. The F-bomb would have exploded otherwise. He doesn't have a relationship with Peggy, my mother interjected sharply, cutting the tension like a referee stepping into a fight. Well, he acts like he'll marry her someday. David shouted, smug grin widening. His outburst caused his friends to recoil slightly, their tiny bird brains unable to process the audacity of his words. Because I will, dumbass. I fired back, voice breaking with frustration. As if on cue, Peggy appeared, walking up with effortless grace. My heart skipped a beat, nerves tangling my words. Hiya, boys, she said brightly, oblivious to the verbal battlefield. David shot me a knowing look, smirk saying it all, I know exactly what you're thinking. My palms were clammy again. Hiya, Peggy. I choked out, words barely escaping my throat. How are you doing, David? Peggy asked, her smile radiant and disarming. David couldn't resist. Oh, you know, Peggy, just living the dream. Well, if the dream involves being surrounded by idiots, that is. He gestured broadly toward me and his crew, earning nervous chuckles. Peggy laughed politely. Sounds like you're having fun. I watched, flustered, as David basked in Peggy's attention. What did you get for me, Peggy? David blurted out, derailing the conversation. I got you a model of a Studebaker, she exclaimed, holding out a small, intricately detailed box. Holy crap! That's like my favorite car! David shouted, pulling her into an enthusiastic hug. I stood frozen, stiff with nerves and jealousy. I know, she replied, beaming. David inspected the model, chattering excitedly. I clenched my fists, taking deep breaths to calm my swirling emotions. I'm sorry I couldn't have gotten you something that expensive. How much was it, Peg? $20.09, she replied casually. Holy crap! I blurted out, mind reeling at the sum, an enormous amount in 1918. Peggy laughed lightly. It's fine. I saved up for it. David deserves something special. I glanced at David, who was still fawning over the model. Envy twisted in my chest. I have to go home now, it's going to be dark soon, Peggy said, cheerful tone turning practical. Let me walk you, I blurted out before thinking. David's grin spread like wildfire. He silently mouthed the kissing under a tree song, gestures exaggerated. I shot him a glare so sharp it could cut glass. Uncle Jack would lose it if I reacted physically. Peggy smiled politely. That's sweet of you, Jeremiah, but it's really not that far. It's no trouble, I stammered, voice wavering. David snorted, clearly amused, but I tried to ignore him. As we walked, Peggy leaned in and kissed me softly on the cheek. My heart nearly stopped. I really like you, Jeremy, she said, cheeks blooming pink. I froze. Come again? I really do, she replied, unwavering. I swear on it. Peggy. My voice trembled. Yes. I love you, I admitted, words tumbling out. Her face lit up. Oh, I love you too. Wait, really? Yes, really. I want to be married to you. I do too, I replied, scooping her onto my back for a piggyback ride. Oh, Jeremy. Please don't drop me, she exclaimed. I could never, honey, I grinned. She giggled. Are we going to talk as if we are married now? Sure, why not? Her smile softened. How will you explain this to your parents? I'll tell them I found my future wife, I said, shaking like an autumn leaf. After leaving Peggy at her doorstep, I returned home, floating on the memory of the moment, until reality crashed down. My mother stood in the doorway, red-faced, tear-streaked. What now? I muttered. Your father had a stroke, she choked, tears falling. He had to go to the hospital. Anxiety slammed into me, relentless. What? I whispered. What happened to Dad? He collapsed while working in the mines. The doctor said it was a stroke, Jeremy. A stroke. The euphoria of the evening evaporated, replaced by hollow dread. I'm going to visit him, and you can't stop me, I declared, voice sharp with anger. I'm coming with you, my mother said firmly, clutching her purse full of aspirin and pain relievers, though we both knew nothing could undo the damage. We rode in silence. The hospital loomed over us like a harbinger of doom. The smell of disinfectant hit me sharply. My heart pounded as fluorescent lights cast everything in harsh, unforgiving glow. Each step felt heavier than the last as we braced for whatever awaited behind those doors. The 2nd of May, 1918 Kent. We trudged through the grungy medical halls, the faded linoleum floors squeaking faintly beneath our shoes. The fluorescent lighting cast an eerie, pale glow, making the place feel even more lifeless. After what felt like an eternity, we finally stopped in front of room 23, the place they had put my father. I hesitated at the door, swallowing hard before pushing it open. There he was, lying on the hospital bed, frail and motionless. His once strong presence seemed diminished, and it hit me like a punch to the gut. "Oh, Dad. This is all my fault," I blurted out, tears streaming down my face before I could stop them. My voice cracked under the weight of guilt and grief. His eyes flickered open, locking onto mine. He gave me a look, a mix of disbelief and frustration, as if to say, "Are you mad?" But he couldn't speak. The doctors had called it aphasia, explaining that his brain could no longer process the construction of basic sentences. Still, I could tell he understood me. "Jeremy, how could it be your fault?" my mother asked, her voice filled with confusion and concern. "It just is," I shouted, my anger boiling over. I wasn't really angry at her, or even at my father, I was angry at myself. The guilt clawed at me relentlessly. I hadn't spent enough time with him and hadn't made an effort to connect. I'd been too busy, too selfish, and now this had happened. I stood there, fists clenched, feeling helpless and small. I owed him so much, at the very least, I owed him more time, time that I could never get back. A wave of dread washed over me as fear crept in. What if he passed on? What would I do then? The thought was paralyzing, suffocating. I couldn't even bring myself to face it fully. The words escaped me before I could stop them. "I'm going to marry Peggy, Papa," I blurted out, tearfully. I wasn't sure why I said it, maybe just to make a connection, to share something with him while there was still time. He didn't respond in the way I had hoped, but he squeezed my hand gently, offering the only comfort he could give. I imagined he was in immense pain at that moment, his body weakened by the stroke, and yet he still tried to reassure me, as if to say that everything would somehow be all right. But I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was slipping away. I couldn't lose him too. Not after Michael. Losing Michael to that cruel influenza virus had already shattered me in ways I couldn't even put into words. I didn't want to face another devastating loss, not now, not like this. The universe was being one cruel son of a bitch, and I was having none of it. It felt as if fate had already taken so much from me, and I wasn't ready to give in again. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I could only stand there, helpless, clinging to the fragile hope that things would somehow be different this time. You will never believe it, but at that exact moment, Peggy showed up at the hospital. It was as if the universe, in all its cruel irony, decided to send her to me now, right when I was at my lowest. I couldn't fathom why she would be here, but as it turned out, she wasn't there for anything serious or life-threatening. No, it was just a routine checkup, something as mundane as any other day, nothing that would evoke the kind of dread I was feeling. I looked at her in disbelief as she walked through the hospital doors, her bright green eyes seemingly oblivious to the storm that had just hit my world. She caught sight of me, her face softening when she saw the pain in my expression. The world felt like it was spinning out of control, but somehow, in that moment, her presence brought a strange sense of grounding. I didn't know if I was relieved or just more confused. "Jeremy," she said, stepping toward me with a concern I didn't know how to respond to. "What's going on? You look shaken." I didn't have the strength to explain it all to her. The words felt stuck in my throat, but somehow I managed to choke out, "It's my dad. He had a stroke." My voice cracked at the mention of it, and I cursed myself for sounding so weak. Peggy's face immediately softened, and she reached out to place a gentle hand on my shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Jeremy. I didn't know. Is he going to be okay?" I looked at her, unsure of how to answer. The doctors hadn't been able to give any clear assurances. It was all too uncertain, too fragile. I don't know, I admitted quietly, staring down at my father's bed. I just don't know. Peggy nodded, her hand lingering on my shoulder, a silent offering of support. In the midst of this chaos, she was the only piece of normalcy I could cling to, even though it felt like the world around us was falling apart. For a moment, there was nothing but the weight of the situation, my father lying in that bed, the fear that gripped my chest, and Peggy's presence offering the only sliver of comfort. But the crushing reality of what was happening around us soon settled back in. That's when it happened. My father closed his eyes for the final time. It was so sudden, so quiet, and I froze. For a brief moment, I convinced myself it was just a fluke. Maybe he was just resting, maybe he'd wake up and tell me everything would be fine like he always did. But then, I reached for his hand, my fingers trembling as I tried to rouse him, desperate for some sign that he was still there. But nothing. No response. Panic surged through me, a raw, primal fear I couldn't contain. I punched his shoulder, not hard, but enough to shake him. Hoping, praying that maybe this time he'd react, that he'd open his eyes, that he'd tell me everything would be okay. But still, nothing. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, suffocating. Oh my God, he's dead. I screamed, my voice breaking as it echoed through the sterile hospital room. The words felt like a slap, a cruel reminder of the brutal reality I was facing. I was angry, furious, even, but it wasn't just anger. It was grief, an overwhelming sorrow that crashed over me like a tidal wave. My body shook, my knees buckled, and I found myself sinking to the floor. It wasn't fair. It never felt fair. He didn't deserve to go like this, not like some nameless casualty of the universe's whims. I'd been cheated. We'd been cheated. The universe had just taken him away, like it had taken so many others before him, and I felt so small, so utterly powerless against it all. I was sad mad, that's the only way I can explain it. Grief and rage blending into something uncontrollable. I wanted to scream at the heavens, to demand why it had to happen this way, but no words came out. I just felt this suffocating weight on my chest, the crushing realization that I'd never see him again, never hear his voice, never get the chance to say everything I wished I had. It was over. He was gone. And nothing I did could change that. That night, I fell into a restless sleep with tears still fresh on my face, staining the pillow as I tried to drift off. The world felt hollow, the weight of what had just happened pressing down on me. I didn't know how to process it, how to make sense of the chaos that had shattered my world. And though I had never believed in a higher power, never truly believed in anything beyond the tangible, that night, I found myself praying. I wasn't praying in the way most people would. There were no formal words, no structure to it. It was more a raw, desperate plea that my father had found peace, that wherever he was, whatever was next, it was something better than this world. I didn't know if heaven existed, but in that moment, I wished it did. I needed it to. I needed to believe that he was somewhere safe, somewhere beyond all the pain, beyond the struggles that had defined his life. I didn't have the words for a proper prayer, but I found myself whispering a quiet thought into the void, please, just let him be at peace. He deserves that much. It felt strange, this sudden, fleeting faith in something I had long dismissed. But I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for him. My father had worked so hard in life, had fought so many battles, some of which he never even spoke about. He deserved rest. He deserved peace. I just wished I could have given him more time, more moments, more chances to feel that. I drifted in and out of sleep, my heart heavy, my mind replaying the final moments over and over. But somewhere, in the quiet of that room, I let the grief wash over me, and for once, I didn't try to fight it. I let myself mourn, let myself ache, and maybe, just maybe, let myself believe, if only for a brief moment, that he had found the peace he so deeply deserved. The 12th of May, 1918. Michael's funeral was a scene of profound sorrow, a heavy testament to the fragility of life in the face of an unrelenting epidemic. At just 12 years old, his life was a fleeting spark extinguished by the shadow of the Spanish flu, a merciless spectre that had claimed so many. The air was thick with grief as mourners gathered, their faces etched with pain that seemed too vast to put into words. His father, eyes hollow with despair, recounted the harrowing final moments, how Michael's small chest heaved with desperate effort, each breath a battle that he tragically could not win. The flu had been swift, cruel, and indiscriminate, leaving no room for hope or reprieve. His coffin, painfully small, was a stark reminder of the brevity of his life and the innocence that had been stolen. Flowers adorned the grave site, their vibrant colours in jarring contrast to the sombre mood, as though nature itself couldn't fathom the loss. It was impossible not to picture him fighting with all his might to cling to life, his youthful determination no match for the invisible enemy that had ravaged his lungs. The image lingered in the mind like a haunting echo, a cruel testament to the era's helplessness against such a relentless disease. In the quiet moments after the service, the weight of his absence became unbearable. The world seemed dimmer, robbed of the light that Michael had brought in his brief time here. He was not just a victim of the flu but of a moment in history where even the strongest hearts couldn't always endure. His story, though unbearably tragic, served as a somber reminder of the countless lives stolen by that cruel pandemic. "Let us get started," his father said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, like a man who had long since surrendered to his grief. His hollow eyes betrayed the toll of his despair, bloodshot and rimmed with dark, swollen bags that hinted at the previous night's drinking binge. The sour tang of alcohol still clung faintly to his dishevelled presence, a bitter reminder of how he chose to cope, or failed to. A surge of anger welled up inside me, threatening to break the surface. The sight of his crumbling composure, the way he reeked of booze while standing at his son's funeral, made me want to grab him by the collar and shake some sense into him. How could he face this moment, this boy who deserved so much better, with the dull glaze of intoxication clouding his eyes? But I knew better. Fighting at a funeral would only deepen the pit of grief we were all drowning in. Worse, if I crossed that line, I might end up needing my own coffin picked out by the end of the day. His fists were as swift as his temper, and I'd felt both on more than one occasion. So I clenched my teeth, balled my hands into fists, and stared at the ground, focusing on the freshly dug earth instead of the frustration that threatened to choke me. This wasn't the time. Michael deserved better than that, even if his father seemed blind to the dignity this moment required. "Rest in peace, my dear boy," he choked out, his voice tinged with utter and complete sorrow. I almost felt bad for him. Almost. I wanted him to get himself some help more than anything else. It was in that moment of uneasy silence that I resolved to ask him the question that had been gnawing at me for weeks. "Why do you drink so much?" I asked, my tone hesitant but resolute. His response was so startling that it rendered me speechless. "Because Woodrow Wilson is ruining the goddamn country," he roared, his voice echoing through the room. It was entirely the wrong setting for such an outburst, decorum demanded restraint, but he cared nothing for propriety. His face was flushed, his words laden with bitterness that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than mere political dissatisfaction. I swallowed my apprehension and pressed further, though I felt an almost palpable tension rise between us. "And what do you plan on doing about that?" I asked, my voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "I plan," he spat, his words nearly trembling with indignation, "to elect a different man to run the damn country." His response was laced with conviction, though it was clear he had no immediate means to achieve such a lofty goal. "That's not going to be for a while," I reminded him cautiously, choosing my words with care. Woodrow Wilson had only recently begun his term. There were still 5 long years ahead, a reality that seemed to fill Mr. Weinstock with a fresh wave of fury. "I hate this country," he bellowed, his tone petulant and raw, more befitting an irate child than a man of his years. The sentiment was so blunt, so unvarnished, that it left me momentarily stunned. "Then why don't you leave?" I asked, the words slipping out before I had the chance to reconsider their weight. It was a foolish question, one that I regretted the moment it left my lips. His face contorted with rage, and in an instant, he lunged at me, his movements wild and unrestrained. I barely managed to step aside, my heart pounding violently in my chest. "You think you're so goddamn clever, don't you, Jeremy?" he snarled, his voice now hoarse, as though the force of his earlier shouts had frayed his vocal cords. His words were not merely angry, they carried an undercurrent of pain, as if they came from a place of wounded pride or deep frustration. "No, sir," I stammered, my voice trembling as I fought to maintain composure. "I was merely asking a basic question." My hands shook, betraying the fear that coursed through me, and I felt as fragile as an autumn leaf clinging to a barren branch, vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind. At that moment, the location felt stifling, the air thick with unspoken emotions and unresolved tension. Mr. Weinstock's fury seemed to fill the space, leaving no room for reason. "Enough. You both need to calm down. Especially you, Martin," Mrs. Weinstock screamed, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The room fell silent, and Martin, visibly startled by her wrath, took a step back and grudgingly obeyed. "May I give a speech in his honor?" I asked cautiously, my hands trembling so much I had to clasp them together. It was daunting, not just because of the weight of the moment, but because I feared being mocked for my stuttering. But this wasn't about me. It was about Michael. "Dear Michael," I began, my voice trembling, "though we only knew each other briefly, and you bullied me relentlessly for the first half of our friendship, I loved you like a brother." The words were heavy but honest. "Your passion for dinosaurs was beautiful," I continued, my voice cracking. "I only wish I had gotten the chance to show you them at a museum like I always promised." The room was still except for my sobbing. "All those memories, your dreams, your future, they are gone, lost like teardrops in rain. I wish you were here, Michael." My voice shattered. Tears poured freely. "Holy crap," Martin muttered, shaken. Then, astonishingly, he fell to his knees. You're a chosen child of God. Please, get up," I insisted. "I'm no chosen anything." But he wouldn't relent. "God is proud of you, Jeremy." I bit back the retort burning on my tongue. When the funeral ended, the emotions churned like a storm. Depression, joy, confusion, nothing made sense. As I entered my dim home, my mother sat in shadow at the table. "Mother. What is it, Jeremiah? Am I a chosen child of God?" Her bewilderment turned to disdain. "Hell no. You are my child, and your father's. There is no God. So why do you go to church then?" "I don't wish to upset your bishop." Anger flared. "You swine. You only care about your earrings and your damned newspaper." Her coffee cup toppled as she rose. The slap came fast, hot, and stinging. "Don't you ever call me that again." I fled to my room, collapsing in tears. This day had been bizarre, but what happened would outdo it all. The 15th of May, 1918. Never in my life did I expect to face an assault with a knife, but that unfortunate day proved otherwise. It began with Isaac Milton running his mouth, spewing vile and unfounded statements about Peggy. His words cut deeper than any blade ever could. Peggy wasn't just a girl to me, she was my future, the one I planned to marry once I turned 18. We had dreams, big ones. A cozy home with a spacious backyard, a life filled with laughter and love. And there he was, tearing her down with baseless cruelty. "I'm not going to let you talk about her like that," I said, my voice firm but shaking slightly. Isaac sneered, his switchblade glinting in the sunlight as he flipped it open. "What are you going to do about it, lover boy?" My heart raced as I stared him down. I wanted to run, to scream for help, but the thought of Peggy and the dreams we shared kept me rooted. "She's better than you'll ever be," I snapped, fists balling up at my sides. That was all it took. His face twisted into a mask of anger, and before I knew it, he lunged at me, the blade flashing dangerously close. I barely had time to react, dodging to the side as the knife nicked the fabric of my shirt. My chest heaved with fear and adrenaline. This wasn't just a scuffle, it was a fight for something much bigger. "Don't you dare touch me," I spat, grabbing a nearby branch off the ground. It wasn't much, but it felt like my only defense. "You think you can protect her?" Isaac sneered, circling me like a predator. I held my ground, clutching the branch tightly. "I don't just think it, I know it," I said, determination hardening my voice. What happened next was a blur of frantic movements and raw survival instinct. Isaac came at me again, but this time, I swung the branch with everything I had. It connected with his hand, and the knife went flying, clattering to the ground. For a moment, there was silence, the tension thick in the air. Isaac glared at me, cradling his hand, but he didn't make another move. Instead, he spat on the ground and muttered something under his breath before storming off. As I stood there, shaking, I realized just how far I would go to protect Peggy, to protect our future. Isaac might have been trouble, but he wasn't going to tear us apart. Not then, not ever. Isaac sneered, gripping his knife tightly as he stepped closer, his arrogance practically oozing from him. "Loss doesn't make you strong, Jeremy," he spat. "It makes you weak. Pathetic. And right now, I see nothing but weakness in front of me." Every nerve in my body screamed to back down, but my pride and the memory of my father and brother wouldn't let me. I wouldn't give this lunatic the satisfaction of seeing me break. "I don't need strength to face you," I replied evenly. "And I certainly don't need your warped idea of God. You think waving that knife around makes you powerful? It just makes you a coward." Isaac's face darkened. "Coward," he growled, voice low and venomous. "You'll regret that." He lunged at me, and I barely sidestepped, breath catching in my throat. His knife glinted under the sun, a brutal reminder of how close I was to danger. "You think your precious God is going to save you?" he jeered. "Let's see him step in now." "You don't scare me, Isaac," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "Not with your knife, not with your blasphemy, not with your empty threats. If anything, you just pity me for having to live your life this way." His laugh was sharp, jagged against glass. "Pity me," he repeated mockingly. "I'm not the one crying to a God who doesn't answer." I clenched my fists, anger bubbling beneath the surface, but refused to give in. "No, Isaac," I said calmly. "You're the one who doesn't know where to turn. You think carving your name into every tree, terrorizing people, and pretending to be a god makes you powerful. But it only shows how lost you really are." For a moment, he faltered, grip on the knife loosening slightly. I seized the opportunity. "And if you think that knife will fix whatever's broken inside you, you're wrong. All you're doing is making it worse, for yourself and everyone around you." Isaac stared at me, eyes narrowing as if trying to process my words. Then, without another word, he growled, turned on his heel, and stormed off, knife clenched tightly. I stood there, trembling, adrenaline coursing through me. I didn't know if I'd won or if this was just the beginning. But for now, Isaac was gone, and I was still standing. And that, I decided, was enough. Isaac's sudden vulnerability caught me off guard. His cocky bravado had melted, leaving behind a wounded boy craving understanding. For the first time, I saw him not as a threat but as someone lost, someone who needed connection as much as I did. Friends, he muttered, almost to himself, testing the word. His grip lingered on my hand longer than necessary, unsure what friendship even meant. I nodded firmly. Yeah, friends. No knives, no threats, just two people figuring out how to get through this crazy thing called life. Isaac gave a half smile, the kind that didn't quite reach his eyes but hinted at the possibility of something better. You're an odd one, Jeremy. Most people would have run a mile by now. I shrugged, attempting a light chuckle. Guess I'm not most people. For a moment, we stood there, the tension dissipating like fog under the sun. The weight of his struggles still hung in the air, but there was a flicker of something else, hope, maybe. You know, I've never had a real friend before, he admitted quietly, almost embarrassed. Don't screw it up. I smirked. I'll do my best. But just so you know, if you ever come at me with that knife again, this friendship's over. Isaac let out a genuine laugh, the first I'd ever heard from him. Fair enough, he said, slipping the knife into his pocket. Guess I've got some bad habits to break. We began walking side by side, hostility replaced by an awkward but genuine camaraderie. Even the most unreachable people often just need someone willing to try. That night, as I knelt beside my bed, hands clasped and head bowed, my thoughts drifted to someone unexpected, Isaac. Of all the people I could think to pray for, he was the last one who'd crossed my mind before today. God, I began softly, I know Isaac isn't perfect, far from it, but he's struggling, and he needs help. I think he's got a good heart buried under all that anger and pain. If you're listening, please watch over him. Help him find his way. The words surprised even me, coming out with more compassion than I thought possible. I didn't know if it would make a difference, but praying for Isaac felt right, a small step toward understanding him and the struggles he faced. I sighed deeply, feeling a mixture of peace and uncertainty as I crawled into bed. The night seemed quieter, the world softer, as I stared at the ceiling. Life certainly had its way of taking unexpected turns. Maybe, just maybe, this was one of those turns that could lead somewhere good. The 16th of May, 1918. The next morning, my mother greeted me with a surprising bit of news that had me wide-eyed and buzzing with excitement. We're going to the Paleontology Museum today, she said with a smile, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. A museum? You mean with fossils and dinosaurs and all that? I asked, trying to mask my childlike eagerness. Yes, and they've got a full brontosaurus skeleton on display, she added. That was all I needed to hear. The brontosaurus was my absolute favorite dinosaur, and the thought of standing in front of its towering bones made my heart race. The journey there felt like an eternity, but as we pulled up to the museum, my excitement grew tenfold. Inside, the air was cool, and the faint smell of polished stone and ancient dust filled the halls. Each step echoed as we walked through the exhibits, passing displays of prehistoric fish and ancient plants. And then, there it was, the brontosaurus. Its massive skeleton stretched across the exhibit, every rib and vertebra perfectly preserved. The towering neck and gentle curve of its tail gave it an almost majestic air, as if it were silently guarding the memories of an ancient world. I stood there in awe, my imagination running wild. It's huge, I whispered, craning my neck to take it all in. You used to draw these when you were little, my mother said softly, standing beside me. I remember, I replied with a smile. But seeing it in person, its sheer size and scale, was something else entirely. It felt like meeting an old friend in the most unexpected place. For a moment, the worries of life melted away, replaced by wonder and the timeless magic of discovery. I only wish we had a camera, I exclaimed, a twinge of frustration in my voice as I stared up at the massive brontosaurus skeleton. The moment felt so monumental that it seemed almost criminal not to capture it somehow. My mother gave a wistful smile. Cameras aren't exactly for family outings these days, she said. They are more for war photographers and newspapermen. Maybe one day they'll be used for things like this. Wouldn't that be something? I sighed, my eyes never leaving the towering bones. To be able to look at this again whenever you wanted, even years from now. She placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. We don't need a photograph, Jeremy. You'll remember this in your heart. Sometimes, the best memories don't need pictures to stay alive. I nodded reluctantly, though part of me still wished for a snapshot of this moment. The brontosaurus deserved to be immortalized, its towering skeleton a monument to a world I could only imagine. Still, I let the thought go, resolving to burn the image of its graceful neck and massive frame into my mind. Some memories, I supposed, were meant to be carried within, as precious and untouchable as the fossils before me. Next, we ventured into the prehistoric fish exhibit, and I was immediately struck with awe. The room was dimly lit, casting an almost ethereal glow on the skeletons and preserved replicas of ancient marine creatures. Among them, the coelacanths caught my attention most vividly. Their fossilized remains stretched out in a meticulous display, their bony ridges and intricate fins seeming to almost ripple under the soft museum lighting. I stood there, transfixed as if I could see them swimming through murky Devonian waters. I imagined them darting through underwater forests, their fins gliding effortless as they navigated a world long lost to time. It wasn't just fascinating, it was exhilarating. For a moment, I felt transported, as though I was peering through a portal into Earth's ancient history. They are incredible, aren't they? My mother said, breaking the silence. She smiled as she watched me marvel at the display. Incredible doesn't even begin to describe them, I said, barely able to tear my eyes away. They are like living time machines, frozen in rock. She nodded. It's amazing to think they've survived for so long. A real testament to resilience, wouldn't you say? I thought about that, about survival, about enduring against odds unfathomable. Perhaps that was part of what made the coelacanths so special. They weren't just relics of the past, they were symbols of persistence and strength, echoes of a time so far removed from my own yet somehow deeply resonant. We both had enough of the exhibit and walked to the gift shop where they had a megalodon tooth on a necklace. I desired it more than anything else in the world. How much? Mother asked. After spending what felt like an eternity marveling at the wonders of prehistoric life, we decided to take a breather in the museum's quaint gift shop. My eyes scanned the shelves, cluttered with trinkets and treasures, until they landed on something that made my heart skip a beat, a megalodon tooth strung on a necklace. Its serrated edges gleamed faintly under the shop's dim lighting, and it seemed to call out to me, a relic of power and mystery from the depths of time. I need this, I said breathlessly, clutching the tooth as if it might slip through my fingers. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. My mother stepped closer, examining it with an indulgent smile. How much is it? She asked the shopkeeper, her tone calm and measured. $5, he replied nonchalantly, as though it were mere pocket change. My jaw nearly hit the floor. $5 was no small amount, it was a sum that could stretch far in our daily lives, buying necessities like food or fabric for new clothes. For a trinket like this, it was an extravagance I could hardly dream of. I hesitated, the weight of the price tugging at my conscience, but my longing for the necklace was undeniable. I looked up at my mother with pleading eyes, unsure if it was right to even ask. She sighed, studying my expression. "You really want it, don't you?" "Yes, more than anything," I admitted, barely able to suppress my excitement. She tapped her chin in thought before finally saying, "All right, but this is a special treat. Don't go expecting this kind of thing every time we go out." My heart soared as she handed over the money. The shopkeeper wrapped the necklace carefully before passing it to me. I put it on immediately, feeling its weight against my chest, a tangible connection to the ancient world, a reminder of resilience and strength. "Thank you, Mother," I said sincerely, hugging her tightly. "This means the world to me." "You're welcome, Jeremiah," she said with a soft smile. "But remember, it's not just the gift, it's the story behind it that makes it special." As we left the gift shop, I held the necklace in my hand, feeling the smooth fossil surface under my fingertips. It was more than just a souvenir, it was a piece of history I could carry with me, a reminder of the wonders I had seen that day and of my mother's love. I went home that day brimming with excitement, practically skipping through the door. The visit to the Westworth Museum of Paleontology had been everything I'd hoped for and more. The towering skeletons, the prehistoric fish exhibit, and now the megalodon tooth hanging proudly around my neck, all of it felt like a dream come true. As I set my things down, I couldn't help but turn to my mother, gratitude spilling over for what she'd done. "Thank you, Mother," I said sincerely, my voice full of emotion. I wasn't sure how to express just how much the day had meant to me. She smiled warmly, the kind of smile only a mother can give. "Of course, Jeremiah. I love you very much, you know. James would have been so proud of you," she said softly, her voice tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her words wrapped around me like a comforting hug, filling the space where my father's presence used to be. Hearing his name spoken with such tenderness sent a pang through my chest. My father's pride was something I'd never hear from him again, but in her words, I felt a fragment of what could have been. It was bittersweet, a reminder of what I'd lost, but also of the love that remained. "I hope so," I replied quietly, my throat tightening as I tried to keep my composure. I hope I'm doing enough." She reached out and placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You are, Jeremiah. You are strong and kind, just like him. Don't ever doubt that." Her voice carried a conviction I wasn't sure I deserved, but in that moment, I let myself believe it. We stood there, the silence between us speaking volumes, each of us holding on to the memory of a man who had shaped our lives in ways we were still discovering. As I made my way to my room, her words echoed in my mind. James would have been proud. I clung to that thought, hoping to live up to it, not just for him but for her, and maybe, for myself too. "Yes, I know," I chuckled, feeling my face light up despite myself. Her love was something I never doubted, but it was always nice to hear. We shared a quiet moment then, the kind that felt unspoken but understood. It was one of those rare instances when everything in the world felt just right, like a perfect alignment of stars. As I headed to my room, I caught a glimpse of the megalodon tooth in the mirror. It dangled against my chest, a small but powerful symbol of the incredible day we'd shared. I resolved to cherish it forever, not just for what it was but for the memory it now carried. It wasn't just about ancient history, it was about making my own, one moment at a time. The 22nd of May, 1918. There was no school that day as I had fallen victim to a severe stomach bug. The hours crawled by in a haze of discomfort, but what truly stood out was the strange turn our conversations took. It was a most peculiar Wednesday, marked by an air of disquiet as the theme of bloodshed seemed to infiltrate every exchange. The morning began innocuously enough, with my mother tending to me with warm broth and cold compresses. Yet, as the day wore on, the mood in the house grew heavier. Perhaps it was the recent news of the war, stories of soldiers lost, battles fought and lives irreparably altered, that hung over us like a dark cloud. The weight of it seeped into our words, transforming ordinary conversations into unsettling meditations on violence and loss. My mother shifted nervously in her chair, her fingers twisting the fabric of her apron as she glanced toward me. It was as though she wanted to change the subject but couldn't find the strength or the words to do so. Her eyes met mine, a fleeting moment of unspoken understanding between us before she looked away. "It's strange, isn't it?" she said finally, her voice hesitant. "How the world keeps turning even as people fall by the wayside. You'd think it would stop for a moment, just to acknowledge them." I didn't know how to respond. My stomach churned, not just from the illness but from the weight of her words. The universe did feel cruel, relentless in its indifference to the blood that soaked its soil. The topic persisted, stubborn and unyielding, weaving itself into every corner of our dialogue. Stories of my father and Michael surfaced, their memories now intertwined with the broader narrative of suffering. My mother spoke softly, her words trembling as though the act of saying them might somehow solidify the pain. "It's hard not to think about them on days like this," she admitted, her voice cracking slightly. "The ones we've lost, the reasons they are gone, it's all tied to this endless cycle of violence and illness." I nodded weakly, clutching my blanket closer. I wasn't sure what unsettled me more, the conversation or the fact that it felt almost inevitable, as though bloodshed had become the backdrop of our lives. The day dragged on, peculiar and heavy, leaving me with a sense of unease I couldn't quite shake. It wasn't the kind of day I had anticipated. What began with mundane pleasantries soon spiraled into debates about conflict, loss, and the heavy toll of violence. By the late afternoon, the peculiarity of it all had settled into a grim rhythm, leaving me questioning why such a dark shadow had fallen over what should have been an ordinary midweek respite. War changes people. It's the politicians and billionaires who have it easy, I said out loud without even realizing it. My voice carried the weight of something I hadn't meant to share, hanging in the air like a storm cloud. My mother, who had been quietly tidying up, paused and turned toward me. Her gaze was steady but soft, as though she understood the depth of what I was feeling. "It's true," she said after a moment. "They make decisions from their ivory towers, while the rest of us bear the cost." I nodded slowly, my thoughts spiraling back to my cousins, Michael, and the horrors of mustard gas that had claimed Carson. Images of his suffering, though distant and second-hand, had etched themselves into my mind like battle scars of my own. And now, my father was gone too, though in a different kind of fight. "They send us to die for their profits and power," I murmured bitterly, clenching my fists at the unfairness of it all. "And we call them heroes when they sit behind desks, signing papers that destroy lives." My mother came over and sat beside me, her hand resting gently on my shoulder. "It's a heavy truth, Jeremiah, but don't let it fill your heart with hatred. That anger, if you carry it too long, will only hurt you." "But how can I not be angry?" I countered, my voice rising. "We're the ones left to pick up the pieces, while they walk away untouched. They don't know what it's like to lose someone. To lose everything." Her face softened, and she took my hand in hers. "You're right, they don't. But it's people like us, who feel the weight of loss, who have the power to make things better. Not through anger, but through compassion and action. You can be better than them, Jeremiah. Don't let them take that from you too." I swallowed hard, her words a mixture of comfort and challenge. The world seemed so broken, but maybe, just maybe, there was still something worth fighting for. Something better than rage. Something better than war. "Mom?" I asked quietly, hardly above a whisper. "Yes," she whispered back to me. My curiosity got the better of me as I lay there, still feeling queasy but eager to distract myself from the heaviness of the day. I turned to my mother, who was folding laundry by the fireplace. "What did you want to be when you were little?" I asked. It wasn't often she spoke about her past, and I was eager to glimpse a piece of her that remained hidden most of the time. She paused, the shirt in her hands stilled mid-fold, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. For a moment, I thought she wouldn't answer, but then she let out a soft sigh, her lips curving into a faint, bittersweet smile. "When I was little, I wanted to be a writer," she admitted. "I dreamed of doing stories that could change people's hearts, make them see the world differently." I sat up a little straighter, surprised. "Really? You never told me that before?" She chuckled softly, though there was a sadness in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. "Well, dreams are funny things. Sometimes they get lost along the way." I hesitated before asking my next question, knowing it might stir unpleasant memories. "Was it because of your father?" Her expression darkened for a brief moment, her gaze falling to the floor. Her father, the man she never referred to by name, was a sore topic. I only knew fragments of the story, bits and pieces overheard in whispered conversations, a high school coach whose disgusting behavior had forced him to resign in disgrace after his advances on students came to light. She nodded faintly, her voice quieter now. "He had a way of making everything feel wrong. Like nothing you did would ever be good enough, no matter how hard you tried. And then, after everything he did," she trailed off, her words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. I didn't press her further. The anger and disgust I felt toward him simmered in my chest, but I didn't want to add to her burden. Instead, I tried to focus on the light in her earlier words. "But you still love writing," I pointed out, trying to bring a spark of hope back into the conversation. She smiled again, softer this time, and nodded. "I do. And I see a lot of potential in you, Jeremiah. You've got a way with words, don't let anyone ever take that from you." Her words stayed with me long after the conversation ended, lingering like an ember in the back of my mind. For the first time that day, the heaviness in the air lifted just a little. As the relentless waves of nausea overtook me, I felt utterly defeated. The taste of bile burned in my throat, leaving a disgusting bitterness that made the whole ordeal even worse. My body shook with each retch, and I clung to the edge of the bed, wishing for relief that refused to come. More than anything, I just wanted to be well again. To stand on my own 2 feet, free of this miserable affliction. But as I lay there, trembling and weak, I couldn't help but wonder what I had done to deserve this. Why was I being punished like this? I didn't drink or smoke. I didn't go around causing harm or destroying the world like those who lit forests aflame for their selfish gain. It felt unfair, a cosmic injustice, and my thoughts grew darker as my discomfort deepened. Perhaps this was divine retribution for something I hadn't even realized I'd done. Or worse, maybe it was just the universe's cruel way of reminding me how little control I really had. At one point, in my fevered haze, my mind drifted to Abel Simmons. I considered, for a fleeting moment, visiting him in his cell. Maybe he had the answers to life's bitter twists and turns. After all, someone who'd caused so much suffering might have some insight into the nature of it. But then I quickly dismissed the thought. Abel would rough me up the moment he laid eyes on me. The man had nothing to lose and no reason to treat me kindly. Besides, what solace could I possibly find in a visit to him? It wasn't as though he held the key to understanding the unfairness of life or why I was stuck in this miserable state. I sank deeper into the bed, too exhausted to wrestle with my thoughts any longer. All I could do was pray, despite the growing suspicion that my prayers were falling on deaf ears. Was I even worthy of an answer? The thought gnawed at me as sleep, uneasy and fitful, finally pulled me under. The 10th of June, 1918. It was Friday at long last. We had been waiting for what felt like an eternity for it to finally arrive. The entire week had dragged on, each day blurring into the next as we counted down the hours, desperate for a break. The anticipation in the air was palpable, like the world was holding its breath just for that one sweet moment when the weekend would unfold. As the clock struck 3, the usual office buzz faded into a distant hum, and the tension lifted like a weight off our shoulders. We exchanged relieved smiles, some of us already packing up, others making plans for the evening ahead. It was as though the whole building collectively exhaled, releasing the strain of the work week. Outside, the sky seemed to brighten just a little, as if it too recognized the significance of the day. We felt the pull of freedom, the excitement of a few precious days to ourselves. Whether it was the lure of a night out with friends, a quiet evening at home, or simply the bliss of not having to check emails every 5 minutes, Friday had a magic all its own. At that moment, we all knew the weekend was ours, and we were ready to seize it. The wait was over. "What do ya say we go skip some stones?" Matthew Cheshire asked in a hushed tone. He was always silent as a mouse, and you had to lean in close to catch anything he said. He wasn't the loudest or the most outgoing, but there was something calming about his presence. In a world full of noise, Matthew was a rare quiet, a steady pulse that seemed to know exactly when to speak. He was a good kid, though. I had him in Algebra I, and despite his shyness, he often helped me wrap my brain around the confounding problems we were supposed to solve. Whenever I found myself stuck, Matthew would always be there with a gentle, patient explanation. He didn't make me feel dumb for not getting it right away, and that was something I appreciated more than I ever told him. I looked over at him, and for a moment, I considered the simple suggestion. It wasn't about the skipping stones, though. It was about escaping for a while, about stepping away from everything and just enjoying the quiet. I smiled, feeling a small surge of warmth for the kid who never expected anything in return. "Sure, let's go," I said, my voice a little quieter than usual. If anyone understood the need for silence and simplicity, it was Matthew. I hoped that, in some way, he knew just how grateful I was for him. Although, maybe it didn't matter. Some things, like kindness and understanding, didn't need to be spoken aloud. We got to Miller Lake, and Matthew took his shirt off, stretching out on the sun-drenched shore. He settled into the grass, hands behind his head, soaking in the rays like he was trying to become one with the sun itself. I did the same, feeling the warmth spread across my skin. It wasn't too bad, I realized. I could stand the heat. It was the cold that got to me, the biting, numbing chill that seemed to settle deep in your bones. Yeah, nothing like shivering uncontrollably, teeth chattering like a hamster caught in the snow. The thought made me chuckle, though the humor was fleeting. As I lay back, eyes closing against the intensity of the sun, my thoughts drifted to Roy. The old German shepherd had been with us through thick and thin. I could still see his solemn eyes, the way he followed me around like he knew exactly how I was feeling, even when I didn't. After my dad passed, Roy didn't seem to know what to do with himself. He hardly ate his kibble, and we gave him more than enough, trying to coax him into eating, but it didn't work. He was grieving too, mourning alongside me in a way that only a dog could. His sadness mirrored mine, and even though we never said a word about it, I knew we shared that space of quiet loss together. I looked over at Matthew, his face relaxed in the sunlight, and I couldn't help but feel a small sense of relief. There was comfort in these moments, in the way time seemed to slow, letting us forget for just a while. The pain was still there, lurking in the corners, but in this moment, it felt a little lighter, like the sun could burn it away, just for a while. "Let's skip some stones," Matthew said excitedly, jumping to his feet. "All right, but I get the first throw." I exclaimed, a grin spreading across my face. The idea of the lake's still surface breaking with the sharp, satisfying sound of a skipping stone was just the distraction I needed. Sure, kid, you go cast the first stone, Matthew laughed, his voice light and carefree as he dropped back onto the grass, lazily stretching out like some kind of feline, his limbs long and loose in the sunlight. He seemed content, almost as if he had nowhere else to be, nothing else to worry about. I gathered a few smooth stones from the shore, feeling the coolness of their surfaces in my hand before choosing one that felt just right. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the stone skimming across the water, watching as it bounced once, twice, 3 times, before sinking into the lake with a small splash. Not bad, huh? I said, glancing over at Matthew, who had his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in the slow rhythm of someone completely at peace. Not bad, kid, he replied, still with that lazy grin on his face. But now it's my turn. I stepped aside, making room for him. There was something about the simplicity of it all, no competition, no rush, just the rhythm of the lake and the stones, something that felt good for the soul. I sat down on the grass beside him, watching as he chose his stone with careful thought, his movements slow and deliberate. It was peaceful in a way that only moments like these could be, and I wasn't in any hurry to let it go. He cast the stone, and I kid you not, it bounced 6 times in a row. The sound was almost musical, each skip hitting the water with a rhythm that seemed to echo through the air. My eyes followed the stone, barely able to believe what I was seeing. 6 times. It was a perfect throw, smooth, effortless. I was in awe, to say the least. I could feel my mouth hanging open as I turned to Matthew, who was now lying back with his arms behind his head again as if he hadn't just pulled off some kind of sorcery. Okay, that was insane, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. How'd you do that? Matthew just shrugged, his smile barely contained. I dunno. Just the way the stone felt in my hand, I guess. He gave a little chuckle, as if it was no big deal, like 6 skips were just a casual thing anyone could do. I couldn't help but laugh at his modesty. All right, I said, picking up another stone, determined to beat his record. You might have set the bar pretty high, but I'm not backing down. He grinned at me, eyes still half closed in the lazy sunlight. Go ahead, kid. Let's see what you've got. To my utter surprise, I managed to skip it a whole 8 times, prompting Matt to call me a warlock. No way you didn't cast a spell on that. You sorcerer, he exclaimed, his voice breaking through the usual hushed tone I was so used to. It startled me for a second, not just because he was louder than I'd ever heard him before, but because there was this rare burst of energy behind his words. It was like seeing a flash of lightning on an otherwise calm day. His voice, though still a bit monotone, had a richness to it that I hadn't noticed before. It carried a certain depth, like there was more to him than he let on most of the time. I couldn't help but smile, happy to have coaxed such a reaction out of him. Well, I said, pretending to adjust my invisible wizard's robe, I might have dabbled in the dark arts a time or two. Guess I've been found out. I gave a mock bow, and he laughed, a short, sharp sound that caught me off guard but left me grinning like an idiot. Matthew shook his head, still sprawled out on the grass. I'll give you this, he said, voice dropping back to its usual quiet tone. That was pretty impressive. But next time, I'm taking the win back, sorcery or not. Challenge accepted, I replied with a smirk, picking up another stone. As I weighed it in my hand, I glanced at him, still sprawled out like a cat soaking up the sun. For a moment, I felt like I'd glimpsed a different side of Matthew, a lighter, freer version of him, and I was glad to see it, even if it was just for a second. It was time to leave, and the boys and I wished Matthew a safe trip back home. I expected him to give his usual quiet nod and head off, but to my surprise, he lingered for a moment before saying, "I'll walk with you. Can't have evil demons snatching you up on the way." It was such a Matthew thing to say, half serious, half playful. I laughed and nodded. "All right then, my gallant protector. Lead the way." As we made our way down the dirt path, the lake fading into the background, he began to talk about a ship called the Mary Celeste. "Isn't it crazy how they just abandoned it?" he asked, his voice carrying an unusual excitement. "Indeed it is," I agreed, intrigued despite myself. It wasn't often Matthew took the lead in conversations, but when he did, it was always something interesting. "Think about it," he continued, his hands gesturing now, "a ship sailing in perfect condition, everything intact, cargo, supplies, but not a single soul on board. It's like something right out of a horror story." I couldn't help but grin at his enthusiasm. "Sounds like the work of your evil demons," I teased. "Could be," he replied with a chuckle. "Or maybe aliens. Or pirates. Theories are endless, but no one knows for sure. That's what makes it so fascinating." I looked over at him as he spoke, his usually reserved demeanor giving way to genuine curiosity and excitement. It was nice, walking like this, listening to his voice weave the tale of the Mary Celeste. He had a knack for making even the strangest stories feel real, and for once, I didn't mind just letting him talk. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked after a while, genuinely curious about where his thoughts might lead. He paused for a second, considering the question. "Not really," he said finally, "but I like the idea of mysteries. The stuff we can't explain, it's what keeps life interesting." I nodded, taking in his words as we continued our walk, the sun dipping lower on the horizon. In that moment, I realized how much I appreciated Matthew Cheshire, not just for his quiet brilliance but for the way he made the world feel a little more mysterious, a little more alive. The 4th of July, 1918. I was unfortunately reminded that there was no escaping news of the war effort when I heard Woodrow Wilson's speech up on Mount Vernon. He talked about the war being a continuation of what George Washington fought for and how the fight was going strong, aligning America's involvement with the ideals of liberty and freedom established during the country's founding. Wilson framed the struggle as not just a national effort, but a global one, a fight for freedom and justice that would secure the liberties of all peoples, not just those of the United States. Wilson emphasized that the Founding Fathers, including Washington, had envisioned a world where people everywhere could share in the rights of free men. He positioned America's role in the war as a fulfillment of this vision, suggesting that the United States was acting in the spirit of those early patriots, fighting for the broader principles of liberty on a global scale. My bishop was at the 4th of July party, and he noticed my glum look as the war news continued to echo through the room. Sensing my discomfort, he asked me, should I turn the radio off? "Yes, please, I can't stand hearing about this war anymore," I shouted, perhaps just a little too loudly. Bishop Bullock, ever the voice of reason, didn't seem bothered by my outburst. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. "I can't either, but we can't just pretend it doesn't exist," he explained, his tone calm and steady. His words struck me, reminding me that, no matter how much I wished to escape the relentless news of the war, it was something we all had to face. It was the harsh reality of the time, and trying to ignore it wouldn't make it go away. "Bishop, why does God let awful things happen?" I asked, my emotions getting the best of me as the weight of the world seemed to crash down on me at once. "That is the curse of free will, I'm afraid," Bishop Bullock explained with a grin, his voice steady but laced with a touch of sympathy. Frustrated, I shot back, why did he give us it, anyway? I wasn't ready for the answer I got. "Would you rather be a servant to Satan?" he asked, his tone catching me off guard. "No, why?" I trailed off, confused. Because Satan didn't want people to have free will, and God did, he explained, smiling just a little, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Whoa! That's awful. Indeed it is. Bullock replied, momentarily distracted by the hot dogs grilling nearby. Then, with a sudden shift, he turned to me with a serious expression. You remind me so much of your father, Jeremy. He cupped my chin gently, inspecting my face as if searching for something unspoken. How so? I asked, thrown off. You have his eyes and nose. You are also a highly complex figure, just as your father was. His smile carried an odd mix of pride and recognition. His words lingered in my mind. Was I really like my father? I had never dared to think about it. Thank you, Bishop, I said, gently smiling, grateful for the distraction from the radio broadcast of Wilson's speech. It had been too much, too heavy, too loud, too suffocating. Bishop Bullock gave me something else to think about, something more intimate, more personal, more grounding. His perspective on free will, suffering, and the spiritual weight of our choices made me feel oddly lighter. Come, I want to show you something, I said eagerly, pulling him along by his pointer finger. Well, okay, he replied, curiosity in his voice. We arrived at a stump, the remains of a once mighty tree. The woodcutters had felled it, fearing the roots might damage nearby homes. We're here, I exclaimed. What is the significance of this here stump? Bishop Bullock asked, clearly puzzled. This here is my special praying stump. It's one of the places I pray at when everything turns sour, I explained, reverent. Oh, my. You never cease to surprise me, Jeremy, he said with an amused grin. The tree symbolized rebirth, a new beginning, I continued, almost preaching. It's gone now, but the memory of it will never vanish. Bishop Bullock paused, his expression turning solemn. Then he said, you need to become the next bishop once you come of age. The words stunned me, but warmed me, too. I will be the best bishop there ever was, I grinned. Oh, I just know it, he exclaimed. I need to go find Mom, I said, remembering she was somewhere among the party guests. After searching a bit, I found her and shared what Bullock had told me. You really think I can do it, Ma? I asked, nervous. Jeremiah, do you realize how many people look up to you, she said, surprising me. No, how many? I asked, heart racing. Several thousand. You really need to publish your diary one day. The readers will be thrilled to read about your adventures. She kissed my forehead softly. Her gesture was sweet, though her timing questionable. Still, her words added a new, unexpected weight to my thoughts. A future I never considered seemed to materialize in front of me. Maybe, just maybe, I was standing at the edge of something far bigger than myself. The 5th of July, 1918. The 5th of July marked a significant day, meeting Peggy's parents for the very first time. They were certainly an interesting bunch. Her father, with his golden yellow tie and thick Scottish accent, made an impression I wouldn't soon forget. The accent, though charming, was so strong that it was a struggle to keep up with what he was saying. Adding to the uniqueness, he called me laddie about 1,000 times without pause. So he began, his tone heavy with expectation. Yes, I replied, my nerves kicking into high gear. Peggy says she is head over heels for you, he said, his expression oddly serious, so much so that it didn't quite match the light-hearted atmosphere of the day. Yes, sir, she wants to marry me, I found myself blurting out before I even realized what I was saying. The words seemed to hang in the air for a moment, his laughter cutting through the silence. It was the kind of laughter that filled the room, hearty and full. But as he looked at my face and saw I was completely serious, The laughter died down, replaced by an expression that was harder to read. The exchange left a knot of anxiety in my stomach, but I held my ground, determined to prove myself worthy of Peggy's affections. It was a strange but defining moment, one that I'd remember as a turning point in our journey together. "What makes her think you'd be a good husband?" he asked skeptically, not believing I was good enough for her. "Let's see, I am very patient and empathetic, and I am quite intelligent for my age," I said nervously, feeling the weight of every word as Peggy's father stared at me. This whole situation felt less like a casual introduction and more like an interrogation. The kind you'd expect to see reserved for someone like Abel Simmons, the kind of guy who would warrant deep scrutiny, not me. Yet, here I was, sweating under the man's gaze, trying to prove myself worthy of his daughter. I adjusted my posture, hoping to appear confident even as my nerves threatened to betray me. It was a strange dance of trying to impress while staying true to myself. Despite the tension, I clung to the hope that my honesty would count for something in the eyes of the man who mattered most to Peggy. "I believe you, laddie," Peggy's father said, his tone softening as he relaxed in his chair. A wave of relief washed over me, and I felt the tension leave my body. It was as if the sweat pouring from every pore finally ceased, like I'd been granted a reprieve. In a strange way, it reminded me of the Garden of Gethsemane, not that I was sweating blood, but the sheer intensity of the moment felt just as overwhelming. I allowed myself a small smile, finally able to breathe easily in his presence. Whatever test I'd just endured, it seemed I'd passed, and that was enough to steady my nerves and let me focus on what mattered most, Peggy and the future we hoped to build together. "He seems like a very sweet child," Mrs. Benson said as she lightly brushed my cheek. The gesture was so gentle, so kind, that I couldn't help but feel a swell of comfort. At that moment, it didn't matter who it came from, I simply appreciated the warmth of someone's touch, the reassurance that I wasn't alone in this strange, nerve-wracking introduction to Peggy's family. Her words, paired with the gesture, felt like a balm, soothing the nerves I'd been battling since the conversation started. It was a fleeting moment of solace, but one that reminded me I could endure whatever came next. Just then, Peggy walked into the room, her face lit up with a massive smile. The sight of her joy was contagious, and I couldn't help but smile as well. It felt like the tension and nervousness that had filled the room moments before melted away in her presence. Her happiness had a way of brightening everything, and in that instant, I realized how much I appreciated her warmth and positivity. It was as if her smile alone could reassure me that everything was going to be just fine. "Hiya, Jeremy," she giggled adorably. I just about melted whenever she did so. "Hey, where have you been all this time?" I asked, curious. "Just hiking," she casually said, causing her father to scold her. I learned later that his name was Henry, and I despised him already. "Alone? You could have been raped by a predator." "Those Negroes sure love white women," he rudely said, making assumptions about African Americans, and I hated it. Racism is an indefensible and reprehensible ideology. It is entirely irrational to harbor hatred or prejudice against individuals for inherent traits over which they have no control, such as their race or ethnicity. Such attitudes reflect ignorance and perpetuate unnecessary divisions within society. Discriminating against someone based on their immutable characteristics undermines the principles of equality and mutual respect that should form the foundation of any civilized community. It is essential to recognize the inherent dignity and worth of every individual, celebrating diversity as a source of strength rather than viewing it through the lens of prejudice or fear. "Negroes are good people," I shouted, unable to contain my fury at his derogatory comments about black individuals. He shot back, his face twisted with anger. "No nigger is worth any respect, I firmly believe that." The words hit me like a punch, but instead of responding with equal hatred, I paused. It was difficult, so much anger built up in me, but I knew that reacting in kind wouldn't change anything. Instead, I spoke, my voice steady but firm. Hatred doesn't define someone's worth. We can't judge people by the color of their skin. It's not about race, it's about humanity. His eyes narrowed, but my words hung in the air, challenging him to reconsider his beliefs. "Please leave our house, Jeremiah," he ordered, his voice sharp and commanding. My immediate instinct was to protest, to argue against his unjustified hatred, but deep down, I knew it would have been pointless. It was clear he wasn't interested in hearing anything that might challenge his views. So, I left quietly, not wanting to make things more difficult. Peggy, seeing the conflict in my eyes, followed me outside without a word. "Please don't pay any attention to him," she said, her grip on my hand firm, offering a quiet strength. "He thinks the Confederates were the true heroes in the Civil War." Her words struck me harder than I expected. It was disturbing to realize how deeply rooted some of these beliefs were in her father's worldview. But as she stood beside me, I realized that her support was all I needed to keep moving forward, no matter how frustrating or disheartening the situation became. I have to go home," I muttered under my breath, my words barely audible as the weight of everything hit me. "I'm so sorry for what you witnessed there," Peggy said calmly, her voice soft, trying to calm me down. I wanted to go back, to confront her father and beat his ass, to challenge the hatred and ignorance he spewed. The urge to fight was overwhelming, but deep down, I knew it would only make things worse for her. She had chastised me before for fighting Isaac, and this situation was far worse. "It's okay, just please stay safe for me," I managed, blinking back tears as I waved her a quiet goodbye. I didn't know what to say, or how to make sense of the ugly reality we had just faced. The moment hung between us, a painful reminder of how deeply prejudice could poison a home. It was a moment of helplessness, where wanting to protect and fight for the people you cared about collided with the painful reality of how much damage one person's beliefs could cause. But, despite it all, Peggy's presence was a comfort, a sign that there was still love and understanding in a world that sometimes seemed so full of division. I prayed for my entire family that night, my cousins, uncles, and the friends I had made over the course of my short lifetime. It felt right to thank God for them, to express gratitude for the people who had shaped my journey, and who had supported me through all the highs and lows. In those quiet moments of prayer, I realized just how much their presence meant in my life. Each one had left their mark, whether through shared laughter, lessons learned, or the comforting embrace of companionship. It was as if, in acknowledging their importance, I was strengthening the bond that held us together. It was in these simple, reflective moments that I felt a deep sense of peace, a reminder that, despite the chaos around us, the love of family and friends remained a constant source of strength. And for that, I was truly grateful. I closed my heavy eyes and surrendered to the embrace of Morpheus, letting sleep carry me away. The weight of the day dissolved as the quiet pull of slumber wrapped around me, offering a momentary escape from the burdens of the world. Dreams awaited, a sanctuary where reality softened and gave way to fleeting peace. I dreamt of Carson once more. This time, I saw him getting married, moving out of the house, and starting a life of his own. For a fleeting moment, it all felt so real, his laughter, the joy in his eyes, the way life seemed to be moving forward as it should have. But then, like a cruel trick, the dream dissolved, and I realized it was all an illusion, a fabrication of my mind trying to piece together a reality that could never be. See, that's the problem with life, no matter how much hope you hold or how hard you try, it always finds a way to break you. It doesn't care about fairness or justice, it just moves forward, indifferent to what it leaves in its wake. And I mean it, life doesn't just screw you over, it finds ways to remind you of everything you've lost, even when you're trying to move on. Dreams like these, they are not just visions, They are echoes of what could have been, taunting you with their unreachable promise. And that's what I hate the most, the way life toys with you. It dangles hope and happiness just within reach, only to snatch it away with cruel indifference. It's not just the loss that hurts, it's the reminder of what could have been, the echoes of joy that never fully existed. Dreams, memories, and regrets blend together, leaving you to wrestle with the emptiness that follows. That bitterness, that hollow ache of knowing you've been let down yet again, that's what I can't stand. The 8th of July, 1918. Visiting Abel in Falstaff Prison was easily one of the worst mistakes of my life. The stark, oppressive atmosphere of the prison, combined with Abel's unpredictable nature, made the experience something I couldn't shake from my mind. The guards, the cold, the smell of sterile concrete, it all felt suffocating. But it wasn't just the environment that made it so difficult. It was the conversation, the way Abel spoke, the harsh truths he shared about the world and about himself. I thought I could handle it, that I was strong enough to face him and the dark reality of his situation, but I wasn't prepared for the emotional toll. Seeing him behind those bars, a man who had once been a part of my life in a much different context, shattered something inside me. I left feeling more broken than I had ever felt before, the weight of his choices hanging over me like a dark cloud. In hindsight, I realized it wasn't just Abel's words that shook me, it was the reminder of how far removed I had become from the person I used to be, and how far I was willing to go to try to save someone else, even when I knew I couldn't. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice slurred and ragged, clearly intoxicated out of his mind. Where he got the booze from was anyone's guess. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming, hanging thick in the air as I stood there, unsure of how to respond. "How did you?" I trailed off, my mind struggling to make sense of the situation. "Don't worry about it, Jeremiah," he said, tone firm but shadowed by something darker. Then he suddenly reached out, grabbing my hand with a grip that nearly crushed it. His strength, despite his obvious state of intoxication, was unsettling. The pressure of his hand startled me. His fingers clamped around mine like iron. I winced but didn't pull away, as if he were trying to force a message into me through sheer physical force, a message I wasn't sure I wanted to understand. "I see you got engravings on your flesh," I said, noticing the black sun tattoo inked into his pale skin. "Ah, yes. You like it?" he asked, stumbling as his words slurred together. I reached out instinctively to steady him. "Sure," I replied, sarcasm dripping. "Thanks," he muttered, not catching it. He tapped his bald head. "How about my haircut?" "You have no hair." "Precisely. It was part of my old identity, but not anymore," he slurred. Before I could respond, he suddenly perked up. "Would you like to watch a movie with me?" Okay, I said, unsure why I agreed. "This prison has a movie theater." "Wait, really?" "Yes, dumbass. Now follow me." He led me past the cafeteria, its smell somehow both greasy and bland, before we arrived at the theater. "What's playing right now?" I asked. "Birth of a Nation is playing." "Come, sit with me." I froze. That film, infamous for its racist propaganda, felt like the worst possible thing to view in a prison. But arguing with Abel felt dangerous, so I sat down. When the lynching scenes appeared on screen, I shut my eyes. Abel didn't. He screamed with vile enthusiasm. "Die, nigger, die." The hatred in his voice made me sick. Each time I tried to leave, he barked, "Sit your ass down and enjoy the film." Those 2 hours felt like a lifetime. When it ended, I thanked God. It was the worst film I had ever seen, and knowing Woodrow Wilson had endorsed it only deepened my disgust. "I really ought to get going, Abe," I said, shaking. Oh, come on. Stay a bit more, won't you? His voice was clearer now, yet somehow crueler. My frustration finally erupted. Abel, one day you're going to regret being this hateful, I can bank on it. He shot back, yeah, well one day you're going to hate worshipping your false god. Heavenly Father? More like heavenly bother. The venom in his voice struck like a slap. I could barely breathe from the anger burning in my chest. To stop myself from doing something unforgivable, I left. I ran until the prison was far behind me, ran until the cold air burned my lungs. When I got home, I collapsed into tears. Jeremy, what is wrong? My mother asked, gently squeezing my hand. Abel hasn't changed one bit. He's fond of the KKK now, I choked out. He's what? She screamed, her voice sharp with shock. Yup. He calls black people the N-word. He's just terrible. I lay on the couch, drained, unable to escape any of it. Later, I prayed, for Carson, for my father, for Michael, for my cousins, and for strength. And I prayed for the war to end. And, somehow, in November, it did. The armistice of the 11th of November, 1918 finally brought the nightmare to a close. The world could begin to rebuild, though none of us would ever be the same again. The 18th of November, 1918. In the kitchen, my mother was calmly making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, using the homemade jam she'd prepared from the berries we gathered in Westwick Forest. The simple act of her routine was oddly grounding, a small reminder of normalcy amidst the chaos of a world recovering from war. But the sight brought back memories of the Felton Forest, now long gone, a casualty of greed and destruction brought about by Abel Simmons' actions. The mere thought of him filled me with rage, a loathing so deep it felt like it couldn't be contained in words. It wasn't just the loss of the forest, it was everything he represented, everything he had taken. At that moment, my hatred for him burned brighter than ever, overwhelming the brief joy of Wilson's announcement. It was time for me to head to school, but when the offer for a ride came, I declined without hesitation. Walking felt like the better choice that day, an opportunity to clear my head, to navigate not just the streets but my own thoughts. There was something freeing about moving on my own 2 feet, the rhythm of each step offering a sense of control in a world that often felt chaotic and unpredictable. Matthew jumped behind me, startling me immensely. "Pussycat," he exclaimed with a grin, clearly enjoying the moment. "I'll show you who's the pussycat." I shook my fist at him teasingly, playing along with his light-hearted energy. "So, how do you feel about the end of this wretched war?" he asked, his tone shifting to something more serious as he looked to me for my thoughts. "I couldn't be happier," I grinned, genuinely relieved. The end of the war meant so much, the hope for peace after all the suffering. "Me too. I had an older friend of mine who perished in the trenches," he said unexpectedly, the weight of his words catching me off guard. I felt for him. I had lost my brother there too, and without thinking, I gave him a tight hug. "I'm sure he's in a better place now, Matt," I smiled supportively, hoping my words could offer some comfort. "I know he is," he sighed deeply. "He was a man of God. Very few can claim that honor." His voice dropped, and I could hear the sadness lingering behind the words. "What's wrong?" I asked anxiously, sensing there was more on his mind. "Well, what the hell is our history class going to be about now?" Matthew said with a sharp laugh, but I could tell he wasn't entirely joking. The Great War, as they called it, had been our central topic for so long. Without it, what would we talk about? It felt like we were about to face a vast, empty canvas in our curriculum, where everything would seem less relevant. We found out soon enough that there was plenty to discuss that wasn't war-related. On our very first day after the war's end, we began learning about Leopold II and the horrific atrocities he committed in the Congo Free State. The images we saw in class, photographs of amputated arms, haunted me. These were not just gruesome reminders, they were the reality of how Leopold and his regime punished the Congolese people, cutting off limbs as a form of punishment and control. The brutality of his reign, which lasted from 1885 to 1908, remains one of the most horrific episodes in colonial history. Leopold's regime exploited the population through forced labor, violence, and the systematic dismemberment of anyone who failed to meet his rubber quotas. These atrocities were hidden from the public for years, but the photographs we saw in class played a crucial role in exposing the full extent of the brutality and its devastating impact. Learning about this was both eye-opening and deeply upsetting. The atrocities in the Congo, hidden under the guise of civilizing missions, were, in truth, acts of exploitation and dehumanization. It made me reflect on the darkest chapters of human history, and how often the stories of the oppressed are ignored or forgotten. I found out that Mr. Cassio had unfortunately retired after I asked if I could go to his class. He was around 60, so I wasn't particularly surprised by his decision. At that age, I could understand why he'd want to step back. Teaching is a demanding job, and after decades of shaping minds, a well-earned rest feels justified. His retirement marked the end of an era for many of us, his lessons leaving a profound impact. It was bittersweet. While I wouldn't be able to attend his class again, I respected his decision to embrace a quieter phase of life. Unfortunately, Mr. Bailey had not retired. He taught organic chemistry that year, a subject that sounded intimidating. The only thing I knew for sure was that it dealt with carbon. Beyond that, I knew zilch. Organic chemistry was a world of intricate molecules and reactions, and for someone who struggled with even basic chemistry, it felt like plunging into a deep and confusing pool. Mr. Bailey, with his enthusiasm, did his best to break things down, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being miles behind. Still, I respected the challenge, even if it felt like trying to read a book in a language I barely understood. Mr. Bailey? I asked anxiously. Yes, Jeremy, he responded, leaning in slightly, curious about my hesitation. When are you going to retire? I blurted out. Immediate regret hit me. The question felt rude, like I'd crossed an invisible boundary. The moment it left my mouth, awkwardness filled the room. In about 5 years or so. I still have my brains, don't I? Mr. Bailey laughed heartily, the tension dissipating just a little. You sure do, I said, smiling despite the discomfort. Then, out of nowhere, he brought up Michael. I miss Michael. He was a swell student, he said softly. Hearing his name felt like a sudden blow. How could he bring him up so casually? It was as if a wound I thought had begun to close had been ripped open again. The grief was still raw, and I couldn't keep it from surfacing. I miss him too. He was too young to perish like that, I said, my voice thickening. Spanish flu, right? He asked quietly. Yes, sir, I replied, steadying myself. I didn't want to stay on that topic. Not here. Not now. So, will you teach us some organic chemistry or not? I asked, gently steering the conversation away. Sure thing. Listen up, class, Mr. Bailey said, his usual energy returning as he walked toward the lab tables where we conducted our experiments. Relief washed over me. Even if I didn't understand organic chemistry, it was easier to face than the emotional terrain we'd just crossed. Everything that is living and breathing is made up of carbon. It is the building block of life, Mr. Bailey explained. Organic chemistry, he continued, was the study of carbon-containing compounds, the very makeup of living organisms. The concept struck me. Even though I didn't fully grasp the subject, The idea that all life hinged on this one element felt like a revelation. "How fascinating!" I exclaimed. "Indeed it is," he grinned. "So, what is our first lesson going to be on?" I asked. "Dot structures," he said, pointing at the diagram in our textbook. I stared at it in horror. It required math. Of course it required math. My mind froze at the thought. "Understand?" he asked, noticing my expression. "Not really, no," I admitted. "It's okay. You'll get the hang of it, I promise," he said, patting my shoulder. "Okay," I muttered. Long story short, he ended the class with a monologue about his daughter starting college. Somehow, he stretched a simple topic into a full 10-minute speech. It was one of those moments where you wondered how he managed to turn something so straightforward into a lengthy tangent, but I suppose it was his way of making the class feel more personal, even if it didn't help much with the chemistry. The 20th of November, 1918. It was a regular Wednesday, or at least, as regular as it could be when Gary Cecil was around to make life miserable. He had a knack for picking on me, his taunts and jabs relentless, turning every mundane school day into an exercise in endurance. Regular wasn't supposed to feel like walking on eggshells, but with Gary in the picture, that's exactly what it became. His presence was a storm cloud that followed me down the hallways, in the cafeteria, and even in the quiet moments when I thought I could escape. Wednesdays were just another reminder that, sometimes, the world isn't fair, but maybe, just maybe, there was a way to weather it. "How do you feel about going to the Nuthouse, Jeremiah?" Cecil sneered, standing in my way and blocking my entrance to Mr. Bailey's classroom. His smirk was as obnoxious as ever, his words sharp and cutting, designed to get under my skin. I could feel my frustration building, but I kept my expression calm, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. The hallway felt smaller with him standing there, his presence looming like a shadow, daring me to push past him. But something in me knew that giving in to his taunts would only make things worse. "Move, Cecil," I demanded, my tone rough and unyielding. "All right, I'll move, homo lover," he sneered, the venom in his voice laced with the usual nastiness he reserved for his insults. I paused, letting his words hang in the air for a moment before smiling evenly. "You are exactly what you hate, Cecil. That's how it tends to be." I met his glare with a calm that seemed to throw him off. Cecil hated gays so loudly, so vehemently, that it wouldn't have surprised me if his hatred was a reflection of his own internal struggle. Sometimes, people's biggest fears and insecurities manifest as the things they claim to despise most. Watching his sneer falter for just a split second was all the confirmation I needed. I entered Mr. Bailey's classroom at long last, relief washing over me as I made my way to my usual spot at the front. The desk I claimed was familiar, though far from pristine. Its surface was scratched and dirty, scars from the previous year's wear and tear. I traced one of the grooves absent-mindedly, wondering how many restless hands had marked it before mine. The classroom itself felt both welcoming and chaotic, books piled on shelves, charts on the walls, and the faint smell of chalk in the air. Despite its imperfections, it was a space where learning happened, and for better or worse, I was ready to tackle whatever the day would bring. Today, we will discuss covalent bonds. Does anyone know what those are? Mr. Bailey asked, his voice lively and expectant. The classroom responded with silence, a collection of blank stares from every corner, including my own. It was clear that the concept hadn't clicked for anyone yet, or maybe we'd never even heard of it before. I stared down at my scratched desk, hoping someone else might break the awkward stillness. But it stretched on, making it all the more obvious how little any of us understood about this mysterious topic he was introducing. Covalent bonds are a type of chemical bond where atoms share pairs of electrons to achieve stability in their outer electron shells. I saw someone mouth "what the foo," and felt exactly the same as the male student. I believe his name was Clive Jones or something. Mr. Bailey continued explaining, basically, a valence shell is the outermost electron shell, the one that determines how atoms bond. The class let out an "oh," the sound of collective understanding. The concept clicked once he broke it into digestible pieces. "Thank you, Mr. Bailey," I said, impulsively hugging him. He blinked, startled. "You didn't have to do that, it's only an explanation of our lesson," he chuckled. "Anytime, kiddo," he added lightly. "I can't wait to do experiments in this class." Clive, or whoever it was, blurted. "We will get to it, don't you worry," Mr. Bailey replied, full of energy. "What type of experiments will we do?" I asked. "Thin layer chromatography, for example." Silence. Confusion. Blank faces. Mr. Bailey laughed gently and explained TLC, turning a terrifying sci-fi term into something comprehensible and even exciting. Suddenly, he glanced at the clock. "We seem to be out of time." "Oh, crap," I muttered. Gary was probably waiting outside. "It's okay, let me walk you out," Mr. Bailey said, surprising me. He must have noticed the tension. Somehow, he knew. We stepped outside, straight into Gertie. "See what it's like to be appreciated, Gary?" "I thought not," I taunted. I was bullying a bully, and I didn't care, not then. Maybe it wasn't the right choice, but in that moment, it felt justified. At lunch, Matt sat with Peggy and me, making googly eyes at her until I shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. He immediately shrank like a frightened turtle. "Mrs. Brompton once got us in trouble," I guffawed, laughing uncontrollably. People stared. I didn't care. "You kissed in front of her?" Matt gasped. "We sure did." Peggy giggled. "Wicked cool. I want to do that too when I get a woman." Careful of her eagle gaze, Peggy warned. "She sees everything." Later, a teacher asked, "Como estas?" I said, bien, the only Spanish word I knew. Señor Gomez appeared, white as chalk despite the name, and welcomed me into the class. Spanish was a relief after the torture of Algebra 2. Gato. Perro. Simple. Manageable. Human. The bell rang. Adios, estudiants. Life at home was different. My mother wore a crimson-red dress, unusual for her. Red was my father's favorite color. "It's okay, Mama Cass, you can mourn him all you want," I said. "I just miss him very much," she whispered, a tear sliding down her cheek like a carriage winding down a narrow road. I miss him too. Every damn day," I said. Instead of scolding me for cursing, like father would've, she pulled me into a hug. Afterward, I mumbled, I have homework to do." "Oh, okay, see you tomorrow then," she asked softly. "Yes, see you tomorrow." That night, I prayed I wouldn't lose her too. "Dear Heavenly Father, please guide and protect my loving mother, keep her out of harm's way. I ask for these things in the sacred name of Jesus Christ, Amen." Amen. The 22nd of November, 1918. A replacement for Mr. Cassio was eventually found in the form of an individual named Mr. Philippe. Initially, I held no particular expectations for him, perhaps due to the difficulty of envisioning someone adequately filling Mr. Cassio's role or simply because of the uncertainty that accompanies transitions of this nature. However, to my surprise, Mr. Philippe turned out to be quite competent, performing his duties in a satisfactory manner and, in some respects, commendable. His ability to adapt and integrate smoothly was unexpected but certainly appreciated. My dear students, today we will be delving into the fascinating world of human anatomy, he proclaimed, his words rolling out in a drawl so thick and pronounced it could have sliced through butter. His accent, unmistakable and heavy, seemed to add an air of gravitas, or perhaps unintended humor, to the declaration, instantly capturing the attention of the room. The teacher raised an eyebrow, clearly catching the tone of dread in my voice. "No need to worry, this isn't that kind of class," he replied with a faint smile, though his words didn't do much to settle my nerves. "Today," he continued, "we are diving into the complexity of human anatomy, how it functions, how it repairs itself, and what makes it truly remarkable." His words were reassuring, but a small part of me remained skeptical. I had heard too many horror stories of awkward lectures and overly enthusiastic diagrams. Crossing my arms, I leaned back in my chair, determined to approach this lesson with caution. "Does anyone here know what the digestive system is for?" he asked the class. Unfortunately, Boris Adcock turned the moment into one massive, might I say humorless, joke. "The digestive system turns food into crap," Boris exclaimed, causing the entire class to erupt into laughter. "Thank you for that colorful interpretation, Boris," the teacher replied dryly, trying to steer the lesson back to its intended path. It was another classic Boris moment, loud, unnecessary, and entirely predictable. His humorless attempt at comedy filled the room with awkward silence rather than laughter, derailing the question's purpose. Boris might have thought he was clever, but the rest of us were just ready to move on and actually learn something about digestion. The teacher sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Thank you for that colorful summary, Boris. However, there's a bit more to it than that. Does anyone else care to give a more thoughtful answer?" I rolled my eyes, still cringing from the immature outburst, and half-heartedly raised my hand. "The digestive system breaks down food into nutrients that the body can absorb, and it gets rid of what it doesn't need," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. The teacher nodded, his expression softening. "Exactly, and that's just the start. It's an incredibly intricate process that begins the moment food enters your mouth." The class quieted down, the faint rustle of notebooks opening filling the room. He walked over to the whiteboard, picking up a marker with purposeful air. "Enzymes," he began, writing the word in bold letters, "are specialized proteins that speed up chemical reactions in the body. They are the unsung heroes of digestion, breaking down complex food molecules into smaller, absorbable pieces." Morgan Chase raised his hand, his enthusiasm breaking through the earlier immaturity. "Like amylase in saliva." "The what?" "Exactly," the teacher replied, tone encouraging. "Amylase starts breaking down carbohydrates right in your mouth. Then, the food travels down the esophagus to the stomach, where gastric juices and enzymes like pepsin get to work on proteins." Boris, unable to resist, muttered, "So it's like food's first obstacle course." Then comes the crap, earning a few chuckles. The teacher smirked but continued. "In a way, yes. But once the food reaches the small intestine, that's where the real magic happens. The pancreas releases enzymes to break down fats, proteins, and carbs, while the liver produces bile to emulsify fats." I leaned forward despite my earlier reluctance. The intricate teamwork of the digestive system was fascinating, and far more appealing than Boris's commentary. I sank back into my seat, grateful to shift focus back to learning. Class was over, and it was time to switch gears to Spanish. Arriving a bit late, I muttered a quick sorry, but Mr. Gomez gently corrected me. "You're supposed to say, lo siento, Señor Gomez, Jeremiah," he explained with a kind smile. "Lo siento," I repeated, making my way into class at last. The room had changed significantly since I'd last been there. Spanish flags adorned the walls, bright and vivid, alongside Mexican flags, adding a layer of cultural richness. It was vibrant and welcoming, a celebration of the language and the diverse cultures connected to it. My thoughts wandered briefly to my father. He'd harbored open racism toward Mexicans, often calling them slurs like dirty spics. His ignorance always made me uncomfortable, and I was grateful not to share his views. Every culture brought something unique and valuable to the world. To me, it was his loss. I resolved to embrace this class for what it was, an opportunity to learn about something far bigger than myself. Today, we will be learning basic phrases. Does anyone know any? Señor Gomez asked, scanning the room for volunteers. Me estas cansado, Roger Sanchez said, his pronunciation a little off. The teacher chuckled softly. I'm sorry that you're tired, but this lesson must carry on regardless, Señor Gomez replied with a knowing smile, earning a groan from Roger. Under his breath, Roger muttered, pendejo, which did not escape the teacher's ears. Me no estas pendejo, Señor Sanchez, Señor Gomez said firmly, clearly showing that disrespect wouldn't be tolerated. Realizing his mistake, Roger lowered his head. Lo siento, he mumbled. The exchange was tense but served as a reminder. The classroom wasn't just about learning a language, it was about respect. Today, we are learning about the words tayan and tengo. Tayan means has. So, if you are addressing someone, you would say tayan and then the noun. An example, tayan usted algún pasatiempo favorito? Or what is your favorite hobby? The class looked as confused as if he had just spoken an alien language. We're supposed to learn that? I asked, voice tinged with shock. A sinking feeling settled in my chest as I regretted signing up for this class. My mind wandered to Abel. He'd probably have thrived here, soaking it all up with that cocky grin. Too bad he was stuck in juvenile detention. Class ended before I could fully process what had happened. As I gathered my things, the teacher approached. He smiled warmly. I see a lot of potential in you. As if. I thought, brushing it off. Still, I thanked him. It was the kindest thing anyone had said all day, even if I didn't believe it. When I got home, the comforting aroma of ravioli greeted me. My mom was in the kitchen, humming softly as she stirred the pot. Ravioli, one of my absolute favorite meals. For a moment, I felt a flicker of joy. Jeremiah, sweetie, I have something important to tell you, she said, tone soft but serious. My stomach dropped. The warmth of the moment dissipated. What could it be? What is it? I asked, shaking a little. James left you a will. Would you like to collect the money now or later? She asked gleefully. Well, how much is it worth? I asked, curious. $25,000, she said excitedly. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get that will. I had never been so excited to be in a financial institution in my life. The 23rd of November, 1918. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. Abel had hung himself in prison, using his bedspread as a makeshift noose. For a moment, I felt a strange, hollow sense of relief, a fleeting thought that the chaos he brought into my life was finally over. But that feeling quickly gave way to something heavier. Deep inside, a piece of my heart broke off, splintering into a quiet grief I didn't want to acknowledge. I had tried so hard to change him, to steer him towards something better, but every damn time, he refused. He was too stubborn, too proud, always thinking he could outmaneuver the world. Sure, he managed to buy out the courts, spinning his way out of justice time and time again. But he could never buy me, no matter how hard he tried. Not that he didn't try, his offers were lavish and enticing, but I would have never accepted them. I wasn't for sale. Abel knew that, and I think, in some twisted way, that's why he hated me as much as he did. And now he was gone, taking his demons with him. I should have been ecstatic to hear the news, but all I felt was the weight of everything he left behind. He was an awful person, my mother began, her voice sharp and unwavering. A man who had everything one could ever desire and yet was still miserable. He bought out every living thing on this planet he could get his hands on, including the courts. There wasn't a single piece of goodness he didn't pervert with those grimy fingers of his. She paused, her eyes locking on mine with a stern intensity. Don't feel sad, Jeremiah. Celebrate the fact that the bastard is dead. Her words cut through the air like a blade. It wasn't the kind of speech I expected, but then again, nothing about Abel's life, or death, was conventional. The bitterness in her tone was palpable, and while I understood her anger, a strange guilt clung to me. He was gone, and maybe he deserved it, but the hollowness in my chest didn't feel like something worth celebrating. Do his friends know? I asked, anxiety tightening my chest. The thought of them finding out, how they would react, what they would feel, gnawed at me. Not yet, she replied, steady but cold. But they will in a few hours, I'm sure. Her words hung in the air, and I couldn't help but wonder how the news would strike them. Would they mourn him? Or would they feel the same fractured relief I did? Abel was complicated, a force in the lives of so many, for better or worse, and now that he was gone, it left behind an unsettling silence. Come, Jeremy, we must leave this place at once, my mother urged suddenly, urgency flaring in her voice. Her eyes darted toward the window, as though the trees themselves were watching us. There were coyotes in the woods at night. If the wind was right, their yips carried through the air, high, eerie, almost human. The sound always chilled me. Why now? I asked, still tangled in thoughts of Abel. Because we don't want to be out here when it gets dark, she snapped. They are dangerous, Jeremy. Come on. I didn't argue. The thought of those wild, hungry creatures pacing between the trees was enough to get me moving. Fear wasn't logical, but it didn't need to be. The woods felt like a greater threat than anything else lurking in my life. We finally got home after being out the entire day, and the moment we stepped inside, she pressed me about Abel. What was the most hurtful thing he ever said to you? She asked. I thought for several long seconds before answering. He mocked my father's job as a miner. He didn't understand the hard work, the sacrifices. To him, it was just a joke. My mother's face hardened, but she listened. I wasn't sure if I was trying to make sense of Abel or if I just needed someone else to feel the weight with me. The troops needed the supplies more than anything, I continued. And Abel, he couldn't care less. He always treated it all like a game. Her gaze softened, but anger remained simmering beneath the surface. Oh, I added, heat rising in my voice, and he mocked Dad's salary of $1,000 a year. The words burst out of me, sharp and raw. $1,000 a year wasn't much, not to Abel, not to his world. But to my father, it was everything. Sweat. Blood. Long hours beneath the earth. Sacrifices Abel could never understand. Exhaustion finally overtook me. I crawled into bed, though my thoughts refused to settle. I didn't know why I prayed, maybe for my own peace, maybe for his, but I couldn't stop myself. Dear Heavenly Father, please watch over him in the next life. He needs guidance, guidance I could not provide on earth. Please give him and his poor family peace and closure. My voice cracked. I say this humbly in Christ's name, Amen. I lay there in the darkness and hoped, truly hoped, that somehow, my prayer made it to wherever he was. Hopefully, it did. The 25th of December, 1918. Sorry to skip so far ahead, but honestly, nothing happened over Christmas break. And I do mean not a damn thing. The days blurred together in a haze of monotony. No surprises, no drama, just the quiet hum of routine. I spent most of my time zoning out, avoiding anything that might stir emotions I didn't want to deal with. The world seemed to slow down, and it felt like I was just waiting for something, anything, to change. But nothing did. Our Christmas dinner was stuffed pork, a hearty meal that filled the house with the smell of spices and roasting meat. David, however, approached it like he hadn't eaten in days. He gobbled it up as if he were starved half to death, shoveling large bites into his mouth with no regard for manners. I couldn't decide if it was more amusing or disgusting. The way his cheeks puffed up and his eyes glazed over as he devoured everything in sight was almost comical, yet at the same time, hard not to feel a little repulsed. I glanced over at my mom, hoping for some kind of reaction, but she was too focused on her own plate to notice. One of those moments where life's absurdity felt almost too much to bear, but you had no choice but to laugh, or at least force a smile. "This was a hell of a year," Uncle Jack guffawed, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied grin. His voice boomed across the table, cutting through the awkward silence that had settled. "Sure is. I'm glad this war is over at last," I joined in, trying to keep the conversation light, even though the weight of everything still pressed down on me. But I couldn't help myself. The words slipped out. "Woodrow Wilson is a hypocrite," I muttered under my breath, not expecting the reaction it triggered. The entire table turned on me. The air thickened. Every set of eyes weighed me down. "Oh, yeah? How so, dipstick?" Uncle Jack laughed, though the edge in his tone made it clear he wasn't amused. He brushed aside my words as if they were nothing, but I saw the veins in his neck pulse with irritation. He idolized Wilson, I detested him. I gritted my teeth, the anger inside me boiling over. If Wilson hadn't declared war on Austria and Germany, maybe Carson wouldn't have come home in a damn body bag. The words were there, but I kept them in. Not in front of the whole family. But damn, I felt it in my gut. The rage was real. Carson's face kept flashing in my mind. His damn draft led to Carson dying. I finally shouted, the words erupting from me before I could think. My fists clenched around my fork, the hot sting of tears welling up, threatening to spill. "Man up, Jeremiah!" Uncle Jack snapped, his face twisted with frustration. "I got assaulted for crying in front of the class." His voice was hard as stone, recalling a memory of pain and humiliation. The words hit me like a slap. I understood the pressure he'd been under, but right now, it felt cruel. It was as if grief and anger didn't belong in this world. I clenched my jaw and looked down at my plate, trying to force myself back into control. Carson's face kept flashing in my mind. The tears clawed at me. "Everyone relax," my mom interjected, her voice cutting through the tension. "This holiday isn't about fighting, it's about being brought closer together as a family." "Right, Jack." Uncle Jack cracked open a beer with a pop that sounded far too loud. Sure, he muttered, taking a long pull. His enthusiasm felt forced. David leaned forward, pleading. "Could I have a sip?" "Oh, all right, but only one," Jack said sternly. David grabbed the bottle, took a tentative sip, and immediately gagged, his face contorting in disgust. "You like this garbage?" "I don't like it, David." "I love it." Jack laughed, pounding his fist on the table theatrically. He looked like Judge Pinkerton from old cartoons, gruff, overblown, performing for effect. I wondered about Pinkerton, about justice and fairness, but it didn't matter. Life felt like one big performance, everyone playing their parts while the real issues lay ignored. To a 1918 Christmas. Uncle Jack hollered, raising his beer. His voice carried a desperate, unshakable fervor. I forced a smile and raised my glass politely, knowing this holiday was just another cycle of routine. It was time to open presents. I tore into mine, heart racing with anticipation. I had wanted a pellet gun more than anything else all year, dreaming of the day I could hold it in my hands, hear it pop against a target. I ripped off the last piece of paper. And there it was, my prize. Not a pellet gun, but still, I plastered on a smile and thanked everyone. Enough was all you got sometimes. A pellet gun? I exclaimed, bursting with excitement. You like it? Mama Cass asked, her eyes twinkling. You kidding? I love it. I grinned, hugging her tightly. Thank you, Mama Cass. Her laugh was soft, her hands patted my back. For a moment, the world felt right. Not just a pellet gun, it was hope, a fleeting sense that maybe things could be okay. I love Christmas. David shouted, bright and loud. You only love it because you get gifts, I teased. Well, yes, but, he trailed off, caught in the truth of my words. Mama Cass cut through the awkward silence. It's getting late. Everyone go back to your house. Yes, Auntie. David replied, saluting like a cartoon soldier. I rolled my eyes, fighting a laugh. At least no fart jokes this time. Maybe David had matured, though I wouldn't bet on it. Can I go to sleep, Mama? I asked, yawn tugging at my words. You certainly may, Jeremy, she said softly, anticipating how badly I needed rest. The last of the guests shuffled out, their laughter fading into the night. I shuffled upstairs, ready for the quiet peace of my bed. Christmas had been a blur, sweet, sour, chaotic, and now it was time to leave it all behind. Good night, Mama, I whispered. She didn't respond, but I felt her eyes on me, a quiet affection lingering in the air. It was enough. I was enough. The 31st of December, 1918. The year had finally come to a close, and looking back, it felt like the longest one I'd ever lived through. Not just because of the physical toll, getting sick twice, with the first bout nearly ending me, but also because of the sheer weight of everything else that had happened. The prison visit with Abel Simmons haunted me the most. That encounter had shaken something deep inside me, leaving questions I couldn't quite let go of. How could a 13-year-old be so goddamn racist? How could someone so young hold on to so much hatred, as if it were the only thing keeping him alive? I couldn't wrap my head around it, no matter how hard I tried. And believe me, I'd tried. I replayed our conversations over and over, searching for answers that simply weren't there. Maybe they never would be. That's the thing about people like Abel, you can't always explain them, and you sure as hell can't change them. Bitter, yes, but one I'd come to accept by December. Still, it left a mark I wasn't sure would ever fade. As the years slipped away, I realized it wasn't just the events that made it feel so long, it was how much of myself I'd left behind. I had lost a lot that year and knew I might lose even more the next. I prayed fervently for my mother to survive, each word heavy with desperation. The weight of losing a parent so suddenly pressed on me, suffocating and relentless. It didn't feel real, not in the slightest. It seemed more like a scene pulled from a Charles Dickens novel, filled with sorrow and misfortune, rather than the stark reality of my own life. How could this be happening? To her? My mother was my anchor, the person who held everything together when it felt like the world was coming apart. The thought of losing her, too, was unbearable. I couldn't shake the fear, couldn't push it out of my mind no matter how hard I tried. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the sound of my own breathing as I knelt by my bed, pleading with whatever higher power might be listening. "Please," I whispered, trembling, "don't take her too. I can't lose her." It wasn't just a prayer for her survival, it was a desperate plea for my own strength, to face whatever might come next. All I could do was cling to hope, fragile as it was. "Mama?" I asked softly, voice shaking. "Yes, Jeremy," she replied, a faint frown creasing her forehead, as if expecting me to say something heavy. "I'm so scared that I will lose you too," I shouted, tears breaking free, streaming down my face. "Oh, honey," she exclaimed, pulling me into her arms. Her hand brushed through my hair, soothing almost painfully. "You will not lose me for another 40 or so years. I don't plan on dying anytime soon." "Dad thought the same," I said, voice cracking. The memory of him was still raw. But his smoking, it probably caused his stroke. Sadness and frustration mingled in my words. She sighed, hand stilling on my shoulder. "I know, Jeremy. I know. But I'm taking care of myself. I'm here for you, and I plan to stay for as long as I possibly can." I wanted to believe her. Desperately. But a part of me couldn't shake the fear, the uncertainty life had cruelly taught me to carry. "Can I stay up until midnight again?" I pleaded, a mix of excitement and weariness threading through my voice. "Of course, dear," she said softly, her voice wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. "What will next year bring?" The words tumbled out almost without thought. A dumb question, I knew, but I couldn't help it. "I haven't the faintest idea," she said with a light laugh. "You barely made it through this one," she teased, her smile warm, knowing. She was right. This year had been brutal, with sickness and grief pushing me to my limits. But her laughter softened the sting of memory, letting me breathe a little. I smiled faintly, leaning into the moment. "Well, if I could survive this year, I think I can survive anything." "That's the spirit," she said, patting my shoulder. "And whatever comes next, we'll face it together." We waited, minutes stretching as the clock crept toward midnight. Each tick felt louder in the stillness, a steady reminder of time slipping away. 5 long hours passed, my body begging for rest. When the final chime of the old year rang out, signaling the new one, I let out a quiet sigh. The weight of the past year lingered for a moment before I gave in to exhaustion. I shuffled to bed, mind too tired to celebrate but too restless to ignore the significance of the moment. Pulling the blanket over myself, I whispered into the darkness, "Don't waste this one, Jeremy." With that promise, I turned off the light and let the shadows of sleep carry me into the first hours of a brand new year. The 11th of January, 1919. Matt's suspension finally came to an end on Friday, bringing a sense of relief that it hadn't dragged on for the dreaded 5 days. Still, the whole ordeal left a bitter taste in my mouth. It wasn't just the fact that Matt had faced consequences, it was that the punishment felt unjust from the start. Standing up to someone like Gary Cecil, who had done nothing but torment others, shouldn't have been met with this kind of backlash. The halls felt a little brighter with Matt's return, though. Even when he wasn't saying much, his presence carried a certain strength that reminded me why we were friends. But beneath his usual confident exterior, I could see he was still carrying the weight of what had happened. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. "Good to see you back," I said as we passed each other near our lockers. "Yeah, thanks," Matt replied, his voice subdued but steady. "Miss me?" he added with a half smile, trying to lighten the mood. "More than I'd like to admit," I said with a chuckle. We didn't need a lengthy conversation to acknowledge what we both felt, that things like this shouldn't have to happen. Matt was punished for standing up to someone who had been relentlessly cruel, while Gary seemed to glide through life unscathed, his father's influence shielding him from accountability. As we headed to class, I couldn't help but think about how broken the system was. Why did it always seem to favor those who deserved the least protection? Matt had done what any decent person would have, he stood up against injustice. And yet, he bore the consequences while Gary got away with his mockery and hate. It reminded me of something I'd read in Beyond Good and Evil. Nietzsche had written about the herd mentality, the way society often punished the strong or independent thinkers for standing out. Maybe that's what had happened here. Matt was punished for challenging the status quo, for daring to disrupt the comfortable narrative that people like Gary relied on to thrive. But if Nietzsche taught me anything, it was that the strong don't crumble. They rise above. And I knew Matt would, too. I stared at Matt, trying to decipher the glint in his eyes. His tone, dripping with malice, sent a shiver down my spine. He wasn't joking, whatever he had planned, it wasn't some harmless prank. Matt, what are you thinking? I asked cautiously. Don't worry about it, he replied with a smirk that only deepened my unease. Let's just say Patrick Cecil's gonna remember my name. This wasn't like him, not really. Sure, he was fiery and quick to defend himself, but this felt different. It felt calculated, almost vindictive. Matt, whatever you're planning, don't do something stupid, I warned, though my words lacked conviction. Part of me wanted to stop him, but another part, one I wasn't proud of, thought Patrick deserved whatever was coming to him. His kid had tormented us for months without so much as a slap on the wrist. And his casual dismissal of Gary's behavior during our meeting only cemented the idea that he didn't care about anyone but himself. Oh, come on, Jeremy, Matt said, rolling his eyes. You've seen how this guy operates. He's a fraud. A puppet master pulling strings for his little brat. Someone's got to teach him a lesson. And that someone has to be you. I shot back. What are you even gonna do? Crash his speech? Throw a pie in his face? Matt laughed at that, but it wasn't his usual laugh. It was darker, almost unsettling. You'll see, he said cryptically, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and walking away. As much as I hated to admit it, I was curious. What could Matt possibly have in mind? And more importantly, would it cross a line? By the time 6 o'clock rolled around, I found myself outside the town square, where Patrick Cecil was set to deliver his speech. The crowd was already gathering, a mix of supporters and skeptics. I scanned the area for Matt, my stomach churning with anxiety. When Patrick finally took the stage, his smug smile and polished demeanor made my blood boil. He launched into his speech, full of empty promises and self-congratulatory rhetoric. The crowd clapped politely, but there was an undercurrent of unease, as if everyone was waiting for something to happen. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, Matt, lurking near the edge of the stage with a backpack slung over his shoulder. My heart sank. Whatever he was planning, it was about to unfold. He reached into his bag and pulled out a Beretta 418. My jaw dropped, dread closing around me like a fist. Was he really about to do this? The sound of gunfire shattered the air, slicing through the crowd's chatter like a blade. 4 deafening cracks echoed as Matt's shots struck true, hitting Patrick Cecil squarely. A collective gasp rippled through the gathering, followed by the chaos of screams and frantic movement. People scattered in every direction, some dropping, others running blindly for safety. Patrick collapsed instantly, his body crumpling like a rag doll onto the podium. Blood pooled beneath him, staining his perfectly tailored suit and the stage where moments before he had stood with such authority. My legs felt rooted to the ground, my mind struggling to process what had just unfolded. Time slowed, the world tilting off its axis. Matt stood there, the gun still in his outstretched hand, his expression blank, almost shocked at himself. "Matt," I finally managed, my voice cracking. "What did you do?" He turned slowly, his face pale, his hands trembling. I ended him," he whispered. "It's done." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder by the second. Security guards rushed toward us, shouting commands drowned beneath the pounding of my own heartbeat. "You've got to run," I said urgently, grabbing his arm. "Matt, we have to go now." "No," he said, pulling away. "I'm not running. This was justice. Let them come." I stared at him, my mind racing. This wasn't justice, it was destruction, the end of everything his life could have been. The sirens grew deafening as police cars skidded to a halt. Officers leaped out, guns raised, voices sharp with authority. Matt dropped the weapon and lifted his hands in surrender. His face stayed eerily calm, but his eyes were a storm, defiance, resignation, and perhaps, relief. I didn't stay to watch them take him. I turned and ran, disappearing into the chaotic crowd, my chest heavy with the truth of what had just unfolded. Patrick Cecil was dead. Matt had thrown everything away for vengeance. And as I slipped into the night, one thing became painfully clear. Nothing would ever be the same again. The 4th of March, 1919. Judge Weber's courtroom was packed, the atmosphere thick with tension and curiosity. The trial had drawn attention from every corner of the city, with reporters, activists, and onlookers cramming into the gallery to witness what many already considered a farce. Judge Weber, an aging man with a stern demeanor and a reputation for heavy-handed decisions, sat at the bench, adjusting his glasses as he prepared to begin. His presence exuded authority, but it did little to mask the growing whispers of discontent among the crowd. The prosecution's star witness was none other than Gary Cecil, a fact that seemed absurd to anyone with even a modicum of common sense. Gary swaggered to the stand with an air of undeserved confidence, his smirk barely concealed as he placed a hand on the Bible and swore to tell the truth. As I sat in the audience, I couldn't help but shake my head. Gary Cecil, the same punk who had tormented Matt and me for years, was now being hailed as a credible witness. It was laughable. He hadn't even been at the scene of the crime. How could he possibly offer any testimony worth hearing? "State your name for the record," the prosecutor began, her formal tone tinged with skepticism. "Gary Cecil," he replied, leaning into the microphone like he were a celebrity being interviewed. "And where were you on the night of Patrick Cecil's death?" Gary hesitated, his smirk faltering for a moment. I was at home, reading a book." "Yet you claim to know about the events that transpired." "Yeah, Matt told me he hated my dad," Gary said, his tone flippant. "He said he was gonna do something about it." Gasps rippled through the courtroom, and the prosecutor seized the moment to dramatize Gary's words. "So you're saying the defendant, Matthew Cheshire, explicitly expressed his intent to harm Patrick Cecil?" "Well, yeah," Gary said, shrugging. "Not in those exact words, but you know what I mean." I clenched my fists in frustration. This was ridiculous. Gary's testimony was hearsay at best, yet the prosecution clung to it as though it were irrefutable evidence. The defense attorney, a wiry man named Mr. Aldridge, rose from his seat. "Objection, Your Honor. The witness's testimony is speculative and lacks any factual basis. He admits he wasn't present at the scene." "Overruled," Judge Weber said curtly, tapping his gavel. The trial continued, descending further into chaos with each passing moment. Gary's exaggerated claims were taken as gospel, while Matt's defense was systematically dismantled. It didn't matter that the evidence was flimsy or that Gary's credibility was non-existent. The court wasn't interested in justice, it was a spectacle, a show designed to convict Matt and vindicate the Cecil name. As the trial dragged on, I couldn't shake the bitter realization that this was never about the truth. It was about power, influence, and the legacy of a man whose corruption ran deeper than anyone dared to admit. And in the end, it seemed Matt would pay the ultimate price for standing up to it. The courtroom fell silent as the woman stood, her hands trembling slightly as she took the stand. Her voice, though shaky, was laced with conviction. "I was a donor to Patrick Cecil's campaign," she began, her eyes scanning the room. "And yes, I noticed some irregularities. Large sums of money were withdrawn from the fund without proper documentation. I didn't know what to make of it at first, but after some digging, I saw that several other donors had noticed the same thing. We tried to bring it up to the campaign office, but we were dismissed. Nobody wanted to hear about it." The crowd shifted, whispers circulating through the room. Gary Cecil, sitting in the witness stand, shifted uncomfortably, his previous smugness now replaced by a thinly veiled unease. The idea that his father's campaign might have been involved in shady dealings wasn't just a blow to his father's legacy, it was a threat to the foundation of his pride. The defense attorney seized the opportunity. "So you're saying Mr. Cecil was mismanaging funds?" he asked, his voice rising with the weight of the accusation. The woman nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying." Judge Webber, who had been leaning back in his chair with an expression of mild skepticism, now sat up straight, his gavel hovering above the bench as if steadying himself. "And how do you know this?" the judge asked, his voice growing stern. "Do you have proof?" "I don't have the paperwork," she answered, "but I have records of the transactions. If you check the campaign's financial reports, you'll find discrepancies. I just didn't know where to turn, and when I heard about Mr. Cheshire's actions, I realized I couldn't stay silent anymore." The prosecutor, who had been clinging to Gary's dubious testimony, now found himself floundering, grasping for control. "Your Honor, this is all speculation. There's no concrete evidence linking Mr. Cheshire to the alleged corruption. All we have are vague accusations and an unsubstantiated witness." But the damage was done. Matthew's words, his statement about Patrick Cecil's corruption, had been backed by a credible witness. The tension in the room shifted, the scales of justice, once so skewed against Matt, had started to balance. Judge Webber's gaze flickered between both sides. His expression remained unreadable, but for the first time since the trial began, there was uncertainty in the air. "We will take a brief recess," Judge Webber finally announced, his gavel landing with a resounding thud. "Both sides will have an opportunity to present any further evidence." As the court adjourned, whispers grew louder, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The tide had shifted, but whether it was enough to turn the verdict in Matt's favor remained to be seen. "Give him death," a man shouted from the back. The courtroom buzzed with tension as Judge Webber silenced the outburst with a sharp glare, his gavel cracking against the bench. "This is a court of law, not a public spectacle," he declared sternly. "I will not tolerate any more interruptions. If you cannot remain composed, you will be removed." The man grumbled but fell silent. "Now," Judge Webber continued, turning to Matthew, "we are here to determine the appropriate course of justice, not to give in to mob mentality. Mr. Cheshire, do you have anything else to say in your defense?" Matthew stood, his hands shaking slightly. His voice was steady. "I already told you why I did it. Patrick Cecil was a corrupt man, using his power to hurt others. I know what I did was wrong, but I couldn't stand by anymore. People like him always get away with it." The judge studied him for a long moment, then turned to the prosecution. "Does the state have any additional evidence?" "No, Your Honor." Judge Webber exhaled. "Very well. We will proceed to closing statements." The defense attorney rose. Matthew Cheshire is not a villain. He is a young man who made a terrible mistake, one rooted in anger and frustration at a system that failed him. But he does not deserve to have his entire life taken for one act of desperation. Justice should be tempered with mercy. The prosecutor countered, the fact remains, he took a life. The law must hold him accountable. Judge Weber sent the jury to deliberate. The silence that followed stretched into hours. Matthew sat stiffly. My mother whispered prayers under her breath. When the jury returned, their faces unreadable, the foreperson stood. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. Gasps rippled through the courtroom. Sentencing will be determined tomorrow, Judge Weber said. Court is adjourned. As the gavel fell, Matthew's face remained stoic, but fear flickered in his eyes like a dying flame. The courtroom doors loomed before us, heavy and imposing. Matthew rested a hand on my shoulder. Come on, Jeremy. I swallowed hard. We'll get through this, Matt. One way or another. He gave a faint smile. Thanks for being here. I don't think I could have handled this alone. You'll never have to, I replied. Reporters flooded the hall. Matthew was escorted away in handcuffs, but he still held his head high. He looked back once, gratitude, apology, and resolve all burning in his eyes. Outside, the rain had stopped. The scent of wet pavement lingered, cool and clean. Matthew's words echoed, I don't deserve you. But he was wrong. Walking home, I felt something fragile and bright flicker in my chest, hope. His life wasn't over. It had taken a detour, but not an end. For once, the world hadn't beaten us completely. And as sunlight broke timidly through the clouds, I held onto that glimmer, knowing it would carry us forward. The 1st of April, 1918. It was April Fool's Day, a time traditionally reserved for light-hearted pranks and joviality, yet I found myself entirely incapable of embracing the spirit of the occasion. The events of the preceding days had cast a heavy shadow over my thoughts, and the carefree atmosphere that others seemed to enjoy felt utterly foreign to me. My best friend, someone who had been a constant presence in my life, had just been incarcerated, and the weight of this reality hung over me like an insurmountable burden. How could I, in good conscience, engage in frivolous merriment when the person I cared about most was facing the stark and unforgiving walls of a prison cell? The very notion of celebration felt hollow and incongruent with the turmoil that now defined my world. The loss of my friend, in such a harsh and irrevocable manner, demanded a solemn reflection that no joke or jest could alleviate. How, then, could one be expected to find joy in a day meant for pranks when such a profound sorrow had taken root in my heart? It was a Tuesday, a day that felt particularly oppressive in every sense. The subject of the lesson was the Atlantic slave trade, a topic that seemed to weigh heavily on the room, yet none more so than on me. As the words flowed from the teacher's lips, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as though the very air was thick with the weight of historical suffering. I nearly collapsed in my seat, mentally and physically drained. Why, I wondered, must we once again revisit the horrors of oppression? Hadn't I already been burdened with enough of it, particularly from Gary? Gary's resentment toward me had grown into something bitter and unyielding ever since the incident with Matthew. He blamed me for his father's death, accusing me of somehow being responsible for the chain of events that led to that tragedy. I had tried, with every ounce of sincerity, to explain to him that I had done everything I could to prevent Matthew's actions, that I had tried to stop him. But Gary would have none of it. He called me a liar, his anger manifesting in cruel words that left me feeling utterly powerless and misunderstood. How could he not see the truth in my words? How could he not understand that I was not the enemy he needed to fight? The burden of being blamed for something I had no control over weighed heavily on my soul, and as the lesson continued, I found myself wishing for an escape from the painful reality that seemed to follow me everywhere. How many slaves were taken on the boats? I asked, my voice barely rising above a whisper as I leaned back in my chair. The seat beneath me was unforgiving, its hard surface only adding to the discomfort that had been building all day. My back ached, my mind heavy with the weight of the lesson, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease as the topic unfolded before me. The cruelty of history seemed to stretch out endlessly, and I found myself craving some semblance of distraction, some escape from the relentless cycle of pain that seemed to pervade the world, both past and present. The question had slipped out almost unconsciously, a fragile attempt to understand the scale of the atrocity we were discussing. But even as the words left my lips, I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Would the answer truly capture the depth of suffering? Could numbers ever encapsulate the sheer horror of human lives treated as mere cargo, packed tightly in the holds of ships and carried across oceans like possessions? 12 million, she replied, her voice thick with emotion. The number hung in the air like a heavy, suffocating cloud. It was a staggering figure, one that seemed impossible to fully comprehend, yet its significance reverberated in the room, casting a long shadow over the lesson. She was the least racist teacher I knew, her compassion and empathy often shining through in ways that made her stand out against the backdrop of others. In stark contrast, Mr. Bailey's views were as repulsive as they were clear. His disdain for black people was not hidden in the least, it was as blatant as the words he spoke. I still remembered the venom with which he declared, "No Negro will ever step foot in this class." His hatred was palpable, and it struck me with a force that left me speechless, unable to understand how someone in a position of authority could harbor such deep-seated prejudice. His words felt like an affront to humanity itself, a cruel reminder of the biases that continue to fester within certain corners of society. While the teacher in front of me spoke with the weight of history, Mr. Bailey's words were a glaring testament to the present struggles that still existed. I went to my English class, hoping for a brief respite from the heavy thoughts that had been weighing on me all day. As I entered the room, I was handed a biography of Walter Raleigh, a name I recognized but knew little about. The assignment seemed simple enough, but it was hard to focus on a man who had lived centuries ago when the world around me felt so much more immediate and troubling. As I skimmed through the pages, the words blurred together in a haze. Raleigh's adventures and exploits seemed distant, almost irrelevant, compared to the more pressing issues of the day, the injustices I had been exposed to, and the burdens of guilt and blame that had followed me into the classroom. Still, I tried to engage with the material, my mind struggling to shift focus from the oppression of the past to the achievements of a man who lived in a time far removed from my own. Yet, despite my best efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing in these lessons, an understanding of the present struggles, a deeper connection to the world as it stood now. "This is boring as hell," a student shouted across the entire classroom, his voice carrying with an unmistakable frustration that seemed to echo off the walls. "I'm sorry, Samson, some things in life just are," she countered softly, her voice steady and calm, though I could sense the weight of her own resignation in her words. Her response was gentle, almost apologetic, as if she understood his frustration but was powerless to change the monotony of the lesson. I sat there, caught in the tension of the moment. I would have yelled at Samson Collins, perhaps to tell him to show some respect or to quiet down, but I wasn't the teacher. I had no authority in that room. No say in anything. My thoughts and opinions were mere echoes in a sea of disinterest. The weight of powerlessness settled on my shoulders, heavy and suffocating. At that moment, I was just another student, just another face in a crowd, unable to influence the direction of the class or even the mood that had been set by those before us. Here are some fascinating facts about Raleigh. He introduced tobacco in England. He named Virginia. He was arrested at the Tower of London for his plot to assassinate James I. He was imprisoned for 13 years. Well, this is fascinating. I exclaimed a little too loudly, my voice carrying through the room before I could catch myself. The enthusiasm in my tone was probably a bit over the top, but I couldn't help it. History class was finally over, and the sense of liberation washed over me like a wave. I had been counting down the minutes, feeling the tension of the day building until it finally snapped. The teacher shot me a quick glance and mouthed, "Quiet down," a silent reprimand that I easily ignored in my burst of excitement. I could tell she was trying to maintain order, but honestly, it didn't matter. I was just too relieved to care. The droning lessons and heavy atmosphere of the classroom had drained me, and now, with the bell signaling the end of the period, I felt as though I could finally breathe again. For a moment, I was completely free from the weight of the lessons, the assignments, and the uncomfortable silence that often hung over the room. History, with all its complexities and its cruelty, would have to wait. Right now, I was just happy to have a brief escape. Unfortunately, Gary was waiting right outside the door to the classroom, and as soon as I stepped out, he blocked my path. I didn't appreciate it in the least. His smirk was already in place, his posture as defiant as ever. "Move, goddammit," I ordered, my voice sharp with irritation. "Fine," he muttered, but not without a twist of malice in his eyes. As he stepped aside, he darted quickly, and before I knew it, I was on the ground, my body crashing painfully to the floor. "You bastard!" I groaned, the impact of the fall shooting pain through my back and limbs. I scrambled to push myself up, feeling my face flush with embarrassment and anger. "What? You gonna hit me like your boyfriend did?" Gary taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. The words stung deeper than the physical pain, a reminder of the past that I could never fully escape. "I can do a lot worse," I lied, trying to hold on to some semblance of bravado, though deep down, I knew better. I wasn't the one to escalate things like that. "Try me," he challenged, a smug grin spreading across his face. "No thanks," I sighed, my shoulders slumping in resignation. I wasn't about to get into it with him here, not now. I walked past him, trying to steady myself and push past the anger that threatened to boil over. But as I walked away, something inside me cracked. The realization hit me harder than I expected. Matthew wouldn't be able to sit with me at lunch today, or any day, for the foreseeable future. That thought, that cruel, painful truth, broke me. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears began to fall, each one like a salty waterfall, impossible to stop. The ache in my chest was overwhelming, and as I wiped my eyes, it felt as though the weight of the world was pressing down on me, heavier than ever. Mount Phillips class was right after lunch, and I had barely managed to compose myself before walking in. As soon as I stepped through the door, he noticed. His sharp eyes landed on me, and I could feel the weight of his gaze. "Why are your eyes so puffy and red?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine concern. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should share the truth, but there was no point in hiding it. My emotions were raw, and the tears I'd shed earlier still felt fresh. "I've been crying, sir," I explained quietly, trying to steady my voice. His brow furrowed as he looked at me, his concern deepening. "What's the matter, Jeremiah?" he asked, his tone softer now as if he were trying to reach past the surface to understand what was really going on. For a brief second, I thought about telling him everything, the frustration with Gary, the sadness over Matthew, the endless weight of everything piling up. But something held me back. I wasn't ready to explain it all, not here, not now. So, I just shook my head slightly, offering a small sigh. "Very well. Today, we are dissecting a squid," Mount Philip announced, his voice returning to its usual, enthusiastic tone, as though the shift in mood from earlier hadn't even happened. He gestured toward the dissection kits lined up on the table, the squids neatly laid out in front of each of us, their soft, gelatinous bodies eerily still. The mention of dissection should have excited me, or at least piqued my curiosity, but my mind was elsewhere. My thoughts still lingered on the emotional storm I had just been through, the weight of it all hanging heavily on my shoulders. I glanced at the squid in front of me, its pale body unblinking, waiting for the incision to come. But for some reason, today, it felt as if the world itself had become just as lifeless, as if the same sterile precision demanded of the dissection was required of me as well. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be anywhere. But I sighed, shaking my head to refocus. This class, the dissection, it was just another distraction, another moment to get through. So, I picked up the scalpel, trying to ignore the storm inside me. I cut into the squid's heart, the scalpel gliding through its soft tissue with a precision that surprised even me. As the heart revealed itself, a sense of accomplishment surged through me, a brief distraction from the turmoil still bubbling beneath the surface. Everyone, pay attention to Jeremiah. He found the squid's heart. Mount Philip cheerily announced, his voice carrying across the room with pride. He beamed at me, clearly impressed with my work. The sudden attention was enough to make me shrink in on myself. I could feel my face flush with embarrassment, as though I'd been put on display for something I didn't want to be praised for. I hadn't done it for recognition, I hadn't done it for anyone else, but now that the spotlight was on me, I couldn't help but feel exposed. The room seemed to close in as my classmates turned to look, their gazes on me, some curious, others indifferent. But to me, it felt like 1,000 eyes staring, judging, measuring every part of me. I tried to straighten up, but my shoulders slumped under the weight of it all. I hadn't expected this, and it felt like just one more thing I couldn't control. "What do you think about squids, Jeremy?" Mount Philip asked, leaning in toward my station, his voice full of curiosity. I paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't like I had a deep fascination with squids or their biology. "Oh, they're okay," I said awkwardly, shrugging a little. "I don't really know much besides the fact that they spray ink at predators." Mount Philip's face lit up with enthusiasm as if my simple statement had sparked a new fire in him. "Class, listen up. I will tell you all about squids," he announced, his excitement palpable as he began to dive into a detailed lecture about the creatures. A collective groan rippled through the class, the sound of disinterest and frustration echoing off the walls. Even I couldn't hide my own reluctance. As much as I admired his passion for teaching, this wasn't exactly the moment I wanted to be lectured about cephalopods. Everyone shifted uncomfortably in their seats, some of us already zoning out as the lecture unfolded. I couldn't help but glance at my classmates, all of us united in our mutual grumbling. It wasn't that we hated learning, it was just that today, it felt impossible to focus on anything other than the weight of our own personal battles. Squids are cephalopods, a class of mollusks known for their unique body structure and fascinating abilities. They are closely related to other cephalopods like octopuses and cuttlefish. Squids have elongated bodies, large eyes, and 8 arms with 2 additional tentacles that are often longer and used for catching prey. These tentacles are equipped with suckers or hooks, depending on the species, he began. One of the most well-known features of squids is their ability to eject ink when threatened. This ink is released from a special sac in their body and forms a cloud that helps the squid escape from predators by obscuring their movements. Squids also have a unique internal structure called a pen, a stiff, rod-like structure that provides support for their bodies. Squids are known for their agility in the water, using jet propulsion to move quickly by expelling water through a siphon. This allows them to dart away from danger with remarkable speed. They are carnivorous and typically feed on fish, crustaceans, and other small marine animals. Some squid species can grow quite large, such as the giant squid, which can reach lengths of over 40 feet. The class gasped at the mention of the giant squid, and so did I. The thought of a creature that enormous was hard to wrap my mind around. That thing was bigger than an Olympic-sized pool, for crying out loud. The sheer size of it made my stomach flip, and I couldn't help but imagine the depths of the ocean where such a beast could lurk, hidden from human eyes, its tentacles stretching out in the darkness. I glanced around the room at my classmates, who were equally stunned by the idea of such a massive creature existing just beneath the surface of the sea. We were all silent for a moment, each of us caught in the image of a squid larger than most buildings, its immense body drifting through the water with an eerie grace. Mount Philip, clearly enjoying the effect his words had on the class, leaned in even closer, clearly ready to share more about this colossal creature. But my mind had already wandered. The idea of the giant squid had set off a wave of awe, curiosity, and, honestly, a little bit of fear. It felt like something out of a myth, not real life. Yet, as Mount Philip continued, I couldn't shake the thought that maybe there was more out there in the world, bigger, stranger, and far more mysterious than we could ever imagine. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of class, and I decided it was time to spill the beans about Matthew and his successful assassination of Patrick Cecil. The words felt heavy in my mouth as I uttered them, but I had to get it off my chest. As soon as I shared the news, I could see his face twist, his expression souring as if he had just bitten into a lemon. He looked almost disturbed by the revelation, but not for the reasons I expected. "What is it?" I couldn't help but ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. "I hated that guy, is all." "I'm glad he's dead," he exclaimed, his voice laced with an unsettling finality that shocked me to the core. The words hung in the air, as if time itself had frozen, and I was left to process the rawness of his declaration. I stood there, stunned, unable to fully comprehend what I had just heard. Was I the only one who felt a flicker of sympathy for Patrick? Did I stand alone in seeing him as more than just the sum of his actions, as someone who might have deserved a chance at redemption? It sure as hell seemed so. My mind reeled as I tried to reconcile my own feelings with his blunt indifference. The world felt a little colder now, as if the very notion of mercy or understanding had been cast aside in favor of this sudden, unshakable certainty. For a moment, I wondered if I was the fool, if I was alone in my empathy, a lone voice in a sea of harsh judgment. It sure as hell felt like it. I have to go," I mumbled. "I'll be seeing ya, boy," he shouted as I left the room. "Goddamn, am I truly the only one who cares about the fact that he's dead?" I murmured to myself, my voice barely above a whisper. The question hung in the air, heavy and raw, as I stood there, trying to make sense of the emotions that swirled inside me. It felt like a cruel joke, the thought that no one else seemed to share the weight of what had just happened. Here was a man, however flawed, however despicable, who had lost his life, and yet the world around me seemed indifferent to the gravity of that loss. The more I thought about it, the more isolated I felt. Was I the only one who saw the tragedy in it all? The sense of finality, the lost potential, the fact that we were all just people trying to navigate a world full of anger and pain? I couldn't shake the feeling that something important had been lost in the chaos, and I was left standing alone in my sympathy, a stranger in my own thoughts. It made me question if there was something wrong with me for caring at all. Life at home was no better. Roy had puked in my mother's flowers, and the rancid stench of vomit filled the room, making it almost unbearable to breathe. "Roy! Bad dog!" I yelled out, the frustration in my voice echoing off the walls. Roy froze for a moment, his ears drooping as he took in my tone, and then, with a soft whine, he began to whimper like a damn toddler. I sighed, the anger quickly dissipating as I saw how guilty he looked. "Come here, boy, I'm sorry for calling you a bad dog," I muttered, kneeling down to scratch his belly. At that, Roy yipped a little, rolling onto his back and wagging his tail. It was the most adorable thing in the world, and in that small moment, my heart melted. Despite the mess and the frustration, he was still my loyal companion, and I couldn't stay angry at him for long. The simplicity of his joy, his pure innocence, was a small comfort in a world that felt increasingly complex and difficult. I gave him one last scratch before standing up, ready to clean up the mess, but for just a brief moment, I allowed myself to smile at the goofy dog that had somehow made my chaotic day just a little bit better. My mother came out of the kitchen, and she had an old cookbook in her hand. I wondered why she had it until she told me the reason. "Jeremiah, I'm going to teach you how to cook." "Oh, Lord." The 14th of April, 1919. During 2 weeks, I diligently honed my culinary skills, reaching a commendable level of proficiency. My mother, notably appreciative, remarked with a subtle smile, "You have attained professional-level culinary expertise, Jeremy." She playfully added, "Perhaps one day you'll prepare a meal for me." While I modestly deflected her praise, I felt a deep sense of gratification in her acknowledgement. However, my visit had a more pressing purpose. My objective was to meet Matthew Cheshire at Falstaff Prison, the very institution where Abel had ended his life. Life, it seemed, possessed a cruel sense of irony, drawing me back into its intricate web just when I thought I had extricated myself. As the saying goes, there is no rest for the wicked, and there is certainly no reprieve for those entangled in complexity. The forest stretched before me, a seemingly boundless expanse leading toward the penitentiary. Its dense, shadowed landscape appeared capable of swallowing me whole, evoking an uncanny similarity to the bland, brittle crackers handed out in medical facilities, uniform, oppressive, and unsettling. Upon arriving at the prison, I was directed to cell block 6. The institutional corridors carried an air of foreboding as I navigated toward my destination. The environment was profoundly unsettling, teeming with individuals convicted of heinous crimes such as rape and serial murder. The potential for danger was palpable, and I remained acutely aware of my vulnerability. My sole focus was to stay inconspicuous and avoid any situation that might compromise my safety. When I reached Matthew's cell, I seated myself in the designated chair, offering a polite smile. Matthew, however, cautioned me with a wry comment that excessive smiling could provoke confrontation in such an environment. This was, after all, a maximum security facility for adult offenders, far removed from the less severe confines of a juvenile detention center. "Is there anyone here who seems mentally stable?" I asked, my unease clearly evident. Matthew smirked faintly. "Most inmates are pretty average in their instability." "But Francis Baker? He's different," he said, visibly shuddering. "What sets him apart?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. "He's a serial killer," Matthew stated bluntly. "Confirmed to have murdered 12 people, though that might only scratch the surface." "Good heavens," I exclaimed, recoiling. "At least he hasn't resorted to cannibalism." "Perhaps," Matthew replied, his voice neutral, as though leaving the possibility open. "How long do you plan to stay here?" he asked, his tone lightening with genuine interest. "About an hour," I answered, hesitating before adding, "Is my visit unwelcome?" "Not at all," he assured me. "I'm just saying, the guards might hurry you out if you lingered too long." He punctuated his words with a weary sigh. "May I ask where the firearm came from?" I ventured, unable to suppress my curiosity. "It was from my father's safe," Matthew answered, shaking his head with a bitter laugh. "Dumb bastard never remembers to lock it properly." His laughter was abrupt, sharp, and unsettling, but I forced a polite chuckle in response. I'll be leaving soon, I said, shifting the subject. I've committed to take Peggy to an upscale establishment. I appreciate you taking the time to visit, he replied, though the disappointment in his voice was unmistakable. Of course, Matt. Take care of yourself and stay safe, particularly concerning Francis, I added, attempting to inject a touch of humor into my farewell. It was a feeble attempt, evident in the way he scowled at me for even speaking it. You should leave. They'll see you as fresh meat if you stay, he said, his tone devoid of any humor. That was when I realized he was utterly serious about his warning. I left the prison, aware of the warden's piercing glare as he silently reprimanded me for taking my time conversing with Matthew. Yet, I knew he couldn't truly fault me. If our roles were reversed, he would have done the exact same thing. Anyway, I made my way to the spot where Peg and I had agreed to meet, and soon we were strolling together, hand in hand. Her hands were soft as cotton, a gentle contrast to my own, which were far sweatier than I would have liked. To her credit, she said nothing about it, sparing me any embarrassment. When we arrived at the ice cream parlor, we took our seats at one of the cozy tables. You have the most gorgeous eyes, Peg, I said, my voice laden with dreamy admiration. Oh, stop it, you, she replied, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. I couldn't help but revel in the sight. Her blush was my proof that I was doing something right. Your eyes are like the sea, each part a cresting wave, she said softly. I love your teal eyes so much. Her words caught me off guard, and I felt my cheeks flush a bubblegum pink, her heartfelt compliment striking me with an unexpected warmth. The clerk, clearly annoyed by our chatter and lack of ordering, cleared his throat sharply to get our attention. Oh, right. I'll have the mint chocolate ice cream, I said quickly, trying to stifle my laughter. Very well. And for you, miss, he asked, turning to Peggy, who was idly twirling a strand of her curls. Strawberry fudge for me, she replied, her voice betraying a stifled giggle. At first, I couldn't understand what she found so amusing, until I glanced at the clerk's name tag. His name, I kid you not, was Bottom Tower. It took every ounce of my willpower to keep a straight face, but the absurdity of such a name nearly sent me into fits of laughter. I swear, one day I'll change my last name, he muttered, clearly noticing my barely contained mirth. Honestly, who wouldn't laugh at such a ridiculous name? Keep it, it's unique. I don't know any other Bottom Towers, I exclaimed, my voice cracking as I struggled to contain my laughter. Tears welled up in my eyes from the sheer effort of holding it in, though I was dangerously close to failing. I guess I will, he chuckled lightly. It took about 30 seconds for him to prepare our ice cream, and I found myself salivating uncontrollably, much like Roy did every time we poured kibble into his bowl. Our ice cream arrived, and I eagerly took a large, frosty bite, feeling the chill melt into a cascade of warmth and sweetness that almost made me sigh aloud. Peggy, savouring her first taste of her strawberry fudge, grinned. I'd kill to come here again, she said, her eyes lighting up with delight. I smiled and promised, we'll come back one day, and you can get whatever you want. In response, she reached out, grabbed my face, and kissed me. Her lips were soft, as gentle as velvet, and for a fleeting moment, I wished I could stay lost in them forever. Get a room, the ice cream clerk shouted, his tone laced with annoyance, snapping us out of our blissful bubble. Realizing it was probably time to leave, I bid Peg goodbye, stealing one last glance at her radiant smile before leaving the parlor. It was unbearably lonely without Peggy, but I managed to make do. After all, I couldn't expect her to always be by my side. I loved her deeply, but I wasn't the type to be overly clingy. Love, to me, meant giving her the freedom to live her own life, even if it meant enduring the occasional ache of her absence. I went home that night brimming with excitement. I had just taken Peggy to the best ice cream parlor in all of Montgomery, and the memory of her laughter and that kiss lingered with me, promising that life could only get better from here. Life, as chaotic as it often was, seemed to be improving for everyone around me. Well, almost everyone. Matthew's circumstances were another matter entirely. But that's a whole other story. The 19th of April, 1919. The fluorescent lights above buzzed faintly as I hesitated at the end of the corridor, the guard's voice fading behind me. Against my better judgment, I turned back toward Francis's cell. Something about him, the way he had spoken, tugged at my curiosity, a dangerous lure. I was supposed to visit Matthew, but this seemed a lot more pressing. He was still at the bars, his hands gripping them loosely, his face unreadable. "You want to know why, don't you?" he said, as if reading my thoughts. "Why what?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Why I do what I do." He tilted his head, his gaze piercing yet calm, as though discussing the weather. "You don't come face to face with a monster every day, do you?" I stayed silent, unsure if engaging him was wise. "I'll tell you," he continued, his voice taking on a disturbingly conversational tone. "Because you're different. Most people look at me like I'm an animal, and maybe they are right. But you've got that spark of curiosity. You want to understand." "I'm not sure I do," I muttered, glancing toward the guard who was too far to hear us. "But you're still standing there," Francis said with a smirk. "So let me paint you a picture." He leaned against the bars, his expression softening into something almost human. "I grew up in a small house on the edge of nowhere. My old man, he wasn't much of a father. He liked to drink. Liked to take his bad days out on me and my mom. Ever felt a belt buckle slam into your back, boy?" I shook my head, unable to respond. "It burns," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Feels like your skin's on fire." And then there were the nights he got real mad. That's when he'd use his fists. Francis clenched his hands, his knuckles whitening. "Broke my arm once when I was 6. Said it was my fault for crying too loud." I felt a lump rise in my throat, but Francis wasn't done. "My mom tried to protect me," he said, his eyes glazing over with a distant look. "But she was too small, too scared. He'd hit her too. And when I got older, I realized something." He paused, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "I wasn't scared anymore. I was angry. And then one day, I realized that I liked the look on his face when I stood up to him. The fear. The confusion. The moment he realized his little boy wasn't so little anymore." "What happened to him?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Francis chuckled, a dark, humorless sound. "Let's just say he's not around to hurt anyone anymore. The first one's always the hardest, you know. After that, it gets easier." I felt my stomach churn, but he wasn't finished. "See, people think I'm sick, like there's something wrong with me. But the truth? I'm free. I don't follow their rules, their fake little codes of decency. You hurt me, I hurt you back. Simple as that. And the others?" I forced myself to ask, though my voice trembled. His smile returned, colder this time. "The others? Oh, they are just practice. Life's full of people who think they can step on you. I just remind them who's in charge." "You think that's freedom?" I asked, my voice sharp despite the fear clawing at me. "I know it is," he replied, his eyes narrowing. "And don't pretend you don't understand. Everyone's got darkness inside them. The difference is, I don't hide mine." A silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. "You know what the funny part is," he added, his voice taking on a chilling, almost amused tone. "If it weren't for my old man, maybe I'd be just like you. A nice little boy with clean hands and big dreams. But he made me who I am. Gave me the gift of understanding the world for what it really is." I stepped back, unable to hear any more. "You're wrong," I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "What he did to you doesn't justify what you've done to others." Francis laughed, a deep, guttural sound that echoed through the cell block. "Maybe not. But it makes it a hell of a lot easier to live with." As I turned and walked away, his voice called out after me, cold and haunting. "You keep walking, boy. But you'll think about this conversation. You'll wonder if I'm right. And someday, maybe you'll realize we're not so different." I didn't look back. But his words followed me, lingering like a shadow that refused to fade. Was I truly like him? A monster? The thought sent a shiver through me, though I quickly dismissed it as absurd. I had never taken a life, nor could I fathom committing such a heinous act. The very notion of it was abhorrent, an affront to the moral compass that guided me. Francis Bacon, on the other hand, had extinguished 12 lives, 12 individuals who had families, dreams, and futures. Each of them was a thread in the intricate tapestry of human existence, cut short by his callous hand. How could anyone, even someone with such a deeply scarred past, commit such unspeakable atrocities? The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. Francis was vile, irredeemable, a predator who thrived on the suffering of others. He embodied the darkest aspects of humanity, a stark reminder of the abyss that some fall into. I, on the other hand, was nothing like him. My choices, my values, my very being rejected everything he stood for. No matter what he claimed or how convincingly he spun his narrative, I refused to believe there was any parallel between us. Francis Bacon was a creature of his own making, forged by pain and fueled by his own twisted logic. And though his words lingered like a shadow, trying to creep into my thoughts, I knew with certainty that our paths, our natures, were worlds apart. I was no monster. And I never would be. I decided to call Matthew, hoping to smooth things over, but his voice immediately revealed his displeasure. "Am I really that goddamn unimportant to you?" he growled, the frustration thick in his tone. I felt a pang of guilt, but I stood my ground. "That is not it at all. When else would one get a chance to converse with a serial murderer?" I countered, trying to defend my decision. Matthew's silence on the other end was almost suffocating. Then, with a heavy sigh, he spoke again, his voice sharp. "You know, if we were together, I'd beat you the hell up, right?" His words weren't a physical threat, but a mental blow, a cutting dismissal that left me feeling small. "Yes, I know," I replied quietly, swallowing hard. The truth was, I had seen Matthew's anger firsthand. He had already taken it out on Gary, and the memory of that violence still lingered in the back of my mind. I had no illusions about what he was capable of. There was a long pause before he spoke again, this time softer but no less intense. "You make everything complicated, you know that." "I'm sorry, Matt," I murmured, unsure of how to fix what felt like a growing rift between us. "Yeah, well, I guess that's just how it is," he muttered, before hanging up with a final, resigned click. I sat there for a moment, the phone still pressed to my ear, as if hoping he might call back or say something more. But the line remained dead, and all I was left with was the weight of his words and the feeling that I had somehow lost a piece of what we had. I decided to distract myself by picking up my Spanish textbook, hoping it might offer a break from the tension of the day. I flipped through the pages until I found a familiar story, Los Desertos. It was the classic tale, with no surprises or alterations, just the usual pigs building their houses of straw, sticks, and bricks, and the wolf coming to huff and puff them down. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. It wasn't that I disliked the story, but I craved something more. Something unexpected. The predictable pattern of the pigs outsmarting the wolf was too simplistic for me at that moment. I found myself imagining an alternate version, one where the wolf didn't just huff and puff, but instead reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a grenade, and blasted the pigs' houses into rubble. It was a ridiculous thought, I knew. Insane, even. But it was as if the story's usual flow, so tidy, so safe, was too much for my mind to accept. I needed chaos, something that could break through the monotony. I wanted a twist that was raw, violent, and unrestrained, a stark contrast to the gentle children's story unfolding on the page in front of me. I shook my head, almost embarrassed by my own imagination, but I couldn't help it. The world outside was unpredictable and brutal, and sometimes, I wished fiction could reflect that just a little more. The war weighed heavy on everyone. The shadows it cast were long and deep, stretching into every corner of society. There was no escaping its grip, whether through the news, the conversations at dinner tables, or the silent, ever-present grief of families like mine. The war had taken so much from so many, and it was impossible not to wonder, would the United States ever truly recover from the horrors it had endured? Would the scars left by the loss of so many men, sons, brothers, fathers, ever fade? I thought about Carson, and the crushing weight of his absence that settled over me like a fog I couldn't escape. Would others mourn his loss with the same depth? Would they feel the same ache, the same emptiness that I felt every time I thought of him? It was a question that lingered, unanswered and haunting. There were others who had lost their loved ones, but would they understand the void Carson had left in my life? Could anyone truly understand the loss of someone so close, so irreplaceable? And then there was Wilson. The question that had been circling my mind for months now. Would Woodrow Wilson finally step down as president? Would he realize that his decisions had led to more pain than progress? Would he continue to cling to power, even as the country struggled beneath the weight of his choices? The thought of him, so removed from the suffering of ordinary people, so unyielding in his pursuit of a war that now seemed meaningless, was almost too much to bear. But what could we do? What could any of us do but wait and hope for change, even when it seemed so far out of reach? These questions lingered in the silence, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable, but they were the ones I couldn't stop asking, the ones that gnawed at me late at night when the world felt too heavy to carry. Would the country heal? Would the wounds of war ever truly close? Would we ever move past this? Would we be left forever in the shadow of something so catastrophic, or would we find a way to rise from it? I didn't know. But I couldn't help but hope that somewhere, somehow, there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. I went inside my house and sank into the kitchen chair, its worn wood creaking slightly as I settled into it. It was comfortable enough, the kind of chair that had been there for years, its surface smooth from use, its familiarity a quiet comfort. As I sat there, the disarray of papers scattered across the table caught my eye, papers with scribbled notes, old bills, half-finished assignments, and reminders of days long past. For a moment, it felt like I was back in school, sitting at one of those desks cluttered with textbooks and loose-leaf paper. The kind of mess that somehow made everything feel a bit more grounded, a bit more real. The smell of the kitchen, faintly like the lingering traces of dinner from hours ago, mixed with the scent of ink and paper. It was a strange sense of déjà vu, as though I were caught between two worlds, one of responsibility, assignments, and fleeting moments, and another of uncertainty, loss, and the weight of everything that had changed. The chair, simple as it was, became a quiet anchor amidst the chaos that seemed to swirl in my thoughts. I couldn't escape it. No matter where I went, the questions about the war, about Carson, and about the future hovered around me. But sitting there, in that familiar chair, surrounded by the everyday clutter, I felt, for just a brief second, a semblance of normalcy. It was the same chair I'd sat in countless times before, the same chair I had used to do homework, to eat meals, to make decisions that felt so small in comparison to the weight I carried now. It was a strange comfort, one that only time could offer, but still, it didn't change the fact that everything outside this little space felt like it was shifting into something I wasn't ready to face. "Hey, Mom!" I called out from the kitchen, my voice ricocheting off the walls like a boomerang, echoing faintly down the hallway. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator, and I wondered if she had heard me or if she was preoccupied in another room. For a moment, there was no reply, just the stillness settling back in. I leaned back in the chair, waiting, the kitchen light casting a soft glow over the scattered papers on the table. It felt like one of those moments when the whole house holds its breath, waiting for a response to break the silence. "Yes, sweetheart," she responded, her voice soft, carrying a yawn that betrayed her exhaustion. "I don't want to be here," I said, my voice cracking as tears welled in my eyes. There was a pause, brief but heavy, before she replied, "You can always leave," her tone gentle, as though she was trying to offer a simple solution. "No, you don't get it," I burst out, the tears now spilling freely. "I don't want to be alive," I admitted, the words cutting through the air like a blade. Her footsteps echoed softly as she approached, and when she appeared in the doorway, her face was a mixture of shock and sorrow. "Sweetheart," she began, but I couldn't stop the flood of emotions that had overtaken me. "So much loss really affects a person," I continued, my voice trembling. "And I've lost so much. Carson, everything, I've lost it all." I swallowed hard, my breath hitching. "I can't lose my life too." "I can't, but I don't know how to keep holding on." Her expression shifted, the exhaustion replaced with a fierce determination. She crossed the room swiftly, kneeling beside my chair and taking my trembling hands in hers. "You listen to me," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tears glistening in her own eyes. "You have been through hell, and I can't imagine the weight you're carrying. But you are not alone. Do you hear me? You are not alone." Her grip tightened ever so slightly as she continued, "You are stronger than you think, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. And I'm here, I will always be here, to help you find your way through this." For the first time in what felt like forever, I let myself lean into her embrace, her words wrapping around me like a lifeline in a storm. I didn't have all the answers, and the pain wasn't gone, but in that moment, I felt the faintest flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, I wasn't truly alone. For once, it felt like I wasn't alone. In her embrace, the weight on my chest lightened, if only slightly, and a fragile thread of hope began to weave itself through the chaos in my mind. Maybe life was worth living after all, not perfect, not easy, but worth it. I thought briefly of the alternative, of what might have awaited me if I'd given into the darkness. The sterile walls, the hollow stares of others lost in their own battles, the suffocating monotony of days that blurred together in a place meant to heal but so often just kept people hidden. I wouldn't have lasted long in the nothouse anyway. No, this was better. To feel her warmth, to hear her words, to know someone still cared, that was enough for now. It wasn't a solution, but it was a start. And maybe, just maybe, that was all I needed to keep going. The 20th of May, 1919. Michael's funeral was a scene of profound sorrow, a heavy testament to the fragility of life in the face of an unrelenting epidemic. At just 12 years old, his life was a fleeting spark extinguished by the shadow of the Spanish flu, a merciless spectre that had claimed so many. The air was thick with grief as mourners gathered, their faces etched with pain that seemed too vast to put into words. His father, eyes hollow with despair, recounted the harrowing final moments, how Michael's small chest heaved with desperate effort, each breath a battle that he tragically could not win. The flu had been swift, cruel, and indiscriminate, leaving no room for hope or reprieve. His coffin, painfully small, was a stark reminder of the brevity of his life and the innocence that had been stolen. Flowers adorned the grave site, their vibrant colours in jarring contrast to the sombre mood, as though nature itself couldn't fathom the loss. It was impossible not to picture him fighting with all his might to cling to life, his youthful determination no match for the invisible enemy that had ravaged his lungs. The image lingered in the mind like a haunting echo, a cruel testament to the era's helplessness against such a relentless disease. In the quiet moments after the service, the weight of his absence became unbearable. The world seemed dimmer, robbed of the light that Michael had brought in his brief time here. He was not just a victim of the flu but of a moment in history where even the strongest hearts couldn't always endure. His story, though unbearably tragic, served as a somber reminder of the countless lives stolen by that cruel pandemic. "Let us get started," his father said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, like a man who had long since surrendered to his grief. His hollow eyes betrayed the toll of his despair, bloodshot and rimmed with dark, swollen bags that hinted at the previous night's drinking binge. The sour tang of alcohol still clung faintly to his dishevelled presence, a bitter reminder of how he chose to cope, or failed to. A surge of anger welled up inside me, threatening to break the surface. The sight of his crumbling composure, the way he reeked of booze while standing at his son's funeral, made me want to grab him by the collar and shake some sense into him. How could he face this moment, this boy who deserved so much better, with the dull glaze of intoxication clouding his eyes? But I knew better. Fighting at a funeral would only deepen the pit of grief we were all drowning in. Worse, if I crossed that line, I might end up needing my own coffin picked out by the end of the day. His fists were as swift as his temper, and I'd felt both on more than one occasion. So I clenched my teeth, balled my hands into fists, and stared at the ground, focusing on the freshly dug earth instead of the frustration that threatened to choke me. This wasn't the time. Michael deserved better than that, even if his father seemed blind to the dignity this moment required. "Rest in peace, my dear boy," he choked out, his voice tinged with utter and complete sorrow. I almost felt bad for him. Almost. I wanted him to get himself some help more than anything else. It was in that moment of uneasy silence that I resolved to ask him the question that had been gnawing at me for weeks. "Why do you drink so much?" I asked, my tone hesitant but resolute. His response was so startling that it rendered me speechless. "Because Woodrow Wilson is ruining the goddamn country," he roared, his voice echoing through the room. It was entirely the wrong setting for such an outburst, decorum demanded restraint, but he cared nothing for propriety. His face was flushed, his words laden with bitterness that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than mere political dissatisfaction. I swallowed my apprehension and pressed further, though I felt an almost palpable tension rise between us. "And what do you plan on doing about that?" I asked, my voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "I plan," he spat, his words nearly trembling with indignation, "to elect a different man to run the damn country." His response was laced with conviction, though it was clear he had no immediate means to achieve such a lofty goal. "That's not going to be for a while," I reminded him cautiously, choosing my words with care. Woodrow Wilson had only recently begun his term, there were still 5 long years ahead, a reality that seemed to fill Mr. Weinstock with a fresh wave of fury. "I hate this country," he bellowed, his tone petulant and raw, more befitting an irate child than a man of his years. The sentiment was so blunt, so unvarnished, that it left me momentarily stunned. "Then why don't you leave?" I asked, the words slipping out before I had the chance to reconsider their weight. It was a foolish question, one that I regretted the moment it left my lips. His face contorted with rage, and in an instant, he lunged at me, his movements wild and unrestrained. I barely managed to step aside, my heart pounding violently in my chest. "You think you're so goddamn clever, don't you, Jeremy?" he snarled, his voice now hoarse, as though the force of his earlier shouts had frayed his vocal cords. His words were not merely angry, they carried an undercurrent of pain, as if they came from a place of wounded pride or deep frustration. "No, sir," I stammered, my voice trembling as I fought to maintain composure. "I was merely asking a basic question." My hands shook, betraying the fear that coursed through me, and I felt as fragile as an autumn leaf clinging to a barren branch, vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind. At that moment, the location felt stifling, the air thick with unspoken emotions and unresolved tension. Mr. Weinstock's fury seemed to fill the space, leaving no room for reason. "Enough. You both need to calm down. Especially you, Martin," Mrs. Weinstock screamed, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The room fell silent, and Martin, visibly startled by her wrath, took a step back and grudgingly obeyed. "May I give a speech in his honor?" I asked cautiously, my hands trembling so much I had to clasp them together. It was daunting, not just because of the weight of the moment, but because I feared being mocked for my stuttering. But this wasn't about me. It was about Michael. "Dear Michael," I began, my voice trembling, "though we only knew each other briefly, and you bullied me relentlessly for the first half of our friendship, I loved you like a brother." The words were heavy but honest. "Your passion for dinosaurs was beautiful," I continued, my voice cracking. "I only wish I had gotten the chance to show you them at a museum like I always promised." The room was still except for my sobbing. "All those memories, your dreams, your future, they are gone, lost like teardrops in rain. I wish you were here, Michael." My voice shattered. Tears poured freely. "Holy crap," Martin muttered, shaken. Then, astonishingly, he fell to his knees. You're a chosen child of God. Please, get up," I insisted. "I'm no chosen anything." But he wouldn't relent. "God is proud of you, Jeremy." I bit back the retort burning on my tongue. When the funeral ended, the emotions churned like a storm. Depression, joy, confusion, nothing made sense. As I entered my dim home, my mother sat in shadow at the table. "Mother. What is it, Jeremiah? Am I a chosen child of God?" Her bewilderment turned to disdain. "Hell no. You are my child, and your father's. There is no God. So why do you go to church then?" "I don't wish to upset your bishop." Anger flared. "You swine. You only care about your earrings and your damned newspaper." Her coffee cup toppled as she rose. The slap came fast, hot, and stinging. "Don't you ever call me that again." I fled to my room, collapsing in tears. This day had been bizarre, but what happened would outdo it all. The 2nd of May, 1919. I wanted to scream, to disappear into the background like the faded party decorations. But instead, I stood there, frozen, awkwardly holding a plate of half-eaten cake, as the night devolved into a mess no one could salvage. By the time the last guest left, the living room looked as chaotic as the evening had felt. Wrapping paper littered the floor, and the balloons sagged, their helium spent. David sat on the couch, staring blankly at the now smudged frosting on his cake, the candles long forgotten. "Happy birthday, ha," he said with a bitter laugh, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. Sometimes, there aren't any words that can fix a day like that. All I could do was sit next to him and hope that, somehow, next year would be better. "I'm sorry, David," I mumbled, feeling the weight of the night pressing down on me like a stone. David shrugged, though the weariness in his expression betrayed him. "It's nothing new," he muttered. "I've been trying to get him to go to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, but he refuses every time." His voice was steady, but the resignation in it hit me harder than the chaos of the party. This wasn't just an embarrassing moment for him, it was a pattern, a burden he carried that no 14-year-old should have to bear. "That sucks," I said, my words feeling inadequate. "It's not fair that you have to deal with this, especially today." David let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, well, Uncle Jack doesn't really care about what's fair. He just cares about the next drink." He leaned back into the chair, staring at the deflated balloons still clinging stubbornly to the ceiling. I thought maybe this time would be different. Maybe he'd show up sober, or at least try to act normal for my birthday. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to fix it, to offer some kind of solution, but what could I possibly do that David hadn't already tried? Instead, I just sat there, the silence between us punctuated by the faint clinking of dishes being cleaned in the kitchen. "You're not alone in this," I finally said, my voice soft but firm. "Even if you won't go to AA, you shouldn't have to carry this by yourself. Maybe. I don't know, maybe there's someone else who can help. Like a counselor or something." David glanced at me, his expression unreadable at first. Then he nodded, just barely. "Maybe," he said, though his tone was cautious, like someone who had learned not to get their hopes up. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The party, with all its chaos and noise, felt like a distant memory. In its place was this quiet understanding, this shared acknowledgement of something neither of us fully knew how to fix but couldn't ignore. "I just want him to be better, you know," David said after a while, his voice cracking slightly. "I know," I said, and I meant it. Because even if I couldn't change things for him, I could at least sit there, in that mess of a living room, and let him know he wasn't alone. Peggy showed up about 15 minutes after the party had ended, her arms full of a brightly wrapped gift and a plate of cookies covered in plastic wrap. She looked so eager, her smile wide and warm, that I hesitated before opening the door, knowing the disappointment that was about to hit her. "Hey," she said cheerfully, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "Am I late?" The path here was awful. I glanced over my shoulder at the living room, where David was still slumped on the chair, surrounded by a mess of crumpled wrapping paper and drooping decorations. My mom was in the kitchen cleaning up the last of the dishes, and the hum of the dishwasher filled the space. I turned back to Peggy, trying to soften the blow. Yeah. About that," I started, scratching the back of my neck. "The party's kind of over." Her face fell immediately, her smile vanishing like a popped balloon. "What?" she asked, her voice small. "Yeah, it ended about 15 minutes ago," I said, feeling awkward and guilty all at once. "I'm really sorry." Peggy's expression shifted to one of disappointment mixed with confusion. "But I thought it was supposed to go until 8. I even talked with David to let him know I was running late." I sighed. "It was supposed to. But things got a little messy. Uncle Jack showed up drunk, and, well, let's just say it wasn't the party anyone was hoping for." Peggy's brow furrowed, and she glanced toward the living room, catching sight of David sitting there, staring blankly at the television. Her voice softened. "Oh. I see." She set the gift and cookies down on the table near the door, her cheerful energy replaced with quiet concern. Poor David. This was supposed to be his day. "Yeah," I said, not knowing what else to add. Peggy took a deep breath, then squared her shoulders like she was preparing for battle. "Well, the party might be over, but I'm still here. Let me go talk to him." Before I could say anything, she marched into the living room, her presence immediately changing the atmosphere. David, she said brightly, plopping down on the couch beside him. I missed the party, but I'm here now. Think you can handle some late-night company? David looked up, startled, and for the first time in hours, I saw a flicker of a smile on his face. Hey, Peggy, he said, his voice tired but not entirely defeated. I stood in the doorway, watching as Peggy began pulling cookies from her plate and handing them out like they were magical remedies. Somehow, her arrival felt like a small victory, a moment of light at the end of a pretty grim day. Breaking the news to her hadn't been easy, but seeing her lift David's spirits made it all worth it. Life at home was always a little strange, but this was a new level of weird. One afternoon, I walked into the living room and froze. My mom was sitting on the couch, legs crossed, with my copy of Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra open in her lap. Her reading glasses perched on the tip of her nose, and she was frowning at the page like she was trying to decipher a riddle. What the hell are you doing? I blurted out, startling her so much that she nearly dropped the book. She looked up at me, a little flustered, but quickly recovered, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear like she was caught doing something completely normal. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm reading, she said matter-of-factly. Yeah, but that. I pointed at the book in disbelief. Mom, Nietzsche? Are you okay? She gave me a look that could have cut through steel. What, you think I'm not smart enough to read philosophy? No, it's not that, I said, backtracking quickly. It's just, you're not exactly the existential nihilism type, you know? You're more of a gardening person. She rolled her eyes and slammed the book shut, though she kept her finger wedged in to save her place. For your information, she said with mock indignation, I was curious about what you've been so obsessed with lately. I thought I'd give it a try. Is that a crime? I stared at her, still struggling to wrap my head around the situation. So, what do you think of it so far? She hesitated, clearly not wanting to admit she was in over her head. Well, it's interesting, she said, dragging the word out. This Zarathustra guy seems like he's got a lot of opinions. I snorted. Yeah, that's one way to put it. She narrowed her eyes at me. Don't be a smartace. I can handle it. All right, Mom, I said, smirking. Just don't come crying to me when he starts talking about eternal recurrence or the Übermensch. She waved me off with a dismissive hand. Oh, please. How hard can it be? I couldn't help but laugh as I walked away, leaving her to grapple with Nietzsche's dense prose. Life at home was strange, sure, but moments like this were what made it strangely entertaining. As I made my way down the hallway to my room, the dim light of the house casting long shadows against the walls, something caught my eye, a cobweb, hanging in the corner of the ceiling. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. I hated spiders. Always had. There was something about their swift movements, their legs skittering with an unsettling speed, and the countless eyes that always seemed to watch you from every angle. I paused in front of the web, my breath shallow. The delicate threads stretched in all directions, catching the faint glow of the light, making the cobweb look like a macabre piece of art. I could almost picture the spider, hidden somewhere in the web, waiting. I hated the way they moved, so quick and precise, their legs like jittery extensions of some alien intelligence. And their eyes, those countless eyes that seemed to glimmer in the dark. There was no escape from them, not once they decided to come into the open. I stood there, frozen, trying to resist the impulse to retreat. I couldn't help it. The thought of a spider somewhere nearby, lurking and ready to scuttle across the floor, made my skin crawl. My heart started pounding, my breath coming a little faster. I knew I should just grab a broom, sweep it away, and move on. But the thought of touching it, of brushing it down, made me feel nauseous. What if the spider was still there? What if it ran up the broom and... I quickly turned away, unable to stomach the thought. I'd deal with it tomorrow, I told myself. But as I walked away, I could still feel the presence of that cobweb, its threads invisible in the dim light, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one in the hallway. I settled into bed, the quiet of the night wrapping around me like a blanket. I opened my Bible to John 8:32, and as I read the verse, "And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free," a sense of peace began to settle in. The weight of the day, the chaos, the frustrations, all seemed to dissipate. For a moment, I felt like everything was going to be just fine. But then, the thought hit me. The tour guide. That creepy-ass tour guide from the museum. The image of him, grinning like a madman, his voice echoing in my mind, exclaiming, "Bossel! Bossel," made my stomach churn. I couldn't help but picture him jumping out of the shadows, holding some ancient artifact, and shouting that nonsensical word. The absurdity of it mixed with the unsettling feeling of his presence made it impossible to fully relax. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to shake the image away, but it lingered like a shadow in the back of my mind. What if that guy really did show up, in the middle of the night, wandering through my thoughts like some half-forgotten nightmare? The very thought of it sent a chill through me, and I pulled the covers up higher as if that would somehow protect me from his weird, unhinged energy. I took a deep breath and reminded myself of the verse I'd just read. The truth shall set you free. The truth was, he was just a guy doing his job, a little odd, sure, but not an actual threat. The truth was, I had nothing to fear but the thoughts I let run wild in my mind. With that reassurance, I tried to focus on the calm, the cool air, the soft rustle of trees outside my window, the gentle hum of the house. Slowly, I let the thoughts drift away, one by one. And for a few precious moments, the night was peaceful again. The 20th of May, 1918. Michael's funeral was a scene of profound sorrow, a heavy testament to the fragility of life in the face of an unrelenting epidemic. At just 12 years old, his life was a fleeting spark extinguished by the shadow of the Spanish flu, a merciless spectre that had claimed so many. The air was thick with grief as mourners gathered, their faces etched with pain that seemed too vast to put into words. His father, eyes hollow with despair, recounted the harrowing final moments, how Michael's small chest heaved with desperate effort, each breath a battle that he tragically could not win. The flu had been swift, cruel, and indiscriminate, leaving no room for hope or reprieve. His coffin, painfully small, was a stark reminder of the brevity of his life and the innocence that had been stolen. Flowers adorned the grave site, their vibrant colours in jarring contrast to the sombre mood, as though nature itself couldn't fathom the loss. It was impossible not to picture him fighting with all his might to cling to life, his youthful determination no match for the invisible enemy that had ravaged his lungs. The image lingered in the mind like a haunting echo, a cruel testament to the era's helplessness against such a relentless disease. In the quiet moments after the service, the weight of his absence became unbearable. The world seemed dimmer, robbed of the light that Michael had brought in his brief time here. He was not just a victim of the flu but of a moment in history where even the strongest hearts couldn't always endure. His story, though unbearably tragic, served as a somber reminder of the countless lives stolen by that cruel pandemic. "Let us get started," his father said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, like a man who had long since surrendered to his grief. His hollow eyes betrayed the toll of his despair, bloodshot and rimmed with dark, swollen bags that hinted at the previous night's drinking binge. The sour tang of alcohol still clung faintly to his dishevelled presence, a bitter reminder of how he chose to cope, or failed to. A surge of anger welled up inside me, threatening to break the surface. The sight of his crumbling composure, the way he reeked of booze while standing at his son's funeral, made me want to grab him by the collar and shake some sense into him. How could he face this moment, this boy who deserved so much better, with the dull glaze of intoxication clouding his eyes. But I knew better. Fighting at a funeral would only deepen the pit of grief we were all drowning in. Worse, if I crossed that line, I might end up needing my own coffin picked out by the end of the day. His fists were as swift as his temper, and I'd felt both on more than one occasion. So I clenched my teeth, balled my hands into fists, and stared at the ground, focusing on the freshly dug earth instead of the frustration that threatened to choke me. This wasn't the time. Michael deserved better than that, even if his father seemed blind to the dignity this moment required. "Rest in peace, my dear boy," he choked out, his voice tinged with utter and complete sorrow. I almost felt bad for him. Almost. I wanted him to get himself some help more than anything else. It was in that moment of uneasy silence that I resolved to ask him the question that had been gnawing at me for weeks. "Why do you drink so much?" I asked, my tone hesitant but resolute. His response was so startling that it rendered me speechless. "Because Woodrow Wilson is ruining the goddamn country," he roared, his voice echoing through the room. It was entirely the wrong setting for such an outburst. Decorum demanded restraint, but he cared nothing for propriety. His face was flushed, his words laden with bitterness that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than mere political dissatisfaction. I swallowed my apprehension and pressed further, though I felt an almost palpable tension rise between us. "And what do you plan on doing about that?" I asked, my voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "I plan," he spat, his words nearly trembling with indignation, "to elect a different man to run the damn country." His response was laced with conviction, though it was clear he had no immediate means to achieve such a lofty goal. "That's not going to be for a while," I reminded him cautiously, choosing my words with care. Woodrow Wilson had only recently begun his term, there were still 5 long years ahead, a reality that seemed to fill Mr. Weinstock with a fresh wave of fury. "I hate this country," he bellowed, his tone petulant and raw, more befitting an irate child than a man of his years. The sentiment was so blunt, so unvarnished, that it left me momentarily stunned. "Then why don't you leave?" I asked, the words slipping out before I had the chance to reconsider their weight. It was a foolish question, one that I regretted the moment it left my lips. His face contorted with rage, and in an instant, he lunged at me, his movements wild and unrestrained. I barely managed to step aside, my heart pounding violently in my chest. "You think you're so goddamn clever, don't you, Jeremy?" he snarled, his voice now hoarse, as though the force of his earlier shouts had frayed his vocal cords. His words were not merely angry, they carried an undercurrent of pain, as if they came from a place of wounded pride or deep frustration. "No, sir," I stammered, my voice trembling as I fought to maintain composure. "I was merely asking a basic question." My hands shook, betraying the fear that coursed through me, and I felt as fragile as an autumn leaf clinging to a barren branch, vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind. At that moment, the location felt stifling, the air thick with unspoken emotions and unresolved tension. Mr. Weinstock's fury seemed to fill the space, leaving no room for reason. "Enough. You both need to calm down. Especially you, Martin." Mrs. Weinstock screamed, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The room fell silent, and Martin, visibly startled by her wrath, took a step back and grudgingly obeyed. "May I give a speech in his honor?" I asked cautiously, my hands trembling so much I had to clasp them together. It was daunting, not just because of the weight of the moment, but because I feared being mocked for my stuttering. But this wasn't about me. It was about Michael. "Dear Michael," I began, my voice trembling, "though we only knew each other briefly, and you bullied me relentlessly for the first half of our friendship, I loved you like a brother." The words were heavy but honest. Your passion for dinosaurs was beautiful, I continued, my voice cracking. I only wish I had gotten the chance to show you them at a museum like I always promised. The room was still except for my sobbing. All those memories, your dreams, your future, they are gone, lost like teardrops in rain. I wish you were here, Michael. My voice shattered. Tears poured freely. Holy crap, Martin muttered, shaken. Then, astonishingly, he fell to his knees. You're a chosen child of God. Please, get up, I insisted. I'm no chosen anything. But he wouldn't relent. God is proud of you, Jeremy. I bit back the retort burning on my tongue. When the funeral ended, the emotions churned like a storm. Depression, joy, confusion, nothing made sense. As I entered my dim home, my mother sat in shadow at the table. Mother. What is it, Jeremiah? Am I a chosen child of God? Her bewilderment turned to disdain. Hell no. You are my child, and your father's. There is no God. So why do you go to church then? I don't wish to upset your bishop. Anger flared. You swine. You only care about your earrings and your damned newspaper. Her coffee cup toppled as she rose. The slap came fast, hot, and stinging. Don't you ever call me that again. I fled to my room, collapsing in tears. This day had been bizarre, but what happened would outdo it all. The 27th of May, 1919. Our history assignment was one I actually looked forward to, a rarity in itself. The prompt was simple but intriguing: write about a philosopher you admire. Describe their views on life and why you like them. The choice came to me instantly. Nietzsche. The name alone lit something in me. I dove into his ideas with the same fervor I had when I first discovered his work. Nietzsche wasn't just bold, he was dangerous in the best way. His concept of the Übermensch, the overman, felt like a challenge thrown into the world. A call to step beyond the boundaries drawn by society, religion, and tradition. A call to create one's own values instead of inheriting them like dusty hand-me-downs. But it wasn't only the Übermensch that captivated me. It was his audacity to confront existence with no safety net. His line, "God is dead," wasn't blasphemy so much as it was a diagnosis: humanity had lost the structures it once leaned on. Meaning would now have to be built from within, not borrowed. What I admired most was his refusal to offer comfort. Nietzsche demanded responsibility and self-creation, and even though his philosophy could be harsh, it awakened something in me that felt important. I poured all of that into my assignment. By the time I handed it to Mrs. Pinkton, I felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. Her eyes widened. "How are you already done?" she asked. "I guess I had a lot to say," I muttered, trying to hide my pride. But then her excitement surged. "You must present this to the class." My stomach dropped. She ushered me toward the blackboard like I was some circus performer she'd volunteered without asking. I hated her for that moment, for knowing I didn't want attention and pushing anyway. My chest tightened as every pair of eyes fixed on me. I tried. I forced out what I could about the will to power, self-overcoming, the Übermensch. But the room felt too small, the air too thin. My voice shook. "I'm sorry. I just can't." Mrs. Pinkton clapped, alone, loudly, awkwardly. "You've told us more than enough, Jeremiah, thank you." It wasn't applause. It was a spotlight burning into me. I returned to my seat fast, wishing I could dissolve into the floor. English class felt like a reprieve. We discussed Ozymandias, Shelley's poem about a toppled statue of a once mighty king. The imagery was sharp, the colossal wreck, the empty desert swallowing glory whole. It's about the inevitable decline of all things, I said when it was my turn. Time outlasts everything. It came out easily. No fear, no trembling. Just clarity. After that morning, it felt like breathing again. Spanish class was unforgettable for a completely different reason. Mr. Gomez surprised us with tacos, burritos, and horchata. The room buzzed instantly. He set everything out with a satisfied grin. Today, we enjoy a little taste of Mexico. The food was incredible: fresh cilantro, warm tortillas, perfectly spiced meat. The horchata was smooth and sweet with cinnamon. And somehow, eating together made the class feel less like class and more like community. As we talked, he taught us new vocabulary related to the meal. It was immersive, natural. Later, he sat beside me. Una mesa para dos personas, he said with a gentle smile. It hit me harder than it should have. Mr. Gomez wasn't just a teacher. He had been there quietly when Matthew was arrested, supportive without being invasive, understanding without probing. His presence had meant more than I could say. In that moment, sharing food with him, I felt something I hadn't felt all day: grounded. Mr. Bailey's class, on the other hand, was chaos wrapped in monotony. Chatter everywhere. People scribbling on desks. Jokes echoing off the walls. We were supposed to melt elements, or something about heat, but the details blurred into noise. No one cared, and somehow that made it forgettable. Then came Mr. Phillips' class. He explained how humans share 98% of their DNA with monkeys. Interesting, sure, but not life-changing. Charts, diagrams, murmurs. Students whispering about their weekends. Me drifting between thoughts. I remembered the fact, nothing more. Home felt peaceful in comparison. My mom stood before the mirror holding up 2 dresses. Which looks better? The black one was elegant but funeral adjacent. The green was lively. You're not going to a damn funeral, Mama, I teased. She laughed. It's just a dinner party, you dramatic child. The green dress won. It was such a small moment, trivial, almost silly, but something about it grounded me. The laughter, the lightness, the easy back and forth. After a day of humiliation, anxiety, and overthinking, the simplicity soothed me. These tiny moments, mundane, fleeting, stitched our life together. They didn't try to solve anything profound. They didn't demand anything of me. They just were. And somehow, that was enough. The 25th of June, 1919. Here is your text formatted with paragraph breaks and indentation, and selective bolding and italics to enhance key parts, presented in the style you like. Matthew finally forgave me for the choices I had made, particularly my decision to converse with Francis instead of him, a decision that had carved a chasm between us. His apology was heartfelt, his voice laden with guilt and self-reproach. I acted like a child. I'm very sorry for that, he said, looking down, his tone heavy with shame. There, I replied, patting him on the back in an attempt to offer some solace. Yet the air between us still carried a weight we both felt deeply. As if on cue, he shifted the conversation to something darker. They found Francis' 13th victim, he said gravely, a woman by the name of Paula Johnson, aged 29. My God, the words barely escaped my lips as the gravity of what he had said settled over me like a storm cloud. Indeed, Matthew murmured, his voice low and taut with emotion. I'm sure she was a good person, I said after a moment, exhaling deeply as if the words themselves were a burden to carry. Certainly not worse than him, Matthew added, a bitter chuckle escaping his lips. His laugh was dry, devoid of joy, a reflection of the grim reality we had been dragged into. For a brief moment, silence enveloped us. The mention of Paula Johnson, a life ended far too soon, served as a stark reminder of the darkness we were brushing up against, a darkness Francis embodied. He's never getting out, and yet they gave him another 25 years. The prison system fails people, Jeremy. I swear on it, Matthew said, his voice simmering with restrained fury. Did it fail you? I asked, my curiosity outweighing my hesitation. It sure as hell did, he exclaimed, the anger bubbling over, raw and undeniable. You go in there and you're no longer a person. You're a number. A problem to manage. They don't fix anything, they break you more. I nodded, feeling the weight of his words even though I could never truly understand them. I'd never been to prison myself. My most rebellious act had been jaywalking, and even then, I'd felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Matthew, I said after a moment, unsure what else to offer. It's not right. He softened slightly at that, his expression turning pensive. You know, he said quietly, if they'd helped me, really helped me, maybe I wouldn't have ended up so bitter. But it's a cycle, Jeremy. They take broken people and make them worse. And then they act surprised when we can't adjust, when we don't fit their mold. His words lingered in the air like smoke, heavy and unshakable. I couldn't argue with him, and I didn't want to. The system had failed him. It had failed countless others. And while I couldn't undo the damage, I could listen. Sometimes that felt like all I had to offer. I have to go now, Matt, I said, my voice tight as I anxiously glanced at the clock. See ya, he replied, his tone tinged with regret. I'm really sorry for getting angry at you, he added with a deep sigh. It happens, I said, trying to sound forgiving as I turned to leave. Take care. As I walked out, a mix of emotions churned inside me. It was bittersweet, like tasting honey laced with vinegar. On one hand, I'd tried to bridge the gap between us, on the other, Francis had struck again. His darkness loomed like a storm cloud, a haunting reminder that some shadows couldn't be escaped. Stepping into the cool evening air, I felt the weight pressing on my chest. Life seemed like a series of battles, some fought and won, others merely endured. And as much as I wanted to focus on the good moments, the heaviness lingered. Still, I resolved to carry on. Bittersweet or not, life didn't stop for reflection. You will never believe this, but I ran into the bossel guy, who explained that he had escaped a mental asylum and was officially a fugitive. Dear God! What did they do to you? I exclaimed in horror, staring at Obadiah as he trembled violently, like the epicenter of an earthquake. His gaunt face, twitching hands, and wild eyes painted the picture of someone completely unhinged. They put me on barbiturates, he spat, his words quick and erratic. So I slipped some into their coffee and ran off. I nearly got caught, Jeremy. Look, I'm really sorry, I said, letting out a long sigh of exasperation, but I can't help you. Why the hell not? He growled, glaring with eyes that could cut steel. Because that's where you belong, dumbass. His face twisted into a sneer. Screw you, kid. I knew I couldn't rely on some teenager to protect me. Oh, yeah? Well, screw you too, Mr. Bossel. The absurdity struck me, and I laughed, sharp, involuntary, slicing through the tension. It only enraged him further. With a violent burst, he grabbed me by the collar and slammed my head against a pine tree. Pain shot through my skull as warm blood trickled down my forehead. Gritting my teeth, I spat on him in defiance. Ever been punched in the face, kid? He hissed. Many times, actually, I smirked. Before he could hit me, the shrill wail of sirens tore through the forest. Obadiah Falcon. Get on the ground. Officers swarmed him, wrestling him down as he thrashed and screamed murder. Eventually they subdued him, slapping cuffs on his wrists. As they dragged him away, his wild eyes locked onto mine. "This isn't over, Jeremy. Not by a damn long shot." I slumped against the pine, feeling the sting of my wound and the surreal weight of it all. I went home, the back of my head still bleeding, and told Mother, I don't want to talk about it, which she understood instantly. The thought of Obadiah escaping again chilled me to the core, a shiver running down my spine like a cold wind through a cracked window. The possibility lingered like a threat, but I forced it aside as I retreated to my room. Inside, my mother sat with the Bible open, tracing Isaiah 7:14, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign." Her voice was soft, reverent. Something in it pierced me. Before I knew it, I was on my knees, thanking God for his love and mercy. I prayed for Obadiah, that he would stay confined, unable to wreak more havoc. The thought of his freedom was a shadow I couldn't bear. Then my mind turned to those closest to me. Matthew. Michael. My father. My 2 cousins who had passed. Grief welled up, and tears streamed freely. Mama Cass must have heard me because she appeared in the doorway. "I love you deeply," she said, steady and warm. "And everything is going to be all right." Her words wrapped around me like a protective shield. I nodded, comforted, and crawled into bed, whispering prayers for a safe tomorrow. And, by some miracle, it did. The 29th of June, 1919. It was a regular Sunday, blissfully uneventful, the kind of day where the silence wasn't laced with tension or foreboding. No reports of escapees from mental asylums, no unwelcome visits from Franklin Baker, no threats lurking in the corners of my mind. For once, the fragile peace I'd begun to cherish remained intact. The world seemed to breathe steadily, without the jagged interruptions of chaos. For the first time in what felt like weeks, I allowed myself to exhale fully, my shoulders easing from their perpetual hunch of anticipation. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, golden and warm, and I found myself smiling faintly as I sipped on the coffee Mama had brewed. It was ordinary, beautifully, blissfully ordinary, and in that ordinariness rested a profound sense of relief. Sometimes, regular Sundays were the best kind. "Do you think God is disappointed with me, Mama?" I asked, the weight of the question pressing on my chest. My voice trembled slightly. As the words left my mouth, Mama gasped, nearly spilling her coffee. "Sweetheart, no," she whispered after a moment, her tone tender and resolute. "He loves you, more than you'll ever know." "Then why did he put Obadiah Falcon into the world?" I asked, frustration cracking my voice. My fists tightened, the storm inside me brewing into something sharp. "Who?" Mama asked, brows knitting in confusion. "Do you remember the Bossel guy?" I blurted, anxiety tripping over my words. Her face changed instantly, shadows gathered behind her eyes. She gently touched the back of my head, fingers brushing the tender spot where Obadiah had slammed me into the pine. "Did he do this to you?" she asked, her voice soft, but with a core of barely contained fury. "Yes." Her composure shattered. "Why, someone ought to castrate that bastard," she shouted, fists tightening as if she could will him into the room and tear him apart herself. "It's okay, he got arrested." I said it quickly, trying to catch her rage before it spiraled. Her shoulders eased, tension draining just slightly, though the fire in her eyes stayed alight. "Where is he?" she asked, still ready to fight the world. "The Hartford Asylum, I'd presume." I watched her carefully, praying she wouldn't do anything reckless out of love. She nodded, but her anger burned on. "Good. That's where he belongs." "But if he ever gets out," she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Bishop Bullock spoke that morning with a fervour that seemed to vibrate through the pews. He talked about daily repentance, about humility, grace, and forgiveness. We are all sinners, he said, his voice steady and warm. But Christ forgives everyone, no matter how grievous their transgression. He described God's mercy as a well that never runs dry, no matter how often we return to it. A well that even I could drink from. A flicker of hope sparked to life in my chest, faint but present. After the service, I approached him. Do you believe everyone goes to the outer darkness if they sin? His hand settled on my shoulder, grounding me. No, Jeremy. The outer darkness is reserved only for those who utterly reject God. It's not our mistakes that define us, but our willingness to repent. I hesitated. But what about people like Obadiah Falcon? His gaze held mine, solemn. Only God knows the heart. Our duty is not to condemn, but to seek understanding, and pray for redemption, even when it seems impossible. I swallowed, absorbing his words like stones. Thank you, Bishop. Keep asking questions, he said softly. That's how faith grows. On the drive home, my mother tried to lift the mood. We're going to have a picnic today. I forced a smile, but my mind drifted immediately to my father. Picnics had been his thing, sandwiches packed neatly, fruit arranged just so, his battered thermos of iced tea always in hand. I stared out the window, voice barely above a murmur. He would have loved this. Mama's voice softened. He's with us in spirit, Jeremy. I just wish he wasn't gone. Her hand found mine. Me too. Every day. At the park, sunlight filtered through the trees like a quiet blessing. For a moment, I could almost hear his laugh weaving through the breeze. Mama unpacked the sandwiches, cheddar cheese, my favorite. Golden edges pressing through the bread like cheerful promises. I devoured one, then another, then, almost, another. Someone's hungry, she teased. They are really good, I grinned, cheeks warm. Her smile held a softness that eased something deep in my chest. After lunch we walked through Colgate Park, the air rich with pine and damp earth. Birds chirped overhead, and we slipped into our familiar game, counting every bird we could spot. 53, she called. 65. I counted triumphantly moments later. We declared a draw, laughing lightly, until I spotted the raven. A glossy, midnight black raven perched just yards away. Its beady eyes locked onto mine with unsettling intensity. Mama noticed my distraction. Jeremy. It's nothing, I said. But as we walked away, I kept glancing back. The raven didn't move. It simply watched. As if it knew something I didn't. On the way home, the sky darkened, and rain began to fall. First a drizzle, then a sudden, violent downpour. Run! Mama laughed, pulling her cardigan over her head as we sprinted. Water splashed around our ankles, the storm swallowed us whole. Of all days to forget our parasols. I yelled over the drumming rain. By the time we reached home, we were drenched to the bone. We're soaked half to death. Mama exclaimed. I wrung out my shirt, shivering, laughing, alive. Inside, warmth wrapped around us. Mama drifted toward the piano, tapping the keys lightly, testing, teasing. I settled onto the sofa as she flexed her fingers. Watch closely, she said with a grin. Her fingers danced over the keys, plinking out the cheerful rhythm of chopsticks. Imperfect, playful, unmistakably her. For a moment, everything felt right. No storms. No fear. No shadows. Just music, laughter, and love. But life has a way of twisting joy into knots, turning light into darkness in a single heartbeat. What came next tore through that fragile perfection like a tempest. It was very far from perfect. So far, it felt like I'd never find my way back. The 2nd of August, 1919. The Chicago race riot was one of the most devastating events in my life. The streets were filled with chaos, flames licking the sky, and the heavy weight of hatred thickening the air. I wasn't black, but I had deep sympathy for them, for the injustice they suffered and the violence they endured simply because of the color of their skin. It wasn't their fault that they were born black, any more than it was mine that I was born white. Yet, there we were, living in a world that wielded something as arbitrary as pigmentation as a weapon. It was hard to understand then, and it's still hard now. I remember reading about how the mobs stormed through the streets, the sound of shouts and breaking glass echoing like some terrible symphony of anger. I couldn't comprehend how someone could look at another human being and see an enemy just because of their skin. It shook me to my core. I stood on the sidelines, helpless, reading about the city tearing itself apart. And though I wasn't the one with the torches or the bricks, I felt the shame of standing still, of doing nothing. My heart ached, but my feet wouldn't move. What could I do? I was just a boy then, powerless and afraid. But that riot changed me. It opened my eyes to the ugliness of prejudice and the beauty of resilience. It showed me that silence in the face of hatred isn't neutrality, it's complicity. From that moment, I swore I would never look away again. "Ma, have you read the paper?" I asked anxiously, my voice trembling as I held the front page in my hands. "Yes," she replied, setting down her coffee cup with a heavy sigh. "There are racial riots in Chicago. It's sickening." Her voice cracked with emotion, and her fists clenched on the table. "I can't stand white supremacists. They make me ashamed of what people like us can become." I nodded, feeling a knot in my stomach. "It's just so awful. How can people be so cruel, Ma?" She shook her head, her eyes filling with a mix of anger and sadness. "Because they are scared, Jeremy. They are scared of what they don't understand, so they turn that fear into hate. But it doesn't make it right. Not one damn bit." I watched her wipe her eyes and take a deep breath, trying to compose herself. "If your father were here, he'd be just as furious as I am," she said, her voice softening at the mention of him. "He believed everyone deserved a fair chance, no matter who they were or where they came from." Her words lingered in the room, filling the silence with the weight of an unspoken plea. A plea for the world to be kinder, to be better. But in that moment, it felt like such a distant hope. "You know, Abel wanted to join the KKK. I exclaimed unexpectedly, the words tumbling out of my mouth before I had time to think them through. Her face hardened, and she slammed her hand against the table. "I'm glad he's dead then," she snapped, her voice laced with fury. But the anger wasn't directed at me, it was aimed squarely at the twisted ideologies that had infected people like Abel, at the world that seemed so irredeemably broken. She stood up, pacing the kitchen like a storm brewing on the horizon. How could anyone willingly embrace that kind of hatred? How could they look at another human being and see anything less than a soul? I sat there, stunned by her raw emotion. I guess some people are just consumed by fear," I murmured, echoing her earlier words. She stopped pacing and looked at me, her expression softening just slightly. "Fear doesn't excuse it, Jeremy. It doesn't make it right." She shook her head, her shoulders sagging as if the weight of the world had finally caught up to her. "Your father always said that hate is a poison. It doesn't just hurt the people you aim it at, it eats away at your own soul." The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. Abel's name hung in the air like a ghost, a reminder of the darkness that could take root in a person's heart if they let it. "Abel had everything," my mother said softly, her voice trailing off as if the weight of the thought had pressed pause on her speech. I jumped in, sensing the melancholy hanging in the air. It's just like that poem Ozymandias, I said, hoping she knew what I was getting at. She turned to me, her eyebrows arching slightly, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Indeed, she murmured. A king who had it all, but let pride destroy his kingdom. I nodded, the image of the shattered statue in the desert vivid in my mind. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair, I quoted, letting the words hang like the ruins they described. Abel wasn't a king, but he sure acted like the world owed him everything. Pride does that, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. It blinds you. Makes you think you're untouchable, until you aren't. I sighed, staring out the window. The sky was still grey, a fitting backdrop for the conversation. It's strange, isn't it? How someone can have everything and still lose it all. All that's left is dust. She placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch grounding me. Abel's choices were his own, Jeremy. Pride didn't destroy him, he destroyed himself. Don't forget that. I nodded, her words sinking deep. Abel's story, much like Ozymandias, was a cautionary tale. One that echoed through time, whispering warnings to those who dared let their egos rule their hearts. You know what other poem I love? I asked, knowing full well she'd guess incorrectly. She thought for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she searched through the depths of her memory. I'm not sure. But I do love the poems that speak about resilience, strength in the face of adversity. Maybe The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. I smiled, appreciating her choice. Ah, that's a good one. The idea of choices and paths. It's like the poem's all about the moments that define us. She nodded, her gaze drifting to the window. Yeah. Sometimes, it feels like we're constantly making choices, and each one shapes where we go. It's strange, isn't it? I agreed, my mind briefly drifting to the path I was on, one that sometimes felt uncertain, yet filled with its own sense of purpose. It really is. But I guess it's up to us to make the most of the road we take. She turned back to me, her eyes softening. And maybe, in the end, it's not about the road we choose, but how we walk it. I smiled, her words resonating deeply. It felt like a quiet affirmation, a reminder that even when the journey gets tough, there's power in how we face it. The pain of seeing such suffering, so raw and inescapable, hit me like a tidal wave. It wasn't just the violence, it was the injustice, the way people were pitted against each other as if it were their fate, their only choice. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to push the images of destruction out of my mind. I picked up the paper, its ink smudged from being handled too many times, but the words on the page stood out like a scar. Riot sweeps Chicago. I couldn't shake the thought of the families, the lives destroyed, the chaos unfolding. It was a tragedy, no, it was worse than that. It was a wound on the soul of the city. As I read on, the details were horrifying, lives lost, homes torn apart, communities fractured. And for what? For a cycle of hate and fear that had been allowed to fester, to boil over into something far beyond control. I wanted to reach through the page, to somehow stop it, to turn back time and keep it from happening. But I couldn't. None of us could. I set the paper down slowly, feeling the weight of helplessness pressing against my chest. I looked out the window, the sky darkening as if reflecting the turmoil below. It was hard to understand how people could let this happen. How hate could become so all-encompassing. I thought about the faces of those caught in the violence, real people with real stories, families torn apart by forces outside their control. The same forces that had been in play long before I was even born. And it hit me like a gut punch, it wasn't just about today. It was about generations of pain, of systemic oppression that had been ignored for too long. I went to bed and had a horrifying nightmare. The nightmare began with a feeling of suffocating darkness, like the air had thickened around me until I could barely breathe. I was standing on the outskirts of a city, Chicago, I think, but it was unrecognizable. The streets were littered with debris, and the air was thick with smoke. The sound of shouting, of violence, echoed through the empty buildings like a warning bell that could never be silenced. I tried to run, but my legs felt like they were made of stone, each step heavy, dragging me further into the chaos. People were running too, but they weren't just running, they were fighting. Fists raised, hatred in their eyes, and for some reason, I couldn't tell who was on what side. The lines were blurred, and the world flipped upside down. Everyone seemed caught in a tidal wave of anger, of confusion. Then, I saw faces I didn't recognize, yet they felt so real. Men, women, children, there was fear in their eyes, but also desperation, a need to survive at any cost. I wanted to help them, to reach out, but no one seemed to see me. I tried to shout, to scream, but my voice was swallowed up by the noise, drowned by the cries of pain and rage. In the midst of it all, I saw a figure standing on the horizon, silhouetted against the flames. I couldn't make out their face, but I could feel their presence, overpowering, suffocating, as if they were the embodiment of everything that had gone wrong. A shadow that stretched across the city, that cast its darkness over the world. Suddenly, the ground beneath me cracked open, and I fell, tumbling into the abyss. I was swallowed whole, consumed by the chaos. And in that moment, I realized that there was no escape, not from the fear, not from the anger. It was a never-ending cycle, a force so strong it could tear the very fabric of reality apart. The weight of the nightmare still lingered, pressing down on me like a stone. My mind raced with the images of the riot, the faceless people caught in the wave of destruction, the ever-present figure on the horizon. It felt like a warning, a premonition of something worse to come. But what could I do? I wasn't equipped for this. I was just one person, lost in a sea of chaos, trying to make sense of a world that seemed to be unraveling faster than I could grasp. I thought about the violence, the division, the hate. The world seemed so broken, fractured beyond repair. Each day, it felt like we were moving further away from understanding, from compassion. It was as though the walls between us were getting taller, the gaps wider. We all lived in our separate worlds, only seeing the truth through our own lenses. And it seemed that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't bridge the divide. Turning onto my side, I pulled the covers closer, trying to find some comfort in the familiar warmth of my bed. But the restlessness in my mind wouldn't let me sleep. The sounds of the riot, the screams, the violence, echoed in my ears, and I realized with a sinking feeling that this wasn't just a dream. It was real. It was happening, somewhere out there. The injustice, the rage, it was real, and I was helpless. I sat up, running a hand through my hair, trying to breathe through the tightness in my chest. The clock on my nightstand ticked in the silence, a constant reminder that time was moving forward and that the world was changing. But where was it going? What was I supposed to do with the weight of this knowledge, this feeling of impending doom? Was there a way to stop it? Or were we all just caught in the current, powerless against the tide? I wished there was an answer, something concrete to hold on to, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there were no easy answers. No simple solutions. Just the harsh reality of a world that was slowly but surely descending into chaos. The question now was, how would we face it? How would I face it? I lay back down, pulling the covers up once more, but sleep didn't come. Not that night. Not for a long time. The 25th of August, 1919. Does anyone know why we praise Nephi as a prophet? Bishop Bullock asked, his voice steady as he looked around our small group, inviting us to think deeply. Because he was a man of God, I replied with a grin, feeling confident in the simplicity of the answer. Exactly. Now, quiz time. What was the Liahona? He asked, his eyes gleaming with a spark of challenge. The moral compass, I answered quickly, recalling the significance of the sacred object in the Book of Mormon. That's right, he said with a nod. But what does that really mean? What was it meant to represent? I paused for a moment, the weight of the question sinking in. Then, Jamie Wilkinson chimed in, nodding in agreement with me. It's a moral compass, she said, her voice filled with conviction. Perfect. Now, here's the tough one, Bishop Bullock continued, leaning forward slightly. How can we apply that to the modern day? The room fell silent, and I could almost feel everyone's minds racing. I thought for a moment before Jamie spoke up again, her expression thoughtful but bright. We can imagine that each of our choices in life either has a positive effect or a negative one, she said, her words carrying a weight of truth. Bishop Bullock smiled, nodding appreciatively. Exactly. Every decision, every direction we choose in life, can either lead us closer to or further away from the path God intends for us. Just as Nephi followed the Liahona's guidance, we must also trust in the moral compass that guides us today. As the conversation settled into a reflective silence, I couldn't help but feel a sense of clarity. The Liahona wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a symbol of our need for guidance, a reminder that each choice we make shapes who we become. It wasn't just about knowing the right answers but understanding how those answers help us navigate our lives today. And who was Sam the Lamanite? He asked us, something I knew the answer to. He was a prophet who prophesied Christ's visit to the Americas, I replied confidently. Was Joseph Smith the one who translated the golden plates? I asked with a genuine curiosity. The bishop chuckled softly, the sound warm and understanding. It can be a little confusing, Jeremy. Joseph Smith was the one who translated the plates. Moroni, on the other hand, was the angel who delivered them to him. I scratched my head, still trying to sort it out. So, Moroni just handed over the plates? He didn't do any of the translating? Exactly, the bishop confirmed. Moroni's role was as a messenger. He safeguarded the plates and brought them to Joseph when it was right. Joseph Smith did the actual translation work through divine guidance. I nodded slowly, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. So, Joseph didn't know the language on the plates? No, he didn't, the bishop replied. The plates were written in what's called Reformed Egyptian, a language unknown in his time. That's why he relied on the gift and power of God to translate them. That's incredible, I said, the weight of it sinking in. I mean, how could someone without any training translate something like that? The bishop smiled. Faith and obedience, Jeremy. That's what made it possible. Joseph trusted in the Lord completely, and because of that, he was able to accomplish something miraculous. I let out a low whistle, finally understanding the magnitude of what Joseph Smith had done. It left me in quiet awe. The bishop gave me an encouraging smile, clearly noticing my disappointment. Don't worry, Jeremy. You're learning, and that's what matters. Understanding comes with time and study. I nodded, though I still felt a tinge of frustration. I just want to get it right, I admitted, running a hand through my hair. Perfection isn't the goal, he said gently. Seeking truth is. Even Joseph Smith made mistakes along the way, but his faith and perseverance guided him. I appreciated his words, but they didn't completely quell the uneasy feeling in my chest. I had always been so eager to prove myself, to get things right, that any misstep felt like a failure. I guess I need to study more, I said, half to myself. The bishop chuckled. We all do, Jeremy. None of us knows everything, and that's why we rely on prayer, scripture, and each other. His words stayed with me as I left the church that day, making me think deeply about what it meant to seek answers and grow in faith. The headline grabbed my attention, its bold letters spelling out the surreal tragedy, aftermath of Great Molasses Flood, 15 lost to treacle. I read on, the details painting a picture that was equal parts horrifying and bizarre. A massive storage tank filled with molasses had burst in Boston, releasing a wave of sticky chaos. 15 people had lost their lives, drowned or crushed under the relentless surge of the thick, sugary liquid. It was almost impossible to imagine something as innocuous as molasses becoming a force of destruction. The newspaper described how the treacle had oozed through the streets, trapping people, animals, and carriages in its clutches. Entire buildings were swept away, the aftermath leaving a grim reminder of the unpredictable ways life could take a turn for the worse. I set the paper down, my hands sticky from the ink. The absurdity of it made me pause. Who would have thought something so sweet could wreak such havoc? And yet, it had. It was a sobering reminder that even the smallest, most ordinary things had the potential to unravel into catastrophe. I shook my head, thinking about those poor souls caught in that amber wave of death. It was another mark of tragedy in a world already teeming with sorrow. Her words wrapped around me like a warm blanket on a cold night, softening the edges of my despair. Yet, deep inside, the weight of the world still pressed heavy on my heart. I wish to change the world, Ma, I said emotionally. You will, sweetheart, she said gently. What if the world is too broken for someone like me to fix? I asked, my voice trembling with the enormity of the question. She crouched down to meet my eyes, her hands steadying my shoulders. Jeremy, the world has always been a big place, with big problems. But that doesn't mean you can't make a difference. Change doesn't come from fixing everything all at once. It comes from small acts, one step at a time. I wanted to believe her, but the hopelessness that clung to me was hard to shake. What if I'm not good enough? What if I fail? Failure isn't the end, she said firmly. Every great person who ever changed the world faced failure. What matters is that they kept going, even when it felt impossible. Milton Hershey had 4 failed businesses before founding the Hershey Company. Really? 4 failures? I asked, my brows shooting up in surprise. Yes. He didn't give up, though, she said with a grin. And now look at him, people all over the world know his name because of chocolate. Sweet, delicious chocolate. I couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. I guess if Milton Hershey could fail 4 times and still succeed, I shouldn't let one bad moment make me feel so hopeless. Exactly, she said, ruffling my hair. Every failure is just a stepping stone to success. Sometimes the best things come after we've fallen and gotten back up. Maybe I should invent something too, I said, half joking but feeling a spark of inspiration. She leaned back, her smile wide and encouraging. You could, you know. The world is full of problems waiting for someone clever like you to solve them. Just remember, even if it takes a few tries, it's worth it. Milton Hershey's story suddenly felt like a lifeline, a reminder that failure wasn't the end of the road but part of the journey. If he could rise from the ashes of 4 failed ventures to create something as timeless as a Hershey bar, maybe I could find my own way to make a difference. All right, I said, a small smile creeping onto my face. Maybe I will change the world one day, Ma. But I think I'll start with dessert tonight. Does chocolate pudding count as a stepping stone? She laughed, a sound that warmed the room. It absolutely does. I nodded, trying to absorb her wisdom. Her faith in me seemed unwavering, and though I didn't fully understand why, it gave me a flicker of hope. Do you really think I can do it, Ma? I asked, my voice soft but tinged with cautious optimism. She smiled, brushing a strand of hair from my face. I know you can. And when the time comes, you'll know too. For now, focus on being the kind, thoughtful boy I've always known you to be. The rest will come. Her words didn't fix everything. They didn't erase the riots, the pain, or the injustice. But they planted a seed, a tiny spark of belief that maybe, just maybe, I could make a difference. I hugged her tightly, holding on as if her strength could somehow become mine. Thank you, Ma. Always, sweetheart, she whispered. The world outside was still broken, but for the first time in days, I didn't feel entirely powerless. Perhaps change could start small, with love, with kindness, and with the promise of tomorrow. And tomorrow I decided to visit Matthew Cheshire. If only I had known. If only. The 26th of August, 1919. Here is your text formatted with paragraph breaks, indentation, and selective bolding and italics for emotional emphasis, consistent with the style you want. School started quite late that year and at the most random time. Why the 26th of August of all days? The question lingered in my mind the entire time. Why on a Tuesday of all days? It wasn't logical in the least. The calendar seemed to mock me, throwing everything off balance. My mind kept circling back to that date, trying to make sense of it. I tried to shrug off the unease, but it stuck with me like a shadow, a whisper of something off-kilter. People always said that life didn't always make sense, that there was no grand plan behind the chaos. Yet, this felt different. This strange timing gnawed at me, like a sign I wasn't meant to understand. Matthew was dead, and I hadn't fully processed his death yet. The thought of it sat heavy in my chest, pressing down on me with a weight I couldn't shake. Had he intentionally overdosed, or was it all a freak accident? The uncertainty gnawed at me, a constant loop of questions with no clear answers. Knowing Matthew, I'd have chalked it up to an accident. He had his demons, sure, but he wasn't the type to leave behind a deliberate ending. Still, the unknown haunted me, a shadow that stretched longer the more I thought about it. The hardest part wasn't just the loss, it was the not knowing. Was there a moment, somewhere, when he reached out for help but couldn't get it? Had I missed the signs? I found myself retracing every conversation, every glance, every unspoken word. What if I could have done something more? Would it have made a difference? The guilt crept in, thick and suffocating, as I sat with the endless what-ifs that didn't have answers. My first class was math, of all classes, and I could feel my fists tighten. I hated it beyond any words, letters, or sounds. It made no goddamn sense to me. And now that Matthew was dead, I was screwed. Everything felt pointless. The numbers on the paper in front of me blurred together, mocking me with their unyielding patterns. They had no meaning, no weight, nothing that mattered compared to the grief sitting like a stone in my chest. Mrs. Clarkson? I asked, my anxiety evident as I forced the words out between shallow breaths. Yes. Are you okay? She asked, noticing my shaking hands. No, Matthew is dead. I exclaimed angrily, my voice cracking. I wasn't angry at her but at the world. At everything that felt wrong, unfair, and out of place. My world felt shattered, and this classroom, with its impossible equations, only amplified the chaos in my mind. He was such a bright child, she said in a crushed tone, her voice heavy with sympathy. Yes was all I could say, the weight of the truth pressing against my throat. Unfortunately, we have a lesson, Jeremy, she sighed deeply, her voice tinged with the sadness of knowing there was nothing she could do to ease my pain. I know, I sighed back in return. There was nothing to say. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to do anything that required my attention, my effort. But I had to, didn't I? For some reason, the world still expected me to keep going, even when everything inside me screamed to stop. Today, we are learning trigonometry. Mrs. Clarkson announced, her voice attempting enthusiasm, but it rang hollow like she was trying to convince herself more than the class. I could tell Matthew's death had made a profound impact on her too. Her eyes were a little redder than usual, and there was a heaviness in her voice that wasn't there before. It was as though she, too, was struggling to navigate through the wreckage of everything that had changed. Trigonometry. The word floated through my mind like some distant echo, familiar yet foreign. I had heard it before, maybe in passing, maybe in whispers from other students who had somehow survived the misery of those equations and formulas. But as it became a reality now, right in front of me, at this exact moment, I dreaded it. Dreaded the way it looked on the chalkboard, with angles and sine waves that meant nothing to me, like some alien language I could never decode. And there I was, ready to suffer through the lesson. My mind wandered as she started scribbling on the board, her chalk scratching against the surface in a rhythm that somehow mirrored the beating of my heart, slow, heavy, and uncertain. It sucked. Every single part of it sucked. It felt like the universe had conspired to pile everything on top of me, math included. The class let out a collective groan as Mrs. Clarkson asked us to repeat the formula. I could feel the weight of it hanging in the air, an inevitable repetition of something that barely seemed to matter in the face of everything else. The words came out of my mouth mechanically. A square plus b square equals c square. It didn't feel like it meant anything, not today. Maybe not ever. It was just one more thing to memorize, one more thing that had no connection to the pain or confusion that swirled in my head. But, like the formula, I repeated it, not knowing if it would ever stick. I could sense the frustration building inside me, each passing second feeling like a new weight pressing down on my chest. Trigonometry was a language I didn't understand, and here I was, stuck listening to it, waiting for the bell to ring. The formula might as well have been a foreign language, and the more she went on about it, the further my mind drifted. Why couldn't they just teach something useful? What good was this knowledge going to do me when everything else in life felt like it was spiraling out of control? The bell rang, and I practically sprang from my seat. The relief of leaving math behind was almost tangible. English class always felt like a reprieve, words, stories, meaning, it was my safe space. As I entered the classroom, Mrs. Watson greeted the class with her usual enthusiasm, though I could tell she was a bit more subdued than usual. Maybe it was the beginning of the school year, or maybe it was just me, but everything felt heavier lately. "All right, everyone, settle in," she called, gesturing to the board where she'd already written a quote. "Today we are going to dive into something that could help make sense of everything swirling in your heads." This is a line from T.S. Eliot, "The greatest use of life is to spend it for something that will outlast it." I looked at the quote, letting the words linger in my mind. Something about it resonated, as though Eliot had written it with me in mind. I felt a flicker of hope in the dark haze I'd been walking through. Maybe this class, this moment, could be a step toward figuring things out. Mrs. Watson started talking about the meaning behind the quote, and for the first time today, I found myself listening, not just zoning out. This was where I could find something to hold on to. Something that made sense. As I walked into the English classroom, I could feel a weight lifting from my chest. At least here, I could breathe. I didn't know if it was the comfort of familiar words or the fact that I could just lose myself in something more meaningful, but the thought of reading or writing felt like a release. Mrs. Watson stood by the blackboard, scribbling something that seemed too abstract to care about at the moment, but at least it wasn't sine or cosine. I sat down, my mind still swirling from the chaos of earlier. But English, this was my escape. "Jeremy, are you ready for today's lesson?" she asked, her voice breaking me out of my thoughts. I nodded, not entirely sure what she meant. But I was grateful to be somewhere where I didn't feel like I was drowning in formulas. I glanced at the cover of my man Jeeves with skepticism. P.G. Wodehouse? It sounded like the kind of name that could easily be forgotten, like another dusty old book in a forgotten corner of the library. But there was something about it that caught my eye. The cover had a certain old-timey charm, the kind that made you think of reading by the fire with a cup of tea in hand. Still, I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy it. "Don't judge a book by its cover, Jeremy," I muttered to myself, trying to get in the right mindset. I could already feel my mind wandering, the weight of Matthew's death still pressing down on me like a constant storm cloud. "Class, please start reading the first chapter, and we'll discuss it in the next session," Mr. Daniels called, snapping me out of my reverie. I opened the book, half expecting to be bored out of my mind. But as I started reading the opening lines, something unexpected happened. The dry humor, the ridiculous situations, the wit, everything about Wodehouse writing was light, almost absurd in its charm. I couldn't help but chuckle under my breath as I read on. Maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all. Maybe there was something to this whole outlasting life idea after all, through stories, through humor, even through unexpected things like my man Jeeves. It was a small spark of light, but right then, it was exactly what I needed. The beginning of the book read, "Jeeves, my man, you know, is really a most extraordinary chap. So capable. Honestly, I shouldn't know what to do without him. On broader lines, he's like those chappies who sit peering sadly over the marble battlements at the Pennsylvania station in the place marked Inquiries. You know the Johnnies I mean. You go up to them and say, 'When's the next train for Melonsquashville, Tennessee?' and they reply, without stopping to think, 243, track 10, change at San Francisco.' And they are right every time. Well, Jeeves gives you just the same impression of omniscience. I knew then that I would love the book. Mr. Bailey's stories had always been a fixture of class, like the constant hum of an old fan. I couldn't help but zone out, the monotonous tales drifting past me like a river. I could practically hear the whir of his voice, always winding around in circles, never really getting to any point that mattered. It was almost like he wasn't teaching anymore, just sharing bits of his life, one bizarre anecdote at a time. And that's when I woke up, 8 years old, on a small boat, covered in sunburn, with no idea how much time had passed. I checked my line, nothing. The bait was gone, and I was left wondering how the fish managed to do it so silently. Mr. Bailey chuckled to himself, clearly pleased with the hilarity of his childhood experience. The class was quiet, some of the students nodding off, others staring at their notebooks. I could feel my eyelids getting heavy, but I forced myself to stay alert. There was something almost soothing about the way he rambled on. It was like I didn't have to focus on anything else, nothing about Matthew, nothing about the weight of the world. Just the absurdity of Mr. Bailey's life. But, despite the absurdity, the story still lingered in my mind. A kid, lost in the simplicity of a moment, only to wake up to a quiet realization that time had passed him by. Maybe there was something in that story, buried beneath the jokes and the fishing metaphors. Maybe there was a lesson in how fleeting things could be, like a missed fish or a moment of youth that slips away unnoticed. I sighed quietly, trying to push those thoughts aside, but they hung there, like bait on a hook, ready to be reeled back in later. The biology classroom felt small, suffocating even, as Mr. Phillip launched into his lesson. The way he spoke with his usual enthusiasm about biological warfare, as though it was just another topic, made my stomach churn. His voice was steady, the kind of monotone delivery that made it easier to lose yourself in his words, if only it weren't for the fact that my mind was reeling with memories of Carson. Biological weapons, Mr. Philip began, his hands moving with the rhythm of his lecture, are among the most terrifying in modern warfare. Mustard gas, anthrax, and smallpox, they have been used in history, and they continue to be a topic of debate. I felt a knot in my chest, tightening with every word. Mustard gas. The phrase was like a trigger, bringing with it the horrifying images I had tried so hard to bury. I could still hear the sharp, acrid scent in the air, and feel the sting in my lungs as it suffocated Carson's life out of him. The panic. The fear. The helplessness. It was too much. Before I realized it, my hands were clenched, my palms sweaty. I could feel the walls of the classroom closing in around me, the air growing thicker with each passing second. The sound of Mr. Philip's voice seemed muffled, like I was underwater, drowning in the memories that rushed to the surface. My heart hammered in my chest, and I took a deep breath, struggling to keep it together. I couldn't let this take me over. Not here, not now. But it was like the weight of everything was crashing down, and I felt paralyzed by it. I could almost feel Carson's presence in the room, a ghost of the past, whispering to me. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. The movement was sudden, jarring, but it felt like the only thing I could do. My hands shook as I grabbed my bag, ready to walk out. Jeremy. Mr. Philip's voice sliced through the haze, concern etched into his tone. But I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just needed to leave, to escape from the overwhelming flood of memories, to breathe without the heavy weight of the past pressing against my chest. I walked out of the class and he followed me, much to my surprise. My brother died of a mustard gas attack, you prick. And here you are bringing it up, I growled like a lion. His face fell, and for a moment, there was a brief silence between us. The sharpness of my words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I hadn't meant to lash out like that, but the anger, the grief, it was all too much to hold in anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. Philip muttered, his voice quieter now, tinged with regret. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful for you. I stood there, my chest still heaving with the remnants of the outburst. I hadn't realized how badly I needed to say those words. It wasn't even about him, it was about everything that had been eating at me inside. The helplessness. The loss. The fact that life could change in a split second, that someone could be there one moment and gone the next. You don't know what it's like, I muttered, my voice breaking slightly. To have someone you care about ripped away so violently. Without warning. Mr. Philip nodded, slowly, his expression softening. I can't pretend to know what you're going through, Jeremy. But I didn't mean to hurt you. I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time in a long while. He wasn't a bad guy. He was just teaching his class. But my mind couldn't escape the past, and the things it forced me to confront. The memories I had buried, hoping they would fade with time. But time didn't heal, it just pushed things deeper into your soul until they cracked open when you least expected it. I know you didn't, I said, finally calming a bit, the sharp edge of my anger fading. But sometimes, it just hits me, you know? I can't control it. He nodded again, his face full of understanding now. I understand. It's okay to feel like that. I didn't know what I expected him to say. Maybe I just needed someone to acknowledge that I wasn't crazy for reacting this way. Maybe I needed him to understand that the grief, the loss, wasn't something I could just get over. For a moment, we stood there, in silence, letting the awkwardness settle between us. Then Mr. Philip cleared his throat. I'm here if you need to talk, Jeremy. "About anything, really," he said, offering me a tentative but genuine smile. I didn't know if I would take him up on it, but the fact that he was offering, without judgment, without making it feel like something I had to explain, meant something. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel so alone in the weight of my grief. "Thanks," I muttered, before walking away, feeling a little lighter than when I had first stormed out of that classroom. Maybe I wasn't as alone in this as I thought. I walked back into the classroom, my head low, avoiding the gazes of everyone around me. The moment I stepped through the door, I could feel their eyes burning into me, some filled with curiosity, others with judgment. It was like I had just walked into a scene from a bad dream, everyone staring, whispering behind their hands, wondering what had just happened out there. Mr. Philip had followed me back into the room, his footsteps hesitant. He didn't say anything, just walked to the front of the class and began his lesson as if nothing had happened. But I knew the silence that filled the room wasn't just because he was starting. It was the silence of people trying to figure me out, trying to make sense of the outburst they'd just witnessed. I could feel my face burning. I'd snapped, lost control, and now the whole class was likely gossiping about me. It was the worst kind of embarrassment, the kind that sticks with you long after the event itself. I tried to find a seat, any seat, but it felt like every chair was a spotlight shining directly on me. The whispers were subtle but relentless. A few students shot me nervous glances. Some exchanged knowing looks, others whispered quietly to each other, as if trying to piece together what had actually happened. I kept my head down, refusing to acknowledge anyone, hoping the earth would open up and swallow me whole. "And that is why chemical weapons are fascinating," Mr. Philip said in the background, still trying to smooth over what had occurred. But his words were lost in the white noise of my own shame, the weight of the room pressing down on me. I wished for the ability to disappear, to erase everything that had just unfolded. "Jeremiah," Mr. Philip called out after a moment, his voice louder now, a reminder that I still had to be present in class, despite everything. "Would you like to share with the class your thoughts on the subject?" I could feel the heat of the stares intensifying. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to lash out again. The last thing I wanted was to speak, to give anyone more reason to judge me. I don't have anything to add, Mr. Philip," I muttered, keeping my voice low as if hiding in my own words. Just move on." The rest of the class was a blur after that. I didn't hear much of what Mr. Philip said, nor did I care. My thoughts were too consumed with the shame, the feeling that I had exposed something about myself I wasn't ready to let others see. The weight of my grief had spilled over, and now it felt like I was wearing it for everyone to see. The bell rang a lifetime later, and I was one of the first to pack up. I didn't even wait for the others to leave. I needed out of that room, away from their eyes, away from the questions I didn't want to answer. The hallway was empty as I walked out, the echoes of my steps reminding me of how alone I felt at that moment. It wasn't just about Matthew anymore. It wasn't just about the anger or the sadness. It was the rawness of it all, the overwhelming truth that I wasn't who I'd pretended to be. And now, there was no going back. The 26th of August, 1919. School started quite late that year and at the most random time. Why the 26th of August of all days? The question lingered in my mind the entire time. Why on a Tuesday of all days? It wasn't logical in the least. The calendar seemed to mock me, throwing everything off balance. My mind kept circling back to that date, trying to make sense of it. I tried to shrug off the unease, but it stuck with me like a shadow, a whisper of something off-kilter. People always said that life didn't always make sense, that there was no grand plan behind the chaos. Yet, this felt different, this strange timing gnawed at me, like a sign I wasn't meant to understand. Matthew was dead, and I hadn't fully processed his death yet. The thought of it sat heavy in my chest, pressing down on me with a weight I couldn't shake. Had he intentionally overdosed, or was it all a freak accident? The uncertainty gnawed at me, a constant loop of questions with no clear answers. Knowing Matthew, I'd have chalked it up to an accident. He had his demons, sure, but he wasn't the type to leave behind a deliberate ending. Still, the unknown haunted me, a shadow that stretched longer the more I thought about it. The hardest part wasn't just the loss, it was the not knowing. Was there a moment, somewhere, when he reached out for help but couldn't get it? Had I missed the signs? I found myself retracing every conversation, every glance, every unspoken word. What if I could have done something more? Would it have made a difference? The guilt crept in, thick and suffocating, as I sat with the endless what-ifs that didn't have answers. My first class was math, of all classes, and I could feel my fists tighten. I hated it beyond any words, letters, or sounds. It made no goddamn sense to me. And now that Matthew was dead, I was screwed. Everything felt pointless. The numbers on the paper in front of me blurred together, mocking me with their unyielding patterns. They had no meaning, no weight, nothing that mattered compared to the grief sitting like a stone in my chest. "Mrs. Clarkson?" I asked, my anxiety evident as I forced the words out between shallow breaths. "Yes." "Are you okay?" she asked, noticing my shaking hands. "No, Matthew is dead," I exclaimed angrily, my voice cracking. I wasn't angry at her but at the world. At everything that felt wrong, unfair, and out of place. My world felt shattered, and this classroom, with its impossible equations, only amplified the chaos in my mind. "He was such a bright child," she said in a crushed tone, her voice heavy with sympathy. "Yes," was all I could say, the weight of the truth pressing against my throat. "Unfortunately, we have a lesson, Jeremy," she sighed deeply, her voice tinged with the sadness of knowing there was nothing she could do to ease my pain. I know I sighed back in return. There was nothing to say. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to do anything that required my attention, my effort. But I had to, didn't I? For some reason, the world still expected me to keep going, even when everything inside me screamed to stop. "Today, we are learning trigonometry," Mrs. Clarkson announced, her voice attempting enthusiasm, but it rang hollow like she was trying to convince herself more than the class. I could tell Matthew's death had made a profound impact on her too. Her eyes were a little redder than usual, and there was a heaviness in her voice that wasn't there before. It was as though she, too, was struggling to navigate through the wreckage of everything that had changed. Trigonometry. The word floated through my mind like some distant echo, familiar yet foreign. I had heard it before, maybe in passing, maybe in whispers from other students who had somehow survived the misery of those equations and formulas. But as it became a reality now, right in front of me, at this exact moment, I dreaded it. Dreaded the way it looked on the chalkboard, with angles and sine waves that meant nothing to me, like some alien language I could never decode. And there I was, ready to suffer through the lesson. My mind wandered as she started scribbling on the board, her chalk scratching against the surface in a rhythm that somehow mirrored the beating of my heart, slow, heavy, and uncertain. It sucked. Every single part of it sucked. It felt like the universe had conspired to pile everything on top of me, math included. The class let out a collective groan as Mrs. Clarkson asked us to repeat the formula. I could feel the weight of it hanging in the air, an inevitable repetition of something that barely seemed to matter in the face of everything else. The words came out of my mouth mechanically. A square plus b square equals c square. It didn't feel like it meant anything, not today. Maybe not ever. It was just one more thing to memorize, one more thing that had no connection to the pain or confusion that swirled in my head. But, like the formula, I repeated it, not knowing if it would ever stick. I could sense the frustration building inside me, each passing second feeling like a new weight pressing down on my chest. Trigonometry was a language I didn't understand, and here I was, stuck listening to it, waiting for the bell to ring. The formula might as well have been a foreign language, and the more she went on about it, the further my mind drifted. Why couldn't they just teach something useful? What good was this knowledge going to do me when everything else in life felt like it was spiraling out of control? The bell rang, and I practically sprang from my seat. The relief of leaving math behind was almost tangible. English class always felt like a reprieve, words, stories, meaning, it was my safe space. As I entered the classroom, Mrs. Watson greeted the class with her usual enthusiasm, though I could tell she was a bit more subdued than usual. Maybe it was the beginning of the school year, or maybe it was just me, but everything felt heavier lately. "All right, everyone, settle in," she called, gesturing to the board where she'd already written a quote. "Today we are going to dive into something that could help make sense of everything swirling in your heads." This is a line from T.S. Eliot: "The greatest use of life is to spend it for something that will outlast it." I looked at the quote, letting the words linger in my mind. Something about it resonated, as though Eliot had written it with me in mind. I felt a flicker of hope in the dark haze I'd been walking through. Maybe this class, this moment, could be a step toward figuring things out. Mrs. Watson started talking about the meaning behind the quote, and for the first time today, I found myself listening, not just zoning out. This was where I could find something to hold on to. Something that made sense. As I walked into the English classroom, I could feel a weight lifting from my chest. At least here, I could breathe. I didn't know if it was the comfort of familiar words or the fact that I could just lose myself in something more meaningful, but the thought of reading or writing felt like a release. Mrs. Watson stood by the blackboard, scribbling something that seemed too abstract to care about at the moment, but at least it wasn't sine or cosine. I sat down, my mind still swirling from the chaos of earlier. But English, this was my escape. "Jeremy, are you ready for today's lesson?" she asked, her voice breaking me out of my thoughts. I nodded, not entirely sure what she meant. But I was grateful to be somewhere where I didn't feel like I was drowning in formulas. I glanced at the cover of my man Jeeves with skepticism. P.G. Wodehouse? It sounded like the kind of name that could easily be forgotten, like another dusty old book in a forgotten corner of the library. But there was something about it that caught my eye. The cover had a certain old-timey charm, the kind that made you think of reading by the fire with a cup of tea in hand. Still, I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy it. "Don't judge a book by its cover, Jeremy," I muttered to myself, trying to get in the right mindset. I could already feel my mind wandering, the weight of Matthew's death still pressing down on me like a constant storm cloud. "Class, please start reading the first chapter, and we'll discuss it in the next session," Mr. Daniels called, snapping me out of my reverie. I opened the book, half expecting to be bored out of my mind. But as I started reading the opening lines, something unexpected happened. The dry humor, the ridiculous situations, the wit, everything about Wodehouse writing was light, almost absurd in its charm. I couldn't help but chuckle under my breath as I read on. Maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all. Maybe there was something to this whole outlasting life idea after all, through stories, through humor, even through unexpected things like my man Jeeves. It was a small spark of light, but right then, it was exactly what I needed. The beginning of the book read, "Jeeves, my man, you know, is really a most extraordinary chap. So capable. Honestly, I shouldn't know what to do without him. On broader lines, he's like those chappies who sit peering sadly over the marble battlements at the Pennsylvania station in the place marked Inquiries. You know the Johnnies I mean. You go up to them and say, "When's the next train for Melonsquashville, Tennessee?" And they reply, without stopping to think, "243, track 10, change at San Francisco." And they are right every time. Well, Jeeves gives you just the same impression of omniscience. I knew then that I would love the book. Mr. Bailey's stories had always been a fixture of class, like the constant hum of an old fan. I couldn't help but zone out, the monotonous tales drifting past me like a river. I could practically hear the whir of his voice, always winding around in circles, never really getting to any point that mattered. It was almost like he wasn't teaching anymore, just sharing bits of his life, one bizarre anecdote at a time. And that's when I woke up, 8 years old, on a small boat, covered in sunburn, with no idea how much time had passed. I checked my line, nothing. The bait was gone, and I was left wondering how the fish managed to do it so silently. Mr. Bailey chuckled to himself, clearly pleased with the hilarity of his childhood experience. The class was quiet, some of the students nodding off, others staring at their notebooks. I could feel my eyelids getting heavy, but I forced myself to stay alert. There was something almost soothing about the way he rambled on. It was like I didn't have to focus on anything else, nothing about Matthew, nothing about the weight of the world. Just the absurdity of Mr. Bailey's life. But, despite the absurdity, the story still lingered in my mind. A kid, lost in the simplicity of a moment, only to wake up to a quiet realization that time had passed him by. Maybe there was something in that story, buried beneath the jokes and the fishing metaphors. Maybe there was a lesson in how fleeting things could be, like a missed fish or a moment of youth that slips away unnoticed. I sighed quietly, trying to push those thoughts aside, but they hung there, like bait on a hook, ready to be reeled back in later. The biology classroom felt small, suffocating even, as Mr. Philip launched into his lesson. The way he spoke with his usual enthusiasm about biological warfare, as though it was just another topic, made my stomach churn. His voice was steady, the kind of monotone delivery that made it easier to lose yourself in his words, if only it weren't for the fact that my mind was reeling with memories of Carson. Biological weapons, Mr. Philip began, his hands moving with the rhythm of his lecture, are among the most terrifying in modern warfare. Mustard gas, anthrax, and smallpox, they have been used in history, and they continue to be a topic of debate. I felt a knot in my chest, tightening with every word. Mustard gas. The phrase was like a trigger, bringing with it the horrifying images I had tried so hard to bury. I could still hear the sharp, acrid scent in the air, and feel the sting in my lungs as it suffocated Carson's life out of him. The panic. The fear. The helplessness. It was too much. Before I realized it, my hands were clenched, my palms sweaty. I could feel the walls of the classroom closing in around me, the air growing thicker with each passing second. The sound of Mr. Philip's voice seemed muffled, like I was underwater, drowning in the memories that rushed to the surface. My heart hammered in my chest, and I took a deep breath, struggling to keep it together. I couldn't let this take me over. Not here, not now. But it was like the weight of everything was crashing down, and I felt paralyzed by it. I could almost feel Carson's presence in the room, a ghost of the past, whispering to me. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. The movement was sudden, jarring, but it felt like the only thing I could do. My hands shook as I grabbed my bag, ready to walk out. Jeremy. Mr. Philip's voice sliced through the haze, concern etched into his tone. But I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just needed to leave, to escape from the overwhelming flood of memories, to breathe without the heavy weight of the past pressing against my chest. I walked out of the class and he followed me, much to my surprise. My brother died of a mustard gas attack, you prick. And here you are bringing it up, I growled like a lion. His face fell, and for a moment, there was a brief silence between us. The sharpness of my words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I hadn't meant to lash out like that, but the anger, the grief, it was all too much to hold in anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. Philip muttered, his voice quieter now, tinged with regret. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful for you. I stood there, my chest still heaving with the remnants of the outburst. I hadn't realized how badly I needed to say those words. It wasn't even about him, it was about everything that had been eating at me inside. The helplessness. The loss. The fact that life could change in a split second, that someone could be there one moment and gone the next. You don't know what it's like, I muttered, my voice breaking slightly. To have someone you care about ripped away so violently. Without warning. Mr. Philip nodded, slowly, his expression softening. I can't pretend to know what you're going through, Jeremy. But I didn't mean to hurt you. I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time in a long while. He wasn't a bad guy. He was just teaching his class. But my mind couldn't escape the past, and the things it forced me to confront. The memories I had buried, hoping they would fade with time. But time didn't heal, it just pushed things deeper into your soul until they cracked open when you least expected it. I know you didn't, I said, finally calming a bit, the sharp edge of my anger fading. But sometimes, it just hits me, you know? I can't control it. He nodded again, his face full of understanding now. I understand. It's okay to feel like that. I didn't know what I expected him to say. Maybe I just needed someone to acknowledge that I wasn't crazy for reacting this way. Maybe I needed him to understand that the grief, the loss, wasn't something I could just get over. For a moment, we stood there, in silence, letting the awkwardness settle between us. Then Mr. Philip cleared his throat. I'm here if you need to talk, Jeremy. About anything, really, he said, offering me a tentative but genuine smile. I didn't know if I would take him up on it, but the fact that he was offering, without judgment, without making it feel like something I had to explain, meant something. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel so alone in the weight of my grief. Thanks, I muttered, before walking away, feeling a little lighter than when I had first stormed out of that classroom. Maybe I wasn't as alone in this as I thought. I walked back into the classroom, my head low, avoiding the gazes of everyone around me. The moment I stepped through the door, I could feel their eyes burning into me, some filled with curiosity, others with judgment. It was like I had just walked into a scene from a bad dream, everyone staring, whispering behind their hands, wondering what had just happened out there. Mr. Philip had followed me back into the room, his footsteps hesitant. He didn't say anything, just walked to the front of the class and began his lesson as if nothing had happened. But I knew the silence that filled the room wasn't just because he was starting. It was the silence of people trying to figure me out, trying to make sense of the outburst they'd just witnessed. I could feel my face burning. I'd snapped, lost control, and now the whole class was likely gossiping about me. It was the worst kind of embarrassment, the kind that sticks with you long after the event itself. I tried to find a seat, any seat, but it felt like every chair was a spotlight shining directly on me. The whispers were subtle but relentless. A few students shot me nervous glances. Some exchanged knowing looks, others whispered quietly to each other, as if trying to piece together what had actually happened. I kept my head down, refusing to acknowledge anyone, hoping the earth would open up and swallow me whole. And that is why chemical weapons are fascinating, Mr. Philip said in the background, still trying to smooth over what had occurred. But his words were lost in the white noise of my own shame, the weight of the room pressing down on me. I wished for the ability to disappear, to erase everything that had just unfolded. Jeremiah, Mr. Philip called out after a moment, his voice louder now, a reminder that I still had to be present in class, despite everything. Would you like to share with the class your thoughts on the subject? I could feel the heat of the stares intensifying. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to lash out again. The last thing I wanted was to speak, to give anyone more reason to judge me. I don't have anything to add, Mr. Philip, I muttered, keeping my voice low as if hiding in my own words. Just move on. The rest of the class was a blur after that. I didn't hear much of what Mr. Philip said, nor did I care. My thoughts were too consumed with the shame, the feeling that I had exposed something about myself I wasn't ready to let others see. The weight of my grief had spilled over, and now it felt like I was wearing it for everyone to see. The bell rang a lifetime later, and I was one of the first to pack up. I didn't even wait for the others to leave. I needed out of that room, away from their eyes, away from the questions I didn't want to answer. The hallway was empty as I walked out, the echoes of my steps reminding me of how alone I felt at that moment. It wasn't just about Matthew anymore. It wasn't just about the anger or the sadness. It was the rawness of it all, the overwhelming truth that I wasn't who I'd pretended to be. And now, there was no going back. The 29th of October, 1919. It was a quiet day, really, in hindsight. The kind of birthday you forget about until you're rummaging through old boxes and find a gift you don't remember receiving, like that hourglass David had given me. I played with it obsessively when my mind started to spiral. The sand seemed to settle like my thoughts, slow and fluid, but just as unpredictable. Peggy had come over for the party, but it felt more like a formality than anything else. She was nice enough, sure, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were just going through the motions. We didn't even talk much. The awkwardness lingered between us like static on a bad radio signal, all there but never quite tuned in. Our conversations, once lively, became awkward and stilted. After the party, we went out for Philly cheese steaks. David picked the place, some hole-in-the-wall joint he'd raved about for weeks. Honestly, I wasn't even paying attention to the food. It was just another one of those things you do because it's tradition, right? Eat something, make small talk, pretend like everything is fine. Nothing that day stuck out to me, nothing that made me feel like I was turning a page or even moving forward. I just couldn't shake the nagging thought in the back of my mind, why was this supposed to matter? I didn't want another year of feeling like this. Just another set of days passing me by, nothing particularly significant. The hourglass, though, it had this hypnotic pull. I'd hold it and watch the sand form and reform, this swirling mass of it rising and falling in perfect, calculated chaos. It was calming and unnerving all at once. But it was the only thing I could focus on when the world outside felt too loud and too much. Sometimes, I'd wonder if birthdays were even worth it if they ever meant anything more than just marking the days. Maybe that's why I didn't really have anything to say about it. Nothing big happened because it was just another day I didn't know how to celebrate. When they asked me what I wished for, I could hardly think of anything else. My mind kept drifting back to the chaos, the violence, the impending doom of another global conflict. So, I just blurted it out, I wish there wasn't another world war. It felt like the most honest answer I could give, but also the most hopeless. The weight of history hung heavy on me. The stories of war, the unimaginable suffering, and the sense of helplessness. The world felt like it was teetering on the brink of something catastrophic, and I just wanted to hit rewind, to go back to 1939, to stop everything before it spiraled out of control. If I could just turn the clock back, maybe I could do something to change it, prevent the tragedies from happening. Maybe I could somehow stop the bombs from falling, the millions of lives from being lost. But it wasn't as simple as that. No matter how badly I wanted it, I couldn't change the past. And as I thought about it, I realized that what I was wishing for wasn't really a return to the past, but a chance to alter the future. To somehow get ahead of it, to do something before it all went wrong. But I knew deep down that no amount of wishing would undo the damage that had already been done. It wasn't just about one conflict or another, it was about the fragile nature of peace itself. I blew out the candles before David could finish that job for me, the sneaky bastard, and went inside the house. Peggy followed me to the doorstep and smiled a mischievous grin. "What is it?" I asked, curious as to what she was about to do. Peggy pulled back slightly, her eyes wide with surprise and something else, something deeper. She looked at me with a tenderness that made my chest tighten. I could see the raw sincerity in her gaze, the understanding that was too heavy to articulate in words. "Jeremy, you won't lose me," she said softly, her voice steady, even though the weight of the world seemed to press down on both of us. "I'm not going anywhere. Not as long as you need me." Her words settled into me like a balm on a wound I hadn't even known I had been carrying. The fear of losing someone, of seeing yet another person slip away, had been gnawing at me for so long that it was hard to remember what it felt like to have someone promise to stay. To be sure of something. "I need you, Peggy," I whispered, the words spilling out before I could stop them. It felt like the most vulnerable thing I'd ever said, but it also felt true in a way I couldn't deny. More than anything. She smiled then, a small but genuine smile that made the entire room feel lighter. For a moment, I could almost forget everything that had happened before, forget the weight of the past and the crushing uncertainty of the future. The kiss felt like the world had paused, like every worry, every loss, every ache melted away in that fleeting moment of connection. Her lips were warm, soft, and full of life, so unlike the heavy gloom that had clung to me for what felt like an eternity. It was as though I was tethered to the present, to something real, something worth holding on to. Peggy pulled back slightly, her breath mingling with mine, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shining brighter than I'd ever seen. "That was, wow," she whispered, her voice carrying the same wonder I felt. I grinned like an idiot, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure she could hear it. "Yeah, wow," I echoed, trying to play it cool but failing miserably. For a moment, neither of us said anything. The silence wasn't awkward, it was charged, electric, like the whole universe had conspired to give us that one perfect moment. "You know," she said, a teasing smile creeping onto her lips, "for someone who was all gloom and doom about his 12th birthday, you sure know how to turn things around." I laughed, the sound breaking free before I could stop it. "What can I say? I'm full of surprises." Her hand found mine, and she gave it a gentle squeeze. "Jeremy, you're a lot more than you give yourself credit for." I didn't know what to say to that. Words didn't seem big enough for what I felt, so I just squeezed her hand back and let the moment linger. But the reality of it all was never far. The world outside was still falling apart, the chaos still looming. And I wasn't naive enough to think I could stop it, or that it would ever be simple. But at that moment, with her hand gently resting on my cheek, I felt a quiet resolve take root. No matter what came next, I wouldn't face it alone. And that was enough to make the future seem a little less overwhelming. The 11th of November, 1919. 1919 marked the inaugural celebration of Armistice Day, a momentous occasion commemorating the end of the Great War. President Woodrow Wilson, despite my mixed feelings about the man, had declared it a national holiday, a decision I could begrudgingly appreciate. After all, it symbolized a collective pause to honor those who had sacrificed so much and a hopeful gesture toward lasting peace. The day itself felt lighter than the somber weight the year had carried. Families gathered in parks and backyards, the air thick with the scent of barbecue and the cheerful hum of conversation. It was as though the nation exhaled in unison, savoring a moment untainted by grief or fear. And oh, the barbecues and grills, They were easily two of my favorite things in this world. There was something magical about the way the smoky aroma of sizzling meat mingled with the crisp autumn air. For a few hours, even I could let the heaviness of life slip away, indulging in simple pleasures like biting into a perfectly charred hot dog or sipping a cold lemonade while Peggy teased me about my third helping. Still, beneath the surface of celebration, there was a quiet tension, a reminder of the cost of the peace we were honoring. Faces lit up with smiles, yet in the shadows, there were vacant chairs and unspoken names. It was a bittersweet kind of joy, like holding onto a warm memory while knowing it would always be tinged with loss. Even so, I couldn't deny the beauty of the day. For once, it felt like the world was united in something good, even if only for a fleeting moment. The birds chirped in perfect harmonious unison as Peggy arrived to join our family celebration. Among those present were David and Uncle Jack, now free from the grip of alcohol. The atmosphere was serene, as though every piece of life's puzzle had seamlessly fallen into place. "Hey, Jeremy, mind giving me a hand with the hot dogs?" Bishop Bullock asked me with a smile. "Coming?" I called out eagerly. Bullock was one of the finest people I had ever known, and I couldn't bear the thought of losing him too, not to drugs and certainly not to suicide. He once told me that suicide was only for cowards. Though I respected him deeply, I couldn't agree with that sentiment. In my view, people take their own lives only when they reach an unbearable breaking point. "Bishop?" I asked him anxiously. He replied gently. "You're wrong about it being for cowards." I snapped, my voice breaking under the weight of suppressed tears. I knew someone, a bully, who took his own life. Abel Simmons. He didn't do it because he was weak, he did it because prison broke him. I paused, my chest tightening as anger and grief tangled within me. Why was I defending him? Why did I feel this aching sympathy for someone who had tormented me so mercilessly? Abel had ruined my life, smiling as he did it. He was the scum of the earth, and yet here I was, mourning the man who shattered me. "I'm so sorry," he put his hand on my shoulder, wiping away my tears. "It's okay," he accused me of worshipping a false god and wanted me to worship him instead. I shouted, my voice trembling with anger and disbelief. "Pardon my language, but what the actual hell?" David responded, his tone a mixture of shock and indignation. His reaction mirrored my own feelings, making me feel a little less alone in my outrage. "And that's not even the worst thing that he had done," I exclaimed, my voice breaking as tears welled up. The weight of everything felt unbearable, like a storm raging inside me with no end in sight. Bullock placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, his expression softening. There, Jeremy. I'm always here for you. You know that, right?" His voice was steady, a lifeline amidst the chaos, and his broad smile carried a sincerity that eased a fraction of my pain. "Yes, I know," I said, managing a pained smile in return. It wasn't much, but it was something. His kindness was like a fragile thread keeping me tethered to sanity. But the question lingered in my mind, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts: how many people could one person lose before they went completely insane? I was dangerously close to finding out. My world felt like it was crumbling piece by piece, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Bullock's presence reminded me that, for now, I didn't have to face it alone. At least, not yet. "The hot dogs are about to be cold, Jeremy. I really need your help here," David called out, snapping me back to the present. His tone carried a mix of impatience and playful urgency, as if he couldn't understand why I wasn't already at the grill. "Hold on a sec," I replied, shaking off my thoughts and heading over. The smell of sizzling pork hit me like a wave, sharp and overwhelming. I instinctively covered my nose for a moment, not because it was unpleasant but because it was so strong it almost stung. The grill was loaded with hot dogs, their skins browned and crisping under the heat, releasing a smoky aroma that mingled with the chilly winter air. "You call this helping?" Bullock teased, flipping a hot dog with exaggerated flair. "I've been slaving over this thing, and you're just standing there like a guest of honor." I rolled my eyes but couldn't help smirking. "Fine, what do you need me to do, grill master?" "Grab the buns and start assembling," he ordered, handing me a plate piled high with perfectly toasted hot dog buns. I got to work, trying to ignore how the smell made my stomach growl. Something about the simple task of putting hot dogs together felt oddly grounding, as if for a moment, everything wasn't as heavy as it usually was. It was just me, Bishop, and a grill full of hot dogs. And that was enough. "Let's taste them now," David said excitedly, grabbing one of the hot dogs and taking an exaggerated bite. I watched nervously as his face contorted into a sour expression. "You overcooked them, dummy," he exclaimed with mock seriousness, though his teasing grin gave him away. Mortified, I buried my face in my palms. "I'm so sorry," I muttered, my voice trailing off like I wanted to disappear into the snowy ground. "Hey, it happens. Nothing to be embarrassed about," Bishop said, patting me on the back in a brotherly way. His easygoing nature always had a way of diffusing the most awkward situations, and this time was no different. Feeling slightly less guilty, I helped him serve the hot dogs to the guests, who, to my surprise, were devouring them with enthusiasm. "Wow, these are amazing," Peggy said with wide eyes, her voice carrying genuine delight. "Really?" I asked, completely taken aback. "But Bishop Bullock said I overcooked them." Peggy chuckled and leaned in close. "Yes, Jeremy. Really?" She then planted a quick kiss on my cheek. It wasn't much, just a fleeting peck, but the warmth lingered longer than I expected. I knew it wasn't a full kiss because my mom was sitting nearby, watching like a hawk. But even so, it sent a rush of color to my face. "Guess I'm not such a bad cook after all," I said with a sheepish grin. "Not bad at all," Peggy said, her eyes twinkling as she reached for another hot dog. The rest of the day unfolded with a calm, predictable rhythm. I immersed myself in Carl Jung's The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, finding solace in the depth of his ideas. His theories about the human psyche felt strangely personal, as though he were giving words to feelings I couldn't quite articulate. Meanwhile, my mother, who had spent most of the morning orchestrating the holiday cheer, finally took a well-deserved rest on the living room couch. Wrapped in a thick knit blanket, she dozed lightly, her face softened by the glow of the fireplace. It was rare to see her so at peace, and I made a mental note to let her sleep a little longer before waking her for dinner. The house was quiet except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of pages as I turned them. It wasn't the most eventful day, but there was a kind of magic in its simplicity, a reprieve from the chaos and grief that had colored so much of the year. The 25th of December, 1919. Christmas arrived before anyone could truly prepare for it. It was as though we blinked and suddenly the festive season was upon us. The days leading up to it felt like a blur, a whirlwind of chilly mornings, hurried preparations, and the soft, anticipatory hum of Yuletide cheer. The house transformed almost overnight. Mother decorated every available surface with garlands of pine and crimson boughs, while the scent of freshly baked gingerbread seemed to seep into the very walls. The tree stood tall in the parlor, its branches adorned with twinkling lights and delicate glass ornaments that caught the glow of the fireplace. Each decoration seemed to carry a memory, a story whispered through the generations. The town itself felt alive with the spirit of Christmas. Shop windows displayed festive arrangements of toys, sweets, and ribbons. Children bundled in scarves and mittens pressed their noses against the frosty glass, dreaming of the treasures inside. Carolers braved the cold, their voices carrying over the cobblestone streets like a melodic invitation to hope and goodwill. For me, this Christmas felt heavier, yet somehow more meaningful. It was our first without Matthew and Carson, and their absence was palpable, like a missing note in a cherished melody. Still, I could feel their presence in the traditions we carried on, the songs we sang, the laughter we shared, and even in the quiet moments by the fire when we remembered them. Peggy joined us for the holiday dinner, which brought a warmth I hadn't realized I was missing. Her laughter was infectious, and she made it her mission to lift my spirits. At one point, she caught me staring at her as she played a card game with David, and she gave me that smile, the one that made my heart feel lighter despite everything. "Do you know where Uncle Jack is these days?" I asked gently, hoping for an answer that would ease the weight of his absence. David's expression shifted slightly, a mix of curiosity and hesitation. "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. I just miss him," I admitted. "It's been too long since we've heard from him." David leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Last I heard, he was working somewhere down south. Something about rebuilding homes or helping veterans, something noble, as always. But you know Uncle Jack. He's like the wind, always moving, never staying in one place too long." I nodded, a faint smile tugging at my lips. That sounded exactly like Uncle Jack. His restless spirit was both admirable and infuriating. "Do you think he'll visit soon?" "I wouldn't count on it," David said, his tone laced with regret. "Not because he doesn't want to, but because, well, that's just who he is. He never stays tied down for long." "But he always writes, doesn't he?" I shook my head. "Not lately. Not since the war ended. It's like he vanished into thin air." David sighed, his brow furrowing. "He's probably trying to figure things out in his own way. That war changed everyone, Jeremy. Even Uncle Jack." The thought lingered in the air, heavy and unspoken. Maybe Uncle Jack wasn't ready to come back, not yet. But it didn't stop me from missing him. "Do you think he's okay?" I asked softly, almost afraid of the answer. David gave me a reassuring smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of uncertainty. "Uncle Jack's one of the strongest people I know. Wherever he is, he's probably making a difference, just like he always does." "We wouldn't appreciate Christmas if it happened every day," David unexpectedly said, his tone uncharacteristically reflective. I turned to look at him, genuinely puzzled by his sudden surge of wisdom. "Who are you, and what have you done with David?" I teased, narrowing my eyes playfully. He smirked and shrugged. "Just because I'm not spouting philosophical nonsense all the time doesn't mean I don't think about things. Even us brain-dead cousins have our moments, Jeremy." The room filled with laughter, the kind that warms you from the inside out. Peggy nudged me with her elbow, her eyes sparkling. "Maybe David's onto something," she said with a grin. "Well, don't let it go to your head," I quipped, ruffling his hair in mock affection. David's words, simple as they were, stuck with me. There was truth in them. If every day was Christmas, the magic would dull, the sparkle would fade. It was the rarity of these moments, their fleeting nature, that made them so special. As the family gathered around the piano for one last carol, I found myself appreciating the night even more. The laughter, the off-key singing, the way the room glowed with a mixture of firelight and love, it all felt like a precious gift. Maybe David wasn't as brain-dead as I like to think. We all laughed, the warmth of the moment enveloping us like a soft blanket. Peggy twirled me around, her laughter ringing out like a melody all its own. It was one of those rare times where the weight of the world seemed to fade, replaced by nothing but joy and the simple pleasure of family. As we danced and sang, the scent of pine and cinnamon wafted through the house, mingling with the crackling of the fire in the hearth. It felt like a perfect snapshot of happiness, one I wanted to hold on to forever. But David's words lingered in my mind. He was right, in a way. Nights like this were precious precisely because they were fleeting. They shone brighter against the backdrop of everything else we had endured. When the singing ended, we all sat together by the fire, sipping warm cider and reminiscing about holidays past. Remember the year James dressed as Santa and scared half the kids in the neighborhood? Mother said with a laugh, her eyes twinkling. Oh, how could we forget? David chimed in. He even had fake reindeer tracks leading to the porch. I was convinced for weeks that Santa had really come to visit. We all erupted in laughter, the memory a shared treasure among us. In that moment, I realized that even though James South wasn't here, his spirit was still very much a part of us. As the night wound down and the fire began to dim, I found myself gazing out the window at the stars. Somewhere out there, Father was probably looking down from the sky, thinking of us. And for now, that was enough. As the night drew to a close, I found myself standing by the window, looking out at the snow-covered world. The moonlight reflected off the frosty ground, casting a serene glow over everything. For a moment, I let myself believe in the magic of Christmas, that in the face of loss and uncertainty, there was still joy to be found, still love to be shared. And with that, I whispered a quiet Merry Christmas to Matthew and Carson, hoping that wherever they were, they could feel the warmth of home. The 31st of December, 1919. The 31st of December, 1919. Yet another year had come to a close. As I sat by the dimming fire, reflecting on the whirlwind of events, I couldn't help but acknowledge the bittersweet nature of 1919. Yes, it was better than 1918, but only slightly, like trading one shade of grey for another. The loss of Matthew still felt like a wound that refused to heal, its edges raw and jagged. His absence was a hollow ache that lingered, creeping into my thoughts at the most unexpected moments. And as if grief wasn't enough, there was Gary Cecil, the relentless thorn in my side. His taunts echoed in my mind like a broken record, each one chipping away at my patience and self-worth. But despite it all, I survived. I found small victories amidst the pain, whether in Peggy's kind words, my family's resilience, or the quiet moments spent with a book in hand. Life wasn't kind, but it hadn't yet defeated me. Here I was hoping that 1920 would offer something brighter, a year of healing, perhaps, or at least a year with fewer losses. As the clock in the living room struck midnight, I whispered softly to myself, "Brave heart, Jeremy. Brave heart." It was a tough year for everyone, Jeremy Mama Cass said, pulling me into a firm embrace. Her warmth was like a shield against the storm raging inside me, though I could feel the cracks in my own composure starting to give way. I clung to her a little tighter than usual, letting her steady presence keep me grounded. The idea of ending up in one of those asylums crossed my mind, those cold, impersonal places where people were tucked away like forgotten artifacts. No, that wouldn't do. Not for me. "Thanks, Mama Cass," I mumbled into her shoulder, my voice cracking under the weight of my emotions. "I just don't know how much more of this I can take." "You're stronger than you think, Jeremy," she whispered, brushing my hair back like she used to when I was a kid. "You've got your family. You've got Peggy. You'll get through this, I promise." I nodded against her shoulder, the tears finally spilling over. The weight of the year, of Matthew's death, of all the bullying and grief, seemed to pour out of me in that moment. Mama Cass didn't let go, didn't rush me to stop. Sometimes, all you need is someone to hold on to when the world feels like it's crumbling. And in that moment, she was my lifeline. "What do you wish for the next year?" she unexpectedly asked me. I didn't know what I wanted, so I said, "I want women to be able to vote," to which she just chuckled. "Oh, Jeremy, it's never easy with you, now is it?" Mama Cass said with a small, teasing smile, her hand gently brushing my hair out of my eyes. It was a simple gesture, but one that carried more care than words could express. I know, I muttered, trying to smile back, though the weight of everything still lingered. "I need a haircut." "You've been hinting at it all week." "Hinting? I've practically declared it to the whole neighborhood," she said with a chuckle, her fingers ruffling my hair again for emphasis. "It's like a mop, Jeremy. I'm surprised you can even see." I rolled my eyes, but a faint laugh escaped me despite everything. "Yeah, well, maybe I like looking like a ragged poet. Adds character. Or it just adds to your list of things to brood about," she quipped, raising an eyebrow. "But don't worry. One of these days, I'll march you down to the barber shop myself." "I'd like to see you try," I said, smirking. Her grin softened as she looked at me, her eyes full of the kind of love and understanding that only Mama Cass could give. "I mean it, Jeremy. Things might feel like a mess right now, but you'll find your way. And when you do, you'll look a whole lot better without that mop in your eyes." All right, I relented, finally cracking a proper smile. "Maybe next week." She smiled back, giving me one last affectionate pat on the head. "That's my boy." We counted down the seconds until midnight loudly and eagerly, and there it was. 1920 had finally come. A new year brought with it a fragile sense of hope, a glimmer of optimism that perhaps things might finally settle. A year free from loss, a year where life wouldn't feel like walking a tightrope over despair. I prayed fervently, almost desperately, for no one close to me to die. By some miracle, my prayer was answered. But the universe has a cruel sense of humor, doesn't it? No one died, true, but life found other ways to unravel me. Countless curveballs came my way, each one harder to dodge than the last. By the end of 1920, I barely recognized myself. I looked in the mirror and saw a broken version of myself staring back, a now 14-year-old boy carrying the weight of too many losses and burdens. My reflection felt like a stranger, hollow eyes and slumped shoulders speaking to a soul worn thin by grief and torment. Who had I become? Where was the boy who once held on to slivers of hope? Certainly, it wasn't me. It had to have been someone else, a doppelganger if you will. I couldn't wait for someone to come save me from my agony. I barely made it through 1920. Why? Because Gary Cecil, the boy who seemed born to torment me, had been scheming in silence. For months, he had meticulously laid the groundwork, each act of quiet malice a brick in the foundation of his plan. He had been watching, waiting, and plotting to upend my life in ways I couldn't have imagined in my worst nightmares. And by some cruel twist of fate, or sheer determination on his part, he succeeded, leaving scars that would take far more than time to heal. 1920 wasn't just a difficult year. It was the year Gary Cecil made sure I'd remember pain in ways I never thought possible. Every day felt like a countdown to the next torment, the next jab, the next act of cruelty. He didn't just pick on me, he made it his mission to crush whatever remnants of happiness I had left, to dismantle every ounce of dignity I still clung to. It was relentless, and no matter how hard I tried to push back, he always found a way to break through. The scars he left weren't just physical, they were embedded deep, lingering long after the words had faded into silence. And that was 1919, ladies and gentlemen. The 5th of January, 1920. I ran into Gary as a freshman in high school. Had he changed one bit? Not even close. He was still a complete asshole who didn't give a damn about anyone but himself. In fact, it felt like he was even more determined to make my life miserable. The same smug grin, the same mocking tone, like he had just been waiting for the right moment to pick up where he left off. High school was supposed to be a fresh start for everyone, a chance to leave behind the childish nonsense of middle school. But for Gary, it was just another opportunity to extend his reign of terror. And me? I was still stuck in the same endless loop, desperately hoping for a way out. But the more I tried to avoid him, the more he seemed to enjoy the challenge of making me pay. I could feel my fists clenching at my sides, the familiar anger bubbling up inside me. Gary's words, as usual, were designed to cut deep, but this time, I wasn't going to let him win. "What's up, fag?" he mocked me shamelessly. "Really? That's the best you've got?" I shot back, trying to hide the tremor in my voice. Gary smirked, clearly pleased with his own wit. "Yeah, it is. I mean, you can't really come up with anything yourself, can you?" I took a step back, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of seeing how much his words were affecting me. "You think you're clever, Gary? You're just a coward who hides behind insults because you can't handle anything real. And that's the only reason you come after me." For a moment, there was silence. Gary's expression faltered, but it quickly returned to his usual sneer. He probably hadn't expected me to respond like that, but I wasn't about to give him the power to keep me down anymore. Whatever he muttered, turning away with a shrug, probably looking for his next victim. I stood there for a moment, still fuming, but a strange sense of pride began to settle in. Maybe I didn't have to let him control me anymore. Maybe this time, I could finally stand my ground. He shoved me and I stumbled back, barely catching my balance, before the sharp impact of the metal trash bin hit me. It felt like the world paused for a moment, the overwhelming humiliation washing over me like a tidal wave. Gary's laugh echoed in my ears, a bitter reminder of the relentless torment he'd subjected me to for years. "Nice landing, loser," he sneered, standing over me as I struggled to get up. I wanted to scream, to punch him, to do anything to make him feel even a fraction of the pain he had caused me. But I knew better. Fighting back would only give him more ammunition, and at that moment, I felt so damn tired of the endless cycle of abuse. With trembling hands, I pushed myself off the ground, my body aching and covered in trash. My pride was shattered, but I wouldn't let him see that. I wouldn't let him win this time. "Enjoy the rest of your day, Gary," I muttered, my voice low but steady, before walking away. I could hear him snickering behind me, but I refused to let it affect me. The next time, I wouldn't be so easy to knock down. I'd find a way to fight back, even if it wasn't in the way he expected. My first class was advanced biology, whatever the hell that was supposed to mean. I walked into the room and was immediately greeted by the unsettling sight of a human skull sitting on the teacher's desk. Without thinking, I grabbed it and, naturally, quoted Hamlet. "Put that back immediately, young man," he bellowed, but I'd already gotten the quote out. "Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well," I said, barely containing my amusement. The teacher's face turned beet red with fury. He didn't hesitate to let me know exactly how displeased he was. "You dare disrespect Pepperpot," he shouted, as if the name itself commanded authority. The irony of the situation was almost too much to bear. "Sorry, sir," I muttered, struggling not to laugh. "Apologize right now," he demanded, his tone venomous. Grudgingly, I complied. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pepperpot, for taking your human skull off the desk. I deeply apologize for my actions." "Now, sit down, Mr. South," he said, his voice now unnervingly calm, as if the storm had passed. "Yes, sir," I said quietly, taking my seat at the front of the room, feeling the eyes of my classmates on me. My little stunt earned me quite a few laughs from the class, though I could tell Mr. Pepperpot wasn't amused by the attention I had just drawn. Some students shot me sly grins, while others barely contained their snickers. I could feel their eyes on me, but I just sat there, trying to focus on anything other than the seething teacher. It was only the beginning of what was sure to be a very long, and possibly very awkward, semester. Today Mr. Pepperpot began, his gaze still fixed sharply on me. We are going to talk about the bones of the human body. Does anyone know of any? He asked, his tone more measured now. The femur, I answered, still feeling the weight of his earlier glare. But to my surprise, his expression softened. Very good. Anyone else? He asked, turning to the rest of the class. The scapula, a girl called out from the back. One more example, please, he asked, now leaning toward my desk, a hint of approval in his voice. The Cossacks Trenton, a student I would later get to know, said confidently. What the hell is a Cossacks? I asked, genuinely confused. Simply put, the tailbone, Mr. Pepperpot replied, with a slight smile. For the first time that day, I could tell he wasn't looking at me like a troublemaker. It felt oddly good to get something right and maybe, just maybe, gain a little respect. Oh, I muttered, suddenly feeling a bit more at ease. The rest of the lesson faded into the background. I couldn't focus much on the bones of the body, my mind elsewhere. My thoughts kept drifting back to Cecil, who was lurking just outside the classroom, waiting for his next opportunity to make my life a living hell. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, Gary pounced. He shoved me hard against the wall, his grip tightening as he sneered, I'm glad your boyfriend's dead. Maybe you should swallow some pills too, he taunted cruelly. Get your filthy hands off me. I shouted, trying to push him away, but his weight kept me pinned. Or what? Matthew's dead now, Gary jeered, a twisted smile on his face. Without thinking, I screamed for Pepperpot. I needed someone, anyone, to intervene. The teacher stormed out of the classroom, his face flushed with fury as he approached us. Cecil. You need to never touch Jeremiah again, I mean it, Mr. Pepperpot commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. Or what? Gary spat back, grinning. You gonna tell my father? He's dead, dumbass. You can't do crap to me. His words stung like a slap, but for a brief moment, I saw Gary's smirk falter. His face briefly turned into a frown, as if something momentarily shattered his usual smug demeanor. I took that small moment as a victory, but it didn't last long. The reality of the situation was still sinking in, and Gary's cruelty was far from over. In fact, it had just begun. The 6th of February, 1920. Spanish class was a whole new kind of torture this time around. They handed us a textbook roughly the size of the Bible and, without so much as a warm-up, told us to read through the whole thing. That's what Mr. Lopez decided was an appropriate way to kick things off, anyway. The man had a habit of pacing the room like a hawk, his sharp gaze scanning each of us as if daring us to drift off or slack for even a second. I swear he could sense when someone's attention wavered. He didn't just teach Spanish, he enforced it. I flipped through the pages, trying to make sense of endless conjugations and vocabulary lists. Herbla, herbless, herblamos, the words melted together in my head like alphabet soup. I stole a glance at my classmates. Most of them looked just as lost as I was, though a few overachievers were scribbling notes like their lives depended on it. Mr. South, Mr. Lopez's voice boomed across the room, yanking me from my thoughts. Yes, sir. I replied, startled. Why are you staring at your book like it's written in ancient Greek? Read aloud for us, por favor. Of course, he would call on me. I scanned the paragraph in front of me, trying to find where we were, my heart pounding. La familia, Tien, dos perros y. Mars fuert, he demanded, gesturing as if I were in a stadium. I cleared my throat and raised my voice, though I felt like a complete fool. La familia Tien dos perros y un gato. Lopez finally nodded, apparently satisfied, and moved on to his next victim. I sank lower into my chair, muttering under my breath, "This class is going to kill me." Gary, of course, sat in the back, grinning like he'd just watched the funniest thing in the world. It figured. On the very first day, Mr. Lopez gave us a task, because apparently, starting slow wasn't in his vocabulary. "You will pretend to order food in Spanish," he announced, pacing with that same hawk-like precision. I blinked at him, my mind going blank. All I knew was that mesa meant table and, honestly, that was the full extent of my Spanish expertise. I glanced at my classmates, hoping someone else looked as lost as I felt. Mr. South Lopez called, naturally singling me out again. "Come to the front." Great. Just great. I shuffled to the front of the class, my palms already clammy. Lopez crossed his arms and smirked like a man who knew I was about to crash and burn. "Pretend you are ordering something at a restaurant," he instructed, gesturing to an imaginary waiter. In Spanish. The silence in the room felt like a lead weight. I racked my brain for anything that sounded remotely like food. Mesa, por favor. I stammered weakly. A few snickers erupted from the back of the class, Gary, of course, laughing the loudest. Lopez sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose like I'd personally offended him. "Senor South, are you asking for a table?" Sigh. I offered with an awkward smile. "Dios mío. Sit down, Jeremiah. We clearly have work to do." I trudged back to my seat, cheeks burning, as Lopez called on someone else, probably someone who knew the difference between a menu and furniture. "Smooth performance," Gary whispered as I sat down, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I shot him a glare. First day and I was already off to a fantastic start. Luckily, I wasn't the only confused student in the class. There was also Antonio, who just about ran out of the classroom after hearing about the task required of us. I couldn't entirely blame him, though. The assignment itself was enough to make anyone want to walk out. In fact, I was dangerously close to doing just that myself, fueled by a potent mix of frustration and embarrassment. Who thought it was a good idea to toss us into the linguistic deep end on the very first day? Mr. Lopez, that's who. My next class was physics, and the moment I stepped into the room, I couldn't help but groan inwardly. I already knew the 3 laws of thermodynamics, wasn't that enough? Apparently, my rudimentary knowledge barely scratched the surface, much to my dismay. "Good morning, lovelies." Mr. Packard greeted us with far too much enthusiasm, as though we were long-lost friends reunited. He stood at the front of the room, beaming, his poison green tie clashing so loudly with his shirt that it practically screamed clown more than teacher. I didn't dare tell him that, though. "What is this class about?" I asked, instantly regretting how stupid I sounded. Instead of giving a straightforward answer, Mr. Packard launched into an off-key, tuneless song that somehow managed to explain absolutely nothing. It was like nails on a chalkboard, except without the nails, just the unbearable screeching. "Never sing again?" Trenton begged. "I thought I sounded good," he asked, genuinely confused, as though my pained expression hadn't given it away. He was as far from good as one could possibly get, like the distance from the moon back to the Earth, and maybe even farther. "Anyway, our first lesson is going to be on gravity, everyone say gravity," he urged, his enthusiasm bordering on manic. The whole class, to my dismay, echoed the word like we were in some kind of cult. My brain just about shut down then and there. But before I could fully check out, I noticed a familiar face across the room. To my utter surprise and delight, it was Peggy, sitting a few rows over. I hadn't expected to see her in this class, and the mix of excitement and disbelief nearly made me forget about Mr. Packard and his clownish tie altogether. "Peace," I said to Peggy. She smiled and told me in a whispered tone, not now. I knew that I had to wait for class to be over in order to talk with her alone. Although, we never were truly alone in Crest Hook High, now were we? I nearly fell asleep as Mr. Packard launched into a rambling monologue about Galileo and his so-called experiments with gravity, something about dropping balls from the Leaning Tower of Pisa or some crap like that. All I heard was blah, blah, blah on repeat for what felt like 20 straight minutes. It was agonizing, like nails slowly being hammered into my skull. I slouched lower in my chair, trying to maintain some semblance of consciousness while my brain silently begged for mercy. Class finally ended, and I was eager to talk to Peggy, to finally have a conversation without the oppressive weight of Gary lurking nearby. But, of course, Gary was waiting outside the door, just as I had expected. My blood immediately began to boil. I was so done with his endless bullying, with his constant torment. I had had enough. I was about to tell him just how much of his crap I could take, when Peggy stepped in, her voice calm but firm. "Jeremy, calm down before someone gets hurt," she said, putting a gentle hand on my arm. I paused, fists clenched, and begrudgingly held back the anger that was bubbling inside me. The last thing I needed was to give Gary the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. But deep down, I couldn't help but fantasize about nothing more than punching him in the face, just to show him that I wasn't some weak target he could push around. A piece of me wanted to prove him wrong in the most satisfying way possible. But for now, I took a deep breath and tried to ignore him, even if every fiber of my being screamed for something else. I finally managed to shoo Gary away, my blood pressure slowly returning to normal. Peggy, ever the calming presence, casually slipped into a seat beside me, asking what I had for lunch. "A ham and cheese sandwich. What about you?" she asked, giving me that mischievous look. To my surprise, she leaned her head down and rested it gently on my lap. It was sweet, endearing, and for a moment, it felt like everything was okay. But then, a thought crept into my mind. I was worried someone might see us. The last thing we needed was to be reported to the teachers for something as simple as this. I glanced around nervously, but thankfully, no one was paying attention to us. We were safe, at least for now. I gently ran my fingers through her hair, just enjoying the quiet of the moment, hoping it would last. It felt like an oasis in a desert of chaos, and I didn't want to ruin it by overthinking. I pulled out my almond butter sandwich, tearing into it with the kind of hunger that made me feel like I hadn't eaten in days. I chewed through it like a cow, focusing on getting every last piece into my mouth. It wasn't the most refined meal, but it filled the void. Besides, nobody was watching, so it didn't really matter. I could eat as messily as I wanted without anyone judging me, at least for now. The little bit of freedom was comforting, like a moment of peace amidst the chaos of the school day. The rest of the school day dragged on, as usual. Nothing much happened, except for Gary, of course, shoving me into a locker. It was like clockwork with him, just another day in the life of torment. But that's Gary for you. A psychopath in the flesh, someone who thrived on making other people miserable. He was never going to change, and I was starting to accept that. The sooner I accepted it, the less power he had over me. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. As soon as the bell rang, I didn't waste a second. I bolted out of the gates, not even caring about the direction I was going, just as long as it led me straight to home. Home was my sanctuary, my escape from the relentless torment that seemed to follow me wherever I went. I couldn't stand another minute in that hellhole of a school. Thank God Gary didn't follow me. If he had, my mother would have unleashed her wrath. She didn't tolerate anyone messing with me, and if she found out what Gary had been doing, she would have been swinging the fire poker like it was a weapon of justice. As much as I hated Gary for what he'd done, I didn't want to see him hurt. It was a twisted, complicated feeling, but somehow, I couldn't bring myself to wish harm on anyone, no matter how much they deserved it. I am far too compassionate sometimes. I mean it. The 14th of March, 1920. Gary Cecil mocked the death of my friend Matthew Cheshire. I cried out in pain. Only Bullock understood my pain, no one else. Not even my mother. Bishop Bullock's expression tightened as I spoke, the weight of my words sinking in. His eyes flashed with anger, but his tone remained calm, almost measured. I can't believe he would stoop so low, he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Mocking the loss of a friend, there's no excuse for that kind of cruelty. I shook my head, feeling a surge of frustration that made my hands ball into fists. I don't know what to do anymore. Every time I think I'm getting a grip on things, Gary finds a way to tear me down again. It feels like no one's ever going to stop him. The bishop looked at me with a somber expression, his eyes full of understanding. You don't have to fight this alone, Jeremy, he said gently. There are people who care about you, and I'm one of them. We'll find a way to hold him accountable for what he's doing to you. But you need to remember something important, you are not the problem. He is. I felt a lump form in my throat, unsure whether to cry or just let the weight of his words settle in. I just don't know how to keep going when it feels like he's always there, always waiting to tear me down. You keep going because you're stronger than you realize, Bishop Bullock replied, his voice firm but compassionate. It's not easy, but you don't have to let him define you. You are not Gary Cecil, Jeremy. You're something much better than that. I swallowed hard, trying to take in his words. For a moment, I almost believed them. Though, I didn't wish to. I wished I could just crawl into a ball and hibernate, shut off from the world and wake up when Gary had finally ceased being the human garbage that he was. It seemed like the only way to escape, just disappearing into a space where his cruelty couldn't reach me, where the weight of his words and actions didn't linger on my skin like the stench of smoke. If only I could press pause on life, take a break from the relentless attacks, and come back when everything was easier to bear. But I knew that wasn't how things worked. Life didn't offer me that luxury. There was no magic button to stop the hurt, no reset for the years of torment he'd already put me through. No matter how badly I wanted to disappear, reality wouldn't let me. So, I did what I could, endure. I focused on surviving, on getting through each day without letting him break me completely. But even that was becoming harder. It was exhausting, this constant battle against someone who had made it his mission to tear me down. And the worst part? It felt like no one else cared enough to stop it, like I was on my own in this fight. I longed for peace, for quiet moments where I didn't feel like I was walking through a battlefield every time I stepped outside my door. Yet, here I was, caught in this never-ending cycle of hatred and cruelty, wishing for something better, but not knowing how to get there. I bowed my head as Bishop Bullock's voice resonated with a power that I hadn't felt in a long time. His words wrapped around me like a comforting blanket, softening the hard edges of the world I'd been drowning in. Heavenly Father, please protect Jeremy from this hell the demons are putting him through. Cast out the devil in Gary's soul, so that he may never hurt another human being ever again. And bless this child, for he loves you, Lord, with every fiber of his being. Please, guide Jeremiah to salvation and not destruction. Amen. As he finished, the weight on my chest didn't lift, but for a brief moment, I felt lighter. The kind of lightness you get when someone else fights for you when you feel too weak to fight for yourself. I didn't fully understand everything Bishop Bullock had said, but I clung to it, letting the prayer seep into my bones. It was a small act of faith, a flicker of hope in the face of everything that had been dragging me down. The demons Gary had unleashed on me hadn't just been from his words, they had become my own doubts, my fears, my internalized shame. But for that brief moment, I allowed myself to believe that maybe there was something more to this life, something beyond Gary's cruelty, beyond the torment. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for peace. "Thank you, Bishop," I whispered, my voice barely audible, as the prayer echoed in the silence of the room. I wasn't sure if it would help, but it was all I had. And in that moment, it was enough. I walked through the front door, the familiar scent of home enveloping me like a warm hug. There was a sense of lightness in my chest, a strange euphoria that I hadn't felt in ages. For the first time in what seemed like forever, I felt like I could breathe again. Bishop Bullock's prayer had done something to me. It didn't erase the pain or the cruelty Gary had subjected me to, but it gave me a fleeting sense of relief, like the calm before the storm. I knew Gary's torment was waiting for me just around the corner. His words, his hands, his venomous presence, it would all return. But tonight, I felt victorious in a way. I had faced down the darkness inside of me, and though it hadn't disappeared completely, it had been pushed back. For now, that was enough. I didn't need to win the war right away. I just needed to win the battle. Mama Cass was in the living room, flipping through a magazine, her face lit up by the soft glow of the lamp. I dropped my bag by the door and sank into the couch beside her, suddenly feeling exhausted. "You okay, honey?" she asked, glancing up at me. "I'm fine, Mama," I said, trying to smile. "Better than I've been in a long time." Her eyes softened, her hand reaching over to squeeze mine. "You've been through a lot, Jeremy. But you've got strength. I see it in you." I nodded, but my mind kept drifting back to Gary. The darkness I had faced earlier in the day still lingered, threatening to pull me back in. But tonight, for once, I wasn't afraid of it. Not anymore. The next day might bring more pain, more torment, but for tonight, I had won. And that was enough to keep going. I let out a long sigh, sinking into the warmth of my mother's love, knowing the battle wasn't over, but for the first time in a long time, I wasn't sure I'd lose it. The 15th of March, 1920. The next morning felt heavier than most. I didn't even want to get out of bed, much less go to school. But I had no choice, Mama would drag me out by the ears if I tried to fake sick again. So, I threw on my clothes, grabbed my bag, and trudged to school, hoping to get through the day without Gary Cecil finding a reason to ruin it. No such luck. I spotted him first thing in the hallway between classes, leaning against the lockers like he owned the place. His grin widened the moment he saw me, as if the very sight of me filled him with joy, because it gave him a target. I tried to walk past, head down, pretending not to see him, but Gary was already moving, stepping in front of me like a snake waiting to strike. "K.E. Morning, Jeremy," he said, his voice dripping with mock sweetness. "Move," I muttered, clenching my fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. "Why so grumpy?" "Oh, wait, your best friend Matthew's still dead, huh?" The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My breath caught, and for a second, everything else around me disappeared, just Gary, his smug face, and the cruel echo of his words bouncing around my head. "What's wrong?" he continued, pushing me backward against the lockers. "You gonna cry about it? Or maybe pray to your precious God again? Yeah, that'll bring him back. You bastard." Don't you ever give a crap about anyone other than yourself. I snapped, my voice shaking with anger as I glared at Gary. I could barely contain the frustration boiling inside me, spilling over like a dam that had finally burst. He shrugged, completely unfazed, that smug grin plastered on his face like it was permanently carved there. I don't see a reason to. So, no, he said, as though his indifference was a badge of honor. That was it. The last straw. Well, maybe he'd still be alive if it wasn't for you. I shouted, the words echoing down the hallway like a shot fired. Gary's expression froze for a split second, his grin faltering just enough for me to notice. But before I could process that small victory, the door to Mr. Packard's classroom slammed open with a bang. What is going on out here? Mr. Packard roared, storming into the hallway, his poison green tie flailing behind him like a snake caught in a gale. His face was flushed crimson, and his gaze darted between the two of us, trying to figure out who to pounce on first. I swallowed hard, realizing how loud I'd been. Gary, of course, recovered quickly, stepping back with an innocent look painted across his face like he hadn't just been the same smug jerk seconds earlier. Jeremy started it, Gary said smoothly, as if rehearsed. He just started yelling at me, Mr. Packard. I don't know why. I couldn't believe it. My fists clenched at my sides as I struggled to hold back another outburst. That's a lie, and you know it. Enough. Mr. Packard snapped, pointing a sharp finger at both of us inside. Both of you? Now. I shot one last glare at Gary, who smirked as if he'd already won. As I turned and marched back into the classroom, my heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. The anger I felt didn't go away, it sat there, smouldering, like embers waiting to ignite again. And something told me this was far from over. Will one of you please explain what that was about? Mr. Packard asked sternly, his eyes narrowing as he glanced between the two of us. His tone left no room for nonsense. Gary made fun of one of my dead friends from middle school, I said, my voice trembling with barely contained rage. I simply couldn't take his crap anymore, so I lashed out. My words seemed to catch Mr. Packard off guard. His stern expression faltered for just a moment as he processed what I'd said. Gary, he turned to him slowly, his tone colder now. What the hell is wrong with you? Gary, of course, didn't flinch. He leaned back like he was proud of himself, his voice cutting through the room like a dagger. His friend was a barbiturate addict. I mocked him because he was a druggie. He shouted, his words exploding like a bomb. The room fell silent. Mr. Packard's jaw tightened, his face pale with disbelief. I could feel my fists clenching at my sides again, my nails digging into my palms as Gary's words echoed in my head. My stomach turned, and I could feel heat rising in my face. You, I started, my voice shaking. You don't get to talk about him like that. That's enough, both of you. Mr. Packard barked, slamming his palm down on the desk to cut through the tension. His poison green tie swayed with the force of his movement. Gary, mocking someone's death, no matter what their struggles were, is absolutely unacceptable. Do you understand me? Gary just shrugged, still wearing that smug grin that made me want to punch him all over again. Whatever he muttered, his voice dripping with indifference. Don't whatever me, Cecil. Mr. Packard snapped, pointing a firm finger at him. You will apologize to Jeremy right now, or I'll personally see to it that you're spending the next week in detention. Gary's grin faltered, but only slightly. He turned to me, his eyes still full of contempt, and spat out the weakest apology I'd ever heard. Sorry. It wasn't real. It wasn't genuine. But Mr. Packard seemed satisfied enough to move on. Jeremy, he said, his voice softening as he turned to me. I know what he said was cruel, and I can't blame you for being upset. But you can't lose control like that. Do you understand? I swallowed hard, my throat tight. Yes, sir, I said quietly, though every fibre of my being wanted to scream at Gary until he understood the kind of pain he was causing. Both of you, back to your classes, Mr. Packard ordered, his patience clearly running thin. As I turned to go, I caught Gary's gaze out of the corner of my eye. He was still smirking, still winning in his own twisted way. But as I sat down, I made a silent promise to myself, this wasn't over. I wasn't going to let him take Matthew's memory and twist it into something ugly. Not this time. English was decent for once. The discussion was about coming-of-age characters in literature, and when Mrs. Pinkton asked for examples, I picked Tom Sawyer. He was the only choice I had, really, the first name that popped into my head. Tom Sawyer, I said, trying to sound confident. Mrs. Clarkson gave me an approving nod at a solid choice, Jeremy. Tom Sawyer is a classic example of a young boy navigating the challenges of growing up. I managed a small smile and sat back in my chair, relieved not to be called on again. Sure, I hadn't exactly gone deep with my answer, but at least I didn't look like a complete idiot this time. That counted for something. Advanced biology went well enough, that is until I knocked over the skeleton model Pepperpot had in the class. He was beyond furious with me. Jeremy, pardon my language, but what the hell is wrong with you? He asked me, glaring at me intensely. I apologize, I muttered quietly. Yes, and you should, he retorted sharply, his tone cutting through the air. You do realize it was an accident, don't you? I replied, my irritation evident. Nothing is ever an accident, my child, he countered, his voice imbued with certainty. From the side, a boy of about 15 interjected, his voice carrying across the room, I was an accident. The statement hung in the air for a moment. Oh, Pepperpot responded, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, the boy continued with a cheerful tone, but I turned out just fine. He sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Marion, I swear, you test my patience more than anyone. My sincerest apologies, Sir, Marion replied, his earlier cheerfulness giving way to a hint of sorrow. Anyway, we will be discussing the parts of the brain today. Pepperpot said excitedly. Like the hypothalamus? I asked, ready to learn. And beyond that, he replied cheerfully. What else is there? I asked, curious. The amygdala, for example, he replied, his tone suddenly serious. And what's that do? I asked, wondering what it could have been. The amygdala controls your decisions and fears, Mr. Pepperpot explained, pacing the front of the biology classroom with a stern expression. Psychopaths, however, have a significantly smaller amygdala, which makes them fearless of most of their actions. This lack of fear can lead to reckless and often dangerous behavior. His tone grew grimmer with each word, as if the very topic weighed heavily on him. The class sat in silence, some students fidgeting uncomfortably, others leaning in with morbid curiosity. The room seemed to grow colder as he continued, his words lingering in the air like an ominous warning. What does the prefrontal cortex do? Marion asked, pointing to a detailed illustration in his textbook. I perked up at the question, it was something I'd been curious about as well. Pepperpot paused, turning his attention to Marion with a slight nod. The prefrontal cortex, he began, is essentially the command center of your brain. It handles decision-making, impulse control, and complex planning. It's what allows you to think critically and consider the consequences of your actions. He gestured to the illustration, tracing a line along the frontal lobe. It's also closely linked to your personality and emotional regulation. When the prefrontal cortex is damaged or underdeveloped, it can lead to poor judgment, impulsivity, and even antisocial behavior. I leaned forward slightly, absorbing the information. It was fascinating, though a little unsettling to think about how much of our behavior could be traced back to specific parts of the brain. It made me wonder about people like Gary Cecil, and whether his brain was wired differently or if he was just plain cruel. I know someone who has a damaged prefrontal cortex. I exclaimed anxiously as if Gary could hear me through the thick walls. Oh? Who would that be? He folded his arms, nodding in response. Gary Cecil, that name sound familiar to you? I asked Mr. Pepperpot, watching his expression carefully. To my surprise, his face turned as pale as an angel's light. Yes, unfortunately, he admitted, his voice wavering slightly. He has many issues. He shuddered as if the mere mention of Gary's name stirred up unpleasant memories. Well, he made fun of one of my dead friends. I exclaimed, my voice rising, not caring how many people might be listening. The frustration and anger poured out of me, unchecked. He what? Mr. Pepperpot's voice erupted from across the room. He had just entered the hallway, his green tie flailing dramatically as he stormed toward us, his face twisted in rage. And he bullies me relentlessly. I added, my voice breaking. I could feel the lump in my throat growing, threatening to spill over into tears. Mr. Pepperpot placed a cautious hand on my shoulder, his expression softening slightly. Jeremy, I'm so sorry. That's unacceptable, he said quietly, though I could see the anger simmering beneath his calm tone. Where is he now? Pepperpot demanded, practically vibrating with fury. I won't tolerate this kind of behavior in my school. I shrugged, my shoulders slumping. Probably off finding his next victim, I muttered, my voice thick with bitterness. We exchanged a look for a moment, a silent, unspoken agreement that something needed to be done. For the first time, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't alone in this fight. I will speak to Cecil, Mr. Pepperpot said firmly, his voice carrying a tone of finality as he gently patted me on the back. It was oddly comforting, but before I could respond, Marian's voice broke through the moment. Can we please continue with the lesson? He pleaded, his tone sharp with impatience. Pepperpot turned to face him, eyebrows raised. Why? Can't handle a conversation about a bully, he snapped, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Marian's face flushed, but he didn't back down. It's not that, he replied defensively. We are here to learn, not mope around. The words were barely out of his mouth before the entire atmosphere in the room shifted. Rule number 1, never yell at Mr. Pepperpot. Pepperpot turned to Marian, his green tie twitching like an agitated snake, and fixed him with the kind of glare that could stop traffic. Excuse me, he said, his voice low and icy. Marian's bravado evaporated instantly. His shoulders slumped, and he shrank into his seat like a scolded child. It was almost comical how quickly he backed down, like a beta dog submitting to the alpha. That's what I thought, Pepperpot said, turning back to the class. Now, where were we? Marian practically didn't say another word for the rest of the lesson, which went by rather swiftly. It was time for Spanish class, my daily dose of suffering. To that, I could only say one thing, a caramba. Today's task was practicing apologies in Spanish. I couldn't help but think how silly it all was. Why did we need to rehearse saying we were sorry? It's not like I planned to go around offending Spanish speakers left and right. Still, I kept those thoughts to myself. If I dared tell Mr. Lopez what I really thought, he'd probably slap me with detention faster than I could say, lo siento. So, I played along, repeating phrases like pardon and disculpa with as much sincerity as I could muster. Meanwhile, Lopez circled the room like a hawk, his sharp eyes scanning for anyone who wasn't taking the exercise seriously. I made sure not to be one of them. All of a sudden, he threw the strangest curveball of my life at me. He asked me, Jeremy, you have just been called a cabron? What do you do in such a situation? I'd say, disculp. What if they don't back down? He pressed me. Why was he doing this? I was a decent student, unlike Gary Cecil, who tormented every breathing thing on planet Earth. I'd say, Calate. I exclaimed. Very good. You are learning swiftly, Jeremiah. He remarked, causing me to feel awkward as all hell. A few of the students snickered, making it even more embarrassing. I wanted nothing more than to silence all of my classmates who were snickering and mocking me. Their laughter felt like sharp needles pricking at my pride, but no matter how much I wanted to snap back or tell them off, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I sat there, stewing in my own frustration, my dismay growing with every chuckle and whispered comment. It was moments like these that made me wish I had the confidence to shut them down, to tell them exactly where they could stick their jokes. But instead, I kept my head low, hoping the humiliation would fade as quickly as it came. Math was, as always, a complete pain in the ass. The topic of the day? Integrals, or some other nonsense that made no sense to me then and makes even less sense to me now. Honestly, I've long since forgotten whatever I was supposed to learn in that class. All I remember is the headache it gave me and the endless droning of Mrs. Clarkson as she scribbled equations across the board like they were some grand revelation. Meanwhile, I stared blankly at my notebook, pretending to take notes while my mind wandered to literally anything else. It felt like time had come to a standstill, and I couldn't decide if math class was torture or just a slow, inevitable death by boredom. Mr. Cheney, I said, feeling the weight of my confusion, this stuff just doesn't make sense to me at all. I feel like I'm staring at a foreign language. He looked over his glasses, his expression softening. It's understandable, Jeremy. Not everyone grasps it right away, but with persistence, you'll start to see the patterns. Math isn't just about numbers, it's about understanding how the world works, how everything connects. I shook my head, frustrated, but it feels like I'm just memorizing steps without understanding why they matter. Mr. Cheney paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. You're not alone in that. Sometimes, it's about seeing the bigger picture, like a puzzle. The pieces might not make sense individually, but when they fit together, the picture becomes clearer. He gestured to the page, his voice a little warmer. Let's break it down step by step. You'll see, it'll start to click. He grabbed my paper and began explaining how you're supposed to split the integrals into two parts. Following this, you integrate each term. And finally, you combine the result. I barely understood it, but lied that it made complete sense to me. He bought it, unfortunately, which meant that I would be screwed on the test. I couldn't think about that then, though. I had to get through the school day. It was lunch, and I sat with my future wife, Peggy, both of us eating toast on rye bread. She was focused on her sandwich, a bit of mustard at the corner of her mouth. I couldn't help but smile, distracted by her. She glanced up at me, catching the look on my face. Everything okay? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I hesitated for a moment, the thought of the test looming over me. Yeah, just thinking about stuff, I said, trying to hide the worry. She leaned back in her chair, chewing thoughtfully before shrugging. Well, whatever it is, don't let it ruin lunch. You're gonna do fine on that test, Jeremy. You always do. I wanted to believe her, to let the weight of the day slide off, but I couldn't. Still, having her there, even just eating toast with me, made the whole day feel a little less heavy. She meant the math test, of course, the one that I was certain I was going to fail. Her encouragement couldn't hide me from the reality of my situation. The more I tried to brush it off, the heavier it felt. Every time I thought about it, I saw that red ink across my paper, the mark that would seal my fate. Peggy must have sensed the shift in my mood because she stopped chewing and looked at me more closely. You're really worried, huh? I didn't want to admit it, not to her, not to anyone. But I nodded anyway. Yeah, I just don't get it. No matter how much I try, it feels like I'm just memorizing stuff that's never going to make sense. She reached across the table, gently touching my hand. Jeremy, you're smart. You know this stuff, even if it doesn't feel that way right now. You'll figure it out. I wanted to believe her, but doubt clung to me like a second skin. What if I don't? What if I mess up? She smiled, not in a condescending way, but with that quiet certainty she always had. Then you'll just try harder next time. And I'll be here to help you, okay? Her words wrapped around me like a warm blanket, but I couldn't shake the feeling that, no matter how much I tried, it wouldn't be enough. Still, as I looked at her, I realized that maybe, just maybe, I didn't need to have it all figured out right this second. Then there was still the issue with Gary, still. He wouldn't leave me the hell alone. Mr. Packard had given him a slap on the wrist, detention for a month. It was woefully short. I'd rather he give it to him for the rest of his time at high school, but it wasn't up to me, unfortunately. Speak of the devil. He showed up, and he was not pleased in the least. You did this to me. Gary shouted, his voice cutting through the quiet hum of the cafeteria. His eyes were wild, full of anger, and I could see the storm building in him. The sight of it made my stomach twist, knowing what kind of person he was when he lost control. The sudden outburst alarmed Peggy. She turned to face him, her hands raised in a calming gesture. Gary, please, she said, her voice shaky but firm. Jeremy only did it because he felt unsafe. He didn't want any trouble. But Gary wasn't hearing it. His glare was fixed on me, and I could feel the heat of it from across the table. He took a step closer, fists clenched at his sides, and I could see his jaw working as he tried to hold himself back. You think you can just throw me under the bus and walk away, huh? His words were sharp, accusatory. Peggy's voice trembled with anxiety as she continued. Gary, stop. You're not going to fix anything by making this worse. I could tell she was worried about Gary lashing out at me. Her eyes flicked to me for reassurance, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay calm. I had learned over the past few weeks that Gary wasn't someone you could reason with when he was this far gone. My thoughts raced, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to hurt you, I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper, but firm enough that it made Gary pause. But you left me no choice. He sneered, but something in his eyes faltered for just a second. That brief hesitation was enough to make me wonder if, deep down, he knew he'd pushed me too far. Still, I knew the storm wasn't over yet. Gary wouldn't let this go until he got whatever twisted satisfaction he was seeking. Fine, I'll leave you and your whore alone, but know that this isn't over. Gary screamed at us, his voice dripping with venom. I wanted to punch him right in the jaw for his comment about Peggy, but I didn't feel like earning myself a suspension, so I kept quiet, my fists clenching at my sides. I am not a whore. Peggy screamed, her voice rising in defiance. It was true, too. She was chaste, a promise made by our rings, which we both still wore. I saw the hurt flash across her face, but she stood her ground, never backing down. She didn't deserve this. Takes one to know one, he sneered obnoxiously. God, he was insufferable. Whatever, Gary. Why don't you just kindly piss off? I asked, my voice sharp and filled with annoyance, beyond the point of tolerance. I was done with him. Fine, but just know that this isn't over, he spat back, his words laced with a promise I didn't want to hear. He wasn't done. I knew it. This was far from finished. When will it be over? I asked, my voice low and anxious, the words slipping out before I could stop them. I needed closure, needed to know when it would all stop, but deep down, I feared the answer. Never was all he said before turning and disappearing into the background. That word, that one word, echoed in my mind. Never. I sat there, staring at the space he'd left behind, knowing that Gary's presence would haunt me long after he'd gone. The weight of his words felt like a lingering storm, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it would follow me wherever I went. The 8th of August, 1920. Church was the one place that seemed to truly keep Gary at a distance. He appeared to be an atheist, though it made little difference to me personally. I was in the bishop's office alone and he began speaking with me. "Are you all right, Jeremy?" Bullock asked, his concern evident as he noticed my grim expression. "No," I replied, exhaling sharply. "Gary has started mocking my future wife now. He called her a whore. Can you believe that?" My voice brimmed with exasperation. The weight of his relentless bullying was becoming unbearable. I could feel my patience wearing thin, yet I was no fighter. In my school years, I had been involved in 3 fights, and lost every one. Confrontation was not my strength, but Gary's torment was pushing me dangerously close to the edge. "Do not forget Christ's teaching about turning the other cheek," he said, gently patting me on the back. "I am familiar with that verse," I replied, though I find it challenging to incorporate it into my daily life. "It will take time, but you will eventually forgive Gary Cecil," he said, his voice calm and assured. "Like hell, I will," I shouted, anger bubbling over before I quickly caught myself. I apologize for the outburst," I mumbled, feeling a pang of shame. "Jeremiah, it's all right," he said gently. "I was just like you at your age." "Wait, really?" I asked, my disbelief evident. "Yes," he admitted, a touch of vulnerability softening his expression. "I was bullied relentlessly for my faith. They said I was in a cult and that I should leave the church. Believe me, there were moments when I seriously considered it." He paused, leaning in slightly. "But do you know why I stayed?" "No." "Why?" I asked, curiosity pulling me closer. "Because I knew that God would always be there for me, even when the world seemed against me," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Oh my," I breathed, his words sinking in like a revelation. "Indeed, Jeremy," he said, embracing me warmly. The gesture was a welcome reprieve, far preferable to the usual indignities of being shoved into a locker or thrown into a trash can. "Could I push Gary into a trash can?" I asked, the words escaping my lips before I could stop myself. "Absolutely not," he replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "That's what he does to me constantly," I protested, frustration evident in my voice. "And you believe retaliating with the same behavior is justified?" Bullock countered, his words deliberate and measured. "Yes," I admitted, my response as simple as it was defiant. "That is an unacceptable course of action, Jeremiah South," he stated, using my full name to underscore the seriousness of his reprimand. Regret washed over me as I realized I should not have spoken to him. Offering a weak excuse, I lied, claiming I needed to leave. In truth, all I desired was to sit in the pews and weep. At that moment, it felt like the only course of action that made any sense. "Is everything all right, Jeremy?" Mama Cass inquired, her expression contorting into a faint frown. "I'm fine. Just tired," I muttered, my voice trailing off as I uttered the lie. "Enough with the nonsense," she retorted sharply. She was well aware, as was I, that exhaustion was not the issue. After all, I had slept for nearly 10 hours the previous night, having gone to bed unusually early. I had a nightmare about Gary being a dictator, which terrified the hell out of me. Imagine him being one. It's a thought from the 9th circle of hell. We left the church at 12, and I felt a growing sense of anxiety about seeing him again. Abel was unpleasant, certainly, but at least he refrained from mocking my deceased friends. Honestly, who would do such a thing? "Mama, I'm afraid to go to school tomorrow," I confessed to her. "Oh, why is that?" she asked, her curiosity evident. "Do you remember Patrick Cecil?" I shuddered at the thought. "Yes," she replied, her expression one of confusion. "Well, I attend school with his son," I continued, my voice tinged with frustration. "He is far worse than Patrick ever was." I felt a surge of anger. The thought of returning to school tomorrow, and facing Gary, filled me with dread. "Would it help if I spoke with him?" she asked, prompting me to face palm in frustration. "He's a psychopath, Ma. He only cares about himself and no one else," I explained, my voice thick with exasperation. "My God, I am so sorry," she responded sympathetically. "It's fine. I'm used to it," I replied, trying to mask the weariness in my tone. "That doesn't make it okay," she nearly growled. "I know, Mama," I murmured, burying my face in her arms. It was a brief moment of solace, a temporary escape from the harshness of reality. "I will speak with the principal about this," she said, her tone laced with irritation. "I doubt he'll do anything about it," I reminded her, the cynicism clear in my voice. "Well, we have to at least try," she said confidently, her resolve starkly contrasting with my own sense of helplessness. "We will beat him, won't we? Just like Abel Simmons." "Too soon, Jeremiah," she chastised, her voice sharp and measured. "I apologize," I murmured, my voice faltering as if I were truly remorseful. Yet the apology was hollow, I felt no genuine regret. Abel's fate was a consequence of his actions, and though I could not entirely quell the melancholy that accompanied his passing, I harbored no sympathy for him. Abel thrived on the corruption of others, wielding his charm and cunning like weapons, and he excelled at it. He reveled in sowing discord, his appetite for destruction matched only by his skill in executing it. Worse still, his father had facilitated his every transgression, turning a blind eye to the havoc Abel wreaked and, in doing so, becoming complicit in his moral decay. How could I pity someone so adept at manipulating and harming those around him? No, any sorrow I felt was reserved for the potential he squandered and the lives he marred, not for the man himself. Sympathy would be misplaced, Abel had long since abandoned any claim to it. The weight of loss never truly leaves you. As I guided my mother to her bedroom that night, her laughter still echoing in my ears, the silence afterward hit me harder than I expected. She had always been strong, stronger than I gave her credit for, but even her strength couldn't fill the void left behind by those who were gone. Father used to sleep in this room. Now it felt like a hollowed-out shell of what it had once been, the memories of him lingering like a faint perfume that never truly faded. I tucked her in gently, and as I closed the door behind me, my mind wandered back to the countless faces of those I'd lost. Michael. James Frederick South. My two cousins. Abel Simmons. Matthew Cheshire. Carson South. Each name felt like a weight pressing down on my chest, a reminder of lives cut short and moments that could never be reclaimed. The memories of them flickered like an old film reel in my mind, snapshots of laughter, arguments, and everything in between. I prayed that night, as I had so many nights before. I prayed for Gary Cecil to change, though deep down, I knew the odds were slim. He seemed locked in his own battle, one I couldn't begin to understand. But still, I hoped. I prayed for the souls I'd lost, for the ones still here, and for the strength to face whatever was waiting for me when the sun rose. And with that, I went straight to bed, the ache of uncertainty settling into my bones. I dreaded what tomorrow would bring, but I clung to the faintest hope that maybe, just maybe, things could get better. The 3rd of September, 1920. Good morning. How are you? Trenton inquired as I made my way to English class. His voice was soft, reminiscent of Matt's, though Trenton did not assist me with mathematics as Matt once had. "I am well, thank you," I replied, doing my best to hide the unease twisting in my gut. My mind was preoccupied with the possibility of Gary materializing from some dark corner. It was entirely in his nature to orchestrate such disruptive antics. English class was all right. We discussed my man Jeeves, focusing on Bertie Wooster and the way Jeeves continually rescued him from his own predicaments. Bertie seemed almost allergic to common sense, requiring Jeeves' steady hand at every turn. I found the book utterly hilarious, truthfully. If you enjoy dry humor, I'd highly recommend it. Advanced biology came next, and Pepperpot was visibly hungover. His complexion had turned a sickly green, making him appear genuinely ill. He mumbled through the entire lesson instead of delivering it with his usual spark. "That's it, I give up. Everyone, go to lunch," he all but commanded. I felt an immediate urge to comfort him, perhaps even hug him, tell him everything would be all right. But as I approached, he gagged and nearly vomited, stopping me in my tracks. "Sir, please go home. You are clearly not in the right state of mind to teach," Martha Clement implored, firm yet kind. "I must finish the day," he muttered, voice thick with resignation. I couldn't help feeling a profound sadness for him. "Please be mindful, sir, excessive drinking can seriously harm your liver," I cautioned softly. He dismissed me with a sharp wave. "Stop worrying about me, all of you. I'm 59 years old, I believe I can take care of myself. This class is dismissed." I was deeply disappointed in Mr. Pepperpot, though I kept it to myself as I filed out with the other students. But the moment I stepped outside, I was met with an unwelcome sight, my mother, already waiting. She had spoken with the principal, who, to my dismay, had done absolutely nothing. According to her, he had simply shrugged and said, "Man up, Jeremiah." The words stung, dismissive, cold, and dripping with disdain. What had I done to earn such hostility? I couldn't recall any offense that might justify it. The question gnawed at me. Peggy approached with a worried expression. "Are you all right?" she asked gently. I shook my head. "Everything is falling apart. Either I'm losing my mind, or the entire world is." My voice quivered on the verge of tears. There, you're not crazy," she said softly. Her kindness steadied me, though the dread of Gary lingered like a shadow. He was reckless and ruthless, the worst possible combination. A dark thought flickered through my mind. I wanted to shoot him, end his torment once and for all. But I knew it wouldn't solve anything. Another bully would rise in his place, and I'd end up in prison. Sharing a cell with someone like Francis Baker? Hell itself. I ate my tuna fish sandwich slowly and carefully, making sure not to spill any on my clothes. The smell would have been unbearable. Peggy ate her rye ham sandwich with mustard, and the sight of her eating was strangely endearing. Even if I used every word in the English language, it wouldn't fully convey how charming she looked in that moment. "I love you, Jeremy," she said suddenly. "I love you too, baby girl," I replied with a smile, leaning in to kiss her. Normally, I would have savored the moment, but Gary Cecil always had a talent for ruining things. "Hey, lovebirds," he jeered. "What do you want, Gary?" I growled, patience thinning to a thread. He grabbed me and slammed me against a locker with startling force. "I want to make your life a living hell," he shouted. "You already did, moron." I shot back, masking the pain. "Apologize. Now. Go to hell," I said coldly. "Ever gotten punched in the face before?" he sneered, reminding me of Obadiah Falcon. Many times," I answered with a wry grin. "Leave him alone." Peggy ordered. "If you say so," Gary muttered, dropping me to the floor. I landed on my left hand, and the pain was immediate, sharp, and blinding. "My God, are you okay?" Peggy asked. "Yeah. I think he fractured my hand," I winced. Tears pressed behind my eyes, but I fought them back. Showing weakness to someone like Gary Cecil would have been like bleeding in an ocean full of sharks. I had reached my breaking point. I went to the principal and pleaded to leave for the day. He shot me a sour look but muttered, "Go ahead." I wasn't finished. "Your student Gary Cecil just fractured my hand. Punish him, or I'm going to the police." The word police jolted him. He scrambled to the loudspeaker room. "Gary Kevin Cecil, please come to the office immediately," he announced, tone tight. "What is it?" Gary asked, feigning innocence. "You know what it is," the principal snapped. "Oh, that. He blamed that on me," Gary said with mock surprise. "Come clean, Gary," the principal barked, slamming his hand on the table. "All right. I just got carried away," he muttered. "Is this what you call being carried away?" I asked, pointing at my wrist. "Yes, actually," he said with a smug grin. Then the principal stunned us both. "Gary Cecil, you are expelled from Crestwood High School. Pack your bags and go." "That's not fair," Gary shouted. "Life is often unfair, Gary," the principal replied, a small smile forming. As Gary left, I couldn't help cheering inwardly. The nightmare was finally over. "Oh, thank you so much," I exclaimed, leaving the office and the school. Relief washed over me. That night, I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. The 23rd of September, 1921. My mother's acquaintance with Mr. Packard, kindled at that dreary parent-teacher gathering, soon blossomed into a bond that neither time nor turmoil could sever. In those years following the Great War, the world had been left fractured, scarred by grief and uncertainty, yet amidst the rubble of shattered nations and hearts, new life, new hope, was quietly taking root. Their wedding was a modest affair, far removed from the grandiose celebrations of a more carefree era. It was held in the later months of 1921, when the chill of autumn still lingered, yet beneath the grey skies, the air carried a fragile promise of renewal. The chapel was small, its walls worn and unadorned, a humble refuge where the echoes of hymns filled the space like whispered prayers. Only close kin and a handful of friends gathered, their faces etched with the hard lines of endurance and the faint shadows of smiles. Mother was resplendent in a simple gown of ivory, fashioned not from silken luxury but from coarse fabric softened by careful stitching and the loving hands of a seamstress who understood the worth of modesty. Her hair was pinned back neatly, a wreath of wildflowers crowning her head, a nod to the fleeting beauty that war had threatened to steal from them all. Mr. Packard stood beside her, straight-backed and solemn, a steadfast pillar amidst the quiet ceremony. His dark, steady eyes bore no trace of frivolity, only the silent determination of a man who had seen enough suffering to know the preciousness of this day. There was one detail that set Mr. Packard apart in the memories of those who knew them both: he did not smoke. Unlike James South, whose cigarette was a constant companion during the long months of war and afterward, a thin wisp of smoke curling eternally from between his fingers, Packard carried no such habit. "It's poison," he once told Mother with a grave shake of his head, his voice neither lecturing nor dismissive but simply frank. "If the war has taken anything, let it not be our breath as well." James South, ever the smoker, exhibited none of Packard's restraint. His fingers were yellowed from endless cigarettes, his lungs heavy with the haze that clung to him like a shadow. The two men embodied different fates carved by the war itself: South, a relic of the old recklessness, and Packard, a man who carried the weight of survival with quiet dignity. Where South would laugh grimly, lighting another cigarette to stave off the ghosts of their experiences, Packard remained composed, his resolve forged in trenches that had demanded sacrifice beyond measure. Their wedding, while humble, was not without moments of warmth. Mother's smile glowed despite the sobering presence of the world's wounds, and even Packard allowed a brief, rare grin to crack his usually severe demeanor. After the vows were exchanged, the gathering dispersed to a small reception at their home, where the clinking of glasses and the soft murmur of conversation mingled with the distant toll of church bells. The war had robbed them of many things: innocence, peace, friends beyond count, but in that fragile moment, it gave them something precious, a chance to hold fast to each other, to claim a semblance of normalcy amid the chaos. Yet the shadows of loss were never far behind. Soon after their union, Roy, our beloved companion, was struck by an illness that no surgeon's hand could mend. The memory of the day he succumbed to cancer, the cruel curse declared by the vet, remains burned into me. It was the 10th of June, 1921, a day heavy with finality. I remember the hollow ache in my chest as I wept unceasingly, my hands trembling as I held Roy one last time, feeling the warmth drain from his frame. War, that relentless puppeteer of fate, had compelled us to administer the mercy of release. The decision to put him down was not of choice but of necessity, an unbearable duty that echoed the countless heart-breaking decisions forced upon those left in the wake of the trenches. Roy's departure was a stark reminder that life's fragility was unyielding, even as the world struggled to rebuild itself. Mother, though burdened by grief, did not succumb. Her spirit, once dimmed by the toll of hardship, rekindled slowly, as if the love she bore for Packard stirred some long-buried flame. She regained a pace, a spark once thought extinguished, moving forward with a quiet strength that defied the world's attempts to break her. The war had shaped them all in ways obvious and unseen: Packard, resolute and sober; Mother, tender yet unyielding; and myself, scarred by the cruel lessons taught by loss but hopeful for the fragile peace that comes after the storm. In those years, amidst the ruins of what was lost, our family sought to build anew, a testament to the endurance of the human heart in the face of despair. The days that followed their wedding were marked by a delicate balance, between the yearning for peace and the stubborn reminders of a world still burdened by the aftershocks of conflict. Mr. Packard resumed his work with quiet diligence. He was a man of few words, preferring action over talk, but his gaze held the weight of one who had borne witness to suffering and survived. Unlike James South, Packard refrained from the numbing comfort of smoke. Where South could be found with a cigarette perched between his lips, a pall of bluish haze trailing behind him, Packard's hands remained free and steady, untainted by such habits. His choice sprang not from vanity but from respect for the fragile thing called life. James South, by contrast, was a fixture in our small community, grizzled, loud in quiet rooms, marked wholly by the war. His fingers were forever stained with tobacco, his cough-betrayed nights spent haunted by memories too vivid to deny. In the rare gatherings where South and Packard crossed paths, their contrast was stark: South's voice rough with smoke and bitterness, Packard's measured and calm, free from the rasp of habit. One afternoon, I glimpsed Mother and Packard walking through the garden, a stolen moment of tranquility amid the demands of life. The sun hung low, casting a golden haze over the rose bushes blooming with almost defiant splendor. Mother's laughter, light, unburdened, floated through the air, a sound nearly foreign after years of mourning tones. Packard walked beside her, relaxed yet alert, as if promising silently to guard this fragile happiness. "Do you think peace will last?" Mother asked softly. Packard, ever thoughtful, answered, "Peace is as fragile as a thin pane of glass, but it is worth guarding every day. We cannot afford to be careless again." Some nights were harder than others. The war's long shadow stretched far into our home, its echoes waking us abruptly with whispered fears. On those nights, Mother sat by the window, eyes heavy but resolute. Packard remained nearby, rifle in hand despite the absence of threat, as though guarding both our home and the memories they struggled to keep at bay. Roy, faithful as ever, tried to accompany us through these trials. Yet illness crept in like a silent tide. His eyes dulled, his breaths grew laboured, his once joyful bark reduced to a strained whisper. The vet's diagnosis left no room for hope. Cancer had taken root, nothing could be done. On the day we said goodbye, the house seemed to mourn with us. I held Roy close, tears streaming, heart breaking beneath the weight of finality. The mercy we offered him felt both necessary and cruel, a lesson the war had taught too well. In the weeks after his passing, Mother's strength returned in slow, steady waves. Packard's unwavering support rekindled life within her. Together, they stepped forward, their wounds ever present yet no longer consuming. One crisp autumn day, I found them seated by the fire, a rare respite in their labour to rebuild. Their hands touched briefly, a silent exchange of sorrow, gratitude, and hope. In these quiet interludes, the deepest truth of their bond emerged, not simply husband and wife, but survivors, forging meaning from the shards left by war. Life moved onward, inexorable and steady, beneath the watchful eyes of men like Packard, whose quiet dignity defied chaos, and women like Mother, whose resilience remained a beacon in the darkness. And I could not possibly have been happier for her, not just because a light had returned to her eyes, but because it was clear, deep within her soul, that this was the ending she had long yearned for, the fairy tale cruel years once made impossible. After hardships carved deep into our hearts, after moments of despair threatening to enclose us like the trenches themselves, here at last was a happiness fragile yet undeniable. This was no fleeting joy. It was hard-won and precious, like a single bloom forcing itself through scorched earth. A hope that had weathered storms and returned tempered but shining, a promise kept. This was everything she deserved, the love that wrapped around her like a warm cloak, the companionship that steadied her through the years to come, the steadfast man who stood by her with quiet, unwavering strength. They were a testament to resilience, to the heart's capacity to heal, to rebuild, to believe again. Their bond carried a quiet dignity that needed no grand gesture. A love that bore the weight of wounds yet refused to be defined by them. A love real, raw, sacred. A life rebuilt. The 29th of September, 1924. At long last, the day had arrived, the day I had been anticipating for what seemed like an eternity. I had reached the age of 18, a threshold that carried the weight of adulthood, the acknowledgement that childhood's illusions had given way to the complex reality of life. The morning sun streamed through the window, warm and golden, painting long stripes across the floorboards and filling the room with a quiet radiance. Birds outside chirped in the delicate rhythm of spring, their songs weaving with the soft hum of distant traffic, grounding me in the simple yet profound reality of the day. But this day was more than a mere number on a calendar, it was a marker of personal evolution, a testament to the growth I had undergone in mind, heart, and spirit. Every heartbeat of this day seemed amplified by the significance it carried, and I felt poised on the precipice of something vast and transformative. Yet, even as the milestone of 18 years beckoned, it was not the age itself that held my focus. My thoughts were consumed by something infinitely more precious, the ring I had been saving for over the past year, the small, gleaming emblem of devotion I would present to Peggy. This was no mere ornament, it was a declaration of love, painstakingly earned and chosen with intention. In that ring rested every hope, every longing, every unspoken sentiment I had carried in my chest. It glinted in my mind's eye, catching the light like the future itself, full of promise and delicate brilliance. A diamond, with its cold, brilliant clarity, was both luxurious and enduring, and acquiring it had demanded effort, patience, and sacrifice. I could still feel the slight roughness of the velvet box against my palm, the tactile reassurance of something tangible that carried all my aspirations. The countless hours spent working, scrimping, and denying myself trivial indulgences seemed trivial now compared to the significance of what I was about to do. Each penny saved had been a brick in the foundation of this moment, and every moment leading up to it felt like preparation for a destiny I had long dreamed of. The evening began with the familiar warmth of celebration. Candles flickered softly, their flames reflecting in the polished surfaces of glasses and cutlery, casting a gentle golden glow across the room. Laughter and chatter swirled through the air, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked cake, buttery and sweet, and the comforting scent of pine from the small bouquet at the center of the table. Friends and family surrounded me, their voices a comforting murmur beneath the larger symphony of my thoughts. And yet, even amid the merriment, my attention was irrevocably drawn to one single presence, Peggy. The instant she appeared in the doorway, the murmur of voices seemed to fade, leaving only the soft shuffle of her steps on the polished floor. She was, for me, the axis around which this entire world revolved. Her presence carried a vitality that seemed to illuminate the room. Her radiant smile, the sparkle in her eyes, the subtle sway of her movements, it all struck me with a force that left me breathless. There was a magnetic quality to her, an aura that drew me in irresistibly, leaving the world outside suspended and silent. Even the scent of her, fresh, floral, a hint of vanilla, lingered in the air, intoxicating and comforting all at once. As she approached, my chest tightened with anticipation, and a peculiar stillness settled over me, as if time itself had chosen to honor this moment. She handed me a gift, wrapped with care in paper that shimmered faintly, catching the light with subtle brilliance. I tore the wrapping away with reverence, revealing a Swiss Army knife nestled within, a gift both practical and meaningful. Its cold, metallic surface was smooth against my fingers, yet heavy enough to remind me of its purpose. It was an extension of her nature, thoughtful, attentive, grounded, and yet quietly extraordinary. The knife, a simple tool in ordinary terms, carried layers of significance. It reflected her understanding of me, her awareness of my habits, and the quiet care that defined her approach to the world. "Thank you," I murmured, my voice betraying the swell of emotion within me. The warmth of her eyes met mine, and instinctively, I leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. The touch of her skin was soft and warm beneath my lips, and her delighted giggle rang out, a sound so pure and sweet that it seemed to resonate with some deep, unspoken chord in my heart. In that moment, I felt a surge of affection so immense it threatened to overwhelm me, yet it was grounding, anchoring me firmly in the certainty of her presence. I examined the Swiss Army knife again, my gaze lingering on the can opener, a modest, utilitarian piece that now seemed to carry symbolic weight. It reminded me that amidst life's chaos and complexity, there could exist simplicity and utility, and that even small gestures could hold profound significance. The cool metal pressed against my palm, grounding me in the tangibility of the moment, and I realized the peace I had long sought, the quiet, unshakable assurance that life was aligned and true, was embodied here. I had spent 18 years searching, but here, in her presence, the restlessness fell away. Everything I had wanted, needed, or hoped for crystallized around her. "It's been a great life, Peggy," I began, my voice steady yet laden with emotion. I paused, letting the weight of my words linger, and felt the subtle tremor of anticipation in her hand brushing mine. "Wonderful, even. But nothing compares to the memories we will create. You are my lantern, my guiding light, my everything in this world. I would die 1,000 times over just to experience that first kiss all over again." As the words left me, they carried the full measure of truth. This was not a casual confession, it was a proclamation of the depth and constancy of my love. Each day that had passed had only strengthened it, forging an unbreakable connection. She was the one with whom I wanted to navigate life's winding paths, its storms and its calm, and in speaking these words aloud, I was sealing a vow I had long carried silently. Then, the decisive moment came. I drew in a deep, steadying breath, inhaling the faint perfume of the room, honeyed vanilla, warm candle wax, and the lingering floral note from her hair, and let it settle through my chest before I sank gracefully to one knee. The gravity of the occasion pressed upon me, both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. The velvet box in my hand seemed alive, as if the diamond within carried not just light, but the sum total of my dreams, hopes, and aspirations. "Will you marry me?" The question hung in the air, weighty and sacred, stretching time until the world itself seemed to pause. I watched her face, tracing the subtle shifts of emotion, astonishment, delight, disbelief, and above all, recognition. Recognition that this was the path we were meant to walk together, the life we were destined to share. The silence that followed felt infinite, broken only by the soft crackle of the fireplace and the sound of my own heartbeat, thrumming in anticipation. And then, as though the universe itself exhaled in relief, her smile illuminated the room. "Yes," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion yet filled with certainty. In that instant, everything changed. The tension, the longing, the months of planning and dreaming, all dissolved into a moment of unadulterated joy. As I slid the ring onto her finger, the cool metal warming against her skin, the reality of our shared future unfurled before us, the adventures, the trials, the quiet evenings and the laughter-filled days. This was more than a beginning, it was the promise of a life intertwined, a journey that would stretch far beyond that single evening. And as she looked at me, eyes shining, heart beating in rhythm with mine, I knew beyond doubt that this was everything I had ever hoped for. The world, in all its unpredictability, had delivered exactly what I needed, and it was right here, in her presence, that I finally felt truly home.